Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. They said the big crash hit Riverbend like a winter river that rose in the night, and swallowed the banks before anyone could run. The factories slowed, the mills went quiet, and families packed what they owned into wagons and shacks of scrap wood and canvas. A ragged city sprang up at the edge of town, and folks gave it the sad kind of name that stuck: Hooverville. Rusted stovepipes poked out of roofs like bare branches. Smoke curled thinly into the air at dusk, carrying the smell of beans, ash, and worry. Even so, there was one man who seemed to walk untouched through all that hard luck, and everybody knew his name: Carter Bale. He wore his hat tipped low like a warning and kept his boots polished like he had somewhere important to be, even if it was just the muddy lane that ran behind the feed store. He had a way of smiling that put a shine on a lie and a weight on a truth. Some said he could talk a sheriff into handing him back the cuffs. Others said he didn't always bother with talk when a fist or a knife would do. He made his money from corn liquor, and not the thin stuff poured at church picnics. His brew burned clean and hot all the way down, and if you weren't careful, it would take your knees out from under you with its strength. The old-timers muttered that Carter had learned from a father who was meaner than a January wind, a man who once cut a card-cheat's belt and laughed, while the poor fool grabbed at his trousers. Whether that was true or not, Carter kept 3 stills hidden in the pines outside town. He set them away from one another like a man laying out alibis, and he never ran all 3 at once. The first bubbled in a shallow gully whose smoke ran flat and easy under the trees. The second squatted near a split boulder, its cap disguised with moss. The third hid down by a slow creek, and he'd stacked brush so thick around it you could stand 5 feet away and not know what was there. He called that one his Sabbath still. He kept it quiet and clean, and he swore he'd never run it unless the law or bad luck took the other 2. On summer nights, if you knew where to look, you could see the thinnest trace of smoke sliding through the timber like a gray snake. You could follow the low hum of a boiler if you had sharp ears. And sometimes, late, a truck with its lights off would roll up the logging road like a shadow with wheels. Men climbed down, cash changed hands, and crates lifted back up into the dark. There were whispers that a judge found a bottle under his desk blotter, and a deacon took one in his coat to keep from catching a chill. Carter didn't like to know who drank his liquor after they paid him. He liked knowing they would come back for more. He kept a book of debts the way a preacher keeps a list of hymns. He could tell you exactly who owed him and how long it had been, and he made his rounds with a manner that slid from joking to hard in the space of a breath. If a man had coin, Carter would take it and slap his shoulder like a friend. If a man didn't, Carter could lean in close and say something soft that made the blood leave the man's face. If talk didn't fix it, Carter's knuckles did. Folks learned not to test him twice. The rule around Riverbend was simple. If you bought from Carter, you paid on time. If you didn't buy at all, you kept your eyes on your own affairs. Women steered their boys to the other side of the street when they saw him coming. Men nodded and spoke careful words that could be taken any number of ways. He was, depending on who you asked, a blessing or a curse or something in between. He brought money where there was none. He took it away with the same quickness. He was the kind of man a town grows when it is hungry for money and tired of being told no. The trouble started on a day bright as a polished dime. Dust hung off the wheels of wagons like thin skirts. The heat pushed against the storefronts until the clapboards sighed. Carter had his hat tipped back and was counting a roll of bills in the shade when a sound came down the lane like a kettle coming to boil. It took a second to make out words under all that noise, but then you could hear them plain enough. His name, thrown like a stone. "Carter Bale! You show yourself!" People turned. They parted as if someone had driven a plow through them, and the woman came straight through the furrow they made. She was not old, but the last few years had worked too hard on her face. The sun had reddened her cheeks, and the set of her mouth looked like a line cut into leather. She wore a plain dress that had been mended more than once, and a shawl, even though the day was hot. She didn't slow even a step as she reached Carter. Her palm flashed up and cracked across his cheek so sharp the sound made a few men flinch like dogs that have been struck before. "My boy'll never see again because of you," she shouted, voice shaking with more than anger. "He wandered out yesterevening and came home smelling like a lamp that got kicked over. He was crying and holding his face, and by morning he couldn't make out my hand. You did that. You and your poison." Carter's hand came up slowly to his cheek. He didn't touch it. He looked at the woman as if she'd gotten small and far away all at once. Then his jaw shifted, and the smile he put on had a split right down the middle. "Seems to me," he said, drawing out the words like a reed of sweet grass, "you ought to be watching your young'un closer if he's roaming where he don't belong. It's a shame he won't get to watch nothing ever again, but if that's on anyone, it's on the one supposed to keep him by her skirt." He spit. Not at her. Not on the ground. Right between the tips of her shoes, so close she could feel the fleck on her toes. The air shifted. The men who'd been pretending not to watch altogether went very still. The woman's mouth trembled. Her eyes filled and held. She looked up at him like she was looking at a gallows. "You may have the rest of these folks fooled," she said, her voice low and rough like a wagon wheel on a bad road. "But I know you for what you are. A thief who takes what ain't his. A seller of bad luck. Your days are numbered, Carter Bale." And before anyone could move, she reached out short and quick like a hen pecking and grabbed a fistful of his hair. Carter jerked back, but she held on long enough to tear out more than a few strands. She stepped away with them clenched in her palm. She didn't look at what she'd taken. She tucked her fist against her chest the way a woman might tuck a small book or a folded letter. Then she turned and walked, not ran, the way she'd come, and the crowd closed behind her like water. Carter swore and put his hand to the bare place above his ear where it burned. He stood there and breathed. Someone tittered, and that titter turned into a cough instead. He let his hand drop and put his hat back level. "What the hell was that?" one of his boys asked under his breath. "Nothing that can't be turned into nothing," Carter said. "Go on. We got more important business than jawing with a fool woman." He said those words like they were a door he could close. He held them firm in his head later, too, as the sun burned down and he headed out of town and into the trees. But sometimes a door you think is shut swings back open when the wind changes. The woods were his church. He knew every stump and hollow as well as the inside of his own kitchen. He kept a little shelf of tools set into the roots of a beech tree, and he shifted the planks that covered his path so he didn't leave tracks. He could walk the last mile in darkness with his eyes closed, and sometimes he did, just to laugh at the fear that still came up cold in his belly when he heard a whippoorwill call from too near. Not every man who went into those pines came out again. Some stepped in a hole and broke a leg and lay long enough for the snakes to find them. Some saw a light between the trees and followed it, and never found the road. Some got careless with heat and mash, and paid for that carelessness with their names burned off their bodies. Carter respected the woods, but he did not fear them. He feared only men who thought they were above other men. The first still sat where two deer trails crossed. Its boiler was black with use, but the copper stillhouse shone in spots where he had polished it for luck. He talked to the machine as he worked, a habit he had picked up from his old man, who talked to engines the way some men talk to dogs. "Easy now," he'd say. "None of that kicking off with your pride." He set his buckets in their places and stacked the split wood just so. He knelt to coax the fire, and as the small flames caught and then grew, he felt, as he always did, that sense of the world turning back onto its rails. The woman in town, the red slash of her hand, the burning place on his scalp, those could be pressed flat and put aside while he worked. Maybe that small wash of relief is why he didn't see the ember roll until it kissed a dry scrap of burlap. It wasn't dramatic at first, just a flat orange wink. He slapped at it, missed, cursed, slapped again, hit a bucket, knocked it into the kindling pile, and suddenly the quiet, tidy circle of work went to chaos. Heat rolled up, dry and quick. The smell changed to something ragged. In 3 breaths the fire had spread to a corner of the stacked sacks where ground corn and sugar sat waiting. He lunged with another bucket, but there was nothing in it but dust. He grabbed for his coat to smother the flame, and the flame laughed at him as it ran up his sleeve. He swore in a way that would have made the church ladies slap his mouth if they had been there to hear it, and he ripped the coat off and tossed it. The blaze took one more gulp of air, flared, and in that flare he saw his luck run like a frightened animal. He shut his eyes and dropped to his knees because there was nothing else to do. He held his hands up in front of his face without noticing he'd done it, like a child about to say a prayer because others are praying and he wants to match them. Then the flames fell down to their bones. They made a noise like someone letting go of a long-held breath. Smoke thinned. Heat slipped away. Carter opened one eye, then the other. He turned his head, slowly, like he thought movement would set everything off again. The sacks had black scars in them, but they had not burned through. The boards stacked against the tree had edges singed, but they weren't caught. His coat lay 6 feet away, a sleeve blackened, the rest smudged, not blazing. It didn't make sense. Fire didn't eat that much, and then say it had had enough. Fire took everything that was foolish enough to sit close. He stood, blinking. He laughed once, a small bark that sounded like it came from someone else's throat. He brushed ash off his shirt with shaking hands and then stopped. He reached up to the place where the woman had grabbed his hair and pressed. The spot throbbed as if that hand were just now lifting off. "That woman," he said out loud, because the woods had a way of swallowing words that kept them from growing teeth. Then he shook himself as if he could shake off the thought with the ash. Sabbath still or no, he didn't dare stay at the first sight long. The scent could bring hunters, game wardens, a pair of boys with more curiosity than sense. He took what he could salvage and cut a path toward the second still. The woods were quiet in the way they are before a storm. Even the flies were lazy. He kept moving, telling himself that whatever had just happened was a one-off, a trick of wind and damp. He didn't like how little he believed himself. The second still sat sheltered by the boulder split like a church door. He slipped through that narrow gap and felt some of the tightness leave his shoulders. The little clearing beyond held the equipment he knew as well as his own bed, and it calmed him to set his hands to the familiar chores. He checked the coil, ran his palm across a joint, nodded at how right it all seemed. He dipped the ladle and watched the clear stream pour. He smiled. There are moments when work sings under your hands and the song makes a man feel tall. He lifted the ladle and tipped it toward his mouth. The smell hit him first, thick and wrong, like kerosene and rot shaken together in a tin. He jerked his head back, but the stream had already touched his tongue. It hit like sickness, like the stomach flu a day old. His mouth filled with something cold and slick, and he gagged hard enough that his throat ached. The ladle clanged out of his hand. He bent and spat again until his eyes watered and the world throbbed around the edges. He wiped his lips with the back of his arm and stared at the drip, drip, drip from the spout. Each drop looked clear. Each drop, it seemed, turned into that same black, tough slime as soon as it found light. It pooled in a foul little puddle that didn't act like liquid. When the next drop hit, the whole pool shivered like a living thing. That's what made fear slide up his spine, not the taste but the shiver. Liquor doesn't look back at you. He backed away, keeping his eyes on that trickle. He almost tripped going back through the crack in the rock because he couldn't make himself turn. When he got his shoulders through, he turned and ran a few steps and stopped. He put his hands on his knees and breathed. He spat again just to make sure that taste wasn't still clinging there. It was, and it wasn't, and he knew he'd never be rid of the memory of it. The Sabbath still waited at the creek bend where the water made a fat, lazy curl. He had always kept it as a last resort, a promise he hoped he never had to call due. Now he wanted it like a man wants a drink after hauling a load uphill. He wove his way toward it while that wrong taste kept coming back in small waves. He told himself there had to be some sensible reason for a boil-over, a bad join, a contaminated batch. He told himself the world was still the world. He did not notice he had picked up his pace until a branch snagged his sleeve, and he yanked free hard enough to pop buttons. He stepped into the last clearing, and for a second the sight of it, everything in its right place, everything as he had left it, relaxed the set of his shoulders. He let out a long breath and laughed, a useless, jittery sound. He unhooked his knife to cut open the burlap sacks that waited where he had left them. Corn, sugar, yeast. He would mash in, get a boil going, pull a first run that wasn't perfect but was drinkable. He would rebuild the puzzle as fast as he could and make this whole day something he could push backward in his mind until it lost its teeth. He slid the blade into the first sack, put his fingers into the cut to tear it wide, and felt movement. Not the harmless slide of grain. Not the loose shift of sugar settling around his hand. Something alive and many. His brain knew before his eyes did. He yanked his hand back and stumbled 2 steps, and a wave of black things poured out of the sack in a way grain never could. The first wave was shiny and quick, beetles that spilled like coins. Then a steady stream of spiders thick as a rumor, worming over each other. Maggots like rice that had turned wrong. They rolled and wriggled and reached for whatever lay nearest, which happened to be his boot and his trouser leg. The sensation of their moving lived right on the line where feeling turns to panic. He slapped at his leg and swore, high and ugly. He scraped his boot on a rock and then the other while the crawling things kept coming like the sack was some kind of spring that had been waiting to release. He backed up hard and hit something that hadn't been there a second earlier. It was a small pressure, not a tree trunk or a boulder. It yielded a little like a person yields, just enough for his spine to notice another human body behind him. He spun, knife up out of habit, and found the blade gone from his hand. It flew out and landed under brush with a sound that would have been funny if the world were still funny. "Hi, Carter," a woman said. The voice was low and clean, the words held in that flat place between a greeting and a warning. She wore a dark cloak with the hood up, which looked foolish in the heat until he saw that the air under the hood seemed to swallow light. She wasn't tall. She didn't need to be. "It's you," he said, his voice cracking from spit and fear. "Stay away from me. I'll gut you." Now, she said, flicking her hand like a schoolteacher quieting a rowdy row. "No need to carry on. Knives don't want you today anyway." She stepped closer, and as the hood shifted he caught a glimpse of her face. It was the same woman who had slapped him in town, but different now, too. The lines around her mouth looked set not from sorrow but from decision. Her eyes were bright and feverless, and for a second he thought of how clean a creek looks just before you step in and realize how cold it is. "You know, I got to thinking about what you said," she went on, her voice so calm it made the hair on his arms prickle. "About my boy not being able to watch anything again. It is a shame. I stayed up all night reckoning with that shame and what to do about it. See, a mother's job is to protect and to provide. You took one of those from me. Seems only right I take something back." He wasn't a man who begged, not often. He started to anyway. "Dear God, lady, what are you gonna do to me?" She tipped her head, like she was considering whether to use a word he would understand or one he wouldn't. "I'm gonna give back what you took from him," she said finally, and when she spoke the words, something like a hot wind moved across the clearing. Her eyes, he would swear on a Bible if he had one in his hand, lit from the inside with a dim red glow. Not like a lantern. Like a banked coal that had been blown on. The wind took a deep breath. Leaves lifted and spun. Dust rose, not steady but in a tightened column, and it made a sound like a far-off train. His ears popped. The trees leaned in to watch. The stills, the neat, set pieces of his life, looked for an instant like children's toys left in the yard before a storm. That woman lifted her hands. He saw what she held in her right one then, the small, brown wad that he knew with a man's knowledge came from his own head. Hair is a root and a map and a tether. The old folks say so, and we don't listen until we are made to. The world pulled tight, tight, tight. Something like a scream started in the back of his mind, too high for his throat. Then the sound went out as if someone had cut a rope. The leaves dropped. The dust fell. Even the creek hushed. Silence lay across the clearing, heavy as a quilt. The next day, the sun rose on Riverbend same as always. Men stepped into their pants and into their boots. Women set beans to soak and swept the hard-packed dirt in front of their doors. Children carried pails down to the pump and came back with water sloshing onto their legs. The town's sheriff, who liked to sit with his chair tilted back when there was nothing else to do, tilted it forward and put his elbows on his knees. Folks asked each other in the morning the same old questions and got the same old answers until someone asked, "Any of y'all seen Carter?" No one had. Not his boys, who said he'd headed out to check his places and would be back by supper. Not the men who sometimes met him to load crates. Not a soul in town who would admit to knowing they'd seen him. A man like that could turn invisible the way fog does when the day climbs up the sky. The sheriff took a slow drive out toward the woods with a deputy who was new to the county and hadn't yet learned which questions not to press. They found the first still blackened around the edges but solid. The second looked fine until the sheriff dipped a finger in a catch bucket, and then wiped that finger hard on his trouser leg and spat, loud and long, beside the apparatus. He didn't let the deputy touch anything. The third didn't look wrong at all except for the cut sack with its ruin of crawling things. And even that could have been put down to vermin if you hadn't been there when the sack opened. The sheriff squinted at the ground for tracks and made sounds in his throat like he saw too many and not enough. He wasn't a fool, he said. "We'll leave this be." And he did. The deputy asked after Carter's safety, and the sheriff said, "A man like that lives by sharp edges. Sometimes he slips." In town, talk did what talk always does. It curled and twisted and got itself into rooms it had no business entering. Some said Carter had headed west on a train, pockets full, to try his luck in a place where the law wore different faces. Others whispered he'd crossed the wrong preacher and been prayed all the way into the ground. A few, quieter still, stood outside at night and looked toward the pines and thought about how the leaves had spun for a minute the night before, and how a hush had fallen that was not the hush of wind dying. They didn't say what they were thinking. They just kept their children closer than usual, and told them not to eat strange berries and not to wander where the world turns thick. As for the woman, she went about her business. People say her name, when they say it at all, and they say it soft. They also say she took her boy first thing that morning to the doctor who still kept his shingle up on Oak Street out of habit more than hope. That doctor had been in the war, and had seen things that made him quiet when other men shouted. He had hands that stayed steady for a long time and then shook like a man trying to light a match in the wind. He looked into the boy's eyes with his tiny flashlight, the one he saved because the batteries couldn't be replaced, and he said, "Huh?" in a way that meant the world had moved a quarter inch to the left. "Doc?" the woman asked, standing as if she were trying to keep the room from tilting under her feet. The doctor sat back on his stool. He kept his voice even because that was what a doctor could do even when he didn't have many tools left. "He can see," the doctor said. "The swelling is gone. The cloudiness is gone. There's some strangeness to the vessels themselves I can't account for, but his eyes are." He stopped and tried again. "He's got himself a new look out at the world." They stepped outside into the daylight. The boy squinted and then laughed like a bell. He named a bird. He ran his finger along the edge of his mother's shawl and said the color out loud. He cried a little because it was bright and loud and his eyes weren't used to it, and then he wiped his face with his sleeve and asked for candy, which is the kind of thing a boy does when his body remembers what being a boy feels like. Neighbors knocked on the door in careful pairs and asked the same question a dozen ways. "What happened?" The woman said, with her hands folded, that it was an answer to prayer. That's how she said it, like someone in church who knows exactly where to put the pauses. When someone pressed and said how did it feel to see a miracle, she smiled without showing her teeth and said it felt like he'd been given a brand new pair of eyes. She said this while her own eyes held theirs steady, and if anyone saw a faint red ember down deep, they didn't mention it. Maybe they thought it was the reflection of the stove. Maybe they didn't want to see what they thought they saw. The weeks went by. The railroad kept on sending through the long, slow trains. The mills ran one day and went quiet the next. A paper showed up in town twice a week, thin as a handkerchief, full of the same bad news from places with names that felt far away. Men still slipped down the logging road some nights to buy what they had always bought. The liquor they found had a different bite to it after that, not always better, not always worse, but different, the way a song sounds when a new man sings it. When someone asked why Carter never showed his face anymore, the answer shifted to fit the shape of the ask. It depends who you are, it depends what you want to hear, it depends how late at night it is and how much the person telling has had to drink. But in the lean-to kitchens and the little porches and the clapboard front rooms, a story grew like a weed that nobody bothered to pull. Children pulled their knees up under their chins and listened. They learned the names the same way they learned the names of saints and outlaws. Carter Bale, with the hat and the smile and the three stills hidden like secrets. The woman who looked like 1,000 women until she didn't. The boy whose sight went out like a lamp and then flared back like a match struck against the dark. The sheriff who went into the woods and came back with dust on his boots and his mouth closed. The hair that changed hands. The heat that rose and fell without touching what it should have burned. Later, when boys grew into men and sat in the dim of the barber shop for the shade and the talk, they said things like this: "Don't drink from a jar you didn't watch being poured. Don't run your debts up with a man who smiles without showing his teeth. Don't cross a mother who has found a hole in the world and knows how to step through it." And they said the name of Carter Bale like you say the name of a place you don't mean to visit again, even though you still picture the road and the ruts, and how the trees close in. Some swore that if you walked far enough into the pines on a dead still day, you could hear the faintest drip of a coil, or the soft whine of vapor turning to liquid, or a voice talking to itself in the quiet. But if anyone went looking, they came back with nothing but burrs on their socks and the smell of sap on their hands. Riverbend learned the lesson stories try to teach whether we want them to or not. A bad man can run a long time in a hungry town, and folks will praise him while they pay him because it's easier to call a thing a blessing if it fills your cup. But there are lines strung between people you can't always see. You pluck one, and something moves somewhere else, and sometimes it is a mother who hears that vibration and answers with the only thing she has, the old knowledge handed down mouth to ear in kitchens where the light burns low. Hair is a handle. Names are doors. Eyes are more than glass and jelly. A debt is not always a number. So the legend goes this way. A man made liquor in the woods and sold it to the town. A boy wandered where he shouldn't and came back changed. A mother took a piece of the man so he could be tied to a promise she intended to keep. The stills turned strange in the space of a night. A woman in a dark cloak walked into a clearing and told a man exactly what was coming to him, and then the wind rode a circle around them, and the trees leaned in like they were reading a prayer out of a book. After that, a boy stared up at the sky and named the shape of a hawk, and a man who had been everywhere in Riverbend was nowhere at all. If you stop someone from Riverbend at a county fair or on a buckboard headed the other direction and ask what became of him, you will get a shrug and a list of maybes. He left. He died. He got taken by his own pride. He's brewing in some other man's woods 2 counties away. He's buried shallow near his Sabbath still, and if you drag the creek you'll find nothing but turtles. He's living in a church attic with a scar where his eyes should be. He burned. He went to ash and ash to nothing. And if you ask the right person on the right porch just before the light goes, the cedar smoke curling up and the beans bubbling quiet, she'll look at you for a long second and then say, "He paid what he owed," and leave it at that. At night, when the crickets thrum and the laundry on the line clicks its wooden pins together if the wind turns, you can sit and watch the tree line go from green to black. Close your eyes and you'll get the lay of the land in your head. The road goes left. The creek bends right. There's a hollow where echoes collect. The story runs there the way a trickle of water runs along the groove. It fills, and it empties, and it fills again. It tells the same piece of news each time, a piece of news that has never been in the paper but lives longer than a headline. Don't think you can do harm and walk on. There's a reckoning in this world that sometimes wears a badge and sometimes wears a shawl. The woman kept her boy in school. He learned his letters 3 years late, and then he sped past everyone because he wanted to catch up to the picture he had in his head of what a day looks like. He grew tall, and the freckles on his nose faded, and the first time he climbed to the top of the water tower with the other boys, he stood up there and looked at what his eyes could do and laughed that clean laugh again. He didn't talk much about the night everything went dark, not because he was afraid, but because he liked to keep the good parts quiet so they would stay good. People who didn't see the first day came by his mother's stoop for a long time after to ask the same old questions in a new way. Sometimes they came with a pie or a ham bone to make themselves feel like they had paid for something. The woman offered them a chair if she had one. She didn't change her answer. "God heard me," she would say. "He did what I asked?" She could hold two truths in her mouth at once without letting them bang against each other and chip. If a neighbor, one of the old women with eyes like knitting needles, said, "And who else heard you?" the mother would tilt her head as if listening for a sparrow, and then she'd call her boy to come wash up for supper. A year passed. Then 3. Then 10. New people came to town who didn't know the names and learned them at the barber or in the back pews on a hot Sunday. The Hooverville thinned as jobs came back to a few places and didn't to others. New shacks went up a little past the old ones. The smoke rose in the same fine lines into the evening air. Boys grew into men and put on the same shirts their fathers had put on. Girls grew into women and learned the same quiets their mothers had learned. Loss and luck moved through the streets with the same slow certainty they always had. But if you go to Riverbend now, and you sit late enough and you listen to the right man in the right chair, he'll lean forward and tell you how to keep yourself safe in a world that turns on you sometimes just because you turned your head. He'll say, "Be careful what you sell. Be careful what you take. Pay what you owe on time. Keep watch over your young ones. Don't think a poor woman's tears mean she is weak. And if a mother comes for you with her grief held quiet in her hands, don't laugh. Don't slap at the air and call it nothing. Don't leave her with no fair trade. If you do, the woods might move in close around you one night and make you hear something you haven't heard in a long time, your own name, spoken by someone who intends to take it back." That's the legend of Carter Bale, told plain. It's got true things in it, and things no one can prove, and a few pieces that change shape depending on who's telling and why. It isn't written in any ledger that you can find in a drawer. It's written out in the space where a still used to sing. It's written in the way the boy looks up and knows a hawk from a buzzard without thinking. It's written in the neat, careful way the woman ties her hair back every morning, as if she is storing up the world's loose ends so the day won't trip over them. And it's written in the empty place to the left of the split boulder, where if you stand long enough, you might feel a small heat at the back of your neck, the way you feel it when someone is standing behind you with their hand lifted, ready to take hold. They don't want me to win. That's the first sentence that keeps knocking around in my skull as the road unrolls beneath my tires like a never-ending belt. If they wanted me to win, they wouldn't have tossed me out like old coffee grounds. If they wanted me to win, they wouldn't have smiled while they walked me to the door and told me to leave my badge on the desk. If they wanted me to win, they wouldn't have taken the ladder I was climbing and snapped the rungs right under my feet. They wouldn't have told me to be grateful for the experience. They wouldn't have watched me pack a cardboard box with a stapler, a mug with a chipped rim, and a plant I already knew I'd forget to water. I keep thinking about the last day. The look on my manager's face was firm but blank, like he practiced in the mirror until his eyes could hold no light at all. He said words like restructuring and fit and economic headwinds, then asked me to sign a paper on a clipboard. When I didn't take the pen right away, he tapped it against the edge of the board and gave me the kind of patient smile you give a child who won't eat his greens. I signed because what else do you do? Fight the ocean? Punch the wind? When I got home, I sat on the sofa and stared at the wall long enough to notice the little map of cracks in the paint above the TV. I tried to think of something brave to text Alicia, something that would make me sound like a man with a plan. I wrote and erased the same sentence 8 times. Lost my job, but I'm okay. Lost my job, but I've got ideas. Lost my job, but we can... What? What can we do when money is the ticket to everything, even breathing easy. I told her on the phone instead. She went quiet in that clean, final way that tells you a door just clicked. She said she was coming over to pick up her things. She said it like she was booking a haircut. I told her she could take it all, but there was a wobble in my voice because I didn't mean it. I wanted her to say, "We'll figure it out." That's all. 4 words. We'll figure it out. I would have carried those words like a torch through a tunnel. She arrived an hour later with a look that had edges. She moved through the place fast, as if the air stung. Clothes into bags. Makeup into a little zippered pouch. The framed photos lifted straight from the wall, the glass catching a small slice of me as I watched from the doorway. "Don't touch the cat," she said when I bent to pick him up, even though he used to sleep on my chest and purr hard enough to shake my ribs. "Don't get your hands on anything of mine." That was the word she used. Mine. It wasn't cruel the way she said it. It was careful, like she was labeling boxes before a move. It should have ended there. Maybe it would have if my eyes hadn't landed on the photo that made everything tilt. The carnival photo from 2 summers back. Macy Park when the fair came through with peeling paint and music that sounded thin in the hot air. The Ferris wheel behind us like a metal halo. I'd asked an old man to take the picture because his hands were empty and he was watching people walk by with the kind of soft smile that says, "I used to be them once." He had slicked back gray hair, thick black glasses, a sweater too warm for the day, blue and purple stripes, and those tired shoes old men wear when they've made peace with comfort. He held the phone steady like it was something precious. After he handed it back, Alicia leaned in and said clear and simple, "I love you." That was the first time she said it. I felt taller. I remember the smell of fried dough and popcorn and hot oil and river water. I remember the ceiling of sky above us so bright it almost hummed. That frame had its own gravity now. She reached for it, and I reached for it, and my fingers touched hers and then grabbed wood. "Leave that," I said. "It's mine," she said. "It's ours," I said. "That's us." Then we were both pulling like kids with a rope. It's stupid when you play it back in your head, how fast a small thing can spark something that burns the whole room. The glass flashed. Our feet tangled. She stumbled toward me and hit my knee with her face. It wasn't a kick. It wasn't on purpose. The sound was small and soft, but it made my stomach twist. She made a noise that wasn't words and her eyes filled quick. I lifted my hands and said her name, and she slapped them away like my skin was heat. We were both shouting then. The kind of shouting where you try to stack words on top of someone's words and make a tower that blocks out what they're saying. Bitch. Loser. User. Quitter. I could see her mouth forming shapes faster than I could follow. She grabbed at my cheeks, her nails leaving little hot lines. I swung my hand hard and it met her face with a crack that felt like something breaking in me. I hated the sound. I hated what it turned me into. I said her name again. She came at me again because she was not a person who ever let herself be small in a room. I slapped again. Not a fist. My palm. It doesn't matter. It matters and it doesn't matter. We say these things to ourselves when we want to believe we're not the person we are in the worst moments. I remember the lamp more than my own hands. It sat on the table with a shade that leaned a little because I'd bumped it 100 times and never fixed it. In the mess it tipped. In the spin of bodies and words and air sucked in by anger, it lifted just enough and fell just right. It hit the back of her head, and the bulb burst, and the room went dark for a half breath and then bounced back with light from the window. She dropped as if someone had cut the strings holding her up. She wasn't dead. I checked for breath and found it, shallow and quick and ugly. The back of her skull had a lump and a trickle of blood that made a thin line down her neck. I said her name 3 more times, softer each time. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was heavy and full of noise I couldn't hear. What do you do when you ruin a moment so badly you wobble on the edge of the rest of your life? My brain didn't offer me any of the good choices people talk about later. It offered me the nearest thing I thought would keep me out of jail. The trunk of my car opened like a mouth. I laid an old blanket down because it made me feel like I wasn't a monster. I lifted her. She isn't heavy, not really, but limp weight feels like a full sack of wet sand. I placed her in that dark space and arranged her arms so they didn't sit at a bad angle that would make me sick to look at. I closed the trunk, feeling the thud in the bones of the car and in my chest. I stood with my hand on the metal for a long time, as if I could feel her through it. The drive started the way all bad drives start. Too fast for the first minute, then too slow, then the right speed but wrong for everything else. The highway looked like a strip of gray ribbon laid across an empty table. It should have been packed, but it wasn't, and that made my head feel strange. I kept waiting for a wall of brake lights to stop me, to save me, to force me to turn around. Instead, the road just kept saying, "Go on, go on, go on." I've got her in the trunk, and there's no sentence in the world that changes that one. I tell myself she'll wake up in a minute, bang once, and I'll pull over, and we'll both sit on the guardrail and cry and say we're sorry and then go to the hospital and then to the police station. That's one version. The better one. But the thumps that come from back there aren't steady. They come like the way a fish bumps the side of a boat now and then. I turn the music up, then off, then up again. I put the window down. I put it back up. Every sound is the loudest sound I've ever heard. The pistol in the glove box rattles when the car hits a patch of rough pavement. It's the one she bought me for my birthday last year, wrapped in a box that looked like it should hold shoes, not a weapon. She said it was for protection. She said the neighborhood was getting weird. We both laughed at how dramatic it felt, and then we took it to the range, and she shot better than me because she takes small things seriously and doesn't flinch. We kept it more for the idea of safety than the thing itself. Right now the idea is heavier than the metal. I had a plan for my life that looked like a line going up. I drew it in my head so many times I could have sketched it blind. Work, then promotion, then enough money to loosen the tightness in my chest, then a one-bedroom that didn't feel like a box, then a ring I would hold in my fist for a week before I asked her, then a wedding with cheap beer and real dancing, then maybe a kid, maybe two, hands sticky with juice, laughter that fills the whole house. You tell yourself you're building this, brick by brick, even if the bricks are made of duct tape and stubbornness. Then one Tuesday somebody says a few dull words to you in a small room, and the whole wall goes soft. It wasn't even a firing for something I did. It's the kind of firing that has a title and a slide deck. That almost makes it worse because you can't fix it by being better. You can only be gone. What I had besides that job was Alicia. And now I don't have her either, except in the way I have her right now, which is a way you shouldn't have anyone. How did it get to this? Because a photo frame made me see the version of us I liked better than the version standing in my living room today? Because I didn't want to watch her take the proof that once we were something that could be framed? She liked to party too hard. She liked little white lines that made her talk fast and sleep rough. I pretended it didn't scrape me raw because I didn't want to be the guy who says no when it's time to be fun. I told myself it would pass because everything passes if you wait long enough. Truth is, I kept accounting books in my head. My hours at work, her hours out. My patience, her promises. My gifts, her attention. We balance and rebalance all the time, and we call it love so we don't have to say debt. I wanted her to be stronger than me in all the places I was weak. I wanted her to stand in front of me when the wind picked up. That's too much to want from one person. I know that. Knowing doesn't make me want less. The road signs go by. Exit 14 for the beach. Exit 17 for the back roads that bend through farms and little towns with flags on porches and gas stations with 2 pumps. I think about putting the car in the ocean and walking away while it takes a slow breath and goes under. That's a movie idea. In real life, salt water fills your nose first, and you don't get a beautiful last line. I think about the woods. There are places where the trees grow so tight together, the air feels damp even on a hot day. You can stand under them and listen to birds argue about nothing. You can stop hearing the highway in a minute if you walk far enough. I picture a spot like that, hidden from the road, where even sound would rest. I picture doing what men do when they've got no plan left, and too much pride and a gun. I turn the radio on just to fill the space. A preacher is talking about how life is a test. Then a woman is selling car insurance that forgives you for mistakes. Then a song from years ago comes on. It was on at the carnival that night, and it snaps me backward. I see the Ferris wheel again. I see the old man's hands hold the phone. I see Alicia tilt her face up to say those 3 words like she's tossing me a coin I'll keep in my pocket forever. I turn the radio off because I can't stand how everything is a circle, but the line in my head keeps breaking. She thumps twice, hard enough to shake the rear view. I pull into a rest area because my hands decide to before my brain can argue. The lot is half empty. A semi sits running with the driver asleep against his window. A man in a suit paces in front of a vending machine like he's negotiating with it. I park at the far end where the trees start, and sit with the engine ticking as it cools. I get out. The air is heavy with summer and old French fries. The trunk looks like every trunk. I stand there with the key between my fingers and try to think of an ending that doesn't put me in a cage or in the ground. I tap twice on the lid. I don't know why. Maybe to warn her. I picture her looking up in the dark at a piece of metal she can't see. I open it a few inches. Light slides in. Her eyes are open and floaty, not focused. Her lip is swollen on one side. There's a smear of blood in her hair. She blinks fast, and for a second that looks like her saying 1,000 things. I lift the lid all the way and she flinches from the sudden bright. She makes a sound that is only the shape of my name. I'm going to fix it, I say. The worst lie is always the one that feels like a prayer. Please, she says, and it's a small word that lands in my chest with the weight of a boulder. I reach toward her, then stop because I don't know where to touch her that doesn't feel like a crime. I grab the blanket and fold a corner over her legs. I tell her to be still. I tell her to breathe slow. I tell her things I tell myself when panic makes the room tilt. She blinks again, as if the blinking is something she can do when nothing else is under her control. I look around the rest area like salvation is a thing you can find under a bench. Do you remember the carnival? I ask, because my brain wants to throw ropes to anything steady. Matt, she says, and it sounds like a warning and a plea and a sigh all at once. I shouldn't have hit you, I say, and the words feel late. They feel so late that saying them should make my teeth fall out. She tries to sit up. Pain moves across her face like a shadow crossing a field. She stops halfway and rests back. You need to take me to a hospital, she says. Each word is a little piece of glass she lays down between us. I look at the glove box like it's going to answer for me. I look at the road. I look at the trees. I look at the sky, which is a flat white today, like someone tried to paint clouds and gave up. I close the trunk gently because slamming it would be something I couldn't forgive myself for on top of everything else. I sit in the driver's seat and put my hands on the wheel at 10 and 2 like a good student. I stare at the dashboard. The lights all glow the same indifferent glow they always do. I don't start the car. I sit. The engine ticks again, then goes quiet. It's odd how fast stillness fills a space. The semi's engine hums. A bird hops near the curb and picks at a French fry like it knows something I don't. I think about calling an ambulance and telling them I found a woman hurt on the side of the road. That's another movie idea. In real life, cameras blink in places you forget about, and your face is on them. What do I owe her? Everything. What do I owe myself? I'm not sure, but it feels like less by the minute. What do I owe the world? The world doesn't even know I'm here. That used to make me feel free. Now it makes me feel like a ghost who didn't notice he died and is still trying to do errands. I start the car because that's what you do when you can't think of anything else. I pull back onto the highway. I tell myself I will take the next exit with a red cross on the sign. The next exit comes and does not have a red cross. The next one has a picture of a gas pump. The next one says Scenic Overlook. The next one says County Road 17. I drive past them all because once you miss the first choice, the second feels further away, and the third feels like a different life. I talk out loud because silence is a slope I don't want to slide down. I tell the air about my old boss who always said, "Let me play devil's advocate," before he said something that didn't help anybody. I tell the air about the man on the bus when I was 12 who said, "You'll never be anything," when I didn't move fast enough to grab a seat. I tell the air about the teacher in 9th grade who told me I was a good writer, and then moved away before I could prove her right or wrong. I tell the air about the little old man at the carnival and how, for a second, I wanted to be him because he looked soft inside, and I was so hard inside even when I was happy. I think about the words we use for leaving. Break up. Split. Separate. All these words that pretend something clean happens. But nothing is clean. It's threads you have to pull one by one, and even then they keep catching on things. Alicia's shampoo is still in my shower. My hoodie is still in the back of her closet. The cat will still look for me at night for at least a week. And there is this trunk, holding what I did, holding who she is to me and who I made her into. Why do I keep saying I'm entitled to half of everything? Because the story I told myself about us was a thing I built, and I don't want to leave it empty-handed. That's the ugliest truth I've found so far today. I wanted to keep a picture because I wanted to keep proof that I wasn't always this version of me. That's not love. That's fear dressed up neat. Past exit 22 the land tilts gentle toward the sea. The air smells like salt even when you're still 20 miles out. I can feel the pull of it like a rope tied around my middle. The idea of letting the water end the argument in my head is almost sweet. It's the kind of thought that slides in like a friend and then shows you its teeth. I grip the wheel and tell myself out loud that I am not driving into the ocean. "You are not," I say. "You are not." She thumps again. 1. Pause. 2. I signal and pull onto the shoulder like a normal person for once. Gravel pops under the tires. I put the car in park and go back and open the trunk because doing something is always better than staring at a decision until it goes fuzzy. Her eyes are clearer now. She looks at me as if she's trying to find the part of me she loves and pull it forward. "Please," she says again, calmer. "I need a hospital." "I know," I say. "Then take me." "I will," I say. The words are a bridge I step onto without checking if there are boards missing. "You hit me," she says. Tears leak out of the corners of her eyes and into her hairline. "You hit me." "I know." "You tell yourself you had reasons," she says. "You tell yourself you didn't mean to. But it still happened." "I know." There should be more words after that. There should be a paragraph or a speech or a vowel. There should be something that changes the way the air sits. I don't have it. All I have is the truth that I broke something I can't fix under the fluorescent lights of any building. I slide my arms under her shoulders to lift her, and she gasps like metal tearing. "Okay," I say, stopping. "Okay. We'll do this slow. Don't touch my face," she says. "I won't." We move like old people, 1 inch at a time. I get her into the back seat because it feels less like I'm stuffing my own choices into the dark. I set the seat belt over her gently. She leans her head against the window and closes her eyes the way you close them when you have a migraine and light is a knife. I sit in the front and turn the car around over the double yellow because the road is empty and the beach can wait forever. But the next town with a brick building and a red cross on a sign is only 7 miles back according to the last sign I remember. I drive those miles with my whole body. My hands, my shoulders, my teeth. Every part of me leans toward the motion of getting there. The hospital appears like a block of safety dropped onto the land by a big hand. The emergency sign is bright red and bossy. I pull under the overhang and stop too fast, and the front of the car dips like it's bowing. I get out and shout, "Help!" and the doors open and 2 people in scrubs appear with a calm that makes me shake harder. "What happened?" one of them asks as she slides her steady fingers into the mess I made. "She fell," I say, then taste how bitter the lie is and say, "I hit her." The words come out thin, but they exist in the air now. They don't vanish. "I hit her, and then she fell." They look at each other, and then at me. One nods in that busy way that says, "We're doing what we do now." They lift her. She cries out but softer than before. They wheel her inside. A security guard with a mustache like an old movie steps close to me. He smells like coffee and aftershave. "You need to come with me," he says, not unkind. I nod because of course I do. Of course that is the price of trying to fix the last 10 minutes at the cost of the next 10 years. We sit in a small room with chairs that push your back forward. The guard asks me my name, and I tell him. He waits, and I tell him what I did. I tell him about the job, but I don't let the job hold the weight of my hand. I tell him about the picture, but I don't let the frame hold the weight either. I keep placing the weight back where it belongs until I feel like the floor under my chair will crack. He writes a few things down, then stops and pushes the paper aside and says, "You wait here." Time goes weird then. It shrinks and expands. A clock on the wall ticks like it's mocking me. Someone brings me a paper cup of water. I hold it without drinking until the skin of the water makes a tiny dome, and then jumps over the rim onto my fingers. A nurse with kind eyes that don't let me off the hook peeks in and says, "She's in imaging. You can't see her right now." I nod and stare at the cup. I think about the way it's shaped to fit a hand and then to be crushed and thrown away. The thought is ugly and obvious, and it makes me want to throw up. An officer comes. He has the kind of face that looks like it's been carved from wood and left in the sun. He says my name and I stand. He tells me my rights. I listen like a man in a class he never wanted to take. I say yes when he asks if I understand. He doesn't put his hand on me. He doesn't need to. I'm already heavy with what I did. As we move down the hall, I pass a doorway and see the edge of a bed and Alicia's hand on the white sheet. It looks small and strong, both at once. Her fingers twitch as if reaching for the right word. I want to walk toward that hand and cry on it. I want to lay my face against it and say I am sorry in all the old languages. Instead I keep walking because the officer's shoes make a sound on the floor that keeps time. In the little room they put me in, there are no windows. The air is cool on purpose. The chair is made so you sit up straight and can't sink. I fold my hands and look at them and think how these are the same hands that held her waist at the fair while the world went round. The same hands that fixed the sink last winter when it wouldn't stop dripping. The same hands that smacked her face today. It's all true at once. That's the part that comes at me like a wave. You can be many things, and only one of them is the thing you wanted to be remembered for. They ask me to tell the story again. I do. The second time, the words line up cleaner. They march out like soldiers who know their job. It doesn't make them better words. One of the officers asks if I meant to kill her. The question lands in my chest and sits. No, I say, and that word is a small, thin truth among bigger ones. No. He looks like he believes me and also like it doesn't change what comes next. There is a moment when the door closes and I am alone again. I press my thumb into the soft spot in my palm because pain that I make feels easier than pain that I don't. I think of the trunk and the rest area and the bird picking fries. I think of how easy it is to slide down the slope of a bad idea when you grease it with anger and pride. I think of how many times I could have stepped sideways and didn't. I think of the old man with the camera and the kindness in his hands and wonder where he is now, whether he is asleep in a chair by a window with the radio on low, whether he would shake his head if he saw me. They left the photo on my kitchen floor, cracked glass throwing light in a dozen wrong directions. I see it in my head, the Ferris wheel behind us, the sun taking a breath before it drops. I remember how her fingers felt threaded through mine, not tight, not loose, just right. That memory is mine, but not the way I claimed it when I told myself I was owed half of everything. It's mine in the way a day is yours when you live it. It doesn't belong in a room like this. It belongs back where the light was simple. I can't take any of it back. I can't make the bruise go away or the cut close without a scar. I can't make my hands into the hands of a man who didn't do what I did. I can only walk through the rest of this day as if it still matters that I walk at all. That sounds small when you say it. It feels like lifting a wall when you try. They will put handcuffs on me soon. They will fill out forms and I will answer to a number and a name. Someone will tell me the order of the next few hours and then the next few days. Somewhere down the hall, a doctor will look at a scan and nod or frown. Somewhere behind a door, Alicia will blink and make a sound and someone will adjust a pillow. People will keep doing what people do on a Monday afternoon. The world will not stop to ask me how I'm doing with the feeling that everything I built emptied out like a pocket turned inside out. I know one thing, and it's not pretty or brave. It's just the only thing that makes a kind of sense right now. The story where I win was always a simple drawing and not the map I thought it was. Maybe there isn't winning. Maybe there's only doing right when the chance is in front of you and not when it's 10 miles behind you on a road that doesn't care. I had my chance in a living room with a picture frame and a lamp on a wobbly table, and I did wrong. The next chance is a door opening and a voice telling me to stand up and walk. I will stand up. I will walk. I will say my name when they ask and not try to make it sound like anyone else's. The highway keeps going even when you're not on it. That's one of the cruel and honest things about roads. They don't wait for you to decide where you're going. They are there for whoever steps on them next. I used to find comfort in that. Now I hear it for what it is. The world doesn't want me to win or lose. It doesn't want anything. Wanting is my job. And right now I want, more than anything, to step out of the story where I hurt the person I loved and into the one where I keep walking even though the weight in my chest tells me to lie down. They open the door. The officer nods. I stand. My legs feel like someone swapped them for 2 pieces of wood. I take a breath that doesn't fill me and step forward anyway. If there's a point at all, maybe it starts here, in the sharp, simple act of not letting the worst thing I did be the last thing I do. They told her it would help. They told her it was for her own good. None of those words mattered to the little girl screaming on the steps. No, Mama! Mama, no! Please, Mama, don't let them take me! I'll be good, I swear! Her voice cracked and broke and still tried to climb higher. The 2 women in black held her by the arms, firm and practiced, not cruel, just unyielding. Their shoes clicked on the stone. Their hands felt like iron. Now, young one, said the taller woman on her left. Her voice was smooth in a way that sounded trained. Don't fret. We're going to help you. You'll feel better soon, and your mother will be here when you are ready. The girl pulled so hard the tendons stood out in her neck. Please don't leave me, she begged, dragging the words out on one breath, as if making them longer would make them stronger. She twisted her head far enough to see over her shoulder. Down at the curb, the black sedan her mother had driven was already backing away. For a half-second she caught her mother's profile through the window, a hand pressed against the mouth, eyes shining with water the girl knew would spill the second the car turned the corner. Then the car rolled into the street, and brake lights glowed red like 2 small burns in the dark. The girl threw her head back. No! It came out as a long, forceful sound, a rope she hoped would catch the car and pull it back. My goodness, aren't you strong? Said the woman, not unkindly, as if she were noting a fact about the weather. They reached the heavy wooden doors next. Up close the building looked even older than it had from the street. Someone had painted the doors a dozen times across decades and then given up. The paint curled and peeled like paper burned over a candle. The brass plates were black around the edges from hands that had touched them for years. The door frame held a stone with words carved into it in a half-moon. Mother Mary's Asylum for Wayward Children. Some letters were softer than others where rain had kissed them for a long time. The girl, Madeline to teachers, Maddie to the few friends she used to have, went limp. It wasn't a plan. It was all that was left. Her heart beat like a trapped bird against the window. Her hair stuck to her forehead. She felt the skin of her upper lip, raw from salt and crying. When the women loosened their hold to change their grip, her knees buckled and she sank. The larger person who had followed them up the steps moved quickly despite his size. He skipped a step, reached out both arms, and caught her just before her head hit the stone. He gathered her against his chest, the way you lift a sleeping child from the back seat, and held her close enough that she could feel his breath on her scalp. He didn't say anything. He only looked at the woman. She gave him a small nod and an approving half-smile, and he carried Maddie forward. Maddie tipped her head back to look up. Above the doors, the sky was bright and cold, clear in a way that made her eyes water. The sun stood there as if it would wait all day for her to look. She smiled without meaning to, not a happy smile, but a private one, a small, crooked thing inside her mind where no one could see. She thought, this is the last sunlight I will ever feel. It was not dramatic in her head. It was not a line for a story. It was a fact she laid down next to all the other facts that had piled up lately, heavy and impossible to move. There was a sharp sting in the side of her neck, like the bite of a horsefly that knows only one trick. Heat rushed up her face and then slid away. Everything softened and folded and slipped. She fell into a sleep that wasn't really sleep and wasn't really nothing either. It was a room without walls, full of fog, where voices sounded like they were speaking down a long pipe. The first voice came later. It took a while to get to her, as if it had to walk a distance that wasn't about feet and inches. It was a woman's voice and carried a tone Maddie recognized from classrooms and doctors' offices. Calm, practiced. A tone that tells you it knows something you don't, that it will take care of you, but that the taking care will happen in a way you can't move or change. Madeline, the voice said, like someone touching the back of your hand to make sure you hear. Madeline, can you hear me, dear? Wake up, Madeline. My name is Sister K, and I would very much like to talk to you. Maddie pulled herself toward the voice. She opened her eyes and closed them, opened them again, each time pushing harder, like lifting a heavy window. The room resolved itself slowly, the way a picture comes clear when you step back from it. She lay on a narrow bed, the mattress thin and tired, the kind that remembers everyone who has ever used it and still gives no comfort. The ceiling was high and stained in a way that told a story of old rain and heat. There was a door on the far wall with no knob on the inside, just a flat face that didn't care what you wanted. A window sat near the ceiling, barred so tight even a shadow would have to turn sideways to get through. It must have been open a little because a cool breeze brushed her skin and smelled like wet leaves, even though she couldn't see any trees. A small candle burned on a little table beside the bed. Its flame wavered and made long black shapes on the walls that felt like fingers. She tried to lift her hand to rub the sleep out of her eyes. That's when she felt the straps. Her wrists were held down by wide cuffs that were soft on the top and hard underneath, buckled to the bed frame. She pulled lightly. They didn't give at all. My name is Maddie, not Madeline, she said, the words dry as if they had scraped up out of a well. Why can't I move my arms? Maddie, said the woman, rolling the name like a small gift in her mouth. Of course. Maddie, do you know where you are? Maddie looked around again. The dimness made it easier to focus. The candle gave the room a soft center and left the edges dark, so everything past her bed felt like it might not be there if she didn't look at it. She stared up at the window and tried to guess whether the pale light she could see was dawn coming or day leaving. The breath that came in from outside cooled the sweat on her neck and made her shiver. She turned her head back to the woman. She was beautiful. That was the first thing Maddie thought, and the thought surprised her. Sister K's face was smooth in a way that didn't match how old she might be. Her eyes were large and careful. The lines at the corners of her mouth looked like they were made by smiling and by pressing her lips together when she was thinking at the same time. Her clothes were dark and neat and made no sound when she moved. No, Maddie said. I don't know where I am. Why can't I move my arms, ma'am? Please call me Sister K, the woman said. You are in a place that can help you. Your parents, especially your mother, are very worried. Your mom told us you haven't been eating or sleeping. She said your grades have dropped and you only go to school sometimes. She paused, waiting for Maddie to say something. When Maddie kept quiet, the woman went on. You can't move your arms because they are attached to the bed, she said simply, and then softened the words with a small tilt of her head. Your father told us about the cuts and bruises. She reached out and took Maddie's forearm gently, turning it to the candlelight. And the burns, she said quietly, looking at a fresh blister that shone tight and pale under skin that was otherwise raw. How did this happen? He thinks I did it, Maddie said, staring at the ceiling. I didn't. It hurts. I hate it. But Dad yells at me and he's mad all the time. It makes Mama cry. You love your mother very much, Sister Kay said. It wasn't a question. You wouldn't want to hurt her or make her worry. No, Maddie said quickly. Never. She's the only one that. She stopped because something in Sister Kay's face changed just a little. Not enough to name, just enough to make her hear the shape of her own sentence. She swallowed. Can I have my arms free? I want to free you, child, Sister Kay said softly. But I can't yet. Your mother says you believe you have a demon that visits you. He isn't very nice to you, is he? Maddie's throat closed. She pressed her lips together hard so they wouldn't tremble. She shut her eyes and shook her head once, small, like a leaf moved by a still air. I'm going to help you, Sister Kay said. She leaned forward and touched the tip of one cool finger under Maddie's chin, only for a moment, to make sure the girl was looking at her. We will visit with Father Stephen tomorrow. He is very knowledgeable about demons and spirits. He has made many of them go away and never. She added weight to the last words by lowering her voice. Ever come back. Maddie searched the woman's face. You believe me? She asked. The question came out so small it almost wasn't a question at all. It sounded like something she wasn't allowed to say out loud, like a prayer you whisper into the collar of your shirt. Sister Kay's mouth tilted in at one corner, a small, private smile that looked like two people sharing a secret. It doesn't matter, she said and stood up. She took 2 steps toward the door, and Maddie's mind snagged on the thought it had been worrying since she woke. There was no handle. How would she leave? Sister Kay walked to the door without breaking stride. It opened by itself with a soft click and then a tired, heavy groan. Maddie thought of the sliding doors at the grocery store that could feel you coming even when you were not sure you wanted to go in. She had never really understood how those worked either. Sister Kay paused in the doorway. Now her face was a dark shape against the brighter hall. Do you know how to pray, Maddie? She asked. Maddie lifted her shoulders and let them drop. Some, she whispered. Spend tonight in silent prayer and reflection, Sister Kay said, voice gentle but firm. Pray for guidance and forgiveness. Our body is a temple, child. Before anything else can help you, you must be honest with us, with yourself, and with the Lord. After we talk with Father Stephen, we may be able to release you from the restraints. Until then, we cannot risk you hurting yourself. The door closed with a boom that rolled around the room and settled into the walls like a second heartbeat. Maddie lay still and listened to the sound fade, and then it was quiet in a way that wasn't empty, a quiet full of small things. The candle's tiny crackle, her breath, the soft scrape of the wind slipping through the barred window, the far-off squeak of something that might be a cart in a hall, the ghost of a voice from somewhere else that didn't quite make words. She did not pray. It wasn't stubbornness. It wasn't that she wanted to make trouble. It was that she had prayed already, in other rooms, in other nights, and the shape in the corner had still slid its fingers along the wardrobe and whispered in her mother's voice and laughed when she hid under the blanket, even though they both knew blankets are only for cold, not for monsters. She stared at the candle and let her eyes fall out of focus until the flame was a soft coin. She pulled gently at the cuffs, then harder still, trying to work her hands small, to feel for the place where her bones narrowed and skin could slide. The leather warmed under her skin and then burned. She stopped when the pain turned her stomach. Thunder grumbled far away. It moved closer, the way you know a train is coming before you hear it. The air in the room changed first. It went heavy and full, like a wet cloth draped over a face. The tiny flame hesitated and then fluttered and then stood steady again, proud but thin. Of course there's a storm, Maddie said to no one, and closed her eyes and pictured her mother's hands cupped around her face like a bowl. That made the back of her throat hurt in a way that was different from crying. She swallowed and watched the candle again. She stayed awake as long as she could, telling herself a story in her head about sleeping and waking, about how sleep works when you let it, and how you can make it wait when you need to. The story had holes in it. Sleep crawled in through one and curled up. The lightning came like a slap. For one breath the whole room was a photograph so bright and flat it didn't feel real. She didn't know she had been asleep until she was awake, heart hammering, mouth open, pulling for air. She did the thing she had learned to do when she woke scared. She listened before she moved. It was a habit that had nothing to do with being brave and everything to do with surviving a certain kind of night. Rain made a soft drumming on the ground outside, not hard yet, just 1,000 small fingers tapping at once. The sound was normal, which was somehow worse, because it meant if there was another sound underneath it she would be able to hear it. Her body had another problem too. It told her in a clear, direct message that she needed a bathroom. She bit her lip and tried to ignore it, because there was nothing else to do. "Madeline!" a voice called, far away and then nearer. "Darling, where are you? I can't find you." Maddie's heart leaped so fast it hurt. "Mom?" she whispered, and then louder. "Mom!" She pulled at the straps so hard her shoulders screamed. She yanked and twisted and rolled as far as they would let her, and then back again. The buckles did not care about her panic. The leather did not know who she was. The cuffs held. "Mom!" she cried again, louder, and the word came out like it did when she was 4 and lost her mother between the bread aisle and the apples, high and desperate. "I'm here! Please help me!" Lightning cracked again, closer now. The sound followed almost immediately, so loud it shook the bed frame and made the candle's flame leap and die. For a second the ceiling above her was clear and bright. It bulged, a long oval swelling like a blister where plaster had held water too long. She had time to think, that is going to break, and then darkness swallowed the room again, and the sound of rain thickened as if someone had thrown a blanket over the whole building. There was another sound then, soft at first, hard to place. A slow wet pat. Then another, heavier. Then many, fat drops falling from somewhere they shouldn't be falling from. The hair on Maddie's arms lifted. Her breast shrank to the top of her chest. Her lungs felt like someone had tied a ribbon around them. She tried to pull air in anyway. Her fingers ached where the cuffs bit. She could feel sweat or water or both running down from her hairline to her jaw. Something gave overhead with a soft, tearing sigh. Warm liquid splashed her face and neck and shoulders in a sheet. The smell hit her in the same instant. It was sour and sweet and rotten, a smell that made her gag and swallow at the same time. It coated her lips. Her tongue tasted it without asking if she wanted to. Lightning flashed again. For a breath the room existed in a flat white that took away depth. It was enough. She saw it. It had found her again. It is a small lie to say she saw a demon. What she saw did not fit into one word. It was a shape that moved wrong. It was a head too long and too close. It was a mouth that had forgotten what lips were for and now only knew opening. It was sockets where eyes should have been, deep and black, and yet somehow she felt seen in a way that made her skin try to move off her bones. It had a long nose with thin, wet scraps of flesh still clinging to it like tissue. It leaned close enough that the stink of it was something you could touch. The air around it felt colder in one way and hotter in another. The bed lifted and slammed against the wall to her right. The sound filled the room so completely Maddie felt it in her teeth. If the door had opened just then she wouldn't have heard it. She pulled with everything she had left. The cuffs suddenly felt slick. Skin shifted. The metal edge found raw flesh. Pain burst bright. Her left hand slid out first with a wet pop and a rope-burn scream. The right followed a second later. She rolled hard without planning it. The side of her head met the floor, hard, and a dull hot pain bloomed there. She sat up without knowing how she had moved and shoved herself backwards until she met the wall. Concrete was cold and honest against her spine. She pressed her back to it and curled herself in, one knee half up, one foot sliding on spilled wet and whatever else had fallen from the ceiling. She put 2 fingers to the side of her head. They came away sticky and dark. Another flash of lightning made a thin film of light crawl over the room. 3 inches from her face, closer than any teacher or friend had ever stood, a skull hung in the air. It was not a skull because a skull is something you see in a book and label. It was a skull because there was nothing else to call it. It leaned on long limbs, both like arms and not. A hand uncurled above her like the skeleton of a leaf. Claws wavered and then drew down. The pain across her chest and belly arrived before she felt the touch. It cut through like something that had practiced a long time and now did not need to try. Warmth poured out of her. Not warmth like comfort. Warmth like the heat that leaves you and does not come back. She folded forward, instinct stronger than thought, arms around herself, hands trying to hold skin together as if it were a purse with a broken zipper and coins were spilling out. The room tilted a little. The edges of it softened. The sound of the rain was still there, so normal, so wrong next to everything else. The thing stepped back and settled on its long limbs and made a low sound. It took Maddie a second to understand the sound. It was laughter. Not the kind you get when you tell a joke. The kind that comes when a game turns out the way the person who made the rules knew it would. "Just kill me," Maddie said. It surprised her how calm her voice sounded. It came from somewhere low and sensible. "Why do you do this to me?" She swallowed hard. "I'm here because of you," she said to the dark. "Just kill me." For a long breath there was nothing. The thing made that deep sound again, longer this time, a rumble that felt pleased. The door swung open. Bright light from the hall broke across the floor like water pouring in from a broken pipe. Sister Kay stood in the doorway, hands still flat against the door as if she had pushed hard. Her eyes went wide. "Dear Lord," she breathed. "What happened here?" She came fast to the bed, then saw the bed was nowhere near where it should be, and changed direction without breaking stride. She knelt in the thin rectangle of light, and tried to see through the blood. Her hands were cool and steady and moved with practice, not a single motion wasted. "Help!" she shouted toward the hall. "Please, I need help!" She turned back to the girl and looked straight into her face. "Madeline," she said, and her voice was both kind and fierce at once. "What have you done?" Maddie opened her mouth. No sound came. The room went quiet in that way things are quiet a split second before you leave a room and close the door behind you. The candle had died a long time ago, but the smell of its smoke still lay low in the air. The rain outside kept its soft beat. Sister Kay leaned closer, her hand pressed to the cuts, and said something Maddie could not hear because the words slid off the edge of the world. Once, when she was 6, Maddie had fallen asleep on the couch during a storm. Her mother had carried her to bed and kissed a part of her hair and pulled the blanket up just under her chin. As Maddie slipped into sleep she had felt both heavy and small and safe, and the sound of the rain had been the nicest sound in the world. The memory came to her now, clear and bright for one beat, and warmed her from inside like tea when you are very cold. It lifted and floated and was gone. The room went soft at the edges and far away in the middle. It didn't hurt anymore. It didn't do anything anymore. Something eased inside her that had been clenched for months. She let go of it, because that is what you do when you are so tired you cannot hold anything else. Then there was nothing she had to listen for. Later there would be mop buckets and whispers. Later there would be a form to fill out. Later someone would write a sentence that would not be true and would be true anyway because it would be the only sentence anyone would be allowed to understand. The child had hurt herself. Later, Sister Kay would wash her hands twice and then press her palms flat on the cool porcelain and look up into the mirror and watch her own eyes look back. And she would say a prayer that had no words in it and would echo silently around the tiles and the pipes. For now, there was the sound of rain, and the way the light from the hall drew a clear line across the floor and touched the edge of the bed and stopped, and the way the air in the room smelled like wet stone and metal, and the way a person can be small and loud and then quiet, and then nothing, all in the same room, all in one breath. That is the last one. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My name is Mortimer Lipschitz. People laugh when they hear it. They always have. I used to wish I had been born with any other name, or that I could peel it off like a sticky label and throw it away. But the name wasn't the main problem. It was only the first target. After the name came everything else. A high, thin voice that cracked at the worst moments, lungs that whistled when I ran, glasses that slid down my nose, and a birthmark that sprawled across my cheek like a country on a map. My mother told me it made me special. Brad Jenkins said it made my face look like something rude, and that my last name was proof God had a sense of humor. He called me Lipschitz, and his friends laughed until they coughed. People tell you it gets better. They pat your shoulder and say, "Hang in there, Morty. One day you'll be the boss of all of them." I tried to believe it. I told myself there would be a time when my voice dropped and my shoulders filled out, and I would finally be someone they didn't want to push around. That promise is hard to hold on to when Brad has you by the waistband of your underwear, and is yanking it up so far your eyes water, while a circle of other kids clap. I'm 18. I say that here because it matters for what I am about to tell you. Senior year. Still getting shoved in hallways. Still ducking into bathroom stalls to ride out a pounding heart after a joke that wasn't a joke. You learn to make the world small and manageable. You learn to go still. You learn to picture places that feel safe, even when none of your real places do. The story that changed me started as a paragraph in a book my father brought home from the synagogue library. It was about the golem of Prague, clay shaped by a rabbi, breathed into motion by God's name, raised to guard the people. The rabbi marked the golem and spoke prayers, and the creature stood and helped. It obeyed. It did what it was made to do. At first I only reread the story when the day had been especially bad. Then I started to read more. I found other tellings, other versions. I learned the word Shemira in a little Hebrew dictionary. Guardian, watchman. One night I went to sleep with that word in my mouth like a cough drop, and I dreamed about a big shadow that stepped between me and a fist. You can call what I did next a mistake. You wouldn't be wrong. I will say this. I did not set out to harm anyone. I wanted a friend who would stand beside me without flinching. I wanted a protector. I wanted proof that there was a path out of the corner I had been shoved into. I started to order clay. $20 at a time, once a week. That was my allowance. 10 pounds of gray, cold weight from an online store would arrive in a plain box with my name on it. My father opened the first box because my father opened every box that came into our house. "What's this?" he asked. He held up the brick as if it were a meatloaf. "Clay? I want to build models," I said. "Lego sets are expensive, so I'll make my own ships." He squinted. "It is good to be careful with money," he said, "but better to be careful with time. If you want to make something useful." He softened it like he always did. "But then, who am I to say what is useful? This world needs many hands. A potter holds up a roof as surely as a carpenter or a doctor. Learn to do anything with care, and you'll be fine." I carried the clay to my room and closed the door. I cleared a space at the end of my desk and put down an old cutting board. The first lump was heavier than I expected. It held the cool of the garage in it, and the smell of wet dirt. I thought of the story, a figure shaped from earth and water, marked by a word. My hands were awkward. I had never taken a sculpture class. My art grade in middle school was a string of pity C's. But the book had said nothing about needing to be talented with your hands. It only talked about care and intention, and about the words. I rolled the clay out. I did not start with the face. I did not start with any private part of the body. That path would have been easy to slide down, and I knew I would be lost if I did. I wanted a guardian, not a toy. I started with a broad shoulder, then another. The shoulders set the feeling of everything else. If the shoulders were too small, I knew I would not trust what I made to stand in a doorway for me. I made a chest, a back, a long trunk. I gave the figure thick arms and hands with wide palms. They were lumpy and uneven because my fingers didn't know what they were doing yet, but I kept going. Bent over my desk, I pressed thumbprints into the clay and smoothed them out and pressed them again, finding a rhythm. By the end of the week she had a rough body. By the end of the second week, she had a neck and a head with a simple face. I didn't try for detail. I didn't carve pupils or give her a nose that would impress anyone. I made hollows where eyes would go, and I put a mouth like a straight line. I wanted her to look calm. I wanted her to look at me the way the person you love in the stories looks at the hero when he is scared and tells him he is brave anyway. It's funny what you wish for when you are lonely. Sometimes you don't want excitement. You want a steady light in a window. I tucked her behind my shirts in the closet at night. In my mind, after the lights were off, she would step out and sit on the floor beside my bed. I would talk, and she would listen the way people in books listen when the hero has a problem that seems impossible. I named her in a whisper, Shamira. Guardian. I don't know how many nights I did that before I decided to try the last step in the story. In the book, the rabbi carved letters in the golem's clay and said a prayer. The letters spelled truth, and the prayer called on holy names. I was not a rabbi. I did not know the inner shape of those names. But I did have a pen-sized piece of wire that I had straightened from a paperclip, and I had the book open in front of me. I read the prayer twice. I read it again, slower, because I was scared of saying something wrong. My mouth went dry. I pressed the wire into Shamira's shoulder and wrote a word I could believe in, friend. It seemed simple and honest and safe. I stepped back. The closet light hummed. My own breath sounded too loud. Shamira did not move. Of course she didn't. The room was still, and the world stayed the same size it had been before I whispered the prayer. I felt foolish. More than foolish. I felt like I had been trying to carry a large glass bowl and had tripped and smashed it in front of everyone. I sat on the floor with my back against the dresser and let the quiet spread out. I didn't even pretend that night. I couldn't. My chest ached. The future was one of those long, straight highways on a map of the West. No turns, no shade, just a line heading across a blank space. At some point my father knocked his nightly knock and reminded me to brush my teeth. I stood up and half-lifted, half-rolled Shamira back into the closet and shut the door. In the morning I woke to find her in my bed. The room was pale with early light. The ceiling looked unfamiliar, like a ceiling in a cheap motel you see only for a second as you wake. Then a weight shifted beside me, and I knew where I was, and I knew I was not alone. For a long moment everything happened at once. My mind ran through explanations, sleepwalking, a prank, a dream I had somehow stayed in. My body went cold, then hot, then cold again, and my mouth tried to say my guardian's name and made only air. My father knocked. Up, Morty. Wake up, face the day. I'll be right there, I said too fast. I turned my head to the clay face on the pillow. The eyes were still only hollows, but something in the angle of them felt alert. Stay in the closet, I whispered. Please. I have school. Shamira pushed herself up in a jerky, careful way, as if she were learning her own weight. She swung a leg over the side of the bed and stood. She moved like a person walking on a ship for the first time, off balance, then sure, then off balance again. She went to the closet and reached for the knob. Her hand closed around it too hard and the door banged against the frame. Morty? My father called. What was that? Dropped a book, I said. Sorry. The door swung shut. For a second I saw only my own shirts hanging in a row, and then the door clicked into place, and the light in the scene went dark. I brushed my teeth and said nothing in the kitchen and was dropped at school like always. The day on paper should have been easy. Last day before break. Teachers in wool sweaters with reindeer on them. A movie in first period. Homemade cookies in third. But the room inside my chest was too small for my body that day. I felt stretched. I felt like I was walking on the thin ice of a pond, the kind that will hold you only if you know exactly where to put your feet. The worst things that happen in school hardly ever happen in classrooms. They happen in the spaces between, where teachers don't watch, stairwells, corners under bleachers, the locker room, a bathroom with 3 sinks and 1 stall that never locks. I can tell you the floor tiles in that bathroom by heart. I can tell you which ones are cracked, and where the grout has worn away. Brad and his friends waited for me near the cafeteria doors, and before I could turn, they had my arms and they walked me backward into the bathroom and pushed me to the wall. "What's with the smile, Lipschitz?" Brad asked. "You win the lottery?" He said it like there were only two choices for someone like me, miserable, or a liar. "I don't know," I said. "Nothing." He glanced at his two friends. "You'd get yourself a little boyfriend? Someone to share your Lipschitz with?" He laughed, and they laughed because he did. I could have kept still. I could have let it blow past. But some quiet brave part of me, the part that had whispered a prayer to clay, rose up and moved my mouth. "I have a friend, that's all." "A friend," Brad repeated slowly. He looked past me as if the word were pinned to the wall. "That's nice." Then he reached up and slid my glasses off my nose. The world blurred. His hand came back quick and heavy. The punch landed on the bridge of my nose with a crunch that made my ears ring. Pain opened like a bright flower. He put the glasses back on me and my eyes flooded. "Next time," he said, "they stay on." I didn't cry then, not because I was brave but because my body was busy with pain. His friends turned me toward the stall. "There's a present for you in there," Brad said. "Something I saved special." The smell hit me and my stomach turned. I didn't want to look, but they held me where I could see. I gagged. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run to. I didn't want to do what I did next, but the world had narrowed to one ridiculous line from me to Brad and the thing in the bowl. I reached down. That was enough. I retched until there was nothing left. They laughed until they had to hold their sides. "He was going to do it," one of them said between gasps. "He was actually going to do it." They left me there. My whole face was a single throb. I leaned on the sink and watched bright red ribbon into the water and circle the drain. The lunch bell rang and rang again. I stood there until the sound meant nothing. In the nurse's office, I sat on a vinyl chair while the nurse dialed a number and listened, then dialed another. "No answer," she said gently. "We'll try again." She put a box of tissues on my knee and stepped out to check the front desk. My nose kept bleeding. I pressed a wad of tissues to it and looked through the window. Gym class was outside. Dodgeball. I watched red balls arc across a green field. I watched Henry, who trips over his own feet, take one to the chest and sit down hard with an expression like the ground had betrayed him. I sighed. My eyes drifted to the chain-link fence and the tan stretch beyond it. At first I thought I was seeing heat ripples. Then I saw a shape, no, a person. It moved, then paused, then grew, as if the space around it were bending. It was coming straight toward the field. The gym teacher blew his whistle so hard his face went purple. "Inside!" he yelled. "Everybody inside!" They ran. Even the slow kids ran like their shoes had wings. The shape kept coming. It stooped, scooped a double handful of dirt, and slapped it onto its side. The dirt vanished into it and made it taller. It did it again and again. The face had no expression, and yet somehow I still knew it. One shoulder sloped more than the other. One hand was bigger. The head tilted the way I had tilted it so the mouth was level. Both hollows where eyes should be stared at the building as if they knew where I was. "Shamira," I thought without meaning to. "Can you hear me?" "Yes," friend came back, like a voice heard through a wall. "Please go home. Please don't hurt anyone." "They hurt you," came the reply. She stepped onto the football field. A boy, Mac, one of Brad's shadows, stood in the end zone, frozen. His friends tugged his sweatshirt, then let go and ran when he didn't move. Shamira swept her arm the way you push aside a curtain. Mac went end over end. When he landed, he didn't get up. "Stop. Please. They hurt you." She punched through the school's outside wall like it was paper and reached in. The principal's voice stammered over the loudspeaker, telling everyone to hide, to pray, to wait for help. Students poured into the hallways from the side door. Someone screamed in the nurse's office. I stood and ran the opposite way, out through the gap in the wall. The air smelled like chalk and dust. Shamira had pulled 2 bodies out of the building, 1 in each hand. She held their shirts pinched between finger and thumb the way you might hold a cat that doesn't want a bath. Paul dangled. Brad kicked. They both looked small. The smirks they usually wore had fallen off somewhere behind them. "Stop!" I yelled. "Please! You've made your point. Let them go." "Hurt," she said again, like that one word was all there was. She flicked one finger and Paul's head snapped backward. It seemed to hang in the air for a heartbeat, then it was gone, spinning out across the field. The rest of him dropped. I flinched at the sound without meaning to. Brad screamed. "Morty!" he shouted. "Please! Help me! I swear I'll stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything." The story in the book ended badly. That thought jumped into my head like a horse clearing a fence and landed square. Golems obey until they don't. They protect until they forget what protecting is. Then they keep going because that's all they know how to do. There was one way to stop them. I ran to Shamira's leg and grabbed hold. Clay is slippery when it's new and sticky when it's wet. I clawed for purchase. My lungs burned. My nose pulsed with every breath. I climbed. She didn't notice. That hurt in a new way. I slid my hands into the shallow marks I had left with my thumbs when I had first built her, and I pulled myself up to her shoulder. From there I could see into the second-floor classrooms. Faces stared back at me through dust and spiderweb cracks. A teacher held out her hand like she could catch a whole class at once. Brad's voice rose and broke. "Please! I'm sorry! Morty!" I moved my fingers along the upper curve of the word I had carved days ago, the word that had felt safe. Friend. The letters were deep. I dug my fingernails in and tore at the clay, and the clay crumbled and came away in gritty handfuls. F came off first, then R, then I. It didn't look like much, just a smear on a shoulder. The shape left behind was a single word, simple and final. End. Shamira stopped. The feeling in the air changed the way the feeling in a room changes when the power goes out. She went slack, and her weight shifted all at once, and she folded. I hugged her neck and slid, sandpapering my palms. She fell like a hillside collapsing into itself. There was nowhere safe to stand. The ground came up and knocked me clean out of myself. When I woke, white ceiling tiles stalked across my vision like little moons. Machines ticked and hissed. My nose felt packed full of cement. My father sat by the bed with a paper cup of coffee that had turned the color of tea. "You created a golem," he said. "He stated it the way you say the sun is up." "Yes," I said. My voice sounded like it had been left out in the cold. "I did." Panic climbed onto my chest like a cat and dug its claws in. "Is Mom? Did anything happen? Is she okay?" "She is fine," my father said. "She was downstairs. The thing locked her in. She is not hurt." He looked at the floor and at the bed and finally at me. "Some of your classmates are not fine." I knew their names. I saw their faces like photographs pinned to a wall. "Does anyone know?" I began, and then I couldn't finish the sentence. "No one knows," he said quietly. "No one knows anything. They are saying strange things. They are saying it was a gas leak. They are saying the water was contaminated. They are saying there are pictures on phones that have nothing on them when you try to show them to someone else. They are saying this should be kept quiet until we have an explanation that does not make us all sound mad." He rubbed his beard as if he could smooth the day down and make it neat. "The truth matters," he added softer. "So tell me the truth. Why did you do it? For power? To get back at them? To show them something? To have something that loved you?" I swallowed around the bandage in my nose. "I wanted a friend," I said. It came out so plainly I felt stupid. "I wanted someone who would stand up for me." He did not say anything for a while. He stared at the floor some more. The machines beeped with steady patience. A nurse pushed a cart past the door and smiled without stopping. "These boys," he said at last. "They were not your friends." "No," Did you want them dead? Think for a moment before you answer. I looked at the blanket on my legs. I could feel the shape of the 4 in my arm with every heartbeat. The honest answer hovered just out of reach. I had not pictured their faces gone. I had not planned for bones and blood. I had, however, thought the thought every bullied kid thinks when he looks at the ceiling at 2 in the morning and is too tired to be careful with his mind. What if they were not there anymore? I nodded once. I didn't want this, I said. But I can't say I never wished not to see them again. I did. Once or twice. My father made a small sound, half cough, half sigh. Did they try to humiliate you today in a way you could not excuse as a joke? Yes, I said, and told him the truth about the bathroom. He looked like he had been expecting talk about a hallway shove, or a note passed in class, not what I described. He blew out air. He reached for words and then let them go. He adjusted his glasses the way I do. Life is hard, he said finally. Hardest when you feel yourself alone in it. Harder still when others push on that loneliness on purpose. When that happens, people do strange things. They make bargains. They look for help in old stories. In your case, you tried a story that was never meant for someone to try by himself, without a teacher. You made something you were not prepared to guide. You are not the first to do this badly. You will not be the last. He leaned forward and put his hand on the blanket near my leg. You did wrong, Morty, he said, and there was no anger in his voice, only a kind of clean honesty I could stand to hear. But you did less wrong than you could have done, and you did it for a reason I understand. There must be consequence. So, and here, strangely, he grew formal, like a judge. You will sit out Hanukkah this year, and we will talk in the evenings not about miracles, but about what it means to be careful with power, even the small power you hold in your hands every day. That's fair, I said. It felt small in the shadow of what had happened, but it felt like something I could carry. He stood. I must get back to the office, he said. He touched my shoulder in a quick pat that stood in for a hug. He left. The door clicked. The machines went on making their small noise. Sometime later the door swung open without a knock and a girl slid into the room. She held the handle behind her like she was keeping the rest of the hallway away. She had long hair and a tired, pretty face I had looked at from the edge of conversations for 2 years and never spoken to. Brad Jenkins' girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend now, I guessed, whether she had decided it or the world had. Morty? She said, like my name wasn't the start of a joke. Yes, I said. I'm Jessica, she said. We've had classes together. She took a step toward the bed and then stopped as if she had remembered something and needed to check if it was true. Everyone is pretending, she went on. They are pretending nothing happened, and that my memory is broken and your memory is broken and that no one saw what we saw. But I saw you climb that thing. I saw you stop it. I remember that, I said quietly. She looked at the bandage on my nose and then at my eyes. I'm not dumb, she said, and then winced like she'd said it wrong. I mean, people think I am because I dated Brad. But I know what I saw. And I know this. She pulled a small slip of paper out of her sleeve and put it in my open hand. My heart monitor did something silly and fast. When you get out, she said, call me. Then she was gone. The door sighed shut behind her. I lay there with her number crumpling sweat damp in my palm and listened to the machines, and the faraway roll of hospital carts, and my own breath moving in and out. I thought about my name. I thought about how it sounded in my father's mouth when he wasn't making a joke, and in my mother's mouth when she was calling me to dinner, and in Jessica's mouth when she said it that last time and left. I thought about how I had been trying to scrape it off and be someone else, and how maybe wearing it the way it was, and learning to stand up inside it, would be a better choice. Later, when I could walk without help, I stood in my room and opened my closet. The shirts hung in a row like they had always hung. On the floor, sleeping in its own shadow, was a low hill of gray clay with finger marks all over it. I touched it, and it was cold. I washed my hands and watched the water run the color of river mud. I sat on the bed and looked at the place where Shamira had laid her heavy head on the pillow that morning. I whispered her name to the empty room. I am not proud of what happened. I am not proud of the part of me that felt relief when those boys could no longer put their hands on me. I am not proud of the part that wanted to call it justice. I know better than that. I also know that stories matter. They can hand you a tool, but they cannot tell you whether you are ready to use it. They can give you a word. You must decide what to do with it. If there is a lesson in this, it is not the easy kind. It isn't. Stand up to your bullies and they'll stop. It isn't. Make something bigger than you to do your hurting for you. It is something like this. Be careful with the power of your wanting. Shape it with as much kindness as you can manage. Ask for help. Learn the prayers the right way. And if you make a thing, with your hands or your words, watch it closely, and be ready to undo it when you see it. Forget what it was made for. My name is Julian Serrault. I keep a small inn on the road outside the mountain town of Bryankin, at the base of the French Alps. Today is the 7th of January, 1882, and the snow outside my window is a pale blue under the early morning sky. In winter my place is quiet. The road ices over, the wind comes down straight from the peaks, and there are nights when no one knocks at the door. To make a little extra money I deliver food and dry goods once a month to Abbey St. Genest, which is 8 miles to the west. The sisters live in Castle Archambault, a grey, heavy building deep in the forest, up a narrow road that is sometimes cut off by snow. People in town tell stories about that castle, as people always do about big stone places that sit alone with their memories. They say the count who owned it under Napoleon, and his wife, were found dead in their bed from poison. They say the countess played with dark rites and tried to bargain for more life than God gives, and her husband was dragged down with her. It is easy for fools to call a place cursed, and then feel brave for walking past it. I never believed such talk. I only saw an old building that had outlived many owners, and a group of poor women trying to honor their vows in a hard place. The abbess, Mother Henriette, was quick to laugh and quicker to help. When my wagon wheels crunched onto the grounds, she would come out with a wool shawl tied around her shoulders and insist on carrying something herself. She liked to tell me jokes she had heard from the gardener who came twice a week when the ground was not frozen. I grew fond of her. Sometimes I took the sisters' handwork, little carvings, linen, and pies, back to the inn to sell for them. In November I left late for my delivery. Night fell as I turned onto Gola Road, and the last light showed me the castle spires through the trees. The climb is gradual but long. By the time you reach the front gate on foot your breath comes hard and your legs tremble. That evening Mother Henriette was already waiting by the gate, as if she had seen me on the road from one of the narrow windows. She teased me about my poor sense of the hour, and warned me I could not stay the night. "Even for all your coin, Monsieur Serrault," she said, smiling. We opened the storehouse and moved sacks of barley and rice, crates of cabbages and pears. When the last sack was on the floor, she came to me with something wrapped in a blue blanket. "Meet my little friend," she said, and her voice softened in a way I had not heard before. Nestled in the cloth was a baby deer. It did not move. She said it had wandered onto the grounds and had no mother. The sisters were watching it until it could fend for itself. "It sleeps so much," she said, and I told her I was surprised it was not awake in the cold. I reached under the blanket to touch its head. Its fur was soft, but what shocked me was the heat. Its body felt almost hot enough to burn. I drew back and said so. She nodded. "We worry, but we pray," she said. "We do what we can." I climbed onto my wagon and started for home. The light had gone from the tops of the trees. I reached the inn before 7, warmed my hands at the hearth, and went to bed with a book. That night I dreamed like a drowning man. In the first dream I was a sailor on a wooden ship. The night was black. Something huge and pale rose from under the water and tore through the bow. I heard a man scream in a voice like a trumpet, and I knew we would all die. I kicked free of the blankets and woke with my heart pounding. I told myself it was only a dream and I fell asleep again. In the second dream I lay on the ground in the forest with my arms tied down. A man walked toward me. A strange metal cage covered his head and hid his face. He carried a crying baby high above him like an offering. I begged him not to hurt the child. He said nothing. He stood over me and struck down with all his strength, smashing the child onto my left arm. I woke with a shout. Far off I heard a dog howling. For a few seconds I felt only a tingle in my hand and forearm, like the pins and needles that come when blood returns after you sleep on a limb. Then fire shot from my fingers to my shoulder, and I nearly rolled off the bed. My arm was wrong. In the moonlight I saw it twisted at an angle that made no sense. My stomach turned. In one place just below the elbow, white bone pushed through the skin. I took 3 steps and fell to my knees and cried like a child. The room was silent. No one had broken in. No one had struck me. I stood up shaking, and when I put my left hand against the bedpost to steady myself, I noticed another thing and did not understand it. The palm and some of the fingers of that hand were red and raw, as if I had dipped them in boiling water. At first these burns did not hurt as much as the breaks, but they had a bright look that makes you want to turn away. Days later I would be sure that the burned skin matched exactly the part of my hand that had touched the head of the baby deer. 10 minutes after I got off the floor, I had a coat over my nightshirt and boots on my feet. I stumbled into the yard, heaved myself into the saddle with my right arm, and gritted my teeth against the bumping pain as my horse carried me down the road. There is a veterinarian who lives 4 miles away in a cottage near the main road. I beat on his door with the side of my fist. His wife opened it with fear in her eyes. The man was away. She had learned much from him over the years, and with calm hands she set my arm well enough that I could rest on a rug by the hearth while she poured whiskey down my throat. I thanked that woman again in my prayers the next morning when I set out at first light to ride home. Healing is slow work. I wrapped the arm tight and moved as little as I could, but the end still needed tending. In late November I had only 3 guests sleeping upstairs, and a few men and women came by for bread and drink. I told a simple lie to those who asked. I had slipped off a ladder while fixing a loose slate on the roof. In my head the same question circled. What had I done to myself? What had done this to me? Why was the skin burned where I had touched the fawn? The red faded in a week, but the breaks nagged like an angry tooth each time the weather changed. On the 12th of December a carpenter named Gorski stopped at my door to bring a note from the sisters. It was in Mother Henriette's hand. Illness had come to them, she wrote. Many were sick, including herself. She said I should not bring supplies this month. They had enough to carry them for several weeks. She didn't want me to take a chance with my health. I asked Gorski how she had given him the note. He said it was nailed to the post by the gate with a request that anyone going past take it to me. He had not seen her. I watched him drink his schnapps and tried to read something in his face. He shifted in his chair and said he had noticed something odd when he rode by at sunset. He had seen 2 figures in an upper window, just black shapes against the red sky, moving in a fast, locked way. At first he thought they were dancing, only there was no joy in the movement. The 2 leaned into each other and spun, faster and faster, heads thrown back. He lost sight of them behind a line of fir trees as the road curved, and by the time he could see the window again it was dark. He told the story twice because I asked him to, but each time it ended in the same place. Nothing I could use, only a cold knot in my stomach and a new thing to picture when the house was quiet. On the night of the 23rd of December a stranger came to my inn through low-blowing snow. I had not seen a customer in 2 days. He stamped his boots on the mat and asked politely if I had a room and if I could see to his horse. He was going to Font Christian, and could not take any more of the wind at his face. His beard was thick and red, and the skin on his cheeks had cracked in the cold. He seemed very tired. I told him he was welcome and asked what I could bring him to eat. He said any simple thing would do. I stirred a pot of turtle soup and boiled some potatoes. He sat near the fire with his hands open to the heat and said little. After he had eaten, I took him down the short hall to his room. As he took the key he asked me a question. Had I any dealings with the abbey up Gola Road? I said yes. For almost 2 years I had delivered the month's goods. He drew himself up a little, as if to be sure I was listening, and asked if I had been there lately. I told him about the note from Mother Henriette. He told me I must not go. He had just come from there, he said. A bad sickness had taken hold of the sisters, and it was important that no one come near. I asked him when it would be safe, and I said what I always said when I thought of them. They had little to eat before winter came on, and now they had even less. He looked at the floor. You must consider them lost, he said. I stood in the doorway with the warm key in my hand and could not think what to say. Lost. That word seemed too big to fit in the narrow hall. I asked softly if he was a doctor. He only said, I could not cure them, and closed the door. It was only the next morning, when a boy from Pramerel arrived breathless with a message for Father Cerf, that I understood the man had been a priest. Days passed. The snow thickened and dropped again. No one in town had news of the abbey. I told myself to keep away, but worry chewed at me. It was not only worry for the sisters. Something from that November night had followed me home and sat with me at the fire, invisible but heavy. I made a plan to ride out only as far as the gate, and see with my own eyes if there was any sign of life. I meant to do it on a Monday morning, but when I opened the door I saw clouds over the mountains turning in a way I recognized. By mid-afternoon 11 inches had fallen. The wind dug its claws into the road outside the inn, and did not lie down for 3 days. I could not leave, and each day I did not leave made me feel colder inside. On Tuesday evening I decided to clean the empty rooms to tire myself out. A young scholar had stayed a few nights earlier, a friendly man with ink on his cuffs who said he was writing about bishops in Western Europe. He had left 2 books behind. One was a history of our region by a man named Dufresne, who had been my teacher when I was a boy. I pulled a chair to the fire, opened the book, and felt ashamed of how little I knew about the place I had lived almost all my life. When I saw Count Archibald's name on a page, I leaned closer. The book said the Count had done much with his land and his influence. He had improved the roads and argued for better representation for our town. It also told plainly what I had always heard in bits and pieces. He and his wife died together by poison. 5 years after that, and just before the church took the castle and its grounds after long arguments over the will, a family named Roussett rented the place. One day all 9 of them were gone. Children, parents, grandparents, vanished. The rooms were tidy, the beds made, the horses half-starved in their stalls. No one ever found a trace. People pointed to what they wanted to point to. They said the Countess had been a witch and was still reaching. They said a soldier, who later served under Napoleon, once saw a small pale woman standing in the road in a snowstorm. She wore no coat and reached out to touch his chest with her thin hand. She offered to lead him through secret passages if he would stay the night. An inverted cross was drawn on her brow. He ran. Later he saw a portrait and swore the face was hers. Perhaps he made it up to tell a better story in wine shops. Perhaps not. Dufresne wrote it all down and left it there for me to turn over in my head. I write these sentences now because they are easier to write than what comes next. It is 4:10 in the morning on January 7th, and I am trying to put other words between me and the last 4 hours. But it is no use. The truth does not move aside just because you walk slowly. I must write what I saw. I could not set out until my hired hand, a boy with stiff hair and a good heart, came to watch the inn. It was nearly 8 when I drove the wagon onto the road. Out of habit I loaded some sacks and crates, the same things I always brought, though I told myself I would never leave them there. The air was still and sharp, the kind of night that stings your nose and turns your breath to smoke. A mile from the castle I met a man coming the other way, his head bent to the wind. He sang a tune to himself under his breath and lifted a hand as we passed. Then I was alone. At 9:30 I reached the gate. The trees here thin, and the castle shows itself even when the moon is small. On every other night I had come, candles burned at a window in every floor. The sisters kept them for travelers more than for themselves, Mother Henriette once said. Tonight no lights showed. The castle looked like a skull. The iron gate was closed but not locked. I tied the horse, left the goods where they were, and took a kerosene lantern from the wagon. The front door had a heavy knocker in the shape of an owl. I rapped it. The sound went inside and came back thin. I called out my name. No answer. I put my hand flat and pushed. The door moved at once. It had been pulled tight but not latched. Inside, the air was colder than outside. My lantern threw a shaky yellow circle 4 or 5 feet out, and nothing beyond that. The front hall stretched both left and right, a long throat lined with gray stone. The floor was uneven, and my steps sounded bigger than they were. Dry leaves crackled under my boot in 2 places. That told me the door had been open at some time for more than a minute. The sisters swept carefully. They would not have allowed the wind to carry in winter's dead skins except by accident. I turned left and walked slowly. At the end of the hall a short curved stair rose and emptied into another passage. 2 doors stood closed here, one on each side. I paused. From farther on came a sound, a single note on a piano, played again and again, with 3 or 4 seconds between each strike. The note was high and thin. I held the lantern higher and stepped into the next room. The light showed 2 straight-backed chairs by a bare wall. I turned and raised the lantern. A woman sat at a small upright piano with her back to me. Her right hand rested on a key. After a moment she lifted her finger and pressed down again, and the same notes sounded. At first I thought she wore a dark cloth over her eyes. Then I saw it was a bandage, a strip of torn blanket tied hard around her head. Her hair was cut short and ragged. She wore nothing at all. The skin on her arms and legs was as white as the light of the moon, and her bones stood out like sticks under the skin. Shame and pity made me try to direct the lamp up so that it lit only her face, but my hands shook. She stopped playing and turned her head toward me, though she could not see me. Her mouth had a cut at one corner. "Who has come to visit the sisters?" she asked, and her voice was soft and polite, as if I had stumbled into a parlor at noon instead of a dark room in the middle of the night. My own voice would not come. I stood there clutching the handle of the lantern with my right hand, feeling the old ache in my left arm waking up. At last I said my name. I said I was the innkeeper who brought supplies each month. I told her I was sorry to intrude and would leave if she wished. She smiled a little, as if I had said something sweet. The movement pushed a tear of blood from under the bandage and down her cheek. I asked if I could bring a blanket from my wagon, or bread, or if there was a doctor still on the grounds. I asked what had happened to her eyes because I could not keep from asking. "Of course I tore them out," she said, as if she had told me she had taken off her shoes and left them at the door. I thought I had not heard her right. I stepped closer. "We see too much in the day," she said. "Night is bearable, but the day shows too much of this ugly world." Her head tilted to one side like a bird's. Her body was so thin and so cold that I could not believe there was a heartbeat in it. She stood up fast, the way a person lifts when they hear a bell. "I am late for vespers," she said, and ran past me with her hands out. Her shoulder brushed my fingertips, and it was like touching a bucket of water from a well. I called after her and took one step, but the lantern showed only an empty doorway and the dark passage beyond. My legs wanted to go out the front door and keep going. I held myself still. I made slow breaths until the sound in my ears calmed enough that I could think. Then I moved on. A thin door stood at the back of the room. When I opened it, a cold draft curled around my ankles and a dead leaf skittered across the floor. I closed the door behind me as quietly as I could. I do not know how long I walked like that, choosing left or right by feel, turning back when the staircases tried to take me up. I was afraid to climb. The castle showed itself in scraps, as if it enjoyed keeping its secrets. With each step the light in the lantern grew a little dimmer. The smell was old stone and old air and something under that, like damp earth. I did not want to think what that smell was. 5 minutes, or 10, or a lifetime later, the lantern lit 2 faces in the dark ahead of me. I stopped so suddenly my back hurt. They were women, pressed back against the wall, their heads bare, their bodies naked and wasted. They wore the same tight bandages around their eyes. I moved the lantern to the left. 3 more faces came into the light. All of them were sisters of the abbey. Their smiles were too wide for their faces, like children smiling too hard to please a teacher. The oldest spoke in a thin voice. She said it was nice to have a visitor who was not Father Surf. She asked for treats, like a child. She hoped I would be kinder than he had been. She called him judging and cold. I told them my name because one of them asked. Another apologized that Mother Henriette was not there to greet me. When I asked where she was, the oldest said she had been among the first to offer herself up for feeding. The words made no sense in my head at first. I asked what that meant. The old woman laughed once, a dry bark that hurt my ears in the narrow hall. "We must show him," she said. "We must feed the baby soon." A sister with long red hair that hung forward over her face clapped like a girl. She spoke in a whisper rough from sickness. It was hard to choose who would feed the baby because they all wanted it so much. "Maybe I could help choose," she said, like it was a game at a village fair. I said we must go. There were doctors who would care for them. I would fetch a wagon. We would take them where they could be warm and tended until their sickness passed. The older woman stared at me with the bandage where her eyes had been. "We are happy here," she said calmly. "We will be happy until the last of us is eaten." She stepped toward me then, and another stepped with her, hands reaching out as if to touch a sleeve. Their fingers were black with dirt around the nails. I shouted at them to stop. They froze, surprised and a little hurt. The old one's mouth hardened. "If you will not play, you must not speak during the choosing," she said like a scolding mother. She clapped her hands. "Come, sisters, to the great hall, and let us finish tonight's event." They turned as one and moved with sure steps toward a part of the castle I did not yet know. I followed them because it was better than losing them and being alone. They had learned the place well enough to walk it blind. Only one of them felt her way with her hands. Perhaps she had torn out her eyes later than the others and still feared the turns. When the lantern's light fell ahead of us again, it was because the passage opened and I was looking into the main hall, the place, people say, where the Count and Countess once threw their grandest parties. The room was as large as the inn, and its barn put together. Above, a row of windows sat high in the wall by the ceiling. The moon shone through their frost, and that cold light formed a pale square on the floor where the sisters stopped and gathered. Against one wall, a line of heavy tables stood like benches in a church with no one to sit on them. The rest of the room was empty, and the emptiness made the whole place echo. The older woman raised her chin. "Who shall it be tonight?" she asked. A woman spoke quickly. She was shaking from the cold. She said she should be the one to end, because she was the coldest, and could still see shadows through one eye in the day. That was too much for her to bear. The cloth had slipped a little on her forehead, and I saw a deep scar there shaped like a crooked tear. 2 others protested, but the oldest told them to be quiet. This one should be freed first. The chosen woman's mouth turned up with relief. Then she hesitated. What if the baby was sleeping? The older woman said they must call to wake it. They sang. "If I live to be 100 and sit in the sun with no pain in my body, I will still feel that song in my bones." It was not any hymn I knew, not in Latin or French. The words did not sound like words. The tune was no tune at all, not something you could carry from the hall into the daylight and hum to yourself. It went up and down like a breath caught in a throat, swelled, thinned, and died. As they sang, I glanced up. I would swear, though I cannot prove it, that the sky through the windows changed color in that moment, as if something stained it. For a heartbeat I thought I saw a dark red wash the glass, like blood and water, and then it was gone, and I told myself my eyes were playing tricks. At the far end of the hall were 2 wide oak doors. Beyond those doors lay the courtyard where I used to leave the wagon. Beyond that was the garden, which in spring was a place of yellow daffodils and blue irises and cheerful work. The sisters turned toward the doors. "Now you will see how well we have fed our baby," the older one said to me, as if proud. "He came to us small and hurt by this cruel world." As if in answer to her words, something heavy moved on the other side of the doors, pressing against them, as if it had been waiting just at the threshold. Then a sound came, not like any animal I had heard in the forest, and not like a man. It was deep and rough and made my teeth ache. The woman who had volunteered did not flinch. She felt for the heavy wooden bar that held the doors closed and strained to lift it. Her strength surprised me. She pushed one door wide and stepped out into the winter night. Wind blew in and lifted my hair, and brown leaves tumbled across the floor. The other sisters clapped their hands softly and called out goodbyes. No one said the woman's name. The second door swung hard and slammed shut. Outside I heard a high cry twist upward and then a wet noise, a closing sound. A thud followed. I turned my head and shut my eyes and felt tears push out under my lids. A growl came again, lower this time, and then nothing. I ran. My body chose the way before my mind did. The lantern shook so much the flame drew itself smaller and smaller, and I held it close to my coat to protect it. I made the first right, then the next left, then stopped with my breath in my throat. A wall rose in front of me that I did not remember. It had a painting on it of men selling Joseph to strangers. I had gone wrong. I looked back over my shoulder, scared that the sisters would be behind me, arms open for their game. The light jumped and showed something I had not seen when I entered the passage. It was a woman's feet, blue-white against the stone, not touching the floor. Her body hung from a beam, and her face stared at me through a veil of dirty hair. I knew her. 2 months ago she had leaned into my wagon and laughed as she tugged a sack of rice as if it weighed nothing. In that frozen second I could not put the two versions of her together. Then I turned and fled in the other direction, refusing to look again. By God's mercy I reached the front hall. The cold there bit me as if I had walked into a stream. The lantern shrank to a candle and then died just as my hand found the door. I pushed. Outside, the snow had started again, big slow flakes that looked like feathers. I took 3 steps toward the wagon. 2 figures loomed in the white, and I almost dropped the dead lantern to raise my hands. "Stay where you are," a young man's voice called, and I did. He and an older man came closer. One held a rifle. Their clothes were thick and heavy, and snow lay on their shoulders. They smelled of smoke and horse. I told them who I was. The younger one lifted his lantern and checked my face as if comparing it to a face he had been warned about. He nodded. They had been sent, he said, by Father Surf. They had come to do what had to be done. "You should not go in," I said. I felt foolish for saying so. They would do as they believed. "There is something there," I said. "Not just sick women. Something else in the courtyard." He nodded again, slow. "We know what waits," he said. "We have our orders." I looked at them hard then and saw their collars under the wool. Priests, not hunters. I tried again. "They are far gone, but they are still souls," I said. "If there is any way to bring them out." The older one put his hand on the younger's sleeve, and the younger glanced at him, and then at me. "We will do what is right," he said. His voice was steady, but I saw fear there too, because fear lives in any honest man who knows what he is about to face. They passed me and went in. I wanted to follow, to keep them in sight the way a child follows the lamplighter at dusk. Instead I climbed onto my wagon. The horse tossed its head and stamped. The traces clinked, and it was a sound from a different world. I turned the wagon and drove away through new snow. The trees on either side of Gola Road bent toward each other like gossiping old women. The ride back to the inn was long and cold and small. I watched the black line of the road and the gray line of the sky and told myself to keep breathing. Now I sit at my small desk with the ink freezing in the well if I pause too long between words. It has been 7 hours since I left the abbey. I can still taste the stale air in my mouth and feel the sting of that room in my lungs. I do not know if the 2 men came out again. I wish I had asked them to stop at the inn on their way back, to sit by the fire and tell me they were safe and that the sisters had been laid down with care, one by one, and that whatever waited in the courtyard was gone back to wherever God hides such things when men are not made to see them. Perhaps they are even now on the road, walking beside their horses to lead them over the drifts. Perhaps they are lying on the stone and will never rise. Perhaps Father Surf himself will be the next to knock at my door and ask if I saw them, and if I can say why they have not returned. Or perhaps there will be a softer knock later, when the sun is up and the snow turns to rain at noon. Perhaps a frail woman will stand on my step with a bandage where her eyes used to be and ask me to come with her one last time. She will say the baby is hungry. She will say a kind man should not turn away. I will open my mouth and hear myself say no, and the door will swing wide and the cold will come in, and the blue blanket will lie over her arms, covering something that warms the cloth from underneath. That is all I can write now. The sky is a pale strip above the ridge. The stones in the hearth click softly as they cool. I have set down what I saw as simply as I can. The rest is not for me to know. I am an innkeeper. I keep my room swept, I keep a bed warm, I keep a lantern by the door. In the ledger of this night I write these words at the bottom: May God have mercy on those poor women, and on the men who went in after them, and on anyone else who takes the road through that forest in winter thinking only of sleep and bread and a roof to keep the wind off his face. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It starts the same way it always does, with something small and a little silly that follows you across the internet. You've seen them before, the little posts that demand attention and obedience. Share this and money will come your way. Repost that and true love will find you. Pass this along to 5 friends or a woman in a white dress will be waiting at the foot of your bed. They feel like a game you play with strangers and algorithms, like tossing a pebble into a pond just to watch the rings spread. Nothing ever happens if you ignore them, and nothing obvious happens when you obey. Somewhere, the original poster gets a bump in traffic. Somewhere else, a comment count ticks upward like a gas pump. Mostly they are forgettable, a dusting of superstition on the surface of everyday life. There is one that looks like all the others at first glance. It doesn't scream in red letters or flash a timer. It doesn't pretend to be rare or secret. It tells you to do something so simple that you don't even think of it as doing anything at all. It asks you to look up a black and white photograph. That's it. No special code, no strange website, no hidden password. Open your favorite search engine, type black and white photo of twins, and tap the key. You'll see rows of grainy faces and old clothes and serious eyes, pairs of children lined up like reflections. Some are famous. Some are labeled. Most are not. They are just pictures people took a long time ago, faces frozen in tiny gray squares, 2 at a time. You'll know the picture when you see it. 2 girls stand shoulder to shoulder. The dresses are black, simple, with little collars that make white crescents under their chins. Each girl wears a white headband that holds her hair back neatly. The girl on the left holds her mouth in a quiet line, as if she knows she is being watched and does not want to give herself away. The girl on the right wears a small smile, not a broad grin, just a gentle lift that says she knows a secret you don't. The background is plain. The light is even. There is nothing to spoil the illusion that this is simply a moment captured. 2 sisters pulled away from a game long enough to stand still and be counted. When you find it, you feel a little silly for having looked. Something inside you had braced for a shock, the twist or the trick that would explain the fuss, and there isn't one. It's just a photograph of twins in old-fashioned clothes. People have taken pictures like this every day for 100 years. Your mind makes a list: school portrait, family album, and with a box of photos in the attic, a parent insisting you both stand closer together. If the picture is creepy at all, it's the way most old pictures can be creepy when you look too long. The eyes seem too steady. The shadows look printed on. Your imagination leans close and whispers that maybe the photographer didn't say cheese. This is where the message is different from the others, and where most people stop reading because it feels like a joke pulled too tight. The rule isn't what you expect. It doesn't tell you to pass the picture on to be safe. It doesn't talk about the bad luck that rolls towards you like a rock unless you shove it towards someone else. It says the opposite. If you show the picture to anyone, If you send it, post it, print it and leave it on a desk, hold your phone up for a friend to squint at, then you die. Nobody believes that part. You think of chain letters that used to come on paper, the ones that came folded in sixes and told you about a woman in Nebraska who lost her house because she broke the chain. You think of the time a friend sent you one as a joke, and you turned your screen off and went on with your day. The sensible part of your mind stands up straight and says that words on a page don't change the way the world works. You are not a bird who can be tricked by a mirror. You think of everyone you know and how quickly one of them would laugh if you said you were worried about a curse from a search result. So you roll your eyes and decide that, if those are the rules, you will simply do nothing. You won't share the picture. You won't treat a black and white image like it is a live grenade. You will move on, the way you always do. That decision is what the rest of this is about. Nothing happens that first day. You go to work or school or both. You answer a few messages. You eat what you always eat for lunch. Your phone buzzes while you're washing dishes or brushing your teeth and you click on something else. Because that is what bodies do when they are restless. The picture slips down inside your mind like a small stone you put in your pocket and forget. When you crawl into bed and pull the blanket up and align the pillow just so, you don't think of it. Sleep comes the way it usually does, a soft slip into somewhere else. The first nightmare is barely a nightmare at all. If you've ever woken too early from a nap on the couch, you know the feeling. In the dream you stand in a room you can't quite see. It's not black. It's the sort of dark that belongs to hallways and basements at night. You sense walls and space and the shape of a door without any of them being visible. The twins stand in front of you in their black dresses and white headbands. They are the twins from the picture and also not. In the photograph they were flat, a thing your eyes touched and left. Here they take up space. Their shoulders move when they breathe. The one on the left keeps her mouth closed as if holding water there and not spilling. The one on the right smiles the way she smiled in the picture, only a little more. No one speaks for a long time. If there is sound, it is a soft tapping you can't place, a tiny click like a fingernail against glass. For a while you think that the dream might go on for hours like this, just the three of you inside a shape of night. Then something simple happens. The twin with the straight mouth turns and walks away. She doesn't hesitate, doesn't look back. It's not an exit you can see. She moves sideways and is gone. The one who remains takes a single step closer. The smile grows by a millimeter. She leans toward you as if to tell you a funny story she isn't supposed to tell. Her breath smells like clean rain on new pavement. You hear the whisper clearly, as if she put it directly inside your ear. "Pass it on," she says. You wake at once, up and out like you fell into your own skin. For a second you don't remember where you are. Then the shape of your ceiling returns. The red numbers on the clock return. The weight of the blanket returns. You blink and shake your head and tell yourself you just had a dream about a thing you saw because that is how minds work. You lie on your side and look at the soft light from the street that turns your floor into a stripe. You say aloud, just to hear it, "It was just a dream." Your voice is too loud in your own room, so you snort and flop onto your stomach and let your face sink into the pillow and try to get back to sleep. The second night, if you sleep at all, you return to the dark room and watch the same small piece of theater. Both girls, one leaving, one staying. "Pass it on," comes again, her mouth slightly wider, her voice a little more convinced of itself. It's like the way someone talks to a child they expect to obey in a moment. The third night you see a little more of her face. The smile has changed. It's still pleasant, but now it sits on her like a mask sits on a face, too smooth, too careful. The fourth night she's a step closer still. You can tell she has tiny freckles across her nose. Her eyes are green or gray, you can't decide, and when she looks at you it feels like when a doctor shines a bright light and says, "Don't blink." You tell yourself that everyone has stretches like this, that sometimes the brain gets stuck on a track the way a song gets stuck in your head and plays again and again, even if you don't like it. You drink chamomile tea. You stop scrolling. You put blue light filters on your screens. The dream slides in anyway. After a week, The time between sleep and waking wears thin in strange places. You feel the drag in your eyelids during a meeting, and then, just for an instant, you see white headbands in the window across the room. When you look straight at it, it's only your own reflection and a plant with big leaves. You pick up your pen and it's heavier than it should be, like you're moving your hand underwater. Someone asks you a question and you answer, good enough that they don't frown, but you hear your voice like it belongs to a character in a movie you're only half watching. The dreams get clever. They stop arriving at the exact same pace. Sometimes they let you sleep easily for 2 nights in a row and then come on the third with a jolt, like a hand landing hard on your shoulder in an empty hall. Sometimes they wake you twice and then grant you a morning where you feel fine and kind and forgivable, and you think, see? It's fading. That night they fold you into themselves and hold you so tight you feel your bones remember the shape of the grip when you wake. The remaining twin no longer just says the words. She lingers over them. Pass, she says, and the S sounds like something sliding under a door. It, she says, and clicks her tongue softly against her teeth so that the T is almost too sharp. On, she says, and the vowel stretches longer than a breath in a person that small should be able to hold. On the 10th night she's so close you can see the tiny white ridge of a healing scratch under her right eyebrow. You don't remember that scratch from the photograph, but you didn't look that closely with your face 5 inches from a computer screen. She isn't any taller than a child, but there is nothing tiny about her anymore. She is a presence the size of a room all by herself. She tilts her head a degree to the left, then a degree to the right, as if deciding which ear to speak into next. Her smile has passed beyond pleasant. It is as wide as a coat hanger now, spread across the lower half of her face so far that you feel your own lips pull back in sympathy. You don't know why your body does that. You can't make it stop. The first time you realize you cannot move comes in a quick, precise way, like a light going out and refusing to come back no matter how many times you flip the switch. You are on your back. The room is the same. The twin is above you, or in front of you, or both. You send the command, lift your right hand. The right hand rests politely on your stomach the way it does when you watch a movie and pretend to be relaxed. You send the command, turn your head to the side. Your neck stays warm and comfortable and still. You send the command, open your mouth. Your tongue feels made of velvet. Your lips feel like someone has laid out a heavy silk scarf across them. The smooth weight of the scarf is pressing the air back in. There is a tapping sound again, now a little louder than before. It is metal. The girl has brought objects with her. At first you don't recognize them because you don't see them all at once. She holds up a blade the length of her forearm like someone presenting a cake. She holds up a length of chain that is coiled in a gentle spiral like a sleeping snake. She holds up a small metal can with its red cap snapped in place, which you know without knowing you know is full of the sort of liquid you are told never to use near a water heater. She holds up a box of matches and smiles with her lips closed for a heartbeat so you can concentrate on the soft cardboard and the bright blue strip. Later you'll try to explain it to yourself like this. Nightmares are collections of the day's garbage and fears sorted by a mischievous clerk in your head. You saw a kitchen knife. You walked past the construction site where a chain hung from a crane. You pumped gas. You watched an old movie in which a man struck a match by dragging the head across the seat of his pants. It's all in the stack, and the dream knows the order that will land each card on your chest with a soft thump that makes your breath hitch. She doesn't use any of them that first time she shows them to you. She schemes the reflective side of the blade with her fingertip, and holds it close so you can see that nothing like blood comes across. She lets the chain unroll a few links so that it makes a gentle clink against the imaginary floor, then rewinds it with a satisfied motion like a fisherman bringing in a small catch. She tilts the can just enough that the slosh inside is a soft promise. She drags the match against the box and lets it flare and go out, and in that brief warm light you see her teeth. They are normal then. You think of that later. It feels like a kindness you didn't deserve. When you wake from that one, your heart slams against your breastbone so hard that your throat aches. The pillowcase is damp. Your fingers reach for your throat and press there and feel nothing but your own pulse. The room smells faintly sweet, like something burned recently, though you have no candles in the house and the heater hasn't kicked on for hours. You stand and your knee buckles for a second under you, sending a bolt of pain up your thigh to your hip. You don't remember falling in the dream. The pain fades slowly through the morning, but something about the way you put your weight down on that leg changes for days. Then the marks begin, the kind you can blame on a night that was too hot and a blanket that twisted while you slept, and the kind you cannot. A yellowed bruise flowers on your upper arm in the shape of a circle, perfectly round, as if a hand clamped there. Short red lines appear on your forearm, not straight like cat scratches, curved and thin, like the devilish scribbles of a very small child with a pin. The bruise on your thigh blooms in a place you couldn't have hit on a table. You cover the marks in the morning and tell yourself that you are focusing too much on tiny things, which only gives them more power. You buy a different laundry detergent in case your skin is reacting to something. Your mind goes to war against sleep. You drink coffee at 9 at night even though you know what it does to your stomach. You stay up to watch a show you never cared about before and binge 3 seasons because every cliffhanger feels like a rope you can hold onto. You exercise until your legs shake, thinking that if you tire your body enough it will collapse into dreamless oblivion like a child after a day at the pool. The dreams wait you out like a cat waits out a mouse that burrowed under a couch. They know where you live now. They have time. They come when you finally nod off sitting up with your chin on your chest and your mouth open. They come when you flinch awake at 3 and then a softer sleep sneaks in and wraps around you like a fake friend with a silk scarf. It doesn't take long for the day to go wrong as well. You see the twins where they shouldn't be. They stand in the glass of the microwave door for a heartbeat when you turn away. They appear in a bus window across the aisle as you pass under trees that turn the light into green water. The smile moves a little as the bus bumps over a pothole, and you tell yourself it's just your reflection warped by the glass, even as your stomach tightens and refuses breakfast. You go to work and you are fine for a while, answering questions with answers you have given many times. Then the face of the person across from you knots and rearranges like a hand twisting a balloon into a dog. For a split second, a white headband crosses their forehead and black fabric gleams at the edge of your vision. When you focus, you see your coworker, your teacher, your boss, the person you love. Only their gaze feels too straight, and the color you always forget in their eyes looks, for a moment, like something else. You try to tell someone. You choose your most sensible friend, the one who has known you long enough to tell when you are exaggerating for effect and who can also look you in the eye and say, "That's enough." You leave out the part that makes you feel silly, the gateway through which you walked, a picture on a screen, a girl smiling, a whisper at your ear. You talk about not sleeping. You talk about waking up with bruises and a knee that won't let you climb the steps at the subway without grabbing the rail like an old person. You leave out the smell of matches because somehow that detail feels like a confession. Your friend listens and rubs your shoulder and says all the right things and finally asks, gently, "Have you spoken to someone? A doctor? A therapist?" You nod and say you will. You don't mention the part of the story that involves seeing the friend's eyes go a little green for a half second in the kitchen light when they turn toward the window. Doctors listen to you the way doctors do, with eyes that are not unkind but that stay attentive to notes and lab results. They take blood. They ask about substances. You tell the truth, or you tell as much of the truth as you can without sounding like a person who will be flagged for a follow-up phone call you don't want. A sleep specialist asks you to spend a night in a lab with wires taped to your scalp and your chest and the bend of your elbow. They hook you to a machine that makes soft noises like breathing and tell you to relax. You lie there and think of every time you have had to fall asleep when someone is looking at you and how that never works. You do sleep eventually, because bodies are machines with rules, and when you wake the technician looks at the chart and says you had an event or two. She taps the printout and frowns the way people frown when they are trying not to scare you. The doctor calls a week later and tells you to try different sleep hygiene. You try. The nightmares treat hygiene like a decoration you hang on a wall. They are things that go through walls. The night you try to solve it the easy way happens after you decide you can't be afraid of looking foolish any longer. You have kept the secret because you feared the power that saying it out loud would give it. Now a different fear drives you. What if the rule works in reverse, and saying it out loud is the only thing that will break it. You open your messages and type 3 sentences. There's a picture online. It's a black and white photo of 2 twin girls. Don't pass it on. You don't include the link. You don't include any warnings. You stare at the name in the little box, the person you have chosen to be the one you will save, and then you erase the message because you think of the rule clearly for the first time. If you show it, you die. If you describe it, does that count? If you tell someone where to look with enough detail that they find it, does that count? You sit with your phone in your hand and feel how heavy it is. A mean voice in your head says that you are worrying about the wrong part of the sentence. The part that matters is the part where you die if you pass it on. Your mind goes looking for ways around the words the way a mouse looks for a hole under a door. You think, maybe if I put it somewhere nobody will ever see, that counts. You think, maybe if I show it to someone who doesn't believe in anything like this, nothing will happen. Then you think of the whisper. Pass it on. You think of the smile. The whisper isn't a legal document. It isn't interested in loopholes. It is a wish placed into your ear by a small, precise mouth. It cares only that you obey. That is when you test the heavy ways out. You pretend it is a joke and say it under your breath as you stand in a closet with a box you haven't opened in years. What if I didn't have to sleep tonight? You find the old revolver you inherited from an uncle who told you 3 rules at Thanksgiving. Always check if it's loaded, never point it at anything you don't want to shoot, and never tell a story in which a gun appears unless it will be used. You hold it in your hands and feel how simple it is. You don't point it at anything. You don't even cock it. You move your finger, and the trigger doesn't move with it, as if someone has wedged a stone behind it. You break it open and the cylinder swings out smooth as a greeting. You don't find any bullets inside. There should have been 5. You know there were 5. You know because you counted them once and thought, that number feels like a bad idea. You sit down on the floor of the closet and let your head rest against the coats. It smells like dust and cedar and something else now, something like gasoline. You go to the bathroom and take the bottle of pills left from the time you had wisdom teeth removed and think of a movie where a person shakes a handful into their palm. Your palm is warm and dry, and as soon as the pills touch it, they scatter with a little ping you would laugh at if it were happening to someone else and not you. You crouch to gather them and your fingers push them toward the drain as if the floor were tilted. 2 go into the sink and then under the lip where you can't get them without a pipe wrench. Your hands shake. You look at yourself in the mirror. For a fraction of a second, there is a white band in your hair where one isn't. You turn your head and turn the faucet on and let the water hide the sound your throat makes as you push a hand against your mouth and hold it there until the mirror clears. Time goes crooked after that. You stop knowing whether you are awake in a dream or dreaming you are awake. You think you got out of bed and made coffee, but the coffee in your hand is cold and the sky out the window is dark. You stand under the hot water in the shower, and when you close your eyes for a second you open them to find yourself sitting on the toilet with the towel wrapped around you and your hair dry. You send an email to someone that begins with, "Sorry for the late reply." And 20 minutes later you find in the sent folder that you signed it with the wrong name, a name that looks like yours with 2 letters moved so it feels like an anagram of your life. You step on a Lego you didn't know was in your house and the pain backfills 2 days of dreams of walking over broken seashells while a small voice behind you says the same 3 words again and again until they aren't words anymore, just a rhythm your heart tries to match and then fails. The twin who stays grows inventive. She tests the boundaries of your imagination. The first time you think of the chain wrapping your head, you picture it slipping over your hair like a crown and then cinching tight until your skull makes a cracking sound you have never heard in real life. You don't want to think that, and the second you think it she claps softly like a delighted teacher and lifts the chain in both hands and the rusted links smile. She is fast when the chain is hot. She is quicker than she looks with a knife. She is patient with the match in her small hand, and she takes her time with the little spout of the can as if pouring something into a delicate dish. If you think of fire, she doesn't just light a match under your feet, she peels back one side of your torso, and you feel air on a place that has never known air, and then there is the thin, stark smell of a fuel that only burns when it has thinkable places to go. You tell yourself that pain in dreams isn't real, and then your body corrects you when you wake up. Pain is a memory your nerves can carry like a bundle of sticks. You wake with your jaw aching as if you ground your teeth for hours. You wake and your knees buckle when you stand because, in the place where nothing is supposed to happen, a hammer hit a joint that has worked faithfully for years, and the echo of that strike lingers the way the smell of garlic lingers on your fingers after dinner. You pull the blanket down the next morning and look at your own skin not like it belongs to you but like it belongs to an animal you live inside, and you see a patch of blisters shaped like a little sun on the top of your shoulder. You see a line of dots across your ribs like someone has marked a seam with a fine pen. You learn tricks. You learn to hold your breath for a long time without moving your chest so the small person with the long smile thinks you are asleep and not watching, and that makes her impatient. You learn to reward your body with something kind in the hour after the worst nightmares. The softest socks in the drawer, the nice orange you were saving, a slow walk around the block on a day when the air tastes clean. You learn that you can cry without making a sound and that it helps less than you thought it would, but it helps some. You learn that there are people around you who start sentences with, "Have you tried?" and that you don't have the energy to be angry at them because they are offering the only thing they have, small, sensible steps toward a solution for a problem that is not small and not sensible. There is a day you don't go outside. There is a day you don't answer texts. There is a day you talk to someone at work only long enough to say you will be taking some time. And you hear the care in their voice, and the slight relief, and the little clerk in your brain stamps both with a rubber stamp that says, "True." There is a day you look out through a slit in the blinds and see a woman pushing a stroller past your building, and the baby inside reaches its hand out toward the sky, and its face is like every baby face you have ever loved. And you think of something breaking apart to make room for something else, and you don't know whether that thought came from you or was placed in your head by something that wants you to think you thought it. You learn that the twin who doesn't smile is a kind of mercy. She stays in the doorway in early dreams, so you get used to the idea that there can be two of them without knowing there are two of them. Later, when you are tied up by a chain you can't see, she doesn't speak at all. She watches with the steady face of someone who knows what the rules are and expects them to be followed. Sometimes she looks at your hands. Sometimes she looks at your mouth. Sometimes she looks just over your shoulder at a spot on the wall. That is somehow worse than anything else. You want to shout at her, "Do something." You want to say to the one who is busy, "Why does she watch and not help?" You want to scream at both, "I'll pass it on. Do you hear me? I'll do anything. Just let me sleep." The only sound in the room is the phrase said in a tone that changes each time: coaxing, instructive, eager, bored, hungry. You count how many times she says it in a night. You lose count. Numbers tilt. You go on long walks without picking a direction. You end up places you do not recognize in your own city. You stand on the sidewalk and look up, and a row of windows looks back, and two headbands are just visible in the third-floor glass for half a second before the curtains move. You go home and sit on the edge of the bathtub and hold the sides so hard your fingers ache, and you tap your forehead with the palm of your hand the way you would tap on a fish tank to see if the fish will come out, and you say out loud, "I get it." You don't know what it is you get. The apartment gets quiet around those words like it is a small church, and you are someone who wandered in with your hair wet from rain. Then the voice in your head says the sentence again, and your own mouth forms it because mouths are obedient machines. You imagine every way this could end that isn't the way it will. You imagine a seer in a shop in the back of a bookstore who will take your hands and tell you that the rule has a trick in it, and that if you close your eyes and place a coin under your tongue and swallow without letting the rim touch your teeth, the twins will leave because that is their rule. You imagine a ritual that you can do in your kitchen that involves salt and string and a small mirror, and that your grandmother knew this. But she died before she could tell you because the family didn't believe in such things. You imagine calling each of your friends and asking them to come sit in your living room in a circle and hold candles and say special words. You realize you cannot bring yourself to invite anyone to your home because something in you knows that they will put their heads together and whisper, and there will be a glint on the surface of their eyes that does not belong to them anymore. You keep secrets. You keep the worst dream inside yourself like a hot coal you can't set down because there is nothing in the room that will not burn. It is a simple one, not as imaginative as the others. In the dream, the child leans forward and kisses your cheek. There is nothing painful about it. You have been kissed like that by cousins, by aunties, by friends at parties when everyone is less careful than they should be. The lips are warm. The breath is warm. The kindness in it is enormous. It is so enormous that you cry before you know you are crying because you realize it is the exact kindness after which all the hungry mouths in you have been reaching since you were a child, and you feel the way your heart opens and you are happy. You are perfectly, utterly happy. The kiss lands halfway between your mouth and your ear, and you feel the teeth underneath the lips. By then you do not pretend to choose. You know you have choices only the way a mouse has choices in a maze. You can run down this corridor or that corridor, but both end in a wall. You are tired in your bones, in your lids, in the hard knot between your shoulder blades. The world is thin and sharp. You make tea and the cup is too heavy because you have forgotten the muscles you are made of. You watch people in a grocery store compare prices and make little jokes to the person with them, and you want to go up and put your forehead against their shoulder like you did when you were small. You want the person with them to turn and stroke your hair and say, "Hush now." You tell yourself that people get through worse things. You tell yourself stories about sailors who were lost and then found and men in war who crawled out under fences and women who left houses and kept walking until their feet were tough as bark. You say all the brave names you know. Mostly you say nothing because speaking makes the room different in a way you can't stand. There isn't a happy ending. There is the ending you were given and the ending you would choose if you were someone else in some other story, someone strong and clever with a light that burns inside them like a little star. Here is the truth this particular message holds up in its small, careful hands. The story doesn't end for you. It continues inside you with or without your cooperation. You cannot trick it by withholding attention. You cannot starve it by pretending you never saw the picture. You cannot feed it carefully and hope it sleeps after. It will make you its plaything. One girl will always play while the other watches and says the same 3 words because repetition is a spell that works on body and mind and blood. There is, however, a choice that belongs to you still, as small as a coin and as heavy. You know both paths now, because you have walked away down one with blistered feet and bruised knees, and you have seen, with a cold distance, what happens on the other. You pass the picture on, and something reaches up under your life and cuts it in one clean pass like a string under a kite. People will say it was sudden. They will say it was strange. They will count the days and decide if it was an accident waiting to happen or something else. In any case, you won't be here to care about the phrases they use. The rule isn't interested in being poetic. It deals in direct lines. Maybe you think you can split the difference. Maybe you think you can leave a copy in a dead folder on a dead hard drive and that will count. Maybe you think you can tell a stranger who will not believe you and that will count. You can try. People have. Imagine a stack of such tries like a stack of photographs in a tin on a shelf. Imagine the message that brought you here written out in many hands, in many languages, in notebooks and margins and bathroom stalls. Imagine the green eyes in 1,000 panes of glass. Imagine the girls grown no older, with no gray hair, in shoes that make no sound. There were many before you. There will be many after. You are not special in this, though the nightmare will always whisper that you are because that is one of the few things that can comfort you and keep you alive and in place while it works. If you are reading this, you have already done the small thing asked of you. You looked. You looked because you are curious or stubborn or because you thought it would make a good story at lunch. You didn't pass it on. You are awake now and somewhere nearby, on a shelf or inside a box, 2 headbands lie coiled like white snakes waiting to be tied. You might lock your phone in a drawer. You might unplug your computer and carry it into another room. You might go sit on the front steps as the sky lightens and watch as other people come out and go to work and drink coffee and yawn, and carry baby carriers and bags full of gym clothes and tap their pockets for keys. You might think, I could live like this. I could live morning to morning. The morning feels like a friend. The problem with morning is that it is always followed by evening, and evening is a good listener who nods and says, come in, sit down, tell me what hurts. Somewhere inside you there is a small room where a girl in a black dress stands with her hands politely at her sides. The other one is stepping away into a hallway you cannot see the end of. This is where you would want the story to hand you a tool you can use to break the floor and crawl down and away. There is no tool. There is no floor that will hold. There is only your own voice, which is a tool of a kind. You can use it once, to say the thing that will free you and chain you, or you can keep it and carry it around with you like a heavy, important object that is also very fragile and very hot. Neither choice is easy. That is the point. If it were simple, you would not be here. So here we are, you and I, in the same sentence. I have told you what I know in the plainest words I could find. I have tried to make it smooth because I have learned that truth is easier to swallow when it goes down without catching. This is not a threat. This is not a dare. It is a description of a shape in a dark room where no light reaches naturally. I cannot walk you out. I cannot walk you in. I can only tell you what walls I felt with my hands while I was there, and the ways my fingers failed to find seams, and the sounds the walls made when I knocked. Now you make your choice. You know the photo. You know the rule. You know what happens when you obey and what happens when you don't. You know that strangers you laugh with online have stood where you stand and moved their fingers on a keyboard in one direction or the other. You know that the phrase you have heard again and again will never become less clear just because you wish it would. You know that every whisper has a receiver and a sender, and sometimes they are the same person. Will you leave the picture alone and hope that your mind grows bored with it and wanders off to something else? Will you become very good at sleeping on airplanes and in chairs and with the light on? Will you become the person who reaches out and grabs a friend by the wrist hard enough to hurt when they say your name too softly behind you? Will you become the person who laughs too loudly at nothing because you are practicing being in the world? Because you think if you act like yourself hard enough you will be yourself again? Or will you decide, with a strange, sweet relief, to pass it on? Will you feel the moment in your fingers when you send it? That small click like a weight dropping into place, like a seat belt settling against your lap, like a key turned in a lock? Will you close your eyes knowing that when you open them there will be no more waking inside a dream and no more standing at your own window with tears you cannot account for? Will you make that simple, damning movement and count as you do in your head, 1, 2, 3, the way children do when they jump from a high rock into water? I am not here to tell you which is better. There is no good ending. There is only an ending, and a continuation that feels like not ending, which is its own special kind of curse. I am here to do what the story asked me to do when it reached me, to tell you what it asks of you, and what it does when you refuse. Everything else that happens is between you and your own hands and your own sleep. If there is any mercy in this, it is small and hard and hidden, like a thumbnail-sized charm sewn into a coat where the lining meets the hem. Maybe the mercy is that the choice belongs to you until it doesn't. And now that you have looked, and now that you have heard, and now that you have felt the tiny change in the air when the whisper leans toward you, you must decide. You can set your phone down and walk away and hope that the first dream tonight will be mild and that you will only be asked to listen. You can open your messages and think about someone whose face you love and whose laugh is a small bell, and you can decide you are not that person today, and that today you will not make them a participant in this. You can stand at your sink and look at your face in the glass and say out loud the words you will never stop hearing, and listen to how they sound when they come from your own mouth, and shiver. Whatever you do, the room will still be there, and the twins will still be inside it, and the rule will still stand up straight the way rules do when they are simple and blunt. You can be brave here or later, or not at all. That is not my business. I have done the thing I said I would. I have given the message the mouth that needed one more time. I have put it where it can be seen. I have told you that the photograph of the two girls exists, that one smiles and one does not, that their dresses are black and their headbands are white, and that the one who smiles will whisper and the other will watch, and that every night the space between you grows smaller until there is no space at all. I have told you what happens if you do as you are told, and what happens if you do not. And now I am quiet. You are not. You are alive, and you have a choice to make. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was packing up the basement of my parents' house when I found something I hadn't thought about in years. My father's old CB radio. It was one of those chunky, metal-faced boxes with a cracked dial and a coiled microphone that always smelled faintly like dust and hot plastic. As a kid I used to sit cross-legged on the concrete floor, turning the knob slowly, listening for a voice to rise out of the hiss. Most nights there was nothing but static and the soft click of the dial. Sometimes a trucker would bark out location and weather, and I'd picture long black highways and a sky full of stars. My parents were moving in with me. They lived 10 miles from the nearest town and much farther from a hospital, and my mother's doctor had just said the word none of us wanted to hear: early Alzheimer's. I hated the idea of them out here alone if something went wrong. So I brought boxes, tape, and the promise that we would bring everything important. That's why I carried the CB upstairs to the kitchen counter. I thought I'd try it again for old time's sake, and then decide whether to keep it or give it to a collector. The plug still fit the outlet. The little orange light still glowed. For a minute there was only the gentle wash of static, the soft shhhh that settles in a room like rain. I turned the dial left, right, the way I always had, more out of muscle memory than hope. Then a voice came out of the speaker, clear, warm, and completely unexpected. "Hello? I'm your host, Julian, and welcome back to another night of Tales from Portland." I froze with my hand on the dial and my mouth half open. It wasn't the voice that shocked me so much as the name that followed it. Portland. It sounded like a joke, like a mispronounced city with a hyphen someone had inserted to be cute. But there was something about the way he said it, affectionate, certain, routine, that made me keep listening. The voice continued as if he were talking to a familiar crowd. "Grab your coffee, get cozy, relax, and enjoy another week's roundup of news. But before we get into it, I want to introduce the newest member of our team, Colin Corset." Another voice came in then, younger and tight with stress. "Thanks for having me, Julian, but I'd rather talk about why I'm here." There was relief in me I didn't know I was holding, the kind of relief that comes when you realize you've found something alive in a dead system. I reached for a notepad and pen without taking my eyes off the radio and began to write, trying to catch every word. "Go right ahead," Julian said. "Last week my partner, Oliver Mentiaz, went missing," the new voice said. "He's about 5'9", 200 pounds, brown eyes, curly hair. He was wearing a yellow hoodie the last time I saw him." "Have you tried contacting the police?" Julian asked. "Obviously," Colin said, anger bubbling up. "It's been useless. The calls went straight to voicemail. What kind of emergency hotline even has a voicemail? It's been a hard year for our police," Julian said in that calm, radio way. "They were probably deployed. Did you try calling back?" "Every hour for 5 days," Colin said. "And then the sheriff showed up drunk at my door." Julian tried to smooth it over. "Sheriff Peterson, our town's symbol of P. He was banging on my door and slurring his words," Colin said. "He stumbled around, said something about a group of vultures abducting pets, opened my pantry, took my last can of peaches, and shot it open." "Shot it, Julian." Then stood there eating out of the jagged hole with a spoon and staring at me. "And the only reason he came was to hand me a ticket for harassment of the police and obstruction of justice." There was a pause on the radio. Even Julian didn't have an easy line for that. "How much was the ticket?" "More than my house," Colin said, and the laugh that followed wasn't a laugh at all. "I didn't know what to do. I grabbed his collar, and then I just started crying. Everything hit me at once, the fear about Oliver, the ticket, the drunk sheriff in my kitchen, the bullet hole in my table. I couldn't stop. The tears hurt." Julian's voice softened. "I'm sorry." He peeled my hand off his shirt and straightened his collar, Colin said. His face looked like a mask. Then he said they knew Oliver was missing and were looking for him. "That's good news," Julian said. "I asked if he was okay," Colin said, but he just stared down at the can of peaches. "He apologized about the ticket and said he couldn't take it back because someone else had issued it. He said there were too many people in prison and I could work for the government until I paid the fine." What job? Julian asked. Here, Colin said. This radio station. He said it would help me learn what's going on, since I haven't left the house since before the town disappeared. There was a shift inside me then, a piece of a puzzle sliding against another piece. Disappeared. I pulled the chair out from the counter and sat down hard. You haven't left your house in over a year? Julian asked. Yeah, Colin said. So I guess I'm your co-host now. A third voice appeared then, breathless and surprised. I don't know why they put me here right away. Doesn't this job require training? Anyone can have a radio show these days, Julian said cheerfully. All you have to do is read the script. Couldn't they put me in the back? I have a degree in computer science. No one else would take the job, Julian said. You'll find out why. It should have sounded like a joke. It didn't. Something heavy and cold slid into my stomach and stayed there. Julian clapped his hands lightly, and I could hear the papery sound of a script rustling. Before the news, a word from our sponsors. I expected a cheerful ad for a tire shop. What came through the speaker was a sing-song voice selling meat cut into perfect cubes, full of deadpan slogans and a pun at the end that made me wince. Then a different read followed, with the same warm cadence but a story that didn't feel like an ad at all. It was about the first creation, and a father who made the universe and looked at his child with resentment. It went strange and then stranger, until the creation was splitting itself into stars and planets and finally into a woman named Hannah, who was suddenly asked by herself what she was staring at. I stopped writing and stared at the radio. When the story ended, Colin said what I was thinking. What was that? An ad for Gigi's Square Meat Mart, Julian said. No, the other thing. What other thing? Julian asked, his voice bright and innocent. There was a silence on the line, as if Colin had opened his mouth and nothing came out. When he spoke again, his tone had thinned. Never mind. And you can call me Coco. I don't like my name. My dad's name. Oliver called me Coco. That's sweet, Julian said. You must really love him. Please don't say that in past tense, Coco said. I'm sorry, Julian said quickly. After this we can go to the sheriff's office and... It's fine, Coco said. Can we do the news? Julian's papers rustled again. Public service announcements. The Portland Secret Society would like to inform everyone that the local pizza chain, Checkers, is not a secret base for society gatherings or experiments. The 10-foot electric fence is there only to scare off the homeless. Do not touch the 10-foot electric fence. If you see someone touch it, do not approach them, as there is nothing you can do. Also, Checkers does not sell pizza. If you do accidentally enter, leave a 5-star review on Yelp and wait for an employee to escort you to your next destination. The words should have been funny. They came through the speaker like a list of rules children had made up on the playground to keep themselves alive. Local citizen Mrs. Abernathy was quarantined yesterday because of an infestation of wild dogs. Julian continued. She returned home to find a happy poodle sticking halfway out of her living room wall above the fireplace. She thought it was cute. Then a Rottweiler appeared, and then another. Soon there were many. She called the police when the barking turned to staring. Officers arrived to find each dog almost fully out of the wall, their back legs still inside. The animals watched her with crooked smiles while she hid behind a chair. The police are on scene. Wall dogs? Coco asked. His voice broke the way a voice breaks when you are trying to act like you understood but you didn't. How does a dog get stuck in a wall? We don't ask questions like that anymore, Julian said gently. Why? We never get an answer. The show rolled forward without pause. A translucent purple liquid is seeping out of bricks at the Sunnyside Apartments. Local professional child impersonator Jason McCormick says it tastes purple and is very rehydrating. Scientists are investigating. Do these things just happen and nobody questions it? Coco asked, a little louder. What's the point of questions that don't have answers? Julian said, and I could hear, just under the smoothness, a tiredness like sandpaper. Also, we don't call it philosophy anymore since local millionaires Philo and Sophia copyrighted both their names. What do you call it then? Coco asked. We never made another word. Julian said cheerfully. This isn't the best town. He added, but it is the only town. Are we all alone in this world? Coco asked. Ever since our big harbor town disappeared to another dimension with all of us in it, yes. Julian said, like he was describing weather. It's just us, the creatures that live here now, and an endless desert. Which is depressing, since our main business was fishing. Has anyone gone into the desert? Of course, Julian said. Many teams. What happened to them? None came back. I pressed a pen to the page so hard the point tore the paper and drew a line down into the cardboard of the box underneath. Breaking news, Julian said in the same voice as all the other things. The Seabreeze Mall will be closed. A human-shaped shadow has appeared in the food court. People say it mumbles, please don't speak of me, and I shouldn't exist. Prolonged contact causes nosebleeds, headaches, and an intense fear of staying alive. A phobia of life? Coco asked. The symptoms are constant screaming, depressing monologues, and frantic suicide attempts, Julian said. Witnesses report that at the end the afflicted look very happy. And isn't happiness what life is for at its base, the pursuit of? Please stop, Coco said. His voice was very small. Please. That's a great idea, Julian said. We'll take a short break and get coffee. What do you want, Coco? I don't drink coffee. I get what you mean, Julian said. Be right back. There was dead air. I thought the CB had failed until I caught the soft chuff of the studio's ventilation and the faraway click of a door. After a while Julian returned, chipper again. I heard cups set down. I brought you Coco, he said gently. Get it? I get it, Coco said. I'm drinking Kopi Luwak, Julian said, delighted. Civet coffee. The beans are eaten by a small animal, fermented in its stomach, and then after it. That's disgusting, Coco said. Is Oliver still alive? Coco asked after a breath. You read a lot of missing persons reports. Do any of them come back? Very few, Julian said softly. I'm sorry. Thanks, Coco said, for being the only thing that feels even half normal this week. No problem, buddy, Julian said. There was a rustle of paper. Updates. The shadow at the mall is moving quickly in our direction. What? Coco said. I could hear his chair scrape on the floor, hear the shiver that went through him. Right now, Julian went on. He's gathering speed. I don't think we should talk about him, Coco said, voice high and tight. Please. Just skip it. It's our job to keep everyone informed, Julian said gently. Please, Coco whispered. Okay, Julian said, as if he were agreeing to switch songs. Local scientist Dr. Jane Romery says the purple liquid is 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. So water, Coco said. Yes, Julian said. We had about a month of water left. Now we have a new source. What was the plan if you ran out? Coco asked. Firing squad, Julian said lightly. Why do you say that like it's nothing? Coco asked, and the ache in his voice hit me like a bruise. Update on the wall dogs, Julian said. They're fully out. What are the police doing? Coco asked. They all died of gunshots to the head, Julian said. The dogs use guns? Coco asked. No, silly, Julian said. They killed themselves. I think I'm going to be sick, Coco said. The mayor asks everyone to stay indoors. If you must go out, arm yourself and travel in groups of at least 3. I don't have any friends, Coco said. You have me, Julian said brightly. Great, Coco said. I get to die with you. Speaking of dying, Julian said, cheerful as ever, and the words made my skin go cold. We have a guest. He's right behind us. I didn't mean to say it out loud, but I did. Oh no. Coco swore. Don't think about it, don't think about it, he said, as if saying it would make the thinking stop. That's no way to greet a guest. Julian said. Welcome to our studio, Mr. Shadow Man. How are you today? Coco's voice came apart. He wasn't on the radio anymore. He was speaking to someone he loved. Oliver, if you're hearing this, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you I love you. I do. I love you so much. Julian spoke to someone I could not see. It's stuffy in here. Do you mind if we take this outside? Let me grab my jacket. Coco's voice shook. There's so much blood on my shirt. My jacket, Julian muttered. Is it under you, Coco? Yeah, Coco whispered. It's here. You got nose blood all over it. Julian said, still gentle, like a parent scolding a child for a stain on the carpet. This town, Coco said. This town is a nightmare. I have to wake up. I have to find something to wake me up. Coco, Julian said, with a kindness that felt like cruelty now. The Shadow Man and I are stepping outside. Don't worry. I took the sharp objects out of the desk so you can't hurt yourself. I'll be back. Those effects should ease in time. Sleep it off. Julian, Coco said, and now he sounded like a child in a dark room calling for a parent who has left. Julian, where are you going? Why aren't you bleeding? Please don't leave me. The radio made a tiny click. Silence filled my kitchen so fast it felt like all the air had been pulled out through a hole. I don't know how long I stood there with my hands braced on the counter and my breath held without noticing it. Eventually my lungs hurt, and I exhaled hard, and the sound was a sob and a bark at the same time. I stared at the orange light on the CB until it blurred, and when I blinked, my vision came back with tears in it. I read back what I had written. The words looked ridiculous in my own handwriting, like something a bored teenager would make up to scare himself. But the fear I felt wasn't the kind of fear you can make up. It had weight. I didn't sleep that night. I walked around my kitchen and sat down, and stood up again, and then paced my living room. The house felt too full and too empty at the same time. The cardboard boxes, the picture frames leaning against the wall, the dusty smell of rooms that don't get used. Every now and then I looked out the window and saw nothing moving, not even a stray cat. Sometime around dawn, when the sky turned the pale gray it turns before the sun decides whether to show its face, I went back to the basement and sat on the bottom step with the radio on my lap. I turned it on and listened. I don't know what I expected. Maybe a follow-up, maybe someone telling me where Portland was and how to get there or how to send help. All I got was a flat voice that said, aired approximately 1 year, 4 months, 13 days since the town's disappearance. And then nothing. The show wasn't live. It had never been live. It was a tape, a recording, a message from a place that someone else had already lost. I should have turned it off. I should have carried it upstairs and put it in a box and put the box in the garage and let the dust have it. Instead, I left it where it was and went to work on the rest of the basement, packing the old board games with missing pieces and the photos that had curled at the edges inside their frames. Every hour or so I went back to the step and sat and turned the dial and listened to the hiss for a minute, and then turned it off again. The house creaked like an old boat. My parents slept upstairs. The days slid by without making a sound. That night I dreamed that I was sitting at a table in a room with no walls, only a ceiling and a floor. Across from me sat a man with a neat haircut and a tie that never moved, even when he turned his head, and beside him sat a younger man with tired eyes who kept pressing the heel of his hand under his nose. The older man smiled at me kindly. The younger one stared at the microphone as if he hated it. The air around us was thick and smelled like coffee and something burned. "Welcome back, listeners," the older man said, and I woke up holding the sheet like a rope. The next day was for moving and carrying. My father tried to tell us, 3 times, where my mother had put the photo albums, and each time we found them somewhere else. My mother sat on a chair and held a piece of packing paper in her hands as if it were a card someone had sent her, and smiled at the same memory 3 times in a row. We loaded the truck. We drove slowly, like a parade no one wanted to watch. we parked. We carried boxes into my house and set them down in a living room that was suddenly too crowded for the three of us and our ghosts. I told myself I wouldn't listen again. The radio sat in a brown box by the back door with its cord wrapped around it like a snake. I walked past it 10 times. On the 11th I stopped, set the box on the table, and plugged it in. Static filled the kitchen, soft and even, and my shoulders relaxed all at once, the way you only realize a muscle is clenched when it finally lets go. I turned the dial slowly, half expecting the voice to be there, half expecting exactly what I had now, a wash of sound that meant nothing. The voice came out of it so suddenly I flinched and hit my elbow on the edge of the table. "Hello? I'm your host Julian." He sounded the same. He sounded exactly the same. But the details he mentioned were different. The stories in the news had shifted. I pressed the notebook flat with my hand and began to write again. He talked about a mirror that had learned to disapprove. He talked about a woman who got trapped in a grocery store freezer that kept telling her it was sorry in a voice that wasn't human, and how she fell asleep and woke up crying because it felt good to be apologized to, even by a machine. He said the secret society had changed the password for the door at the back of Checkers and warned listeners not to enter the employees-only hallway unless they wanted to be trapped there for days. His voice stayed warm and even and a little amused, like an uncle telling a bedtime story that's a little too dark. More than once he spoke to Coco by name. More than once Coco fell silent and then laughed too loudly, like someone who needs his laugh to be a shield. More than once there was a break, and when they came back Julian described a cup of coffee in too much detail, the kind of detail you give when there's something in the room you can't talk about. I wrote until my hand cramped. When the final click came, I sat with the pen still pressed to the paper and a feeling like grief opening inside me. I don't know what Portland is. I don't know where it is. I only know that in some other place, in some other version of the world, an entire harbor town slid sideways into a new dimension and had to pretend to keep living there. People like Julian learned how to sound normal while saying things that weren't. People like Coco tried to keep breathing while the air learned how to cut the inside of their nose. The things that used to make sense stopped making sense all at once, and everyone agreed not to ask why anymore, because the answers never came. I want a neat ending. I want to tell you that I found a way to answer them, that I pressed the microphone and said, "We can hear you." And the voice said, "We hear you too." I want to say I sent a package to an address that does not appear on any map and it arrived. And I have a picture of Julian holding the box cutter in his neat hand and grinning like a kid on his birthday. I want to tell you that one night, while I was listening, some back door opened, the kind of door that exists only when you are desperate and lined up with it exactly, and that Coco ran through it and left the shadow man behind in the food court. I want to tell you I watched Oliver and Coco walk down a normal street holding hands, and the yellow of his hoodie was so bright it hurt me. None of that happened. None of that was ever going to happen. This isn't a rescue story. It is a record. I found something in the basement of a house that is no longer ours, and it said, in a warm voice, "Hello, friends, from a place that shouldn't exist." I wrote it down because I didn't know what else to do and because writing it down made it real in a different way, a way that feels like a kind of loyalty. If a town can keep speaking from inside whatever took it, the least someone can do is listen. Sometimes at night, when my parents are asleep and the house is quiet, I turn the radio on and let the static fill the dark. I sit at the kitchen table with a mug of tea I do not drink and wait to see if the voices will find me again. Sometimes they do. Sometimes all I hear is the soft wash of nothing and the small noises a house makes when it is pretending not to breathe. On those nights I turn the dial to the end, then back again, and when nothing comes I say, softly so as not to wake anyone, "Good night, Portland." And I imagine a man in a tidy shirt doing the same thing in a room built for one. When the voices do come, they are never exactly the same, but the shape is familiar now, the way a dream can be familiar even when the furniture is moved. When an ad arrives that isn't an ad, I grip my pen harder and write the words quickly before they can slide away. When Julian says something cheerful that means something bleak, I do not look away. When Coco's breath catches on the edge of a sentence, I whisper, breathe, like an idiot in an empty kitchen. And when the tap comes at the end and the air in the room changes and I know the Mr. Shadow Man is standing behind someone whose face I have never seen, I set the pen down and close my eyes and sit very still, because if you can help, the least you can do is be quiet. Sometimes I look at my mother over her tea, her eyes bright for a moment and then not, and I think about the way the town agreed to stop asking questions that never have answers. It sounds like surrender. Maybe it is something else. Maybe it is a different kind of bravery, a way to stay human in a place that keeps trying to make you forget how. Maybe, in the end, the important thing is not where Portland is or how it disappeared, but that there are two people in a small studio with a broken second chair who keeps saying, hello, once a week to anyone who might be listening, and that one of them brings cocoa for the other and makes a bad joke, because that is what friends do in the last room that feels almost safe. If you find an old radio that still hums when you plug it in, try the dial. Turn it slowly. Give it time. If you hear nothing, all you've lost is a minute. If you hear something, write it down. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to do anything with the notes. You don't even have to tell anyone what you heard. But if a warm voice says, welcome back, don't hang up. Stay a while. Listen. Somewhere a whole town is counting on the fact that other people, in other kitchens, will refuse to turn away. The last time the voices found me, I heard Julian say, before we sign off, a reminder, do not look directly at the sun tomorrow. It will look like it wants you to. Coco made a sound that might have been a laugh. Thanks for the tip, he said. Papers rustled. A chair leg squeaked. We'll see you next week, Julian said, and the way he said we like a promise made me hold my breath without meaning to. Then the click came, and the room felt larger and emptier at the same time, and I sat there with my hand flat on the paper and my eyes on the orange light until it cooled and went dark. I unplugged the radio and wrapped the cord carefully around it and put it back in the box. I told myself I was doing it to keep it safe. I told myself I'd take it out again soon. I left the box by the back door and went upstairs and stood in the doorway of my parents' room and watched them both sleep. My mother's mouth was open. My father's hand lay on top of the blanket like he had been holding someone's hand and then let go. On the kitchen table, my notebook lay open. The last line I had written was not a line from the show, and when I saw it I had a moment of blank surprise, as if someone else had written it while I was listening. It said in my own hand, if you're out there, I hear you. Under it, squeezed into the space at the bottom of the page, I had added, please keep talking. That's all I have. No big answer. No neat bow. Just the sound of a man in a studio describing things that shouldn't be, and the sound of another man trying to keep himself from breaking, and the quiet that follows. If you find them too, you'll understand why I couldn't throw the radio away. If you don't, that's fine. Some things are allowed to belong only to the people who stumble across them by accident, in a basement, with tape on their hands and the dust of old boxes in their throat, looking for what can still be carried out into daylight. Maybe that's the whole point of radio, voices moving through the dark, not sure who will hear, telling the truth as best they can, and hoping. I flew down to Panama at the end of September to visit my sister, Kate. She'd moved there 6 months earlier for a job and had settled into a small town a couple of hours from the city. The air was warm and wet the moment I stepped outside the airport, and everything smelled like earth and fruit. By the time we pulled into her neighborhood, dusk had turned the houses the color of tea, and I noticed something strange on every porch. Shallow brass trays holding little bundles of wildflowers tied up with old ribbons. Most were red. A few were faded to a grayish blue. What's with the trays? I asked, pointing at one as we carried my bag inside. It's a tradition here for the week of the fall equinox, she said. Each night you leave a wildflower on your tray. Each morning you'll find a small gift. And you keep it up for all 7 nights. That's pretty wholesome, I said. She nodded but didn't smile. It's not done to be cute. It's for protection. Protection from what? She met my eyes the way you look at someone who is about to walk into traffic. From Las Malvadas. It means the wicked ones. I laughed, because I thought she wanted me to laugh. Yeah? Wicked how? Her mouth tightened. They cull souls during the equinox. If you don't follow the rule, you invite them to your door. For every night you're given a gift, you owe a flower. That's the way it has to be. That serious tone startled me. Back home in Michigan, Kate wasn't the spook type. We both liked ghost stories and haunted houses in October, but we always kept one foot in the real world. Seeing her give weight to a superstition made me feel like we'd switched places in some way I didn't understand. Still, the trays looked harmless enough. After dinner we went into the scrubby yard behind her place and cut 3 wildflowers, simple, bright things with sun-stained petals. She wrapped their stems with an old red ribbon from the drawer and set them on the tray by her door. In the morning there was a small wooden figurine sitting on the brass. It was wrapped in red ribbon. The carving looked rough, like it had been made with a pocket knife. Kate's shoulders dropped with relief when she saw it. She ran her fingers over the ribbon and took the figure inside without comment. So, is red good? I asked over coffee. The right way, she said. The trade was accepted. What happens if you get a different color? She brushed the question away like a fly. Don't worry about it. That first day we played tourist. We rode the little buses that darted through town, ate fruit sprinkled with salt and chili from a cart, and drank beer that was icy and thin and perfect for heat. When evening came, Kate placed another bundle of flowers on the tray. The next morning a tiny shell necklace lay there, looped around with red. The morning after that, a woven charm with a red tie. The pattern held for a few days, small gifts wrapped in red ribbon, flowers wrapped in red in return. The routine was easy, and I stopped thinking about it. Then Kate had to work late. We made plans to meet for dinner the next day instead. I won't be home until very late, she said. If you go out, that's fine. Just don't forget the flowers. I won't, I said, half listening, picking at a mango. Matt. Her voice went stern. They have to be on the tray by midnight. It's a flower, I said, only teasing a little. I'll handle it. She paused long enough that I gave her a real nod. Okay, I said. I'll put them out. After she left, I napped, showered, and wandered down to a bar a few blocks away. I don't speak much Spanish, but beer and soccer and laughter are all languages on their own. The hours slid by. I made friends with 3 guys whose names I couldn't keep straight and let the bartender refill my glass each time it emptied. I headed home at 1 in the morning with that soft, heavy feeling of being ready for bed. I locked the door, kicked off my shoes, and fell onto the futon. Sleep gripped me hard and fast. I snapped awake thinking of the flowers. The thought wasn't a whisper, it was a bell. I sat up, swaying. The front door looked like it was on the far side of a football field. I stared at it, then closed my eyes. I told myself I would get up. I told myself I had promised. And then I told myself it was silly. Someone would come by and take the flowers anyway. The tray would still have a gift in the morning. Kate wouldn't even notice. I turned my face into the cushion and dropped like a stone. I woke with a dry mouth and a dull ache behind my eyes. The house smelled like coffee and fried onions from the neighbor's kitchen. Sun through the blinds cut the room into bright bands. I walked to the door feeling guilty and annoyed with myself in equal parts. I wanted that red ribbon to be there so I could unclench and forget the whole thing. There was a gift on the tray. It was a tiny figure, like a doll made from twigs and what looked like animal hair. A ribbon held it together. The ribbon was blue. I stared at it. The blue was the gray blue of a cheap shirt washed too many times. To me it only meant old. But Kate had asked me about color. She had not wanted to talk about it. I put the doll on the table by the door and went to get water. When Kate came home, she saw the doll before she saw me. Her breath hitched. "What did you do?" she shouted. My head thudded with her voice. "What's wrong?" She thrust the doll at me, stabbing a finger at the ribbon. If you had put the flowers out like you were supposed to, this would be red, not blue. I opened my hands, closed them again. I fell asleep. Her face went blank in that way that means someone has moved everything they feel to a place where they can't show it. Do you know what we have to do now? I didn't want to know. What? We have to bind the flowers in blood. I blinked. Say that again. You put a target on this house, she said. The only way to appease them now is to spill your blood. She said it with the same voice she used to pay the electric bill or ask for a receipt. That scared me more than if she had screamed. I followed her into the kitchen without meaning to. She took a small knife from the drawer and held it over the sink, a saucer balanced below her wrist. Stop, I said. My pulse thudded behind my eyes. Kate, stop. She looked at me. Her eyes shone with tears. In any other argument, I would have crossed the room and hugged her. You think I'm being dramatic, she said. You think I'm being stupid. You haven't seen what happens when someone breaks the rule. Put the knife down, I said. You're scaring me. She shook her head. She looked like herself except for the knife and the strange flatness in her voice. I'm trying to protect you. By cutting yourself? It won't work if I do it. Her voice dropped to a whisper. It has to be your blood. I took a step back. You want to hurt me now? I don't want to hurt you, she said, and her mouth trembled. I want to keep you alive. If we do nothing, they'll choose a vessel. They will grow in whoever they pick. If she chooses you. If who chooses me? The one who takes the flowers when you fail. The one who arrives instead of a gift. Kate, I said, and then I didn't know what to say. I groped around for something that would change the channel. Let's get a hotel in the city for a few days. If you're right, we'll be out of the way. If you're wrong, you'll feel better. They will find you, she said. There's only one thing that stops it. You know what it is? No, I said. She moved faster than I ever remembered her moving. She caught my wrist, and even though she was smaller than me, she gripped it like a person clinging to a ledge. All you had to do was put out flowers, she said. Tears ran down her face in hot lines. Just flowers. She lifted the knife. I yanked back, shocked at how strong she felt. Enough, I snapped. You're acting crazy. Give me your arm. Her voice cracked. Absolutely not. My voice rose to meet hers. This is ridiculous. You want me to bleed so a fairy tale won't pick me to be a, what did you call it? A vessel. That's insane. Her eyes hardened in a way I had never seen. You won't have a sister if you don't give me your arm. The room went quiet. She heard herself the way I heard her. Shame crossed her face, and for a second I saw my normal sister again, the one who brought extra napkins and asked about your day. Then she reached for me a second time. Fine, I said. Do it. I shoved my arm toward her in a burst of ugly courage I didn't feel. If that's what it takes for you to calm down, do it. I expected her to hesitate. She did not. The knife flashed over my wrist, and heat bloomed. The cut was shallow but wide, and my body seemed confused for a moment about whether it should be shocked or angry. Both came at once. I doubled over and clutched my arm. Blood ran between my fingers and dripped into the saucer with soft, obscene little taps. Jesus, I said, because other words felt useless. I'm sorry, she said through her tears, but her hands moved with purpose. She slid the saucer aside when it was half full, grabbed a clean cloth, and pressed it into my palm. Hold it tight. I did. She rushed into the yard, cut fresh wildflowers, and came back in with dirt on her knees. She dipped one red ribbon into the saucer and wound it around the bundle, her fingers shaking. When she finished, she cleaned the cut carefully, put ointment on it, and wrapped it in a bandage so neat and snug it looked like a nurse had done it. We didn't talk. I couldn't have found words that didn't taste like metal. She put the blood-bound flowers on the tray by the door. She stood there for a long time, eyes on the bundle, breathing like someone who had run too far. Then she packed a small bag. I'm going to stay with a friend tonight, she said. We both need space. I nodded. A small voice in the back of my head told me to insist we stay together, to keep her near me, to keep me near her, to lock the door from both sides. But the louder voice, the one full of tired anger, wanted her gone. She left without another apology. I dropped onto the futon and stared at the ceiling. The house felt too quiet and too warm. Every small sound made me flinch: the refrigerator kicking on, a car rolling past, the pages of a magazine rustling when the fan turned. After an hour of doing nothing, I stood up. I cleaned the blood from the sink. I drank water until my stomach sloshed. I turned on the TV for noise. A detective show played in Spanish. The plot was easy to follow: all gray offices and parking garages, all talk of motives and evidence. I let it wash over me until my pulse stopped hammering. Sometime after 11 I turned off the TV and picked up my book. It was a mystery too, and for a while the puzzle calmed me. I would have kept reading until I fell asleep, but something outside thumped, loud and sudden, like a hand slapping metal. The sound cut through the quiet like a knife. I set the book down and went to the window. At first I saw nothing. The street was dim. Several of the lamps had gone out, leaving deep puddles of shadow. Then my eyes adjusted. Near the corner a garbage can lay on its side, trash spilled like a tail. Beside it, a figure swayed, a large person with a gut that pushed his shirt out like a drum. He stood still for so long I thought he might be asleep standing up. Then he took 2 uneven steps and started down the sidewalk. He moved from porch to porch. At each, he leaned in toward the tray by the door, and when he straightened, the flowers were gone. He did not leave anything in their place. The movement looked practiced, greedy. "Come on," I muttered. "Really?" He reached the house across from us, and paused with his hands on his knees like a runner catching breath. One of the lamps snapped back on, and the light fell on him in a bright cone. He lifted his head and, without warning, vomited. The sound didn't reach me, but the movement did, and I flinched. Then I saw the color. Not yellow, not sour. Dark. Thick. I stepped back from the glass and put a hand over my mouth. He staggered toward the door and slapped at it with a bright hand. A smear spread across the paint like a child's finger painting. He tried the knob once, twice, 3 times, then hit the door with both fists. The blows were frantic. He didn't speak, but his mouth opened and closed in a ragged way that made my throat tighten. I pulled my phone out and fumbled with it. I knew 911 in the States, but not here. I typed, "Emergency number Panama," with hands that didn't want to type. The page loaded too slowly. The man lurched away from the door. He staggered into the street and fell to his knees. He tilted himself backward until his shoulders hit the ground. For a second his gut rose into the light like a full moon. Then something moved. It was small at first, like a ripple. Then it rolled again, like a fish under ice. The skin stretched thin and shiny. A point pushed up from inside. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't blink. It happened fast after that. The skin split with a sound I felt more than heard, and a pale hand shot out, fingers spread. Another hand tore free on the other side. Both hands dug their nails into the edges of the hole and ripped outward, opening the man like a bag. From the wound, a head pushed through, hair matted and long, a sharp jaw, no face I could make sense of. A small, bent body unfolded itself, slick with steam. She was the height of a child but wrong in every way. Her back hunched. Her arms were too long. Her skin hung loose and dry, wrinkled like thin leather. She pulled herself clear and stood up in the street, while the man's body twitched and leaped around her feet. I wanted to look away but couldn't. I pressed my palm flat against the glass without meaning to. The air in the room felt too thin. She turned toward the house where the flowers had been taken, the same house I had watched the old woman visit earlier in the week. I couldn't see the creature's face. I am grateful for that. She walked in a strange, jerking rhythm, as if her joints bent the wrong way. When she reached the wall beneath a shuttered window, she spread her arms until the bones showed long under her thin skin. She laid her head against the wood like a person listening to a heartbeat. Then she slipped inside. There is no other way to describe it. Her fingers tapered and flattened. Her arms narrowed again, and fed themselves into the seam as if the house drew her in. She vanished without a sound. The street was quiet again. The man lay where she had left him. The lamp above him flickered and went out. I realized I was still holding my phone. I typed the number the search results showed and pressed call. The woman who answered spoke quickly. I got out the words I knew. "Help," I said. "A man is hurt. Blood. The house." I stumbled. "La casa. Problema. Por favor. Policia," she said. "Ya vamos. We are coming." I hung up. I walked through the small house and checked every door, every window. I locked them even though I had watched something that made locks meaningless. I went into the bathroom because it had one entrance, and no windows, and locked that too. I sat on the closed toilet with my back against the sink and pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes until I saw stars. I tried to breathe quietly and evenly. Without deciding to, I started to pray. I hadn't prayed since I was a teenager trying to pass a test. Now the words came like water I had been thirsty for. Please, please, please. At some point I slept. I don't know how. I woke to a bright light and the sound of voices. For a second I thought the door was opening and the thing from the street was coming in. Then I heard the low thump of a car door shutting and a radio crackle. Morning had come while I was on the floor. It was 6 o'clock. I opened the bathroom door and stepped into the living room like someone testing ice. Flashing lights bounced off the walls in red and blue, and then white. I went to the window. Outside, yellow tape fluttered. People stood in clusters, arms crossed against the early chill, heads bent together. The old woman I had seen before, dressed in black, with heavy rings, talked fast and gestured a lot. She looked like any nosy neighbor anywhere in the world. Kate got home around 7. We didn't greet each other. We stood side by side at the window and watched men in dark uniforms move slowly back and forth carrying long bags that made my stomach hurt. No one looked at the place in the street where the man had been torn open. The mess was gone. If I had not watched it happen, I could have convinced myself I had imagined it. "Murder," a woman said in a low voice next to us outside, and the word rolled through the crowd. I caught little else. People spoke too fast. What I understood made me colder. A family dead, no reason, no suspect. We did not talk about blood or flowers. We did not talk about the sailor's knot that sat tight in my chest when I remembered the way the creature had placed her head on the wood like a tired child. We stood there until we could not stand there anymore. I changed my flight and left that afternoon. Kate hugged me at the door. "I love you," she said. I said it back. We meant it. The hug was the kind where your hands land on the other person's back without knowing where to rest. The flight home felt twice as long as the one that brought me down. I watched a movie without seeing it and pressed my forehead against the window like a kid. When I reached my apartment, I slept for 13 hours and woke with the sound of scratching in my ears. I sat up in the dark and listened. There was nothing. Then I heard it again, a faint drag against the outside of my bedroom window. I told myself it was a branch, the wind, a cat, any small thing. I laid down and stared at the ceiling until gray came into the room. The nightmares faded in a week, mostly. Once in a while I still jolt awake as someone in my dream pulls a ribbon tight, or as a door opens onto a black hall that keeps stretching and stretching and stretching while I stand in the frame and tell myself to step in. I go days without thinking about Panama. Then I see a knot of flowers tied to a fence or a red thread in the gutter, and my mouth goes dry. Kate and I text. We avoid the topic the way you avoid a hole in the sidewalk by crossing to the other side of the street. She sends me photos of the fruit market, of stray dogs asleep in the shade, of the new dress she bought for $10 that fits like it was made for her. I send her pictures of early snow on the cars and the way the sun turns the lake into a sheet of hammered metal. When the equinox comes back around, I don't ask what she does. I don't need to. I keep a roll of red ribbon in my desk drawer now. It feels silly to admit that, but it's true. I learned how to tie neat little knots around stems without crushing them. Michigan has a lot of wildflowers when you start looking for them. They grow along the margins, in the ditch by the road, in the field behind the grocery store where kids cut through to school, at the edge of the park where the mowing crew turns and leaves a strip unmown. I cut just one, never more, and I say thank you out loud like an idiot and a saint. Sometimes I feel like a fool standing alone on my porch at night with a small bundle in my hand. Sometimes I feel like a person doing the one easy thing he can do in a world full of difficult ones. I don't know what exactly I saw. I have read that stress and fear can twist what you witness into shapes that make more sense to you than the truth would. I have read about mass panic and sleep paralysis, and the way silence can make any sound seem bigger. I have read that in some small towns people keep old rules alive because those rules bind them to one another, not because they believe in invisible punishers lurking in the hedges. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe the woman I watched was somebody's grandmother playing a part in a game meant to knit neighbors together. Maybe the man in the street was sick, and the lights and the heat and the beer and my own guilt turned the truth into a nightmare. But I also saw a shape that moved wrong slide itself into a sealed window without leaving a mark. I saw a blue ribbon when there should have been red. I saw my sister tie flowers with hands that shook and then leave the house because she couldn't stand to be in the same room with me and what I had done. So I leave flowers. I do not forget the weak. I do not call what I do faith. I call it caution. I call it an apology to the kind of night that holds its breath and stops the insects from singing. I call it a promise to my sister that I understand there are rules I do not get to write. Most nights, nothing happens at all. The tray holds a little damp circle where the bundle sat. The ribbon stays red in my pocket. The dark is just dark. That is enough for me. And if a ribbon ever turns blue, I know what I will do, and I won't blame anyone, and I won't say a word. Amber grew up in a world where everything looked the same. The houses on her street matched like teeth in a straight smile. The lawns were cut in even stripes every Saturday. Her dad wore a tie to an insurance office, came home at 6, and read the paper in the same chair. Her mom sold makeup in the neighborhood and talked on the phone with other moms about coupons and recipes. They owned a silver Toyota. They listened to radio stations that played the same 10 songs over and over. Teachers wrote, average, beside Amber's test scores. Neighbors waved and then forgot her name. Nothing in her life stood out, and that is exactly what bothered her. It did not scare her to be bad. It scared her to be boring. As a little kid she learned that different got attention. At 3 she threw herself on the supermarket floor and kicked until strangers stared. At 5 she hid behind racks of clothing until her mother's voice rose and her father jogged down the aisle, calling her name. At 6 she found heavy metal, played it loud, and watched her parents wince. At 8 she painted her nails black and bit the polish off during dinner. At 10 the occult section in the library caught her eye. She liked the books with moons on the spine and drawings of circles and symbols. At 11 she dyed her hair the color of a crow. At 13 she covered her ears with metal and then added a stud in her nose, a ring in her tongue, and a bar through her belly at 14. By 15 she had used a fake ID to sit through the buzz of a tattoo needle. A skull lay on a red rose on her skin. She loved the sting and the mirror. She loved seeing something on her that would make another person look twice. Her parents did not understand. Their faces pinched when she walked in the room. The neighbors stared when she passed. Her mother begged her to be thankful for food, health, and a roof. Her father said that some people would do anything to have a normal life. Amber told them she did not want one. Arguments grew sharper as she grew older. She stayed out later. She smoked and drank. She skipped classes and dared the school to call home. More than once the police drove her back, sleepy in the back seat, after they found her passed out on a park bench or yelling at someone in the mall. She did not cry after any of it. She pressed ice to her lip or wrist, put on more eyeliner, and left the house again the next night. She never had trouble finding boyfriends. Amber was not the prettiest girl in town, but she knew how to stand, look, and speak in a way that drew certain boys close. She liked musicians most. A switch in a boy's head flipped for her when he had a loud band, good hair, and a habit of breaking rules. The smart ones bored her because she could not push them around. The stubborn ones bored her because they pushed back too much. The ones in the middle stayed just long enough to make life feel fun and then left before she could make a story out of it. When she was 19, she met Jackson. He was 22, wiry, and a notch poorer than anyone she had dated before. He played drums in a band with the ridiculous name, Bloody Scum. She liked that he hit the cymbals so hard you could see it in his neck. During the last song he smashed his forehead into the metal again and again. The ringing in the room lasted longer than the applause. After the set, sweat still running off him, he said something rude to her, and she laughed because it was both shocking and dumb. He rode a motorcycle. He drank like he never planned to stop. He swore often and well. He had been arrested a few times for stupid fights, and she was turned on by the sound of a bail bond office door clicking shut behind them at dawn. Jackson had the kind of childhood Amber had always wanted. He did not grow up in a square house on a quiet street. He grew up in a row of trailers and trucks that moved from state to state. He was raised on the carnival circuit. He slept in bunks, under stages, and sometimes under the stars. He learned to count by guessing the take from a crowd. Authority meant nothing to him unless it wore a badge. That past made Amber want him more. She wanted stories. He was full of them. He told her about fat ladies and bearded ladies and a family of contortionists who could fold themselves into suitcases. He told her his great-uncle had once worked the sideshow because a tiny half-formed twin had been attached to his back at birth. The words, parasitic twin, came out of his mouth like any other words. That detail sealed it for her. She wanted different in her bed and different in her blood. Jackson had both. By the time she turned 20, they were living together in his world. His band fell apart, so he went back to his family and the circuit, and Amber went with him. She liked the noise, the lights, and the row of people at the gate. She liked the smell of diesel, popcorn, sweat, and hot sugar. In the mornings a fog hung over the grounds like another tent. In the afternoons she took money at the rides or shouted on the microphone or sold t-shirts for whatever act needed help that day. At night she drank with carnies who had seen the same faces she had seen in books. There was an old fortune-teller who had been there forever. The woman's hands shook when she dealt cards, but her words cut sharp. Amber wanted to learn from her, but the old woman was nasty to everyone and nastier to girls who thought they were special. Amber admired that attitude even while she hated it. Living like that made Amber feel like she had finally stepped off the average line. For a while it was good. The good in her world meant that she and Jackson shouted at each other behind the truck and then made up so hard that the metal frame shook. It meant laughing at 3 in the morning with a bottle between them. It meant riding the Ferris wheel after closing and spitting into the wind. Then Jackson found pills. It happened the way these things do. The band had broken up. The rush of being on stage had stopped. The routine of the carnival no longer felt like escape for him. He started taking OxyContin because someone said it helped with the way the world pressed on your head when you were awake too long. He liked how it felt. He took more. He swung between wired and dull. On some days he wanted to fight everyone. On others he could not get out of bed. Amber tried to yell him out of it, and then tried to drag him out of it, and then tried to wait him out. None of that worked. His family blamed her. She blamed them. The police were called one night, and found her sitting on the steps with blood on her chin. She spit the blood into the dust, said a useless thing to the officer, and watched the red lights on the car spin on the trailer walls. After that night she packed a duffel bag and left. She did not leave a note. She did not go home to her parents. Pride would never let her do that. She called Laura instead. Laura was the kind of friend you find when you are 18, working in a store that sells more incense than books, and you are both trying to look like you stepped out of the same black and white photograph. They were the same size and yet somehow had different shapes. Laura had a shock of blonde hair that made the black lipstick stand out more. Amber's hair stayed black. and she added a dark red lipstick she wore like armor. They had read the same paperbacks on witchcraft and a book of photographs of sideshow performers until the binding cracked. They had also walked the same streets together in heavy boots, making old women frown and teenage boys look twice. Lara worked nights as a stripper under the name Lithium. She slept late and let her apartment fall into a kind of chaos that never smelled too bad but always looked like the last 4 days at once. "Come stay until you figure it out," Lara said, and Amber did. A week later Amber woke up bored. The apartment was small and the walls were bare, even though the place could have felt warm if someone had posted old posters and odd old things. Amber had always liked strange objects. When she was young she used to buy antiques her parents hated on purpose just to see them frown and then cave. She shook Lara awake. "I want to go to Vera's," she said. "I want to see if they have more skulls. The little rodent ones." "Go by yourself, you weirdo," Lara mumbled. Her face was still half buried in the pillow. "Get up or I'll redecorate with your underwear," Amber said, flicking Lara's nose. "Lesbian," Lara said. "Prude," Amber said. They both smiled. Lara dragged herself out of bed. They put on boots, black jeans, and the same shade of lipstick. They climbed into Lara's beat-up car. As soon as the engine coughed to life, they turned the radio up. Type O Negative roared out the speakers as they drove across town. Black Number 1 felt like a private joke, even though every other girl their age who dressed like them had driven to this song too. They laughed at every angry look from passing drivers. On the way back they promised to play 9-inch nails and sing the nasty parts loudly with the windows open. Vera's Vintage sat on a corner that never saw much traffic. The upstairs was small, a few long shelves packed with brown glass and chipped plates, a yellowed lampshade shaped like a hat. The best part was the basement. A narrow set of stairs led down to rows and rows of things no one had wanted last century. The air down there felt damp and slightly sweet. Amber loved that smell. It reminded her of old libraries, old closets, and old women's perfumes. It reminded her of other people's lives. Vera herself usually sat behind the counter pretending to read. She called herself a medium and never looked twice at Amber's black clothes and heavy eyeshadow. If anything, Lara's blonde hair startled her more. The bell over the door did not ring this time, maybe because it had fallen and Vera had never bothered to hang it back up. No one else was in the store. Good. Amber liked it better that way. She went straight for the bottom shelves. That was where the good stuff always hid. People looked at eye level and reached for obvious things. They did not get on their knees. They did not look up and risk dust falling into their eyes. Amber liked the hunt. Her hand brushed a taxidermy owl, the feathers still oily and stiff, the glass eyes too bright. She reached for it, and her elbow knocked a small cardboard box off the top of another box. It fell open and splayed its contents across the floor. Amber knelt. Photos slid under her knee. She lifted one. The paper felt thick and soft with age. A woman with a beard stared straight into the camera. Another photograph showed a very heavy woman leaning against a striped backdrop. Another showed 2 small men in suits and top hats, their widths and heights not matching in a way that made you look twice. Amber knew some of those faces from books and a movie she had loved called Freaks. But many of these pictures were new. A boy with one eye set high in his forehead. A man with a second mouth, tiny and silent, on his cheek. A woman whose neck seemed to have small horn-like growths. These were not printed from the internet. These were real photographs on real old paper. Her hands shook and she laughed under her breath as she shuffled through them. At the bottom of the box, under the photos, lay a doll. It was ugly at first glance. It had no real face, just a cloth head with a vague bump for a nose. It had no stitched smile, no buttons for eyes. The fabric was like burlap, rough under her fingertips. It had probably been white once. Now it was the color of old paper and coffee stains. Strands of black hair, smoother and cleaner than the cloth deserved, hung from the head. The body was simple, like a child's early attempt at sewing, a torso, 2 arms, 2 legs. But at the doll's side, under one arm, a lump bulged. The lump was not stuffing gone bad. Someone had sewn this bulge on purpose. A small extra body bulged from the main body's side. Amber turned the doll in her hands and felt the stitching. Someone made this to match a child, she thought. A child like the ones in the photographs. A child with a little body hanging off her side. She dug through the photos again until she found the image that matched the doll. The picture showed a girl about 9 years old. She was bare from the waist up. Her expression had the tired set of a child who has learned how to stand still for the sake of adults. Off her left side drooped a small shape. It had a tiny torso, 2 twiggy arms, and 2 little legs that ended before they reached feet. Amber flipped the photograph over. A name had been written in ink brown by the years. Opal and Pearl. Parasitic twins, Amber whispered. She felt her skin prickle. She looked at the doll again, then at the picture, and back. This was probably her doll, she said out loud, almost to convince herself. Lara wandered over. What is that? She asked, nose wrinkling. A treasure box, Amber said. She held up the doll. And this is everything. It's disgusting, Lara said. It's amazing, Amber said. Look, these photos are from old shows. Coney Island, maybe even museums. Some of them are famous. Some are not. And this doll, someone made it for that girl. Someone sat down and stitched a little version of her life out of cloth. That's love or obsession or both. Lara made a face. It's still gross. Amber carried the box to the counter. She was ready to bargain and ready to walk out with the doll even if she could not afford everything else. She had stolen small things before. She did not plan to steal this, but she would if the price was stupid and Vera's back was turned. How much? Amber asked. Vera glanced at the box and waved her hand. 5, she said. Amber waited for the rest of the sentence. 5 per photo? 5 for the doll? Vera blinked, bored, and repeated. 5. She was either in a good mood or tired of the clutter. Amber pulled a crumpled 5 from her pocket, and tried not to look too pleased. Back at Lara's, Amber stood the doll against the lamp on her nightstand. It leaned there, blank-faced toward her bed. She sat on the edge of the mattress and rubbed her eyes. Lately her stomach had done flips for no clear reason. She pressed on it with the heel of her hand and waited for the flutter to settle. It did not. I hope this isn't the flu, she muttered. Without insurance, even a cheap clinic would empty her pocket. Lara slept until late, so Amber ate ramen at the kitchen counter and flipped channels until they landed on a paranormal show that made them both shout at the bad reenactments. Some part of her brain kept collecting thoughts like lint. She missed Jackson, even though she hated him for making her miss him. When he lay beside her, she had slept deeper. Even junkies can feel like safety when you are in love with the wrong things. At 2:43 a.m. she woke up. That was the time on the digital clock, the red numbers surprisingly sharp in the dark. She had been dreaming of a man in a top hat, standing at the bottom of an old stone staircase. He wore a coat with tails and polished shoes that did not fit the dirty ground. He was handsome and wrong at the same time. He beckoned with 2 fingers. When she stepped toward him, she noticed his face was not skin. It was cloth. Burlap. Stitches ran where lips should be. She had reached for him anyway. Now she lay in her room in the dark, certain she was not alone. She could not see who else was there. She could feel them moving, shadow to shadow, just past the edge of where the nightlight reached. She switched on the lamp. The bulb flicked, and then glow filled the room. The doll leaned against the lamp, an ordinary shape in the new light. God, she said, and she pressed her palms to her eyes until her vision filled with colored sparks. Emptiness rolled through her like a wave. She wanted an arm around her waist and a breath on the back of her neck. She hated that feeling and wanted it at the same time. She clicked the light off and slid deeper under the sheet. Her stomach rolled. She thought of those pale worms preserved in jars in science class and tried not to gag. She had not been able to get enough food lately, and now everything she ate felt like a bad idea hours later. She also wanted fried onions for the first time in her life. Jackson had loved them. She used to ban them from the trailer because the smell clung to everything. Now she wanted a plate of them so badly she swallowed a full mouth of saliva. Heat pressed low and heavy on her skin. She kicked the blanket away and swung her legs out of bed. She was not sure if she felt dizzy or if the room had tipped. The window faced the lake. She opened it and leaned on the sill. Cold air rinsed her face. The wind rippled the water, and a smear of moonlight laid itself across the surface like a silver ribbon. A girl stood by the edge of the lake, white dress bright in the moonlight. Her hair was straight and dark. She did not move. The water behind her shivered the way it does when a fish breaks the skin and disappears. Amber stared. A second figure lay on the water where the girl's reflection should have been. But it did not match exactly. The reflection showed two little girls, shoulder to shoulder, twin silhouettes where there was only one figure on land. Both lifted an arm at the same time and beckoned. Amber screamed. The sound broke something in the quiet, and the room snapped back into itself. Laura crashed through the door. "What? What is it?" she shouted. Amber pointed at the window and tried to find words. They looked. Ripples smoothed out on the lake. Nothing stood there now. Wind pushed reeds. Lara's eyes flashed a warning. "Your crackers," she said, but she brought a pillow and lay on the rug beside Amber's bed anyway. "Go to sleep," she added. "I'll kill anything that climbs out of your closet." The next morning Amber bought a pregnancy test only because she had $20 and felt miserable. The blue line appeared like a bruise in the little window, and then it did again on 3 more tests. The dates lined up. She sat on the edge of the tub and stared at the tiled floor. Her first clear thought was practical and mean. "You can get him on child support," Laura said when Amber told her. "Even if he's a mess. Unless he dies first," Amber said. She did not cry. She did not feel anything except a strange floaty silence above her nose. "So his family pays. You said carnies always make some money. There's a circuit. You'll be fine," Laura said. She spoke like someone who had seen girls turn babies into rent and groceries. "You can stay here," she added. "Welfare will be easier with a kid. We just have to keep social off our backs." "What do you think it is?" Laura asked later. "Boy or girl?" Amber shrugged. "It doesn't matter. You should get a sonogram," Laura said. "No," Amber said. "No doctors." Her voice came out flat and sudden like a slammed door. "Hospitals are slaughterhouses. People go in and get cut up and never come out the same. I can do it here. Women did it in bedrooms and kitchens forever. The women in my family had easy births. And if it's not easy?" Laura asked. "If I start bleeding to death, call 911, Amber said. Laura made a face. "I hate you sometimes," Laura said, but she did not bring it up again. They both knew Amber meant it. The dreams kept coming. In them she walked through crowds dressed like years had peeled off the world. Men in hats and women in dresses stood in line outside a big brick building one night, and a striped tent another. A man in a top hat called out bright lies to bring them in. The air smelled like smoke, wet wool, and sweet nuts. The dreams stopped just when everything important was about to happen, like a movie cut off for a commercial right before the jump. But the details sunk into her skin anyway. She woke some mornings with the taste of ash in her mouth. 3 months in, she dreamed the end of a scene instead of the beginning. She was in a tent full of people. Everyone leaned forward. A little girl stood on the stage. Off her side drooped the small extra body Amber had seen in the photograph from the box. The girl looked straight at Amber somehow, the way people do in dreams. She pointed to Amber's stomach with both her little arms and said one word that scraped across the inside of Amber's chest. "Mommy!" Amber woke up sweating and reached for the lamp. She fumbled and knocked the doll to the floor. When she looked down it seemed to twirl once like a dancer and then lay still, blank face turned toward her. She did not pick it up. She kept living like she had promised herself she would. She ate everything she craved and then gripped the sink in the mornings and swallowed bile. She played Kitty, Rob Zombie, and Soil loud enough to make the floor hum. She smoked, and sometimes she drank. When Laura told her that social services took kids for that, Amber laughed without humor. "They don't have the money to care about us," she said. "If someone wants me to stop, they can show up and try." At 8 months, something odd happened in the daylight instead of the night. Laura screamed from the kitchen. Amber heaved herself off the bed and waddled down the short hall with anger in her throat because getting up quickly hurt now. Laura stood rigid, staring at the changed dish on the counter. "Why would you put that there?" Laura asked. Her lip curled. The doll sat in the dish. Coins leaned against its legs like an offering. Amber had not moved it. She had not touched it in days. A small thrill ran down her arms like static. The feeling was equal parts fear and excitement. The doll felt alive. It felt like a doorway. Amber wanted to know who stood on the other side of it. She sat at the computer and started searching. She typed parasitic twin, and sideshow, and opal and pearl, and clicked until her eyes hurt. Little by little the pieces fell together. Opal Pearson had been born in Pennsylvania in 1908. Her parents, Gemma and Tobias, lived on a farm and did not have much. Gemma had a reputation in the village for being odd. Some said she spoke to the dead. Some said she set bowls of milk on the ground outside her door at night. When Opal was born with a malformed twin attached to her, people whispered louder. Gemma saw something besides bad luck. She saw a way to eat. She charged neighbors a penny to look at the baby. If they did not have a penny, they gave her an egg or a strip of cloth instead. Tobias did not like any of it. Within a year he was dead. The official word said depression and accident. The whispers said poison. There were rats on the farm and Gemma kept arsenic in the pantry for them. Everyone knew that. That did not make anyone feel better. After Tobias died, Gemma carried her child to bigger audiences. There were museums that put out bodies in glass cases in those years. There were men who owned tents. There were stages on the boardwalk by the ocean. Gemma learned the names of the owners and the managers and the callers with the slick voices. She stood by the steps backstage with her arms crossed and counted money. She tailored a little dress that fit Opal's strange shape. She took a rough doll and sewed a bulge onto its side to match her girl and called it a present. That was the extent of her tenderness. When Opal was 15, Gemma worked a second-rate show that traveled under the name Siegfried's Circus. They had a man called Rat Man. His name was Merv Gilman, and he had been born with a tailbone that never smoothed itself down inside him. It stuck out instead. Gemma hit on an idea that made her feel clever. Merv was 23 years older than Opal, but that did not bother Gemma. She arranged a wedding in the tent. People paid to watch. They paid again to watch it happen again in another town with a different preacher who could be bought. Somewhere in the middle of all that pretending, something real happened to Opal that no one in the crowd saw. She became pregnant. 14 months after the wedding show started, Opal was dead. The record said, drowning. The tone of the old newspaper lines said, tragic. The space between the lines said, pushed too far. Merv stayed with the show. Gemma did not. She fell down the carnival ladder rung by rung, from the back of the tent to the front, from the ticket booth to the booth that sold stale popcorn, from anger to drink. She died in a cheap room, hair falling out in clumps, clutching a ragged doll she had filled with her own hair to keep it thick. The next dream was the worst because it felt the most like being awake. It started in a tent. A crowd pressed in, faces flushed, eyes eager. The caller's voice drummed across the canvas. Then it changed like someone had cut and spliced the film. Amber found herself in a small bedroom. The wallpaper was stained where a candle had burned too close too many nights in a row. She sat on a bed. A dark-haired woman with sharp cheekbones stood over her and held out a glass. Drink, the woman said. It will relax you. The woman was Gemma. Amber did not want to drink. Her hand lifted anyway. The liquid burned and then dulled the edges of her thoughts. The scene jumped again. She lay flat and could not move. An old man leaned over her. The weight of him pressed down. Sweat dripped from his hair onto her face. She recognized Merv's shape only by the sound of his breath, and the way his hands gripped her wrists. Pain shot through her, and then settled into a deep ache that spread into her bones. She tried to move. She tried to turn her head. She could not. Her own mother had drugged her. Her own mother had arranged this as if it were part of the show. Amber, inside Opal, wanted to scream and could not open her mouth. Another cut. Night. Stone under her bare feet. A bridge above black water. The water sounded heavy, and the moonlight lay on top of it like oil. Her hands moved to her belly. It was hard and round in the way that meant life had found it. Her mother had stroked that curve and talked about the next act, and a double feature. Opal looked at the water and saw one way to end all of it at once. She stepped forward and fell. The air rushed past her ears like a shout. Amber woke up before the impact. She tasted metal like blood even though there was none in her mouth. She sat up fast and almost blacked out. A shape stood over her. It was the thin woman from the dream, hair wild, eyes sharp, dress torn at the neck. The air in the room grew colder. The woman reached out one hand and stroked Amber's belly like a mother patting a sleeping child. Her skin felt as real as anything else in the room. "You're going to get what you always wanted," the woman said, and her voice creaked like dry wood. She faded. A bolt of pain wrapped itself around Amber's stomach like a belt and tightened. Labor came fast and hard. Amber tried to be stubborn and stay put. She screamed until Laura could not stand it. Laura called the ambulance while cursing and crying. Paramedics carried Amber down the stairs. She tried to fight the straps and then gave up because the next contraction ripped any pride she had left right out of her throat. 8 hours later, in a hospital she had sworn to avoid, under lights she hated, Amber pushed her child into the world. The doctors' faces changed when they saw the baby's shape. The air in the room shifted. One nurse's eyes filled and she looked down quickly as if embarrassed by her own reaction. The baby cried. That was the most important sound. The baby cried and moved one arm, and half of Amber's heart moved toward it the way hearts do. The other half saw the small extra body. It hung from the baby's side like a graft. It had a skinny spine, an arm, and 2 limp legs that ended before small feet. The doctor spoke in a soft voice that had edged itself toward a careful tone. "This is rare," he said. "We have not seen one in person here. They are usually only in textbooks. We can schedule a surgery to remove the parasitic twin. Your child can live an easier life that way." Amber looked at the baby and felt the pull toward easy. Then she looked back at the years behind her, and the hours behind this hour, and did not want easy at all. She did not want average for her child any more than she had wanted it for herself. "She has a name," Amber said. She stroked the baby's soft head, counted one tiny hand's fingers with her crooked nail, and gave both bodies names. "Crystal," she said gently, and then, "Jade." Nurses looked at each other, and then pretended not to. A chart was filled. Someone wrote the words, "Declined surgery. You can change your mind," the doctor said. "I won't," Amber said. "She is who she is." When they took her back to the room, Laura sat in the chair with red eyes and a tired face. She stared at the baby for a long time without speaking. "You're not serious about the freak show, right?" she said finally. "You're not actually thinking about showing her for money?" "Try me," Amber said. She said it because it sounded strong. She said it because the idea fit into a space in her mind that had been empty since she left the carnival. She also said it because she knew Jackson's family. They lived in a world where odd bodies were not only accepted, they were headliners. "You should have had a sonogram," Laura muttered. "You could have known. You could have done something." Amber did not answer. She had spent 9 months refusing to be watched through a screen. She had wanted to be the one to see first. She had imagined 100 kinds of babies in that time without letting those pictures get too clear. Now that she had the only picture that mattered, she would not let anyone change it. She left the hospital as soon as they let her. She tucked her baby into a car seat. She tucked the rag doll beside her because the doll seemed to settle the child. Maybe it was the texture. Maybe it was the long, smooth hair. Maybe it was the spirit she half believed in. As the car rolled north to south, Amber adjusted the rearview mirror 100 times to check the tiny mouth and the tiny moving hand. Once, for a breath, the rag doll did not lie still. It lifted, light as air, and twirled a slow circle. A figure with sharp features hovered above the car seat, gray as mist, eyes bright with something like triumph. The baby made a small sound that ended in a soft laugh. The ghost smiled and drifted backward like smoke. Amber kept both hands on the wheel. "I'll tell him after," she had told Laura earlier, meaning after everything felt less raw and Jackson felt less dangerous. But a plan like that was a lie you tell yourself to make the next step easier. The truth was, she wanted to drive straight to the place where lights flash and music blares and money is counted in the dark. She wanted to carry her child into the world where oddness was not a secret. She wanted to put herself back on a map she understood. She merged onto the highway. The car's wheels thumped over seams in the road. The baby slept. The rag doll leaned, as always, blank-faced toward the front. The lake where she had seen the double reflection lay to her right for a while, and then fell behind. She had the radio up and sang with a song she had always loved by whole. "Asking for it," she said along with the chorus, loud enough that her throat hurt. Certain turns came back to her like muscle memory. Certain smells did too. Diesel in the air again. Sugar crusted to the counter under her fingers. The metallic tang of aluminum as she held a tent pole while a man hammered it into the ground. A small thrill ran through her at the thought of stepping out of the car into that world with a baby on her hip. It was not kindness, not wisdom, not right. It was the feeling that had driven her since she was small. The need to live a life that told a story no one else could tell. By the time she reached the grounds, the afternoon had tilted toward evening. Lights blinked on, one row at a time, like a giant machine learning how to move its fingers again after sleep. She parked by the row of trailers she recognized, took a deep breath, and lifted the car seat. She tucked the doll in tight. She stood for a second with the door open, letting the noise wash over her. She remembered every shout and every laugh. She remembered every insult and every hug. She remembered how to walk with her chin up so no one would see fear even if it lived in her neck like a knot. Faces turned as she passed. Some smiled. Some did not. People had long memories here and short ones. Word traveled as fast as any sound. By the time she reached the old fortune-teller's corner, someone who looked like an uncle and someone who looked like a cousin stood waiting with their arms crossed. She shifted the car seat to her other hand. Her back hurt already. That was all right. She had become someone else overnight, and she would get used to carrying the weight. Inside the car seat, Crystal slept on her side like all new babies do when they are warm and full of milk. The small extra body lay against her. The rag doll rested beside them both, hair spilling across Crystal's blanket. For a second, just long enough for Amber to see it and then question it, the doll lifted like it had strings. It twirled the way it had in her dream. A gray shape drifted above it, sharp-cheeked, hair tangled, eyes bright with satisfaction. Gemma's mouth moved, but if words came out, Amber could not hear them over the hum of the generators and the thud of bass from 3 different rides. Amber looked at her child and then at the crowd and then at the way the light hit the dirty ground. She did not smile. She did not frown. She simply set her shoulders the way people do when they have chosen a path that points forward into a place with no signs. She knew right then that the plain road she had been born on had ended forever. She stepped into the carnival, and the door she came through closed like a mouth behind her. Her life, and her child's life, would not be average again. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I remember my first kiss like it happened this morning. Lisa Miller pressed her soft mouth to mine, and I tasted salt from her tears. We were 11. Her lips were shaking. Mine probably were too. Her breath smelled like oranges, because we'd been picking all day. We held that kiss like it could stop what was coming. It didn't. A second later the air cracked, the ground shook, and Lisa floated away from me as if an invisible hand had hooked her by the collar and lifted her into the sky. By the time my feet remembered how to move, she was already drifting toward the circle. I was 11 when the plastic men came. Sydney called them polished men, because their faces looked like smooth plaster. One boy from New York called them city gents, because of the bowler hats and the three-piece suits. To me they always looked like walking mannequins, skin like clear wrap pulled tight over bone. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, just a hint of features under a glossy film. Their suits never wrinkled. Their hats never tilted. When they turned their heads, the light slid across them the way rain slides across a windshield. That shine still shows up in my dreams and wakes me up sweating. They did not knock. They did not speak. They did not need to. The day they arrived, every adult in our town, and then in every town, lifted into the air as if drawn by a magnet we could not see. I heard my sister Tina screaming in her playpen while my parents floated up in our living room. Their bones popped, loud and sickening, like knuckles cracking, only everywhere at once. Their skin stretched until it turned glassy. When I grabbed my mother's arm, it felt soft and hot, like a paint-soaked sponge. A milky film crawled over their bodies in waves. Heat rolled off them like the air above a grill. Then their bodies went slack and slid down like candles left in the sun too long. Red and white and clear melted together and sank into the carpet. I knelt in it and left handprints. My mother's bracelet sank and vanished in the mess. My father's glasses cracked under my knee. Tina screamed, and I screamed with her until the front door opened without a sound and two plastic men came in. They did not look at the mess on the floor. They did not look at the family pictures on the wall or the plant on the windowsill. One of them reached for me. I tried to pull the playpen with me, tried to drag my sister along, but my hands slipped on the plastic rail and she slid away from me. The last thing I saw was her clenched fists and the pink bow in her hair. I begged them to take her. They did not turn their heads. They carried me outside, light as a package, and I felt the hot afternoon air on my wet face. I did not see my house again. They brought me, and a lot of other kids, to a place called Grover's Farm and Orange Grove. The sign at the end of the road was a peeling green board with white letters, like something from a gift shop. The place was a cluster of big farmhouses, a shed with a generator, long rows of trees, and fields full of old, dead tractors. There were kids from everywhere. We learned each other's names and then forgot some and then learned them again. We learned the shape of each other's faces better than we learned our own because we did not know how long we would see them. Every morning the plastic men ordered us into the rows to pick oranges. They didn't speak with words. They tilted their heads and a signal moved through us like a cold breeze. We filled baskets. We dropped fruit into crates. We washed them and stacked them. We slept in crowded bunkhouses that smelled of dust and sweat and soap. At night we whispered until we fell asleep mid-sentence. We made up games to make the days feel like days and not a single long blur. Some kids taught each other hand slaps and chants from schoolyards I would never see. Some boys still played a kind of football with a rolled-up shirt and a bucket for a goal. I wanted the noise and the mess, but most nights I sat by the bunkhouse door watching the horizon fade. I pretended the orange glow out there was the lights of my parents' car coming down the road to find me. It never was. Every month they took 4 kids. Always 2 boys and 2 girls. The youngest I saw lifted was 7. The oldest went the week before her 16th birthday. Sydney said the plastic men took couples. They'd pull 2 pairs, she said. A main pair and a spare. Sydney said a lot of things. She had been with us only a short time, but she came already angry, already looking for weak spots. She was small and wiry with hair the color of wet earth and eyes so bright it felt like someone had put a light inside her skull. She worked harder than anyone in the rows, which meant she didn't get picked on. People left her alone because heat lived under her skin, and if you got too close you felt it and pulled back. At first I thought the work mattered. I wanted it to matter. It didn't. The plastic men never ate anything we picked. They didn't eat at all. They kept us busy because busy kids don't think too far ahead. And still, every month we lined the circle and watched, because there was no other choice. I can see it clear even now, the hard dirt ring packed flat by boots and bare feet, the generator thumping in the distance, the fields stretching black behind us. The air always snapped like it was full of static right before it happened. Hair lifted on arms. The smallest kids clutched their own elbows. Then the four chosen lifted into the air, slow at first like their bodies weren't sure whether to trust it, then smooth, as if someone had found the right channel. The plastic men stood at the edges with their hats tilted just so. The four hovered, faces softening and then blurring as that slick film slid over skin and erased everything familiar. You could still make out the shape of a nose, the dent where a mouth had been, the hollows where eye sockets dug in, but all the details that meant you washed away. There was always a long sucking sound, like a sink draining. Then the four would drift toward the center and hang there, their features smooth and fake and empty. That is what happened to Lisa. She squeezed my hand so hard my knuckles hurt. Then she drifted. Her face went soft, and then slid into that same blank look we had seen the month before and the month before that. I watched her outline become a copy of the copies that had come before. The tear salt stayed on my lips. I kept my hand up long after hers slipped out of it, palm open to nothing, like I might catch something falling. I didn't. Except for Toby. Tiny Toby, pale as a peeled apple and red-haired and 11 too, with freckles like drops of paint. He hovered with the other three, and the plastic passed over his face, forehead, cheeks, chin, and then he jerked like he'd been shocked. For a second the blankness cracked. His mouth showed itself again. His eyes snapped back into focus and looked around like he had woken up in a strange room. His feet lowered and met the ground. The air did a strange shiver. The plastic men in the circle flickered the way a bad picture on a TV flickers when someone walks by with a cell phone. They did not like what just happened. They slid forward fast, but even their fast was not like running. It was a smooth glide that somehow crossed space as quick as sprinting would. They took Toby by the arms, one on each side, and whisked him away toward the big greenhouse. He didn't struggle. Maybe he couldn't. All around us the plastic men held their places while Lisa and the other two finished changing. I stared at Lisa's hand because I knew her hand better than any other part of her. That same hand that had held mine now hardened right there in front of me into a smooth shell. She did not look back. When I tried to move, Sydney's fingers closed around my forearm. "They're eating their innocence," she whispered. Her voice wove through my anger and found a place inside it. Ronald, who had been our loudest kid since the day he arrived, snorted and tried to make a joke because jokes were the only wall he knew how to build. "Well, you're safe then," he said. "Shut up, Ronnie," Sydney said without looking at him. "I found a way out." She always talked like she was halfway through a plan she expected you to catch up to. "Through the generator room. A drainage channel splits out behind the slats. There's a path to the woods. From the woods we run. If we get out of range, they can't find us." Ronald crossed his arms. "You don't know that. And even if you did, why would you say it right now? They'll bring you back and snap your neck for practice. They're going to take us anyway," Sydney said. "You and me soon. We're almost old enough. Waiting only helps them." Ronald laughed to cover up a tremble. "Keep my name out of your mouth. Leave Charlie out of it. Let him speak for himself." She dragged her heavy gaze back to me. My mouth opened before I knew what I would say. "I'll go," I said, and my gut tightened like I had swallowed one of the oranges whole. That night they made us crowd into the big green farmhouse. I had never seen the plastic men go inside a building before. They did not need doors. They could slide between a wall and a shadow and then not be on one side or the other. But that evening they lined the back wall of the house as if they had been born in rows. The paint on the wall had flaked off in long tear-shaped strips, and when I stared, the random shapes turned into screaming faces my mind drew for me. A single rope hung from the ceiling with a noose at the end. 10 minutes later, Toby walked onto the makeshift stage, eyes glazed like he'd been drugged, mouth slack, shoulders loose. A plastic man stepped behind him and lifted the noose like it weighed nothing. He lowered it over Toby's head and tightened it so it pinched the soft skin where a boy's neck meets his jaw. "Are they going to kill him?" Ronald whispered. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say, "They don't do that." But they did. One plastic man tilted his head by a fraction. Toby lifted off the floor until his toes pointed at nothing a foot below the ceiling. Another tilt, and he fell. The rope snapped tight. The sound was small and final and much too loud. His neck broke. His body jerked once and then hung still. Dust motes floated through the beam of light that came in through a slit in the curtain. The plastic men clapped softly, polite as old men on a golf course. The room understood something then. Children can pretend almost anything if you give them a thread to hang the pretending on. After that, we had nothing to hang it on. The world was not only broken. It was mean. I think that was the first time I felt actual hate push up from the bottom of my ribs and sit there. I also knew that if they ever called me to the circle, I would try to do what Toby did. If I couldn't, I hoped they would hang me quick. I had never wanted to die until I understood what kind of life they were holding out for us. The next night, Sydney slipped into my bunk without a sound. She smelled like oil and sweat and a little like the onions the cook sometimes fried when the plastic men allowed power to the kitchen. She pressed her forehead to mine. "We go tonight," she said. Her whisper was air and steel at the same time. "I think we should wait," I said. "They're mad about today. They'll be watching." "They're always watching," she said. "But right now they'll be watching the wrong thing." She took my face in both hands and kissed me. It was my second kiss, so close to my first that my mouth still remembered the shape of Lisa's. If the world had been a different world, I would have been happy right then. Underneath the cover, Sydney told me the story she told herself every night before sleep. She said our innocence made us invisible in a way the plastic men did not like. She said the plastic men wanted the world to be simple and frozen, like a fake town behind glass in a museum. Adults wanted that too, she said. Adults had wished the world into smooth plastic, one shopping trip at a time. They had traded the real for the easy, the hard for the glossy, one piece at a time until something old and patient in the earth finally pushed back. Adults conjured them, she said. The plastic men are what happens when you dream of smoothness and safety for too long. We don't want that yet. That's why they take us at puberty. That's when our heads try to make us choose. If they change us then, we won't become mothers and fathers who teach kids to want something else. Her eyes were fever bright, and I realized the sparkle I had seen since the day she arrived wasn't only courage. It was also a kind of wildness. I did not know whether to follow it or run from it. "I'll go," I said again, and when I said it this time I felt the words settle somewhere heavy inside me. We waited until the small hours when noise dies and even kids stop turning over in their sleep. We crept out the back of the bunkhouse and ran low through the rows. Every step felt loud. Every shadow looked like a hand. The generator shed sat near the edge of the property. The building wasn't much more than a low square of wood slats around a big machine. The air always smelled like burnt oil around it. Sydney pointed to a dark gap where the corner board had split at the bottom. "There," she said. "That's the drain. I already cracked the slat. You go first. Crawl all the way to the other side. Don't stop. When you see light, kick out the boards and run for the trees. I'll be behind you." "What about you?" I asked. She didn't answer. She did not need to. She grabbed my shoulders, spun me toward the hole, and I slid onto my belly and wriggled into the dark. Inside, the dirt was damp and slick. My knees sank. The smell hit first, a thick mix of old oil, hot metal, mouse droppings, and wet soil. My eyes adjusted and I could make out a low corridor only as tall as my chest. I pulled myself forward with my hands, elbows biting the earth. My fingers found glass and then a nail and then a smooth round stone. I felt more than I saw. My heartbeat filled my ears and pushed out every other sound. Then, muffled through boards and dirt, came a cry. For a second my whole body stopped. The light at the far end of the corridor looked close enough to touch if I stretched out my arm all the way. I twisted my head and looked back. Through a grill of slats and shadow I saw them. A ring of plastic men hung in the air around Sydney. Their blank faces bent into shapes that were not quite smiles but felt like them. Sydney stood in the middle, blood at the corner of her mouth, her right arm held close to her body like it hurt. A plastic man reached out and slapped her across the face. The sound cracked. She fell, and when she pushed to her knees I saw a white bone poking through her skin. She lifted her head and saw me. For a heartbeat her whole face changed. She looked happy in a way I had never seen before, as if something terrible had just gone right. She jumped and rushed the one who had struck her. He flicked his wrist, and she flew backward into the wall. Dust rose. She coughed blood and tried to get up again. Then they were on her, a dozen at once. Their glossy fingers curled like claws. They kicked and stomped. Blood sprayed and then slowed. Clothing ripped. Sydney's body curled and then stilled, and they kicked more, like boys trying to break a bag of sand. I made a sound like an animal and slammed my eyes shut and crawled. I didn't look back. I did not deserve to be the one who got to obey her last order and run, but I did. I reached the end of the drain and slammed my shoulder into the boards until they cracked. Cool air rushed over my face. I wriggled out and bolted toward the tree line. Old tractors sat in the field like dead elephants with their bones showing. I weaved between them, sure that at any second a cold plastic hand would clamp on my neck and drag me backward into a circle of blank faces. It never came. The world widened. The tree line got closer. I ran until my chest burned. I ran until my legs turned to water. I ran until running was a dream I could not wake up inside. I passed out behind an overturned trailer. When I woke, the sky had lightened from black to the color of dirty cotton. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I found a door on the trailer and pried it open and went through cupboards like a raccoon. I ate cold soup straight from the can, the vegetables soft and metallic on my tongue. I drank 2 bottles of water so fast my belly sloshed. Then I put food in a pillowcase and started walking. Bushes tore at my shin. Branches scratched lines into my arms. I stepped out of the trees onto a road and looked up and saw the Bank of America building in the distance rising like a gray mountain. The copper on the top glowed dull under a low sky. A skin of plastic clung to the antenna, flapping in strips. I followed the road and passed a sign that said Loch Raven. I remembered the reservoir from a school trip. Teachers talking about water cycles and frogs while we tried to see fish. Now everything was too quiet, like someone had put soft pillows over my ears and pushed. The world was a big room with the sound turned off. The only thing loud was my own breath. That's when I noticed the plastic covering everything. It lay on the grass like sheets. It wound around tree trunks in thin sugary strands. It drifted in the air like clear jellyfish. It grew in long veins across roads and driveways. Empty houses crouched under it like animals under a net. I kept walking, looking for smoke or another person or one of the plastic men. I did not know whether I wanted to find anyone or not. She sat in the middle of the road where 2 lines of plastic vines met, and then melted away from her bare legs. The girl had her eyes closed. She rocked slightly like she was listening to music no one else could hear. She wore a dress made of spirals of blue and red and yellow that made the air around her look gray. Golden ballet slippers laced her feet. Freckles dusted her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. Her hair was red, not the orange of Toby's hair, but a dark red that looked brown until the light hit it. I took one step and then another, slow as if sudden motion might make her vanish. "Hello?" I said. My voice came out small and strange. She opened her eyes and smiled like she had been waiting for me. Her eyes were copper with black rings in the center. "You escaped?" she said. Her voice was soft and even, like water slipping over rock. I nodded because the other kind of answer would have been to cry. "They killed my family," I said anyway, before I could stop myself. saying it made it real in a new way. Tears came up hot in my eyes and spilled without permission. Yes, she said, and the way she said it held the truth without letting it crush me. But they have not won. She stood with a smooth motion, no jerkiness, and held out her hand. When her fingers wrapped around mine, the plastic on the ground shrank away from our feet as if it was afraid to touch us. She lifted our joined hands and swept them across the road. The plastic retreated wherever her fingers passed, pulling back into itself and drifting upward like smoke. Did you do that? I asked. We did, she said. I'm Maya. What's your name? Charlie, I said. Saying my name to someone who seemed to belong in this broken world made me feel like a real person again. We will find the others now, she said. But first, we change you. She raised our hands high above our heads. Pain hit so hard and fast that I almost dropped to my knees. It flooded through my bones and into the meat of me. It prickled my skin with 1,000 pins and burned in the center of my chest like someone had set a coal there. I tried to wrench my hand free, but she held me and her grip felt like the grip of every person who had ever loved me. It will pass, she said. Breathe. I breathed. The pain grew into something else, something bright and wide that scared me worse than the pain. The world filled me up. Roots and rocks under my feet sang a low note I could feel in my jaw. The sky hummed. Air touched every hair on my arms like a river of hands. I felt the ground curve under the roads and the trees push water up to their highest leaves. I felt a thrum like a big engine that had not been built by anyone and never would be, and somehow I knew it was not an engine at all, but the living of the earth. Sydney was your friend, Maya said against my ear, like she was behind me and inside me at once. I swallowed. Yes, I said. We tried to run. The word beat her to me. Killed her. Do you feel her? Maya asked. At first I felt only the world, which was so much I thought I would break. Then a strand of feeling in that big web tightened. In the dark under a blanket I felt Sydney's forehead press mine. Her breath smelled of onions and sweat and a little soap. Her voice spoke inside the new space Maya had opened in me. Adults conjured the plastic men, she said again, but this time the words sounded like a piece of a song instead of a speech. The plastic grew in them first. But I was wrong about something. It does not have to happen to us. We can move the story. The plastic men take you when your body starts to change because that is the moment you could turn toward them, or away. Girls are taken younger because they will be mothers. They cannot have more of you. If you have children who don't want the plastic, the world will bend another way. We can be connected again. Her voice faded. In my mind she smiled the quick sideways smile she had given me right before she ran at the plastic man who raised his hand to her. She left me with that. When I opened my eyes, Maya had let go. The road was darker than it had been. While we stood there it had slid from afternoon into evening. My legs trembled. Is it night already? I asked. Alteration takes much from both of us, she said, sitting where she had been when I first saw her. I sat beside her because there was nowhere else to sit, and because the ground felt like a thing I wanted to touch. Rest. Then we find the others. I closed my eyes because keeping them open felt like work. The moment darkness covered my sight, the room appeared. A long wooden table stretched under my hands, like the library table in my school. Black walls rose on either side, and heavy books hung in the air, stacked one on top of another as if a careful person had stopped halfway through shelving them. A map of the world lay on the table. Butterflies, from paper white to indigo to monarch orange, flickered in from all directions. They landed on the map and stilled, and as they stilled a thin blue-white thread lit up between each one and another, until the map glowed with a hair-thin web. There were so many butterflies I stopped trying to count them. Feel better? Maya asked. She wore a yellow dress here, not the one from the road. Red and blue flowers opened and closed on the fabric like breathing. Am I dreaming? I asked. No, she said. This is always now. She said it simply, without drama, as if time had a trapdoor no one had bothered to tell me about until I needed to use it. What if they come while we're here? I asked. What if the plastic men find our bodies on the road and lift us and turn us? They cannot touch us here, she said, and ran her fingers through her hair. It changed color when she did, yellow to green to orange to pink to sky blue, shifting like a cuttlefish, and I laughed a little for the first time since I was taken from my house. Are you doing that or am I? I asked. We both are, she said, and for a second the hair turned copper to match her eyes. She pointed at the map. We came from stars, and the plastic men know it, though they pretend not to. We are Earth. We are universe. We were always connected. We only forgot. She lowered her voice a little. We lost touch with ourselves. We chased easy and smooth. We bought the next bright thing and the next and the next. We made airless homes for ourselves and called them safe. The plastic crept until it was not only in our hands but in our heads. We thought short. We loved shallow. The world bent toward that. The world is not angry. It just wants to live. It does not mind if we live too, but it will not let us cover it in a suffocating blanket forever. My friends, I said. The farm? Maya's head cocked as if someone had spoken behind her shoulder. The farm is open, she said. Open? Toby, she said. His death, unnatural, left a wound in their field. Wounds can be entered. The plastic there is thin. What do we do? I asked. We burn it, she said. Her eyes looked like hot metal, and for a second I was scared of her in a way that felt useful. We went at dawn. I did not remember walking there. I have learned not to worry about how we get from one place to another when we are fully inside the web. We stood at the edge of Grover's farm, and for the first time since I had left it, I did not feel like the ground would reach up and grab my ankles. The plastic men on the far side of the field saw us and flinched. They slid backward, their smooth movements suddenly jerky. Fear has a smell, hot, a little sour, and even though they were not people, I smelled it. Maya took my hand. Strength hit me, not a flood this time, but a steady draw like pulling water from a well. I held onto it with everything I had. She lifted into the air and drew her arms wide. I threw my hands out at the same time. A ring of fire sprang up around the field, bright as a sunrise and hotter than any fire I had stood near. The flames crackled and shoved the air outward. The plastic men darted and found only fire on every side. The children from the farm came out from between the rows of trees, their faces scared and fierce at once. Some had been too young to be taken when I left. Some were almost old enough now. They stood with us because there was nowhere else to stand. I purge this plastic, Maya said, and her voice rolled across the field in a way that made my ribcage vibrate. She brought her arms up and then down as if she was pulling a sheet off a bed. The circle tightened. I held the fire where it needed to be and sweated until I tasted salt running into my mouth. The ring pressed closer. The plastic men shrieked, not with words, but with a sound that lived too high in the air. Their hats blackened and crumpled. Their suits bubbled and sloughed away. Their glossy faces softened and then ran like hot wax. The smell was chemical and sweet and choking. I breathed through my shirt and kept my hands steady. When it was done, there was only ash on the ground and a few pieces of blackened bowler brim. Heat still lifted in waves. I swayed and Maya floated down and took my hand and steadied me. You did well, she said. Her skin was hot and slick. You will do better. We all will. She turned and faced the kids who had watched. We are few, but we are strong. The plastic is not our future. We will burn it out of the world. That was 10 years ago. We have won some ground and lost some. We learned that not all plastic can be burned. Some must be unwound. Some must be starved by pulling it off things it has wrapped itself around. Some clings and must be peeled slow and steady like sunburnt skin. We learned that fire is not only flame. Fire can be a field of sunflowers planted where a nest of plastic once spread. Fire can be a river freed from a dam of clear sheets. Fire can be a group of kids, now grown, standing around a man who has begun to blur at the edges and calling him back to the shape of his face. We lost Ronald last year. He grew into the kind of man you want on your side, loud when loud is needed, quiet when quiet keeps you alive, and brave right up to the moment bravery turns to pride. He stepped into a town on the coast that had been emptied. The buildings wore plastic like heavy coats. He looked at all that blank safety and forgot to look back at us. He took a deep breath and some part of him said, "Wouldn't it be nice to stop fighting?" The moment that thought grew teeth, the plastic men came. We ran as hard as we could. We were too late. We found him standing as if he were still thinking, but his face had already smoothed and there was no more Ronald inside him to call to. I stood there and thought of the first time I'd heard him laugh, full of life and mean and warm, and I wished I had pulled him away before he walked into that town. Wishing did not change a thing. We burned those men until the street bubbled. Maya and I have children now. I never knew if that would be possible, or what it would mean. Holding my son the first time felt like holding the world a second time. He stared at me with eyes so serious I thought he was older than me already. My daughter had Sydney's grin from the moment she could make any expression at all. Our babies do not cry the way I heard babies cry in the old world. They seem to feel the web under their skin from the beginning. The first word my son said was not Mama, or Dada. It was Root. He said it while touching the dirt under a potted plant. I laughed and cried at the same time. We call ourselves many things now, but mostly we try not to call ourselves anything. Names harden into labels and labels harden into plastic if you let them. When we need to explain ourselves to new children who escaped, we tell them this: we are a line you can hold on to. We are a path not paved. We are the answer to the question, what if we stay soft enough to feel the real world and strong enough not to be crushed by it? We move from place to place like lightning moves inside clouds, seen and then gone, but always there. Sometimes we fight in big ways, in circles of flame. Sometimes we fight in small ways, picking plastic out of a creek with our hands until we can see water move without a pause, or talking a boy back from that first step toward the easy house with the smooth walls and the air that never changes temperature. We make mistakes. We argue. We get tired and forget to eat too often and then laugh about it when someone puts a bowl of stew in front of us, and we remember again what hunger feels like and what it feels like to fill it. We also fall. Not only the way Ronald fell. Sometimes we fall in quieter ways. We fall into the old wanting for things that shine. We fall into the hope that a problem can be solved by making it look better instead of being better. When that happens, someone takes our hand and lifts it and the plastic on the ground pulls back, and we remember the first time we felt the world slice into us like a clean wind. I still taste salt sometimes when I stand still too long. I think of Lisa and that tear and that kiss and the way her hand felt in mine. I think of Tina with her pink bow. I do not let myself picture her last days. Some days I hate myself for walking out of that house without her. Some days I forgive the boy I was for being 11 and small and caught in something too big. I say my sister's name out loud sometimes when I walk in a place where no plastic lies, just to put something soft in the air for her. When people ask me what the plastic men are, I tell them the truth the best way I can. They are a picture we made of a life we thought we wanted. We made that picture so clear and so smooth that it walked out of our heads and took our hands and said, "Come with me and stop thinking." The way back is not easy. It is not meant to be. Easy is what got us here. The way back is holding hands when you want to fold your arms. It is planting a seed when you want to buy a thing. It is standing in a circle when you would rather stand alone. It is looking at something ugly and not covering your eyes. It is letting a girl in golden shoes lift your arm and burn the numbness out of you. It is feeling pain and not mistaking it for harm. It is being a person in a world that wants you to be a product. We are winning. Not the kind of winning that comes with banners or trumpets, or a clear map with red arrows and blue lines. Our winning looks like a hillside where grass pushes up through an old sheet of plastic until it splits. It looks like a town where kids play in a square without a sheen on the stones. It looks like 3 teenagers at a generator shed, one holding the board for the other to crawl through, the third watching the shadows for movement. It looks like fire when fire is needed and water when water is needed. It looks like a circle of us standing around a child and holding up our hands to show him how to lift his. At night, when the little ones are asleep and the watch has been set and the lines between us hum low and steady, I sit on the step of whatever house or porch or rock is near and I think of the boy I was with paint on his hands from grabbing his mother's arm. I wish I could reach back and put my hand on his head and tell him the truth in the simple words he could understand. The world is not ending. It is changing, and you get to help it change. The plastic in the air is not bigger than the breath in your chest when you breathe with others. The blank faces are not stronger than the faces you love when you keep them in your mind and refuse to let them be smoothed away. You will kiss a girl who tastes like tears and oranges. You will lose her right after. You will meet another girl on a quiet road with red hair and copper eyes. She will take your hand. If you let her, she will hurt you in the right way, the way that opens you. When I finally lie down and close my eyes, I do not fall back into the old dreams where the polished men stand like statues in a room with no doors. I see the map and the butterflies. I see the threads of light. I see new dots appearing in places I have never walked. I see my son and my daughter and the children of my friends and the children we have not met yet, each landing somewhere on the world, each sending out a line. I see flame that is not only fire and water that is not only water. I see the hard edges blur, not in the plastic way that erases the real, but in the living way where borders soften long enough for a hand to reach through. Tomorrow we will move again. We will go where the web tugs at us. We will stand with kids who ran through drainage ditches and with kids who hid in library basements, and with kids who woke up alone in houses that smelled like old bread. We will show them how to lift their arms. We will stand in circles. We will talk about the people we lost until they feel like people again instead of stories. We will remind each other that our only true enemy lives in the part of us that still longs for smoothness more than truth. We will tell each other to look and keep looking, to feel and keep feeling, to love and keep loving in ways that make the real world brighter instead of duller. I do not know when this ends. I do not think it ends in a day. I think it ends by becoming our way of living, the way weather becomes the way a place is. If we keep the lines bright and the circles warm and the fires honest, the plastic will have nowhere left to land. One day a boy will kiss a girl who tastes like river water and her laughter will echo, and no one will lift into the air, and no one will smooth into nothing. The only bright film on their faces will be from running too fast in the sun. And if some little piece of plastic blows across the road between them, it will catch on a weed and stop, and they will pick it up together, and drop it in a bin with the other pieces we found that day, and then they will go back to whatever work their hands are meant to do. There's an old Spanish mission out in the hills west of Tucumcari, New Mexico. It isn't on any official map, and there's no marked trail that leads you there. The closest you can drive is to a rough dirt pull-off where the road turns to rock and brush, and from there it's hours of walking. People online argue about whether it even exists. Some swear it does. Others say it's a made-up campfire story that keeps hikers busy when the weather cools and there's nothing else to do. I went looking for it 3 summers ago, during a long road trip I'd planned as a kind of reset. I had told myself I'd use the time to see the country and clear my head. I would drive east from Arizona to the Atlantic, camping most nights, taking photos, and avoiding highways when the back roads looked interesting. It wasn't a very original plan, but it was mine. Someone on a message board posted about the mission. The thread was heated in the familiar internet way. 2 people who were sure, 3 who said they'd been there with a cousin, 1 who said there had been a fire in the 1800s, another who said the church had hidden something of great value, and a half dozen who accused everyone else of lying. The details never matched. What stayed the same, post after post, was the idea that a wealthy landowner had given something to the mission in the 1700s and the priest hid it. Some replies called it treasure. Some said it was a map to treasure. A few went big and said it was a holy relic, smuggled from Spain across the sea and then overland to the desert, where it had slept for centuries. That was the kind of story that gets under your skin when you're living out of a backpack. It gives shape to the empty time. I decided I would see if I could find the place. On the morning I set out, I stopped at a little convenience store to grab water, jerky, and a couple of cheap energy bars. The clerk asked where I was headed. I told him I was going to walk a while and see what I could see. A group of teenagers near the soda coolers heard the word mission, and one of them turned his head fast. "You looking for the old mission?" he asked, like he already knew the answer. "Maybe," I said. "If you find it," he said, "look for the skeleton." That was new. I'd read about relics and maps and stones with strange carvings, but not a skeleton. "Where is it?" I asked. "Inside," he said, as if that explained much. "People who go there all see it, but never in the same place." Another kid said, "It's headless." The first shook his head. "No, it's not. It's half headless." Someone else offered, like a compromise. Two of them started arguing over whether it existed at all. A fourth rolled his eyes and said they were all idiots, and the whole thing was a myth for bored tourists. Their bickering made me smile. I remembered being that age, sticking to made-up facts like they were family traditions. I paid, thanked them for the local wisdom, and went back to my car. The air already felt hot and dry enough to snap if you bent it. The sky was a hard blue dish turned upside down over everything. I checked my maps, marked a rough line toward the hills, and started walking. It took most of the morning to reach the first ridge. Mesquite and cholla made grabbing at my pants part of the price of admission. Lizards zipped from rock to rock like gray coins flipped through fingers. I stopped often to drink and to make sure I could still see the shape of the land well enough to get back. After a while, I stopped thinking and just kept putting one foot in front of the other until my brain stopped nagging and fell into a rhythm with my legs. Sometime early in the afternoon, I came up over a scrubby rise and saw a long, low stucco wall that had lost the argument with time. The top edges sagged. The corners slumped. Broad cracks ran down the surface like dried riverbeds. The ground inside was a flat, yellowish bowl ringed by broken foundations. A few buildings still stood, one large rectangle with high walls and no roof, a handful of smaller rooms with doorways but no doors, and a long collapsed road that looked like it had once been living quarters. It wasn't grand. It wasn't glowing with mystery. It was a ruin. But it was real, and my chest tightened in the way it does when you come to the end of a story and discover it's true. I walked along the outside of the big building and stepped through the main entrance. The church had lost almost all of its roof. Only a few black ribs crossed the open space like the bones of an old ship. Sunlight fell in wide slabs onto dirt where a floor had once been. A few tufts of dry grass had taken the invitation and set up camp. The walls rose high and plain, their plaster scarred by wind and harder weather. If there had been pews, a pulpit, an altar, candles, and art, they were long gone, burned, carried away, or simply taken back into dust by time and wind. The smaller buildings varied. A few were just stumps of walls that marked where rooms had been. Others had 3 walls and half a roof. One had a corner that looked ready to give up if you breathed on it. I moved slow and careful. I took photos out of habit, wide shots, details, close-ups of the way the plaster had bubbled around a wooden peg. It felt good to be quiet and present, to touch the rough edge of a century. I came to a building that must have been a storeroom or a cell, half collapsed inward. Through a wide break in the wall, I saw a shape. For a second I thought it was a pile of old wood. Then I realized it was a human skeleton. The bones weren't white like the ones you see in a lab. They were stained a dry brown from dust, as if the ground had been trying to pull them back into itself for years and had nearly succeeded. Shreds of pale cloth clung to the upper arms and shoulders, hanging in strips. The tatters of pants lay in a ragged puddle around the leg bones. The skull had a deep crater on the upper left, big enough to swallow the top of the eye socket. It was a hard thing to look at without turning your eyes away, not because it was bloody, it wasn't, but because it was so nakedly human and so unprotected. One leg disappeared under a heavy slab of the fallen ceiling. It made sense to think he had been trapped when the roof came down, pinned, maybe calling, maybe silent, maybe gone in an instant when the weight hit. The wound on the head matched that idea too well. The hole in the wall was wide enough to see through but not safe to climb. Even if I'd been able to squeeze, I didn't trust the rest of the ceiling to stay where it was. I took 2 photos and moved on. I don't remember every step after that. The afternoon burned on. My shirt stuck to my back. At some point a headache started in a small, tight line above my right eye. It sharpened as I walked. It spread. By the time I was back near the main church, it had grown into a ringing that made simple things hard. Then there was a sound, or it felt like a sound, even though I'm not sure my ears were hearing it. It was like the scream of an industrial whistle, all directions at once, drilling into the air. I put my hands to my head, half expecting to feel the vibration in my skull. The world tipped. I set my pack down and stumbled to a strip of shade against the wall. I drank like drinking could drown the noise. For a while I sat with my eyes closed, counting my breaths until they stopped trying to run away from me. After a long time, the pain eased. The ringing thinned and faded like a plane moving off in the sky. I felt stupid and a little scared. People die of heat out here because they think they're fine until they aren't. I decided I was done being a hero. I took a few last photos on the way out, more out of habit than curiosity, found my own footprints, and began the long walk back to the car. I kept to my plan and drove on east in the days that followed, but something in me had shifted. At first it was small. Food didn't taste as good. I felt a soft gray pressure settle behind my eyes. The road that had seemed open and generous felt a little flat. I told myself I was tired. I told myself the heat had knocked me sideways and I'd level out. Instead, a low anxiety crept in and stayed. The idea of being far from home went from thrilling to heavy. I pressed through to the coast anyway, and stood at the edge of the water like a salt-stained cliché and felt nothing in particular. I took the picture you take with my mouth in a line that could pass for a smile if you didn't look too close. Back home, I did what I always do after a trip. Plugged in my phone and showed the best pictures to my family and friends. It felt good to see my sister roll her eyes at a selfie and then ask to see more. When I got to the mission, I went hunting for the shots of the skeleton because I knew she'd react in a big way. I scrolled. I opened the photos of that collapsed room. He wasn't there. At first I assumed I had mixed up buildings. The light in the desert turns everything into a fuzzy repeat of itself in memory. I flipped back and forth, photo to photo. It was the room. It had the same chunk of roof, the same pattern of cracks in the plaster, the same shadow missing a corner. But the floor was clear. No bones. No ragged clothes. No skull with a missing bite. The hair on my arms prickled. My sister had that look she gets when she knows I'm about to mess with her on purpose. "Where is it?" she said. "It should be here," I said. "It was right there." "Maybe different room?" she said, patience already thinning. I scrolled through every image. That's when I saw photos I didn't remember taking. They were clear and steady and framed like I framed things, but I couldn't place them. They showed the inside of buildings I didn't remember entering. There were pictures of narrow stairways where the plaster had fallen away to show the stone beneath, pictures of a long room with a low ceiling and niches in the wall, pictures of an alcove with a wooden bench so old it looked like it would turn to powder if you breathed wrong. There were even photos from below ground, an undercroft with a row of shallow arches, a small enclosed chapel with a rough altar, a narrow crypt with names carved on plaques set into the wall. 27 pictures from down there, according to the count at the top of the screen. I had no memory of finding any stairs down. I was certain I hadn't gone underground. I didn't have a flashlight with me. I don't like tight spaces. There was a short video too, shaky and dim, of a long corridor with my own outstretched hand holding the phone. I don't usually film and walk without saying anything. If I'm alone I narrate, just to keep my own company. On the clip, the audio was a scrambled hiss. My sister squinted at me like I was doing a bit. I wasn't. I felt the same confusion and cold discomfort you feel when you walk into a room and forget why you came and then, for a few dense seconds, forget where you are. "Is this a joke?" she said. "It isn't," I said, not taking my eyes off the screen. I don't know what this is. I didn't sleep much that night. In the morning I tried to prove to myself I was being dramatic. I opened the gallery again. This time, when I came to a wide shot of a pile of outdoor rubble, the skeleton lay on top of it. Same worn clothes, same broken skull. He looked like he had climbed up there and lain down. I would have sworn on anything you asked that same photo had been just stones and drifted dust the night before. I took a screenshot and texted it to myself. I scrolled backward and forward. In one image I thought I saw the edge of a foot. In another, nothing. I closed my eyes and counted to 10 like I had with a headache. When I looked again, the skeleton was gone from that frame and appeared half in shadow in another. After that, every time I tried to show someone, he had moved. Most often I could find him somewhere, if I looked long enough, a corner of a skull in the church doorway, a rib cage in the tall grass, a hand on a lintel as if climbing. Sometimes he was nowhere. It felt like the meanest kind of magic trick, the kind where everyone is sure you're the one doing it because you're the one telling the story. Reactions were predictable. A lot of friends grinned and asked how I did it, what app one used. A few smaller laughs came with, "Okay, you got me," when he didn't show up right away. 2 people, one cousin and one old friend, looked at me and then at the photos and then back at me and didn't say anything and later sent a message that said they believed me. I wanted to believe me. I couldn't stand feeling like the world had slipped an inch to the left when I wasn't looking. I finally deleted every photo and video from the mission. It felt wrong to do it, like tearing pages out of a notebook, but I couldn't stop thinking about them. It didn't help. The space on my phone felt cleaner, but my head did not. A week later I did a full reset, wiped the device, traded it in, and bought a new one as if something could cling to metal and glass and code and be carried into my pocket by accident. Even that didn't fix it. The dream started at some point. Maybe while I was still on the road. Maybe after I picked out a new case for the new phone and told myself life could line up again. I can't mark the exact night. They blend and slide around like oil on water. The main parts never change. The details change all the time. In the dream I am in a large, elegant house that feels like it belongs to another time. It isn't a fancy European castle or some modern glass cube. It's American old, wide wood stairs, heavy doors, tiled fireplaces, wallpaper with curling reddish patterns, wainscoting that needs polishing. It's more mansion than simple house. There's a smell like old paper and dust that's been swept but not fully caught. The house changes as I walk. Rooms appear and vanish, hallways turn the wrong way. A door that led to a study now opens onto a music room with a grand piano and photographs on a credenza of people I don't know. In dreams, this kind of thing makes perfect sense. You don't question the shape of a thing. You accept it and keep moving. I walk. I open doors and step through them into bedrooms with 4-poster beds and fading quilts, sunrooms with potted plants that look like they have been watered regularly but without enthusiasm, libraries with a rolling ladder and gaps on the shelves where books have been pulled and not returned. I have a strong feeling that I'm searching for something. I don't know what it is. I also feel like someone else is in the house with me, moving, pausing, listening. I don't want to see them. It isn't a hot, red fear. It's a careful fear, like the one you feel when you don't want to startle an animal and make it run. I take slow steps and leave rooms the way I came instead of taking new doors. The dream uses up whole nights like this, quiet and endless. Every so often, rare enough to keep me guessing, I come to a door that is not like the other doors. I can't tell you exactly what is different about it. It doesn't glow. It isn't carved. Sometimes it's plain wood. Sometimes it's painted. Sometimes the handle is brass and warm to the touch. Sometimes it's an old iron latch. But it is always that door. I know it when I see it. I feel it in the soles of my feet. My chest goes tight and strange. I know, without anyone telling me, that the thing I am looking for is behind it. The first few times, I stood and stared and fought the urge to go closer. Every part of me wanted to open the door. An equal part of me knew I must not. I turned and walked away with my hands held at my sides like I was trying not to reach out by accident. The next day, waking life felt wrong. Food tasted off. The light in my apartment looked slightly green. Sounds came from around corners a half-second late. Night came on like a heavy coat laid over my shoulders when I was already too warm. The fourth or fifth time I found the door, I went up to it and put my hand on the handle. It felt like standing on the edge of a high roof while your toes curl over nothing. I didn't turn it. I stood there and let the feeling wash up and over me and then stepped back and made myself leave. The night after that, I woke from an ordinary dream with my chest tight and my heart hurting and didn't know why. As I sat up, I heard a voice speaking in a low, hurried way, like someone trying to explain too much at once. The words were Spanish, which I do not speak. The voice sounded anxious in a way that made my scalp prickle and my jaw drop open. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a neighbor. It was in my room, in the corner near the dresser. The light from the street sneaks in around my blinds enough to show the shape of furniture and the rectangle of the door. In that dimness I saw a shape of a person, no face I could make out, no clear clothes, just the outline of a person as dark as the absence of light. I froze. My mind, such as it was, began counting weapons. The only thing within reach that made any sense in a dumb, panicked way was my bedside lamp. I didn't take my eyes off the corner as I reached out blind and felt for it. My fingers slid across the painted base, the cord, the cool neck. I turned my head for a fraction of a second to find the switch. In that blink, the voice stopped. When I looked back, the shape was gone. I sat like that a long time, hand clamped around the neck of the lamp so hard my fingers hurt. The corner was empty. I was not ready to put the lamp down. After a minute or an hour, time does a trick when it is stuffed full of fear. A small object dropped from the dark and hit the floor where the shape had stood. It made a tiny clatter like beads. I didn't pick it up. I waited with my hand on the lamp and my spine trying to become a fence post. When I finally found the switch and brought the light up, the room was a room. The corner held only dust and the small dent in the carpet where the dresser leg rests. I forced my feet to touch the floor. I took 3 steps to the spot and looked down. Nothing. No beads. No small crucifix on a chain. No proof that anything had happened. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face like a person in a movie who wants to reset his whole life with a handful of sink water. It did nothing but make me cold. After that, the pattern settled like something with its own plan. I still dream of the house all the time, most nights, in fact. Usually I just walk and search rooms that resist being found twice. Sometimes I find the door. Each time it is harder not to open it. 3 times I have put my hand on the handle. Once, and only once, I turned it the slightest bit, just enough to feel the mechanism give like a muscle under a layer of skin. I didn't open it. The gap didn't even pull away from the frame. I took my hand away and held it against my own chest to stop it from shaking. On the nights after I touch the door, I get a visit. I don't call them dreams anymore. They don't have the weight and texture of dreams. They have the sharpness of waking. The person, the shape, appears in my room and speaks in Spanish. The tone has shifted with my closeness to the door. The first few times it was urgent but not angry. The night after I turned the handle that tiny amount, the voice came rough and upset, louder, almost painful. The room felt like it was filling with it. I pulled the covers over my head and curled on my side like a kid. I pressed my fingers into my ears. I said out loud that I didn't want to hear, that I didn't understand, that I was sorry. I don't know if I said sorry to the person or to myself or to the air. The covers did not keep the sound out, but they made a small cloth world I could choose to stay inside. Sometimes during the day I try to make sense of it the way you try to make a broken toy work one more time. I look up Spanish phrases that match the sounds I half remember. The closest I have found to what my brain thinks I heard is, "No abras la puerta." Don't open the door. I don't know if that is memory or invention. I've thought about asking for help, from a priest, from a therapist, from the kids at the convenience store. I have done smaller, quieter things instead. I stopped talking about the mission to anyone who didn't already know about it. I kept my phone full of new, boring photos, groceries, highway signs, a picture of a friend's dog, like clutter on a shelf to hide what had been there. I moved the lamp closer to the bed so I wouldn't have to reach so far. For 3 nights in a row, I slept with it on. I couldn't stand the way the light made the room look flat, so I stopped. Every approach I consider, I counter before I start. If I see a priest, what do I say? A ghost is visiting me because I almost opened a door in a dream? If I see a doctor, what do I say? I'm sleeping, but now the dreams feel like instructions? If I drive back to the mission, what do I expect to find? Another headache? An empty lot? A collapsed room with nothing inside? Or a skeleton in a different place with the same wound, waiting like a marker you cannot move even when you try? As strange as the nightly visits are, the thing that frightens me more is the door. I can't explain why, but I am certain there is a question behind it. I think I found that question at the mission. I think I picked it up without meaning to. I think it is the kind of question that should not be answered. It isn't a puzzle that makes you smarter when you solve it. It's a trap that resets itself each time someone steps near it. It sits there and waits as patient as stone. It feels like when I left that place, something came along, not a person exactly, not a soul like you talk about in church, but a piece of the place that watches, a guard set on a post, a small part of a larger duty. When I dream, I'm walking a house that isn't mine, looking for an answer to a question I should ignore. When I wake, the guard stands in a corner and whispers a warning I can't understand until I don't need to anymore. I know this sounds like nonsense written down. It sounds like the sort of thing people say before the people who love them make a plan to get them help. I read what I just wrote and want to roll my eyes at myself. But none of my normal tools work here. Jokes, rational explanations, a stubborn will, the ability to walk away. None of them make the door less real, or the voice less present, or the memory of a skull half broken less sharp. On good days I convince myself I'll never touch the handle again. On bad days I picture my hand moving all on its own. I see the latch tongue slip away from the strike plate. I tell myself everything will be fine, and that is the exact moment my stomach turns. If there is mercy in this, it's that most days are simple. I go to work. I answer emails. I eat food that tastes like food. I see my sister and watch her roll her eyes at me for different reasons. I do laundry. I read before bed and set the book down when the words stop sticking. I wake in the night and listen for the old pipes in the building and the low rush of a car a block over. I don't listen for the voice. I try not to listen for the voice. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, I breathe a little deeper. I'm not brave. I'm not a hero in a story. I'm a person who went to see an old building in the heat because he had time and shoes and water and nothing pressing to do. I'm a person who took pictures and then couldn't stop thinking about them. I'm a person who dreams of rooms and a door that feels like the center of something. I wish I had a neat lesson to finish with, some way to tie this into a bow. I don't. All I have is a rule I repeat to myself when I feel my hand itch. Do not open the door. The warning from the corner, the thing dropped that felt like a rosary and then wasn't there, the photographs of places I don't remember being, the tone of the voice that rises when I get too close, none of it adds up to a sensible conclusion. All of it together is enough to keep me from turning that handle. For now, that is the only work I can do. For now, I'm more afraid of what waits behind the door than I am of the thing that whispers to stop me. If fear is what keeps the world stitched, then let me fear the right thing. If the mission holds a question, let it keep holding it. Some doors look ordinary and open onto nothing more than empty rooms. Some look ordinary and open onto a fall. I don't know which kind this is. I only know that I am not meant to find out. I'm not the type to jump at every creak in the night, but I've always trusted the feeling that tells you when something is off. Most of the time our problems come from people or from the world just doing what it does. Still, there are moments you can't put in either box. What happened on that island is one of them. I wanted to be a writer since I was a kid, but a dream doesn't pay rent. After high school, I worked security because a friend's dad could get me certified. It carried me through college. Later, I clawed my way into a bank job and stuck with it for 6 years. Then the bank decided we had too many branches and too many faces at the windows. One Friday I had a desk. Monday I had a cardboard box. No severance. No apologies. No one hiring. When my savings started to rattle, I went to a small employment agency up the street. I didn't like the man who ran it, but I needed work. He skimmed my resume and said nobody was picking up bankers, then his eyebrows went up at the security line. They had an overnight temp slot they couldn't fill. I didn't want to go backward. Guard shifts look easy until you're by yourself for hours. I don't write well alone. The quiet makes my skin itch. But the rate was good, and I needed to eat, so I said yes. The guy slid me an address and said only one thing worth hearing on the way out. It's on the water. The address turned out to be a public launch. A gray-haired man at the counter asked to see my phone. When I showed him, he said, "If that's a camera, I have to hold it." I joked about guarding the queen. He didn't smile. I argued and then handed it over. A moment later, an even older man waved me to a small boat. We cut across a slab of cold water under a hard sky. I tried to make small talk, but he stared ahead in that way boatmen do. As the island rose out of the foam, he finally asked, "Ever been to one of these farms?" I said I'd seen plenty of farms. He said, "Not like this." Then he dropped me at a rough wooden dock and pushed off like he didn't want to be there a second longer than he had to. A sign halfway up the path said the place was a forensic anthropology facility. I recognized every word and still felt like I didn't know what I was walking into. A young guard named Eric met me around the side of a low, worn building that looked like a rec center from 50 years ago. He handed me a radio and told me there was internet on a couple of machines in the guard office, but phones weren't allowed. "No pictures online," he said. That part made sense. What didn't make sense was the smell that slid down the path as we walked toward the trees. It was sweet and rotten in the same breath, a weight that climbed into your throat and stayed there. We stepped into a clearing and the smell hit harder. 2 interns stood over long, low cages made of wire. A girl politely nodded. The guy ignored me. Only when I stood beside the nearest cage did I understand what lay inside. A woman's body was stretched on dead grass. The skin had gone hard and shiny in places and slumped in others. 1,000 white rice-like specks seethed along the creases of her neck and legs. Her belly was swollen. Her teeth looked too white. I kept my breakfast where it belonged by fixing my eyes on the wire instead of her face. Eric introduced the interns, Terry and Bernard, and said 2 more were somewhere on the island. Their advisor was a man named Dr. Christensen. Terry explained the cages kept birds from getting at the donors. The research would help police fix time of death estimates in many conditions. When I asked how many bodies were out there, she said it changed, but the number hovered around 50. The word hovered stuck to me like the smell did. Eric walked me along the shore for a perimeter I'd be expected to repeat on shift. It took close to an hour over rock and grass. The island was bigger than it first looked. The wrecked building housed labs and a few offices. The second small building was the guard room. At the guard desk, Eric showed me the 2-way radio and the logbook and pointed to a stocked fridge. He glanced at his watch like a man done for the day. "Most guys don't last long here," he said. "Especially at night." A boat engine growled against the dock. We stepped outside. The interns and a bearded man I guessed was the doctor climbed aboard. The old captain looked past us to the trees like there was something there he'd rather not see. When the boat's noise faded, I went back to the office and decided to stay put. I locked the door. Who would know if I walked the island? Who would even want to break into a place like this? I passed the first hours online, music in the background, the clock sliding to 9. I tried to write, opened a blank file, and watched the cursor blink at me until the old feeling, alone and uneasy, pushed me away from it. I woke with my cheek against my forearm and a song half done on the computer. Under the sound of a guitar, I heard something else, far off but clear, a woman crying. I sprang up, grabbed the radio and a flashlight, and ran outside. The wind poured through the trees and ratcheted down again. I told myself it could be kids who had snuck onto the island and gotten hurt. My light found the cages in the clearing. The crying stopped. I told myself I'd imagined it. Then a voice shouted, definitely a woman's pitch, and I jogged into the woods. I didn't find anyone. I did what I had promised myself I wouldn't, rounds in the dark. I traced most of the shore, then cut back toward the clearing and let the cages guide me. As my light slid along the wire of the first one, my body stopped before my mind did. The cage was empty. The leather scraps and dark stain on the grass said something had been there hours ago. The woman's body I'd seen in the evening had simply gone. My radio cracked at my hip. Static moved like breath. Something whispered on the other end. I put it to my ear. The words were too low to make out. My mouth was dry, but I pressed the talk button and forced out, "Who is this?" A laugh came through. High and bright. A woman's laugh. I ran. I ran away from cages and into trees and back to the buildings, slammed the office door, and locked it. I leaned on the desk and tried to slow my breathing. The smell came up through the floor like the building had sucked the night air into its walls. I lifted my hands from the table and saw a black smear on my palm and another on the desk. I didn't want to think about what it was. I pushed a chair under the knob, sat down, and waited for the boat that wouldn't arrive for hours. The captain found me on the dock when the sky began to gray. I didn't say much. Back at home I slept and then stared at the wall, trying to decide if the laugh had been a dream. The smell on my clothes argued it wasn't. The next day the agency called. The island wanted to hire me again, at a higher rate. I told the man no and then asked if they'd complained about my first shift. If they had complaints, they wouldn't be offering more money, he said. My bank balance said go. My nerves said don't. I called my father to mind. How he would go back to a job site after the ER gave him stitches if that's what it took to finish. I went. No one met me at the dock. I walked straight to the clearing to see the cage I'd left empty. The woman was there as if she had never left. Her belly was less round. The skin looked tighter. Bernard stood across the clearing with a clipboard and a long ruler. I tried small talk. He cut me off with a question I won't repeat, nasty in more ways than one. When I told him I'd heard something the other night, and the body had been gone, he asked if I had moved her. No, I said. He studied my face like it held an answer he wanted. He finally admitted their photos didn't match. The position of her body changed from one day to the next. Animals? I asked. He tapped the wire with his foot. I tried gases, swelling, collapse, the little I knew. He said he knew the difference. She was moved, he said. If it was you, better to say so. I told him it wasn't, and walked away with his suspicion riding on my back like a small monkey that dug in its nails. Night came fast. I sat with Eric in the office while he waited for his boat. He was in a joking mood, like he could tell I wasn't. Terry ducked in to ask about an alarm code. She smiled at me and left. Eric said she'd mentioned me a few times since I'd gone. She says you have kind eyes, he said. I told him to cut it out. The boat horn cried once, and he jogged down the slope. When the engine faded, I was alone again. Something slid past the window, just a shade deeper than the night. I didn't fling the door open. I listened to the grass move and stayed still until it went quiet. Outside, the air was full of the smell I'd come to know too well. I walked into the trees anyway, light at my feet to keep from stepping where I shouldn't. I followed the sound of the waves to the high point where Eric had said you could see a cave at low tide. It was too dark and the tide too high for that. Somewhere past that point I lost the shore and my sense of direction both. A pale pair of feet stuck out of ivy, purple and swollen. I wanted to be sure it was a donor site and not some other thing, so I edged closer. The body was muscled and missing its head and right arm. Flies climbed its skin like a black glove. I was sick behind a tree and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. A branch popped under a boot. A man stepped into my light, gray coat, bearded face, eyes hard. "You're contaminating my sight," he said. "The other guards don't come this far inland." It was the first time I saw Dr. Christensen up close. He told me to worry about Docs, and I'd let him worry about the rest. He pointed me back toward the buildings. I thanked him. On the way in, I told him I didn't understand how he did this work. "The data helps catch killers," he said. "That's enough." I asked if he knew the name of the man at my feet. He asked if I knew why he'd had me back. "Because I don't like questions," he said. He said it like a man who meant it. In the office I locked the door and looked at the corkboard in the break area. There was a photo of a guard I hadn't met, smiling awkwardly, a green snake and red apple inked around his right forearm. When I thought of the headless body missing its right arm, my stomach turned again. I slid the bolt home on the door and sat down to wait for morning. A few days later they asked if I could take a day's shift. Eric was out sick. The sun helped, and people on the island helped. On the boat over, Bernard made a crack about night guards being fetishists. Miguel, another assistant, rolled his eyes at him. Terry took me to a small cleaning room and showed me the tools and chemicals they used when a set of bones was ready to come in from the field. She said her brother had died and donated his body to science. That's why she chose this work. "It makes me feel close to him," she said. I said I was sorry. She waved it off. Dr. Christensen appeared in the doorway and told me the room didn't need guarding. I asked who would relieve me that night. "It was my understanding you are," he said. "It would be a double shift." I said I could use the money. "As long as it suits your needs," he said. When he left, I muttered something about forensics attracting a few asses. Terry deadpanned, "He's my father," and then laughed at my face. After a calm lap around the island, I sat in the office and stared at the corkboard again. The guard with the apple and snake tattoos smiled at the camera. I remembered the muscled body without a head or right arm. I remembered the cave story at the high point, and how Eric had talked about a low tide opening. I told myself not to go snooping. I went anyway. The storage room was full of cardboard boxes. Most were labeled with neat codes and documented bones. In the back were 3 sealed with orange tape and marked for the incinerator. I cut them open. The first was filled with personal effects, shirts, pants, a necklace or 2, things donors had been wearing when they arrived. The second box made my head go cold. I pulled out a guard shirt like the one I wore. Then another. A belt. Socks. Shoes. The whole box was uniforms in different sizes. When my head rose, someone was already in the doorway. The world went black. I woke on stone. My body felt wrong, the slow, heavy wrong of a drug. A thin red glow pulsed against my chest. My hands were tied behind me, my ankles bound. I turned my head and saw Eric beside me, eyes wild, cheeks wet. He mumbled the same 3 words over and over in a voice that climbed toward panic. The third time I understood him. "They took them." He meant his feet. They were gone, wrapped stumps where ankles had been. The cut was clean. The bandages neat. It looked like a hospital job performed in a cave by a madman. I told him I'd get us out. He stared through me like he was somewhere farther away. A voice called from the dark. Light slid along the stone and found us. Terry crouched, tears shining on her face. Relief broke out of me like I'd been holding it for days. "Get me loose," I said, "before that psycho comes back." She moved past me to Eric. She had a scalpel in her hand. "Untie me first," I said. "I can help." She looked at me with eyes I thought I knew and said, "I'm sorry." Then she slid the blade across Eric's throat. The sound he made is a sound I don't have words for. I turned my head and shook against the ropes. When I looked back, she whispered, "Thank you," to his body. I asked what she was thanking him for. "For donating," she said. "Without donors, William can't come back." William. Her brother. "He needs parts," she said, voice breaking. "Not just any parts. The doctor needs what he needs. I need what I need. She had put up job ads, called agencies, fed the island with guards. It saves lives, she said, and started toward me with the scalpel. He'll be happy to have his eyes back. A shadow moved behind her. The doctor slid a needle into her neck and squeezed the plunger. Relax, he said, calm as a man at a sink. Thousands of bodies are embalmed every day. What embalmers pump into the dead has no business in the living. Her mouth foamed. Her body fought itself. While they both watched her shake, I sawed through the rope with the small knife I kept in my pocket and worked the knot at my ankles. I threw myself at the doctor and drove the blade into his back. He fell under me, shouted, and fired a gun. The blast knocked the sense out of me. The next thing I knew, I was stumbling in water up to my waist, pulling for the small strip of moon in the cave mouth. I climbed out onto the rocks, got my feet under me, and ran. The doctor shouted somewhere behind me. The wrong in my blood slowed my legs. I cut into the trees and nearly crawled into a wire cage with a body the size of a refrigerator. I lifted the wire and slid under the cold meat, pulling it over me like a blanket. Maggots slid down the back of my neck. The doctor's steps came close, paused, and faded. When the silence held, I pushed the dead weight off, rolled out, and vomited until I had nothing left. I ran downhill. The dock was empty. The office door was shut. I locked it, dragged the desk against it, flipped the break table, and shoved it against the window. The two-way radio was in pieces. Bleach pinched my nose. Somebody had been cleaning already. A smear of red light leaked through the edges of the blinds like the sun had turned to blood. Something howled outside the door. The doctor screamed in reply. 2 shots cracked. A sound followed that I'll never forget, heavy and wet. Then silence. Then a slow, heavy thump against the door, again and again, the red glow reaching in under the frame like fingers. My next clear memory is of waking in a hospital bed with my body marked like a map. The nurse said they'd found me wandering near the shore. I had enough narcotics in my blood to float a horse. I thanked my neighbor for bringing my laptop. When I opened the file I had written and read what I had put down, it felt like reading someone else's story with my voice stuck to it. Pieces woke up in my head, small pictures that didn't connect. A detective came the next day. He showed me a badge and said his name was Andrews. He asked what I remembered. I told him about the island, the boat, the cages, the cave. He raised an eyebrow but kept listening. When I said we could go there in daylight with a lot of backup, he nodded and said he'd set it up. He asked me not to post anything online. I told him I didn't want strangers thinking I was crazy. That part was true. He took me to the dock when I was discharged. The old man who had taken my phone was gone. The new owner knew nothing and cared less. On another pier, 2 detectives met us, and we took a boat across. I asked for a buttload of cops. They're already there, one of the men said. There were no boats at the island dock. The guard office door hung off its hinges. Somebody had scrubbed everything with bleach. The destroyed radio was gone. The computer was gone. The lab building had been emptied like a turtle shell. No cages, no bodies, no tools, only marks on the grass where bodies had lain, like dark angels with no wings. We walked to the high point. The tide was wrong for the cave. We searched for another entrance, or anything that looked like a seam in the earth. We found a rusted battery and an empty whiskey bottle. The red-haired detective said, "Nothing here." I wanted to throw him off the cliff. As we started back, a man moved through the trees ahead. I shouted. The detectives didn't see him. I chased him, branches whipping my arms. He slid behind a trunk and vanished like smoke. When we got back in the boat, I saw a birthmark behind Andrews's ear, and my stomach dropped. I had seen that mark somewhere else. I asked what precinct they worked for. 31st, Andrews said. Later, in my apartment, I called that precinct from my neighbor's phone. Nobody there had heard of them. The next time I saw the man in the trees in my mind, I saw his face. It was mine. Calls came to my new phone. Silence and breathing. Someone knocked at 2 in the morning and was gone before the door opened. I told the police. They told me not to waste their time. I took a walk to a diner and sat in a booth and ordered eggs I didn't want. In the mirrored wall across the aisle I saw a man sit across from me. It was Andrews, not in a suit this time. He talked to me in the mirror and slid a yellow folder across the table. For a second I could hear him over the clink of forks and the hum of the cooler. "You have to go back." Then the waitress set my plate down and the reflection became what it was, a mirror of me, alone. "No friends tonight?" she teased. "Just me," I said and ate. I tried to leave town. I drove west until the lines on the road blurred. A cheap motel took my cash. I lay down. I woke on the island. The guard office looked new, all its corners sharp and clean. I heard voices inside, Eric's laugh, Terry's lighter reply. I walked to the door, and something hot rose in my chest. The door opened before I could touch it. Terry stepped out. She looked up and said my name the way a person does when they're surprised and relieved at once. I reached for her with both hands and the world went dark, and then came back as night over the dock. The lights in the office glowed like bait. Someone moved in the trees. I followed the sound into the woods and out to a hidden door in the ivy. It lifted easily. I climbed down into a chamber built of stone and filled with old machines that hummed and blinked and warmed the dark with a red light like the end of a burning log. I reached out. There were stitches by my thumb, black excess in my skin where there shouldn't be any. The red flooded everything. I snapped awake in my car on the side of a road 100 miles from home. I paid for gas with hands that didn't feel like mine. I drove back and went straight to the employment agency to ask the man who ran it what he knew and when he had known it. Black, charred wood stood where the office had been. Police tape flapped in the wind. Someone had set the place on fire. I tried to go to work like nothing had happened, like you can muscle your way back into a life by sitting at your old desk. The monitor wouldn't turn on. When it did, the screen filled with light that thickened from white to pink to red. My coworkers typed and stapled and looked into the red like it was nothing. I called their names. They didn't hear me. I ran for the door and came out into gulls and waves. The bank was gone. The island was back. I walked the hall of the lab building and followed the sound of a woman crying to the packing room. The voice came from a sealed box. I backed away and closed the door. In the lab, 3 men in white coats unwrapped a corpse on a metal table. One of them had a birthmark behind his ear. The man on the table was Bernard. His eyes were open. He stared straight at me with the same blame he'd worn in life. Back in the office I reached for the bathroom and found my apartment door in its place, brass 403 shining in the light. I knocked. The handle wouldn't turn. When I blinked it was a bathroom door again, and the smell of bleach came crawling. I don't know when the story stopped being only mine. I only know how it ends because I saw it later, and because something old and angry pulled the strings from behind my ribs long enough to stand up and finish what it started. A man woke in the cave with a ribbed metal device wrapped around his chest. A red lens in its middle pulsed to his heartbeat, brighter when his breath quickened, dimmer when he lay still. His body felt wrong, like he had been poured into a shape that didn't fit. He got up anyway. The stone was cold. The machines hummed. He found a woman in the corner with foam at her mouth and a needle mark in her neck. "Who did this?" he asked. Her eyelids fluttered. She smiled when she saw his face and called him by a name that wasn't mine. "William." He told her not to talk. She said, "Your eyes," and then she shook until her heart gave out. He watched her last breath leave her and made a promise without speaking it. He climbed the ladder, pulled the door closed over the hole, and walked toward the dock. The doctor stood in the clearing with blood soaking the back of his coat, a gun in one hand and a phone in the other. 30 minutes, he said into the phone, voice clipped and angry. "Not 20. 30. He turned when the man stepped out of the trees. "Get back to the lab," he ordered. When the man kept coming, the doctor lifted the gun. "We don't have time for this," he said. The man tore the machine from his chest, wires and needles ripping free. The red light brightened to a scream. The doctor fired and missed. The man swung the machine like a hammer and brought him down, then dropped the metal and closed both hands around the doctor's throat until the eyes that had slid past every question rolled up white. He went to the office and drove his shoulder against the door. Wood cracked. He shoved again. The desk scraped, the door sprang open, and a man in a guard uniform spun from the computer and raised his hands. He looked like me and not like me, a patchwork of parts, edges smoothed by stitches, a stranger built from familiar pieces. He said no with his mouth and yes with his eyes. They fought and fell and grabbed and tore. It didn't last long. The stitched-together man's body was a weak machine. He went down and didn't get up again. The standing man, William, leaned over the keyboard where a message was half-typed, read the words, held down backspace until they were gone, and wrote another ending. He sent it. He stripped the uniform from the dead man and put it on. He dragged the body into the trees to lie with the others. He stood at the edge of the dock with the wind pushing at his back. Inside him, the guard stirred and flailed like a man tangled in ropes at the bottom of a river. William let him fight and burn his strength, and then pressed him under. A boat's engine carried across the water. He pulled the guard's face into the set of his own and waited. That's how the island writes its stories. It chews up parts and spits out something that can walk in daylight. It stacks bones and saves names and lets the tide take what's left. The red light isn't a warning or a sign from the sky. It's a machine that answers anger with heat and feeds it back into flesh. I wish that were the whole truth. I wish I could end it there, in clean lines. But nothing about this is clean. Since the last knock on my door, since the last call with breath on the line, I've come to understand what Terry meant on the day I met her, when she said this work made her feel close to her brother. Some places collect people. Some places keep them. That island was built for the dead, and then men with hard eyes found another use for it. They turned it into a lighthouse for spirits, and then sold the plans to thieves. I sometimes dream in red. In the dream I stand at the mouth of a cave and hold a hand I can't see, and the light warms both of us, and the wind shouts, and the sea reaches and pulls back, and when I wake my hands are sore like I've been gripping something too tight. On rare mornings I go to the mirror and check under my right thumb for black cross stitches that shouldn't be there. Most days the skin is plain and whole. Every now and then my eyes tell me a different story. If I had never taken the boat, I would still be the kind of man who thinks the world is either people or nature and nothing more. I know better now. Things fall through the cracks, people, promises, names. Men build machines to catch what falls and pull it back up. It works until it doesn't. Then the thing you dragged up burns a hole in the deck and takes the boat with it. A last word for the sake of honesty. There is a version of this where I got greedy and stayed and went back and followed a voice when I should have covered my ears. There is a version where I looked the other way and took the money and wrote a report, and nothing more. I didn't live either of those. I lived the one where I ran and still ended up right where I started. I lived the one where a woman laughed on a radio in the dark. I lived the one where a man with my face stared at me from behind a tree and then stepped aside to let me pass. I don't know if you'll believe any of this. You shouldn't, probably. But if you ever find yourself on a rocky shore with a low building and a sign that says a lot of correct words in the wrong order, turn around. If you hear a voice whisper on a frequency you didn't set, don't answer. If you see a red light through a window no one uses, don't go in. Some doors open even if you don't touch them. Some questions pull you through even when you say no. And if someone calls you from your own number and a voice you know says, "Don't trust me," believe him. People tell stories about the boogeyman. A tall, shadowy thing that creeps out after lights out, stalks under beds, and waits for a child to close both eyes. Every group of kids has a version. Some say it only comes on a full moon. Some say it changes shape to look like your worst fear. Some swear it slips out from the closet when the house is quiet and the night feels like a hell breath. We trade those stories because it is fun to scare one another, and because, in the dark, a mind will fill a blank hallway with anything it can imagine. I grew up hearing those stories and adding to them. I made scary faces at sleepovers and hissed through my teeth, and I laughed when my friends squealed. Back then I was sure I knew where pretend ended and where real life started. I had not seen anything that refused to fit into either box. That changed when I was 11. After that, whenever kids spoke about the boogeyman, I kept quiet. I let them finish. And when they said, "Do you think it's real?" I just shrugged and told them there was no such thing as the boogeyman. I said it like a fact. I said it the way your teacher says 2 plus 2 is 4. I did see something. I saw it with my own eyes, and it was not any of the things we used to say. It did not match our stories. The real thing did not stalk or slither or stretch. It was different in a way that is hard to explain unless you were there with me, unless you were the one who fell where I fell and stood where I stood and looked into the eyes I saw. At the time, I lived in a quiet house in a quiet row of other quiet houses. It was the sort of neighborhood people drive through too fast because they are either late for work or eager to get home. We had a short yard and a short path up to a short porch, and if you stood there in the afternoon you could hear lawn mowers 2 streets away. It was just my parents and me. I was an only child. Because of that, I got more than I needed and I got it sooner than I should have. If I pointed at something in a window, a lot of the time it showed up in my room 2 weeks later. My room was big compared to the others downstairs. It had a window that let in the sun in the morning and a corner where dust liked to gather. Most of the floor was always covered with toys and cards and an open game or two because I never was good at putting things back where they belong. Every few months my mom would put her hands on her hips and tell me to clean up. Every few months my dad would stand in the doorway and say, in a voice that tried to be serious, that one day a lost Lego was going to pierce the heart of his foot, and I would be responsible. This went on until they got tired of it, and went looking for something to help. One weekend they came home with a second-hand closet they had found. It was taller than my dad even without the old feet screwed to its bottom, and the wood had a dark, tired look the way trees in winter do. The door creaked when you pulled it open, the way doors do in haunted houses and cartoons. But nobody thought that was funny at the time. My dad and a neighbor carried it up the stairs with short grunts and red faces. My mom wiped it down and coughed at the dust. I watched and tried to guess what would be mine and what would be theirs when it came time to argue about shelf space. But of course everything inside it would be mine. I did not think much about the closet beyond being glad to have a place to shove things. It was new to me, even if it was old. I ran my fingers down the grooves in the wood when I passed by. I shut the door and opened it right away just to hear the noise. Sometimes I could swear the door had shut by itself when I knew I had left it open. Sometimes I knew it had been closed and later saw it a sliver open, a thin line of dark like a mouth caught whispering. Those thoughts did not hang around long during the day. Sunlight is good at wiping things away. At night, when I got in bed and I could feel the wall at my back and saw the closet door across the room, I sometimes felt a small ripple under my skin, the way water shivers when a breeze passes over it. But then I would reach over, switch my night light on, and as the small yellow glow filled the space around my bed, the ripple faded. Nothing came out. Nothing moved. I told myself it was silly to be afraid of furniture. Weeks passed. The closet filled fast. I stuffed board games flat on the bottom. I stacked comic books on top of one another, and pushed them right until the pile tilted left. I flung clothes onto the middle shelf, and those clothes slowly dripped down the sides. I tossed my stuffed toys in a soft heap on top. Because I lived in that room and because I was a kid, the closet aged fast. Dust sat along the top where nobody could reach. A corner chipped when my friends and I wrestled and one of us slammed into it. Little bite marks lined the door because when I was bored I liked to clamp down on the wood and lean, just to see how deep my teeth could go. Old things look older faster when kids live with them. All that time, nothing strange happened that I could not explain to myself with a shrug and a whatever. I went to school, I came home, I played. That was my rhythm. I had my favorite stuffed toy, Mr. Fluffless, a strange little thing with one large eye and a stitched smile. It looked like a creature that did not belong in any zoo, or like a drawing that a kid and a tired parent had made together after dinner. I held it when I was happy and I held it when I was sad, and when I was 11 I still kept it close even though I did not tell my friends, because nobody wants to be the one who still sleeps with a stuffed thing when the others do not. The night it happened started like a lot of nights. My mom poked her head in my room and told me not to stay up late. My dad called from downstairs that good sleep makes strong bones, and I called back that I would get as much sleep as my bones needed. I piled 3 stuffed animals in a triangle and made them fight, and made them talk about who was the bravest, and who was the funniest, and who was the smartest. I lined up game cards and flicked one at another and felt the small thrill when one slid under and flipped it in the air. I played until my mom pushed the door open and raised her brow and pointed at the lamp. I put my toys into my arms and got up and dropped them in the closet and said, "Good night," in a voice that tried to sound like it did not care but still wanted one more hug. She tucked the blanket under my chin, kissed the top of my head, and turned off the main light. The room went dim except for the night light on the little table next to my bed. She left the door open a little, and as I watched, the bright strip of hallway light along the floor slowly went thin and then vanished when the light outside clicked off. I knew I should close my eyes. I knew that was the rule. But I had a restless hum in my body, and when that hum is there, closing your eyes is like trying to shut a door on a song. I rolled onto my back and watched the ceiling for a while. I counted to 50, and told myself I would give up then. I counted to 100 and told myself the same thing. The hum did not go. 10 more minutes, I thought, and then I will sleep so hard that the morning will have to shout to climb into my head. I sat up and touched the night light to make sure it was bright enough. It gave off a soft yellow glow that made the room look warmer than it was. I slipped my feet to the floor and winced when the wood was a little colder than my toes liked. I took slow steps to the closet, the way you do when you know a floorboard likes to complain, and you do not want it to wake anyone. The closet door looked taller and darker in the night light than it did when the sun was up. I could see the little bite marks along the edge, and I had a quick, foolish thought that all those teeth marks were mouths. I pushed that stupid idea away and reached for the handle at the same time. The metal was cool under my fingers. The door gave that long, tired creak when I pulled it. I wrinkled my nose at the stale, sweet smell that came out, like old dust and old paper and something closed up too long. I leaned in and tried to spot Mr. Fluffless, but my toys had drifted to the back, and everything in there was a mess. Usually I grabbed whatever was closest, but that night I wanted only one thing. I reached in with one hand, felt soft fur and cold plastic and a hard game board. The things I touched kept slipping out of my fingers. I stepped in a little, moved things aside with my foot, and felt nothing but more mess. My hand found the shape of a stuffed ear, but when I pulled, it came away without a body. I frowned, swung my arm wider, and stepped just one more step into the closet. My knee bumped a stack. It slid. I shot my other foot forward to keep from going down, but it caught on something and I lurched. I reached for the side of the closet to save myself, but my fingers grabbed only air. There was more air than there should have been. It was like the back of the closet had decided not to be there. Instead of a wall, there was a space that did not belong. I fell forward into that space, and the door behind me thudded against my heel and swung inward a little farther. I tried to catch myself, and that was the worst thing I could have done because my hands pushed the top layer of toys aside and sent them sliding along with me. They bumped and clacked and made small noises like mice running. I expected the floor of my room to meet me, a hard smack. It did not. For a brief, strange second I felt like I had been rolled inside a soft tube. Then my palms pressed something woven, like a rug, and my shoulder hit something soft instead of wood. My face landed in something that smelled faintly of soap and dust and a little like a woman's hair. I lay still, my heart banging. It seemed like a stupid thing to do, to stay in a pile of other people's things, but all the air in me had run to the edges of my body at once, and could not find its way back. The quiet was strange too, a new kind of quiet that was not the same as the one in my room. I took a breath and lifted my head. The space around me was not my room. It was small and tight, and the sides were close. My own room felt big, even when it was messy. I had enough space to leave a game out and still walk around it. This room felt like it had been built by someone who wanted to take as little space as possible, and still have something to call a room. The walls were painted a soft color that looked like it had once been brighter, and had faded little by little under the light. The floor had a rug with a pattern that went in circles like ripples in a pond. On one wall was a low bed with a blanket that had a cartoon picture on it. On another was a table with a lamp, and the lamp gave off a light that made shadows huddle in the corners. I took 2 slow steps forward and bumped my shin on the side of something. It was a toy box lid, I think, only everything here looked a little wrong and small. I reached down to touch it, to make sure I was not imagining things, when a small click snapped the air in two. The lamp on the table popped to life. I squinted and threw my hand up, because the light felt too bright for that small room. I was not alone. I knew it then even before I heard it. My skin told me. The back of my neck told me. A thin, quick sound broke out from the corner of the room. It was a noise that was part squeak and part whistle and part cry. It rose and fell at the same time, the way a kettle does when the water inside is not boiling yet but it wants to let you know it will be soon. I turned toward it and saw the shape that made it. I had that moment all children have where you expect the thing you see to match the thing your mind already drew. I expected the tall, black shape from those sleepover stories. I expected long claws scratching. I expected a line of teeth gleaming in the dark. What stood there did not fit any of that, and the way it did not fit was what froze me. It was short. It stood only a little higher than my chest. Its body was soft in a way that made me think of warm bread, but not in a comforting way, more like something the world had not pressed on yet. The limbs were thin and ended in little rounded tips that looked like blunt claws, pink and pale. The head was round and smooth, almost too round, as if someone made a ball and put it on top of a small pillar. From each side of its head, near the middle, 2 buds bulged out. They were darker than the skin around them, and they looked like they could catch sound, although why they were on the sides and not where they should have been, I could not guess. Long hair hung down in strings, clumping in places where it looked wet. It stuck to the round head like seaweed will stick to a rock. The face had flat parts and bumps that did not belong. In the center of it sat a round thing that looked like a wart with more than one hole, and one of those holes leaked a clear sheen down toward the thing's mouth. That mouth was small, an odd little opening with soft edges. Above it were 2 big, wet eyes. They were glossy and dark, like the top of a cold drink, and they moved in a way that made my stomach feel like it wanted to hide behind my ribs. The sound came from that small mouth and those big eyes. The eyes were the worst part, not because they were mean or wild, but because they were not. They were scared. The creature shook. Its arms, if they were arms, reached toward me then pulled back. The little rounded tips clenched and unclenched. It took a small step forward and then stopped, and took a small step back as if it could not decide which was worse, to come close to me or to stay away. I could hear it breathe. The breaths came in sharp and then out rough, like the air did not want to stay inside it. For a long second, we did nothing but look at each other. My mind was a mess of thoughts that would not line up. It looks like a drawing, I thought. It looks like something a small child would make if you told them to make a person and did not help them. It looks like those old picture books of the word human, but wrong. I wanted to step back, but behind me was only the closet door that I had come through, and I did not know if I could find the opening again without making everything in the room crash and pile on top of me. So I stood very still. I did not even blink for a few heartbeats. I tried to make myself look as soft and small as I could. I did not want to scare it. I did not want it to think I was here to take its food or its bed or anything else that mattered. The creature's mouth opened and shut. The small sounds that came out started to change. They were not the squeaks of fear anymore. They had short, hard edges now. They went up and down as if they were made of little steps. The more it made those sounds, the more its whole body shook. Water squeezed from those glossy eyes and ran down the round face in two wet lines. It took a step. It stood very close to where I stood. It closed its small mouth and opened it again and let out a sound that had a shape to it. It was a word, or a thing like a word. My mind reached for the shape and came back empty. We did not share any language. It could have been telling me to leave. It could have been telling me to help. I had to do something. I could not just stand there and let the space between us stay full of nothing. The last thing I wanted was to startle it in a way that made it do something it could not take back. I tried to make my own voice small and calm. I had never tried to talk to anything that did not know how my words worked. I cleared my throat, felt it scratch a little, and said the simplest thing I could think to say. "Hello?" I whispered. That one word might as well have been a struck match in a dry field. The creature jumped back at once. It threw its head back, and a scream tore out of it. If a whistle could carry fear on its back, that is what it would sound like. The scream was sharp at the start, and then spread like a sheet tearing. It ran from the small mouth and filled every corner of the small room at once. It was so loud I felt it in my teeth. I put my hands to my ears and looked at the door by reflex. Light began to glow around the edges of the door from the other side. The glow grew fast. Heavy thudding came from beyond the door, once and then again, quicker each time. The creature in front of me screamed again and again, and a lower sound answered it, and a heavier one answered that one. They were not alone. Others were coming. Big ones? The room that was too small for me already was about to be full. Fear became a tight hand around my chest. It squeezed my breath thin. I knew I had only a moment to decide. If I ran for the door, the big ones would come through and see me straight away. If I stayed where I was, they would see me when they came around the bed or the table. The only thing I could think to do was the thing that had brought me here. I turned. I pushed through the heat toward the closet I had fallen out of. I grabbed the edge of the door and pulled. It moved easier than my own did. I squeezed through the gap and let the door drift back in place without letting it clap shut, because even then I knew that a sharp sound would bring eyes and feet to me. I crouched inside the dark. Dust stirred around my nose and I fought not to sneeze. I held myself still as a rock, even though my legs wanted to twitch and my hands wanted to tremble, and I stared at the thin slice of light through the gap as the big ones entered the small room. They were huge. I could not see them all at once through the thin slice, only parts. One shape moved to the small creature and crouched. Its hands were bigger than both of mine together, and each finger ended in a round little blunt claw like the small ones, only larger. The hair on its head was short and neat. I peeked down and saw feet wrapped in things that made them look smooth. The shape spoke, the way a storm speaks from far away. The small one made sharp sounds back. Another shape, even bigger, stood behind. I could not see its face either. The first big one made slow, low sounds as if to calm the small one, and at once I understood. That is what a parent sounds like when it is trying to make fear fade from a child, even if I could not understand the words. The small one pointed. It pointed straight at the closet. The finger quivered and then held steady, and a flood of cold ran through me that had nothing to do with the still air. The biggest shape turned. It took one step toward the closet. It filled the gap, wiped out the little slice of light with itself. A big hand reached past the thin crack. I pushed back deeper into the closet, the mess shifting softly under me, a board game sliding, a block clacking. My heel hit the back. The back was not there. My heel slipped and dropped and found woven texture again. I pressed myself further into that knot space until the light from the crack shrank to a pin, and I kept going. The boards and toys around me rattled and whispered as I moved. For a second I expected that huge hand to grab the edge and pull the door wide and drag me out by the neck. It did not. It hung there at the edge, and then the big shape made a low call to the others and it pulled its arm back slowly. The light grew again, and my chest began to move. My body had been holding my breath without me telling it to. I did not try to open the door and look out. I did not dare to see even one more thing. I kept pushing myself back through the mess and down, and then tried to turn around and up, and somehow my hand caught a board I knew, and my knee found a slant I knew, and my head bumped a shelf I knew, and then my shoulder pressed the inside of the door of my own closet, and it gave welcome. I tumbled out of the closet and rolled onto the floor of my own room. I landed on my side and stayed like that with my arms locked around my middle. I stared at the baseboard along the wall and the little crack where the paint had peeled and the bent edge of an old sticker I had forgotten to throw out. I could not pull air in big enough to fill my lungs. Sobs came out of me all on their own, short barking ones that did not sound like my voice. My body was shaking hard enough that my teeth tapped together. Footsteps made the floor under me thrum. I did not hear them at first. I only noticed when the door of my room swung open and the main light from the hallway made a bright wedge across my floor. At first, I could not make the light and the sound mean anything. My name snapped into my head the way a rubber band snaps your skin. It was my mother's voice. Then it was my father's too, saying that name again in a way that tried to be calm and was not. They came fast. The light brightened to a full white when my mom found the switch and turned on the overhead. My eyes watered. I squeezed them shut, and then opened them halfway. I was pulled upright by firm hands, lifted and held to a chest I knew. The shape and smell and sound were home. The dry, warm scent of my mother's skin, the rhythm of her breath, the steady beat that always sounded slower than my own. She held me with all the hands she could. She rocked the way parents do when the child in their arms is too big for the rocking to work, and it works anyway. She whispered my name and said it was all right and asked me what hurt and what happened. My father stood a step away and looked to the closet at once, because the open door pointed to it like a finger, and because he knew sometimes a mess can be a map. He did not shout or tell me to stop crying. He only spoke in a voice that had a firm bass under the soft top. "Tell us," he said. "Tell us what is wrong." I lifted a hand and pointed at the closet. It was all I could do. My mouth worked, and the sound that came out first was one long broken noise. Then words pushed past that sound. "The closet," I said. "The closet. Something in there." I tried to say what I saw, and the words seemed to fail me even when they were the only ones I had. "There are things in there," I said. "3 of them. The small one was here. The big ones came. They have too much flesh and too much hair. They breathe wrong. Their eyes leak. Their ears stick out of the sides of their heads." I did not know how to say that all of that was wrong because it was not my shape. The words came out in a messy line, and I could hear how strange they sounded, even to me. My parents looked at each other. It was one of those looks people give when they share a wall of thoughts with no door. My father stepped toward the closet. I wanted to tell him to stop. I wanted to tell him to be careful. I wanted to tell him to be ready to run. I could not bring those new words out. The old words kept coming, the ones that shook and snagged and fell. He reached the closet and put his hand on the door and pulled. It creaked. He crouched and moved the top layer of toys aside with the care you use when you do not want to break a thing that is already old. He stared into the closet and breathed out. He looked back at me. "There is nothing here," he said. He said it to me in that same steady voice. He was not trying to make fun of me. He was not trying to make me feel silly. He was trying to make the night turn back into night. He rested his hand on the wood and gave it a little shake that was almost a pat. "See? Just toys and boards and dust. Nothing that can hurt you." My mouth opened. I wanted to argue. I wanted to say he was wrong and he was right at the same time. I wanted to tell him that sometimes there is nothing to see until there is. My mother made a soft sound in her throat and pressed me closer. She took one of her hands and ran it in circles between my shoulder blades. She made a little shush sound and I felt my muscles loosen even though my mind did not. She looked at my father and said in a low voice that plain things can look like monsters if you wake up in the middle of a dream. She said maybe I had knocked some toys over and the sound spooked me. She said children get frightened by shadows cast by something simple. My father picked Mr. Fluffless up from the floor where he had fallen. He held the stuffed toy up by one ear and made the face look like it was peeking at me. "Look who we found," he said, and he brought the soft shape to my chest and tucked it between my arms and the blanket that my mother had pulled over me without me noticing. For a second, in the bright light, the button I looked like a real one, and then it was just a button again, and I pressed my face into the soft fur, and it smelled like my pillow and old fabric, and that smell made my heart slow down. "Can you try to sleep now?" my mother asked. She said it the way you ask someone to accept a gift they do not deserve. "We will be right outside. We are not going anywhere." I nodded. I did not because I believed there was nothing to fear, but because my body was empty. It had spent everything it had. A wave of tiredness came up from my feet and over my head, and if I had not been already lying down, it would have pushed me over. My father leaned down and kissed the top of my head. My mother smoothed the blanket along the side of me and kissed my forehead, and then stepped back so my father could pull the light chain. The room fell back into the soft glow of my night light. The doorway filled with their shapes for a second more. "Remember, kiddo," my father said, his voice gentle and sure. "There's no such thing as the boogeyman." I had heard a lot of sentences in my life before that night. That one did not land the same way. It fell on me and spread out and settled in all the places where the fear was still laying. I clutched Mr. Fluffless and let the slow, steady sound of my parents breathing outside the door build a wall that the dark could not climb. I stared at the closet long enough to feel silly, then my eyes slipped closed because there was nothing else they could do. In the days that came after, nothing strange happened that anyone else would have noticed. I woke up to the smell of breakfast, and the sound of my dad whistling the wrong notes of the same song he always picked. I went to school and came home and did some homework and did not do the rest, and hoped I would not be called on the next day. I left my socks in the wrong place, and was told to put them in the hamper. I watched a dumb show and laughed, and said out loud that it was dumb, and then watched the next episode. If you had asked anyone who knew me then, they would have said that I was the same. And yet the world felt like it had shifted half a step to the side. I began to do small things without letting anyone see. I pushed the closet door hard and listened for the extra click that meant it had closed all the way. I moved my bed an inch farther from the closet, and told my mother that I wanted more space to stretch out when I read. I hung a shirt over the closet knob so the hole where the key should go looked like a covered eye. I tried to sleep with my back to the wall less, because I had a new idea that the worst thing would be to have something behind me and something in front of me at the same time. When my friends told scary stories, I did not say, "I have one," even though I did. It did not feel like a story to tell around a pile of chips and a soda. It felt like a bone you do not touch because you know the skin over it barely holds together. When I heard someone shout, "Boogeyman," in a game, I had to look away because the word did not lie flat for me anymore. I said to them and to myself that there was no such thing because for me, the danger was not a tall, black thing that moved from shadow to shadow. It was a door you think you know and a room that looks sort of like yours and a child that screams because it sees you the way you would scream if you saw it. Sometimes, late, when the house was silent in the way that says it is glad to finally rest, I thought about the other room. I pictured the small bed with the cartoon blanket, and the big shapes that had rushed in, and the small, round face with glossy eyes. I wondered what they called us in their stories. I wondered if the small one had a favorite toy with one big eye and a stitched smile. I wondered if, the night after I dropped back into my room and my parents said there was nothing to fear, that small one pointed at its own closet and said, in whatever words it used, "There is a monster in there." Maybe they told it, "There's no such thing," the way my father told me. Maybe it clutched its soft toy and went to sleep anyway. Maybe the next morning, it did its homework and did not do the rest and hoped not to be called on. I thought about that until those thoughts ran in a circle like a dog chasing its tail. Then I would press my head deeper into my pillow and tell myself that my house was my house and my room was my room and my closet was my closet, and that I did not have to worry if the back of it did not act like a back is supposed to. Doors are not supposed to lead to other worlds. When one does, you have to decide how to keep walking across your floor as if it does not. If someone asks me now whether I believe in the boogeyman, I can still say, no, without a tremor. The thing I saw and the place I went do not fit into that word. What I believe is stranger and more ordinary. I believe that sometimes two rooms can share a seam where they were never meant to be stitched. I believe that different kinds of children make the same sounds when they are scared. I believe there are parents in both places who rush to the doorway when they hear those sounds and try to be calm when they are not. I believe that what we call a monster may only be someone who looks at us and thinks we are the one that is wrong. So I say it again now like I said it out loud to myself 1,000 times after that night, the words smooth with use and not announced less true. There is no such thing as the boogeyman. There is something else. It stands where you do not expect it, and it breathes in a way you do not understand. It reaches its little hands toward you the same way you reach yours toward it. It is afraid of you the same way you are afraid of it. And if you both are very lucky, you each get to run back through the door that leads home, hold tight to whatever makes you feel safe, and let a voice you trust tell you that everything is okay until your eyes finally close. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The hard years rolled over Riverbend like a slow gray tide. Folks got used to counting their coins twice and hoping there was one more hiding under the flour bin. Children learned to follow the sound of the church bell because it meant a pot of stew might be steaming in the basement. Men queued up at dawn by the mill even when the sign out front said closed, and had said it for months. Tar paper shacks sprang up beyond the last row of tidy houses and made their own crooked streets, smoke from barrel fires rising thin and hopeful into the cold. In those streets, people traded work and stories and scraps, and they watched for anyone who looked like he knew how to turn nothing into something. That was why everybody in Riverbend knew who Carter Bale was. Not because he stood on a crate and shouted his name, and not because he smiled from behind a counter like a shopkeeper. He was known because his tracks were everywhere and nowhere. If you traced the smell of sweet corn mash through the pines, you were following Carter without ever seeing him. If a tin cup of clear fire warmed your belly after a shift of no wages, you were swallowing the proof that he had walked the holler sometime in the night. Men said he was clever the way foxes are clever. They said he could talk a man into doing the right thing and then the wrong thing without ever changing his tone. The preachers said something else about Carter from their pulpits, and everyone heard them, too. He worked the hills like a man working a loom, pulling threads between trees, laying them over creeks, tying them to stumps and stones, weaving a pattern he kept in his head. The stills were part of that pattern, small copper kettles tucked under brush, big iron rigs in gullies where smoke drifted up and shredded itself in the branches, even a pot sunk halfway into earth so the sound of a boil dropped away like a rock into a well. He never ran all of them at once. Two worked, one rested. If trouble came down one path he had another to take the next night. It was his way of keeping ahead of luck and law and the jealousy of other men. On a hot afternoon at the tail end of summer, Carter came into town to tap the handful of men who owed him. He wasn't careless, strutting around in daylight, but he wasn't afraid either. He had that sort of walk that looks like a man leaning forward into a wind no one else can feel. He tipped his hat here and there. He shook hands where it mattered. He made a joke with a tired woman whose child reached from a stoop and patted the neck of his horse. He collected what needed collecting and wrote the rest in an invisible ledger only he could see. The day was going as days go when a sound cut across the square and froze everybody's eyes. It was the sound of someone coming apart. A woman ran down the dirt road that slanted past the feed store, and the air seemed to step back to make space for her. She was red-faced, the sort of red that comes from more than heat. Her dress was wrinkled and dusted with flour. A strand of hair had escaped its braid and lay like a rope across her shoulder. She had a grip on something in her fist, and didn't seem to know she was clutching it so tight. She stopped in front of Carter as if a nail in the ground had hooked her heel. He opened his mouth to say her name, or maybe simply to say ma'am, and she slapped him with everything she had. The crack was sharp enough to turn a few birds out of the maple by the courthouse steps. Carter blinked and put one finger to the place where the burn rose, and he did the quick little smile he used when he wanted to make sure the crowd saw the joke before it saw the insult. The woman didn't give him time to use the smile. "My boy." Her voice shook and then steadied. "My boy won't see again because of you. He went into them woods last night, and came back stinking like kerosene. His eyes swelled and went dark. He's groping like a drunk in a coal cellar. What you sell and where you sell it brought this on him." Carter's answer jumped to his tongue before any better part of him could catch it. "Seems to me," he said, "if a boy gets himself into the thickets, that's on the one who should be watching him. You want to point a finger, point it somewhere with sense. A shame for the lad, sure is. Shame he won't see nothing no more. But my copper didn't march into your kitchen." He should have stopped there. Everyone there felt it. There's a place a man reaches where one more word turns a step into a slide, and once you're sliding, dirt or ice make no difference. He didn't stop. She didn't give him the chance. She moved so fast he flinched without meaning to. Her hand shot up and her fingers dug into his hair and pulled. The pain came quick and bright in a way boys understand better than men. He jerked away, and she stood with a twist of his hair lodged in her palm like a dark, mean flower. She looked at what she'd taken as if it was what she had come for, and then she tucked it into the pocket sewn inside her apron, the one no one else knows about because it's against the body and meant only for what a woman wants near her skin. "You may play the hero for these men," she said. "You may call yourself a provider. I know you. I know the weight of what you do. I know what it took from me." She didn't raise her voice. The square was so quiet the blacksmith's hammer from 3 doors down sounded like punctuation. "Your time's counted. Go boil your corn. The sums get settled. Remember that." He laughed because the other choice was to stammer, and he never stammered in public. He said something slick, good as any of the things he'd said to the sheriff and the sheriff's brother, and some of the men tittered because when a man with a quick tongue slaps a woman with words, other men sometimes forget their mothers and clap their hands anyway. He turned, made a show of adjusting his hat as if she had knocked it off balance, and went on with his errands. But the little knot of hair in her pocket, and the particular fierceness of a mother's gaze hung along the edge of his mind like a rag caught on barbed wire. He told himself he'd shrug it off by nightfall. He told himself a lot of things as the sun slid down the sky and the shadows gathered in the shape of evening. Then he mounted up and turned his horse toward the trees. Night in the hills in those years was thick. Light from houses didn't travel far, and the moon kept its own counsel behind swathes of cloud. The smell of pine pitch and damp earth sits low in the lungs and slows a man's pace. Carter knew every root that waited to trip him and every hidden pool that would swallow a boot to the ankle. He came first to the still down in the fold of the ground where the creek makes a right angle and runs back on itself. He could have picked his way there asleep. The sound of the fire under metal rose steady and comforting. The silver thread from the worm dripped with the patience of men who survive bad winters. He stepped up and leaned a little closer. No matter how many nights he'd stood in that spot, the sight of water becoming heat in a jar always reached inside him and unknotted something. He fed the fire with a stick of oak and settled the lid a touch more snug over the kettle. A breeze moved in from down the creek and cooled his face. He was thinking about the hills between here and his second still, the cut-through he knew he could make if the ground wasn't too sloppy from the week's rain, when the coal popped. It's the sort of sound a man doesn't register because sounds like that happen between beats of the heart. A tiny jump, a nib of red sliding from where the others glowed and landing where straw whispers more than it speaks. He turned back in time to see the flame bloom from the size of a coin to the size of a hat. He moved fast because he always did. He kicked at the small fire, swept at it with a wet sack, threw dirt with a shovel, but the flame had made its mind up. It grabbed hold. It ate greedy. The stink of burning burlap sliced through the sweeter smell of mash. The coil began to glow like a branding iron. A jar shattered with the pitch of a baby's scream. He beat at the air until his arms trembled, knit his eyes against the heat, and watched his work and money and pride go bright and then black. When the last hiss let go, the night came back louder than it had been. Toads picked up their complaints. An owl called twice from the way he'd come. He crouched with his hands on his knees. He pressed his fingers into his hair and found the sore spot at his temple. The memory of fingers yanking came back more clean than he liked. He stood and spat and told the dark it wasn't getting the best of him. He cut across the shoulder of the hill toward the second still, using the deer trail when he had to, pushing harder than he had planned. The second still was where he had left it, snug under branches that bent down like old men to listen. He slid his hand across the lid and felt the warmth he had expected. He unscrewed a jar, dipped the ladle, and brought it up with that tiny shimmer that looks like there's nothing in it. He tipped it to his mouth with a tight grin that wanted to grow into a laugh because the first fire had been bad luck and he knew this taste would put his balance right. The stuff that hit his tongue was not liquor. It wasn't anything he had a word for. It ran over his taste buds like tar and left a film that wouldn't come off no matter how fast he spit. He bent and spit again and again, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, breathing through his nose to keep from retching up his supper. The ladle in his hand showed him what he had swallowed, a gleam the color of oil sitting in a deep black puddle and moving like something weakly alive. He cried out then, because there is a kind of wrong a man can slap off his skin and there is a kind of wrong that finds the inside of him and leaves its dirty hands there. He set the ladle down like he was putting away a loaded gun and started toward the last still at a run. The path to that far still was narrower, and the dark seemed to crowd in closer. He kept feeling as if someone stepped into the path just ahead of him and then hopped back, and every time he thought it, he tilted his head and listened and heard nothing but his own breath and a mouse's quick scrabble in dry leaves. This last still was his hidden promise to himself. He never told a soul where it was, not even the cousin who taught him how to run pipes low along the ground so the fog from cool metal wouldn't rise. He built this one by himself, lifting heavy pieces slow and silent so his shoulders didn't crack the way branches do. Standing there in the small clearing, he felt a relief he didn't want to name in case speaking it broke whatever thin luck was left. He cut the first burlap sack and reached in. He felt a skitter under his fingers. The sack squirmed. Something cold and jointed clawed at his wrist and tried to get further up his arm. He jerked his hand back with a hiss. A flood poured out of the slit he had cut. It spilled like water but clicked and wriggled. Spiders, dozens, then hundreds, dropped and shifted and then swarmed over his boots like a living blanket. The pale bulb of a single fat grub rolled out with them and split so a nest of smaller ones writhed inside the larger skin. He choked on a sound he didn't know he could make and danced backward, slapping at his sleeve when he felt tiny legs find the cuff. He hit something solid. It didn't move. He spun, fists up out of habit and pride both, and looked into the shadow under a hood. "Hi, Carter," the woman said. Her voice made his name simple. He didn't know how a name he'd heard sweet and angry and drunk and sleepy his whole life could sound so ordinary and terrible at the same time. His hand jumped toward his belt and found his knife and yanked. He didn't get to raise it. She lifted one hand, lazy as if she was shooing a fly, and the knife tore out of his grip and slid into the brush with the soft sound of a snake. "You," he said, and the word came out thin. He had meant to make it hard. "Stay back. I'll hurt you." The sentence felt foolish even as he said it. His mouth tasted sour, and a spider tickled the hair on his wrist before he slapped it away. She looked at him the way you look at someone you love who has disappointed you. Not surprised, just heavy with a kind of sorrow that has anger's bones under it. "I thought about what you said," she told him. "A mother is supposed to watch. A mother is supposed to provide. I know that. I knew it before you put it in my face for the town to hear." She didn't raise her voice, but the air around them leaned toward her like it wanted to listen. "He won't be in the dark anymore." Her eyes brightened. It wasn't the way eyes brighten when a candle is carried into a room. It wasn't the way eyes brighten when someone says your name from a doorway. It was wrong. The kind of wrong a person recognizes without knowing how. The pupils had gone little, and red rose in the irises, a slow cold glow swelling toward flame. Her cloak lifted though there was no breeze. The first breath of wind came up out of the earth, not down from the treetops. Leaves stirred in a circle. The circle widened. The wind pushed in against his chest like a flat hand. He braced and bent his knees because if you've stood on a ferry in winter when the river decides to shove back, you know how to stand for a gust. The wind grew teeth. It took the leaves up and spun them into a chimney that reached higher than he would have believed. The noise was bigger than the space they were standing in. It sounded like a freight train and 1,000 mouths whispering and the clatter of 100 pans falling. And it sounded like none of those things. He lifted his hands to shield his face, and the wind pushed them aside because the wind didn't care what he wanted. He tried to lunge, to grab her shoulder, to make the storm break by breaking the woman, but his body felt like it had been filled with wet clay. The world wheeled, and he thought stupidly about how leaves have veins and how those veins showed up as they spun because the wind had polished them with speed. Then it was done. It was a door slamming and a book shutting and a song cut mid-note. Leaves fell the way snow falls, soft and separate. He stood in the middle of the clear ring with his breath coming quick. The woman was gone. The sack of corn lay flat and wrong, and his knife was nowhere, and the trees that had leaned in were standing like they had never moved. The night didn't hurry to come back to its regular loud. He waited for the crickets and the owls and the tiny creek, and, after a long while, they came back in crooked pieces like a band tuning up. He walked away. He told himself he would come back for the stills at dawn and look at everything in the light, and the light would make it all seem like foolish worry. He scrambled the long way around to avoid stepping on the slickness of the spiders, and he cut downhill through the clover field because straight lines felt safer than paths right then. Sunrise in town was the color of tin. The baker had his apron on and his hands in a bowl, and steam raised the hair on his forearms like a hand rubbing a cat's back the wrong way. A few men walked the square with their hats in their hands so the cool could soak their hair a minute before the heat found them. The woman whose hand had been a trap the day before had not slept more than a handful of minutes. She had sat in a chair near her boy and watched the place where his eyes should be. She had prayed like she was pulling rope hand after hand after hand, and her arms and shoulders were sore from it. But she didn't mind the ache because she had come from people who understood that you work for what you want, and sometimes work is mouth and heart and breath, not hands and back. Right as the sky paled in the little seam between houses, the boy opened his eyes. He would say later that it was like waking up. Not like the first time you see anything, where the world is all shape and brightness and terror. More like stepping out from behind a wall and realizing the field had been right there all along, waiting. Light made its way across his face and didn't stop at his skin this time. He blinked slow and lifted his head the way old men do when somebody drops a pan in the next room. His mother's hand was on his shoulder, and then on his cheek, and then both of her hands were on his face, and she was saying his name again and again until the name just sounded like sound. Neighbors came because neighbors always do. They carried spoons and jars and questions. A woman from 2 houses overswept the floor with long, angry strokes because the floor had nothing to do with this and still needed sweeping. A man from down the lane stood with his arms crossed and cried with his mouth closed. A child peeked around the doorframe because children do not know how to keep themselves from the center of things. Someone said miracle. Someone else said doctor in a tone that meant the word didn't matter anymore. The boy looked at each face and smiled like he was choosing his first words. The mother looked at the faces, too, and for a breath or two the room was nothing but eyes exchanging good news. When they asked her what had happened, she told them exactly what she had told the night. She had prayed. She said the word plain, without flowers or sticks tied to it. If anyone asked about anything else, if anyone asked if she had gone out into the dark and spoken to a man who thought he owned things that didn't belong to him, she didn't hear those questions. She said what she had done. She had prayed. She said God hears where he wants to hear. There were nods. There were the little sounds people make when they don't want to say they believe and don't want to say they don't. By noon the story had begun to braid itself. In one version, the boy had been struck by a beam of sunlight at just the right moment, and the shutters of his eyes had opened because light sometimes pushes what hands cannot. In another, the woman had carried the boy into the yard and washed his face with water from the well she had drawn while saying the names of the saints she had heard a cousin list once at a funeral, and each saint had tugged on a rope that led somewhere important. In a third version, the boy had been born with a piece of somebody else's sorrow stuck in his eyes, and in the night it had slipped out and gone off to find its owner. People liked that version because it made the story about fairness, and fairness is easier to stand up under than miracle. The woman nodded to whatever they brought to her. She wasn't sharp with those who said nonsense to her because she knew not everybody had room for the same size of truth. Carter did not come down the road that day. He didn't come the next day either. Men notice because men notice when a man who owes them money or frightens them or helps them find sleep is not where he usually is at the time he usually is there. A few went looking in the parts of the woods where you can go without needing to cut branches as you walk. They found the exact spot where the first still had been because a black circle on the earth is easy to read. They found what was left of the second and didn't touch anything because their hands told them not to before their brains did. They walked to the third place and stood under the pines and did not say what the place made them feel because the words would have sounded silly in daylight, and they expected there might be a night when they wished they'd kept something in reserve. Somebody said freight train. Somebody said he'd seen Carter climb into a boxcar 2 towns over with a man who had a red bandana and a laugh that made you think of a chicken hawk. Somebody else said he'd heard boots on the road at 4 in the morning, and those boots had sounded like they were carrying bags full of jars. A boy said he had found a hat down by the creek, and when he picked it up it had crumbled in his hands. The sheriff's deputy put a note in his book and never took his pencil off the paper. He drew a line under what he had written and then touched his finger to the tip of the pencil, a habit his father had taught him, and closed the book. He saw footprints near a fence behind the woman's house. The wire there bowed as if something heavy had leaned against it for balance. He put his hand on the wire and felt the small burr where metal had shaved across metal. He didn't write that down. The story about the boy got told the way stories get told, around kitchen tables while the last of the coffee got cold, in front of the church between the last hymn and the first step toward home, at the blacksmith's while men stood in a row and waited for their turns to get a blade sharpened that wouldn't cut anything important for another week. Women told it with their hands in suds. Men told it with their boots on rails. Old people told it the way old people tell everything, with some other story knotted into it because nothing ever really starts where it starts. Time moved. It does not dawdle no matter how much begging it hears. The shack town thinned, then filled, then thinned again. The mill wheel turned for a while and then didn't. Babies came with faces the color of cream and faces the color of clay, and they opened their eyes and looked at the same light the boy had seen that morning. When somebody lost a crop to a too late frost, he stood in his field and looked toward the trees without even knowing he was looking toward the trees. When somebody else saved up enough to buy his wife a dress that wasn't second-hand, he thought for a second of a boy's open eyes and then shook the thought off like a dog shakes water because he wanted the dress to be just the dress. The boy himself grew up into the kind of man people called steady before they called anything else. He never became a preacher and never took the pledge at the little table in the church basement where a white paper sign said, "Temperance." He didn't go asking men if they'd seen anything in the woods they couldn't name, and he didn't flinch if someone told him a story about green light in the trees. He married a girl who had laughed at him the first time he fell off his bicycle and then helped him up. They had 2 boys who fought and forgave with the speed children have. The father watched them lift their heads from pillow to morning and tried not to remember the day his own eyes had opened. Sometimes the remembering came anyway, and he would walk out into the yard and stand under the sky and breathe through his mouth until the memory went back to the place inside him where it lived. The woman who had said the word prayer and tucked the rest of whatever happened into a pocket inside herself got old like everyone does who gets the chance. She kept the same kitchen. She kept a chair by the door. She wore her hair coiled up in a circle the way she had when she had run down the road and made a hand into a trap. When she reached into her apron pocket for a handkerchief, her fingers sometimes brushed something that wasn't there. Habit is a kind of ghost. She didn't change the way she walked or the things she said. She died in her bed with her son's hand on her wrist, and the same quiet breath she had the day she had stood in her yard and said yes, it was prayer, yes, that was enough. Once in a while a stranger came through Riverbend and asked why a fence out back of a certain house looked bent the way it did. People always had a reason. A cow had leaned on it once. Boys had climbed it 10 summers in a row. The ground had thawed and heaved just there that winter, and would probably straighten back in the spring. If a stranger asked about Carter, whether anybody ever found him, whether he was the same as a dozen other men who had slipped away from the places where their names were known and reinvented themselves in towns with better beer, they said what people always say about the missing. He left if he wanted, he stayed if he didn't, either way he ain't here. When the story gets told now, it's right around a certain time at night. It's when the lamp is turned down once, then turned down again. It's when the chair creaks in a way it only creaks in the last hour before sleep. It's when somebody has said, "Let me tell you one more thing," and no one in the room looks at the clock. The teller doesn't wave hands around. He doesn't push his voice low. He speaks like he's talking about where the creek bends around the sugar maples. He says there was a man who made liquor and made trouble and made a kind of sense to some people because he took his cut straight from the sadness of hard times. He says there was a mother who took a handful of hair and a piece of what belonged to that man without asking. He says there were fires that started where fires weren't meant to be, and a black that moved like tired oil, and a sack that spilled spiders instead of corn. He says there was a wind that went in a circle and did not come from the sky. He says there was a fence, and the fence remembered being leaned on. He says a boy saw again and a woman told the truth the way she could stand to tell it. He says the man that made liquor went where men go when the account they've kept so neatly in their heads gets balanced by a hand outside themselves. Sometimes the one listening is a child who wants to know what the man looked like. The teller says tall enough, not so tall you bend your head to the doorframe, quick eyes, hands that remembered how to make things work. The child asks what the woman looked like. The teller says she looked the way a mother looks when one thing in her life finally lines up with the rest after months of twisting and pulling. The child asks whether the boy's new eyes were new eyes, really. The teller smiles and says they were the eyes he should have had, which is almost the same thing but not quite. The child asks whether the mother took a ribbon from her apron and tied it around anything and what color the ribbon was. The teller says there was no ribbon, but sometimes in a town there's a story about a ribbon whether there was one or not because it's a way the mind turns the sharp parts into something finger-friendly. Ask an old man who keeps his chair under the store porch if he believes any of it, and he does a thing men of his age do when they're asked a question that's bigger than the answer the person expects. He lifts his hat, scratches his head where the brim has made a white line for 30 years, looks at the sky to see whether clouds are planning a surprise, and says a thing can be true without happening and can happen without being true, and besides, why not both? He spits in the dust, and then says what matters isn't whether there was red in the woman's eyes or whether a sack held spiders that one night. What matters is what the story says under what it says. Be careful what debt you draw on. Don't laugh at a mother who says a line in a voice you don't want aimed at you. Remember that some wrongs get righted in a dark that doesn't need your permission. Remember that the woods have their own court and their own mercy, and neither looks like yours. Every so often, when the river runs low and shows its stones like old teeth, someone walking along the bank sees something they could swear is a shoe tip or a tin cup half buried. They bend, brush sand away with their fingers, and find it's a curved bit of wood or a stone in the right shape to fool a body for a heartbeat. They laugh at themselves and keep walking. Every so often, when a wind comes that doesn't feel like a wind should, the kind that doesn't travel in a straight line, the kind that puts a chill into places your sweater can't reach, someone latches a door and sits at a table and pours coffee into a cup they weren't going to drink. If nothing comes of it, they say later the weather changed. If something does, they do not say anything later at all. In the end, the town settled around the story the way a house settles around a family. There was quiet where there needed to be quiet, and talk where talk made things easier. Nobody put up a marker, no sign that said, "Here stood," because there wasn't a here, not one you could nail a board to. There was only the long loop of a story that kept itself moving and didn't care if men argued over which turn came before which. If you were to stand at the edge of the clearing where Carter once kept a promise to himself, you would hear leaves talk in a language you almost understand. You would look up and see the slice of sky between pine ribs. You would notice the way a fence wire far away holds a small bend past where a neighbor's eyes land. You might walk home slower than usual and put your hand on your child's head without saying why and stare at a candle flame and think how strange it is that something you can't touch can put light into a room. And if someone asks, years from now, whether you believe the business people tell about Riverbend, the slap, the hair tucked away, the fires that chose wrong, the spiders where grain should be, the wind that didn't come from weather, the fence that remembers, you will do what folks in Riverbend have learned to do. You'll say you believe what you can hold and also what you can't. You'll say the story is meant to make you stand straight, not to make you clever. Then you'll tell it in your own words and keep the parts that make you stand straighter, and say the rest softly so the trees, if they're listening, will nod and let you pass. I can always tell where he ends and the world begins. His outline shows a thin, wrong brightness, like the edge of a sticker that wasn't pressed down all the way. He turns his head, and I look away before he catches me staring. I don't want trouble. I just want to get from one stop to the next without my nerves shaking me apart. The bus isn't even a real bus. It's a big family van with the seats ripped out and 2 extra benches bolted in. It's cheap, and the driver knows everyone's name, and it always smells faintly of gum and spilled coffee. It also puts you too close to people. On a good day I take the window and glue my eyes to whatever is outside. On a bad day I keep catching those edges around faces, coats, wrists, and I have to pretend I didn't. You learn to pretend. Everyone does. We all play along like kids in a yard inventing rules as they go. Nobody asks why the lines show if you stare too long. Nobody asks what happens if the lines don't hold. I push the thought out of my head the way you push a hair out of your mouth. It clings for a second and then slides away. The van bumps over a crack, the driver calls the next stop in his too cheerful voice, and I step down to the curb. Sleep and I have been at war for a long time. People talk about insomnia like it's a cute quirk, like how some folks can't roll their tongue. But losing sleep is like losing the person you are, one layer at a time. At first you're a little slow, a little clumsy. You tell yourself you can push through. You grab a coffee, then another, and promise you'll get to bed early tomorrow. You never do. After a day without sleep, your head floats and your hands don't hit the things you mean to. Your thoughts slide away like minnows. You open the fridge and forget what you were after. You stand in the kitchen wondering how you got there. 2 days without sleep, your legs wobble under you. You shouldn't drive. Your mouth says words and your ears hear them from far away. The world feels like it is one long hour with no corners. If you sit down too long you will drop into a hard, ugly half-sleep that doesn't count. 3 days, the body starts picking what to shut down. You can't think straight, and because you can't think, you don't care. All you want is to sink. People say they hallucinate by then. Some see bugs scuttle along the wall. Some hear a radio down the hall that isn't there. Some see teeth in the sink. You tell yourself none of it is real. You tell yourself you just need rest. But the doubt sits on your chest like a small animal, light but always there. It whispers, and after a while you start to listen. My doctor gave me pills. They didn't help. They made me heavy and mean and still awake, which is the worst mix of all. I tried every harmless trick people pass around like family recipes. Hot milk, honey in hot water, stretching before bed, counting my breaths, podcasts with rain sounds. Nothing stuck. I tried meditation with a video of a woman who spoke in a soft voice and told me to think of a beach. I thought of a beach, and then I thought of how people drown in the ocean all the time, and then I thought of my insurance, and then I thought of my car in the shop, and then I was up, pacing, again. At some point I admitted I needed something stronger. Not a cure, just a way to quiet my brain enough to lie down without feeling like I was wrestling a stranger. Frank lived up the hill from the bus stop, in the same small house with the same crooked driveway he'd had when I was 16. He was a big man with a soft belly and a face that always looked freshly scraped. He smelled like beer and would smoke and the cheap brand of cigarettes he swore he'd quit next week. If you drew a picture of a stereotypical dealer for a high school flyer, it would look like Frank. But he had the soft, easy kindness of somebody's uncle. He told the same jokes every time I saw him and laughed harder at them than anybody else. It was past 5, so he'd be home. His old blue tick hound would be curled up in the corner with one eye open. The porch light would be on even if it was still daylight. I used the knock he taught me the first time I came by. 2 quick, 2 slow, 1 quick. Because he said that was our knock, and tradition matters. I heard him thump into a table, curse, and stumble to the door. He yanked it open with a grin so big his red face looked wider. "Hey, kid! How the hell are ya?" he boomed, beer in one hand, a thin joint between 2 fingers of the other. He said kid, even though I hadn't been one for a while. The laugh punched out of me like it always did. It was hard not to laugh with Frank. He radiated mischief. "Looks like you're celebrating," I said, stepping inside. "Just me and the coon and a case of the good stuff," he said, nodding at the dog, who thumped his tail twice and went back to pretending to sleep. "You want one? I won't card you." He winked, like he always did. I shook my head and then said sure, even though I hadn't meant to, because saying no to a happy man is like shoving a pie off a table. We drank a couple. Frank told me about a cousin who put up a trampoline and immediately broke his wrist. I told him about my car making a noise like a dying bird. We laughed too loud at small things and let the bigger things sit on the rug. After the second or third, Frank slumped into his recliner, and the dog put his head on Frank's knee with a sigh big enough to shake his ribs. I put my empty on the table and felt the old tiredness stir. It was there even when I laughed. It lived under everything like a floor. "Well," I said, "I guess I'm here for the usual document." That was another of Frank's endless jokes. He liked to call himself a specialist in pharmaceutical relaxation. Frank wiped his hands on his shirt and heaved himself out of the chair. He shuffled to the far wall, pushed aside 2 trash bags, and peeled back a corner of carpet. Under it, a loose floorboard lifted up with a squeak. He pulled out a shoebox with a swoosh on the lid and brought it to the table like it held something holy. "You sticking with what you had last time?" he asked, popping the lid. "Or you want to try the new batch? It's smooth. Folks love it." "The stuff from last time worked," I said. "It knocked me out." "But," I didn't know how to say it without sounding crazy. Frank took a lot in stride, but there are limits. "You've tried it, yeah?" "I try everything that comes through here," he said. "Quality control. I'm very professional." He grinned. "Plus, why would I pass up free samples?" "Sure. Did you get, like, weird dreams? See stuff?" He squinted, then shrugged. "Buddy, everyone sees weird stuff sometimes. That's not the plant. That's your brain. As for nightmares, I got no complaints. Old folks use it. Tired folks use it. Stressed out moms use it. You and the old guy down the street are the only ones who come back with worries, and you're both saints who apologize when you sneeze." I tried to laugh off the relief and failed. I pulled out my wallet. "Give me a dime," I said. "Keep a couple extra as a tip. For your excellent bedside manner. You're my favorite patient," he said, counting bills and bagging the small green promise. I didn't know where Frank got his product. I didn't ask. I didn't care. I cared about the way my head eased after the second slow breath. I cared about how my fingers stopped buzzing. I cared about the narrow door in my mind cracking open just enough to let me step inside and lie down. For a long time, that was exactly what happened. I'd smoke, I'd sink, and I'd wake up as a slightly better version of myself, still tired but not desperate. Then it changed. Maybe I pushed my luck too long. Maybe my brain rewired. Maybe Frank's guy changed farms. All I know is the high started leaking into the edges of my sleep and into the edges of my day. I'd wake up and for a few minutes I wouldn't be sure if I was still in a dream I'd almost clawed my way out of. The world felt like a stage where the backdrops had been pulled too far to the sides so you could see the ropes. People acted their lines well, but if I stared too long I would catch one of them looking at another one and smirking, like they were waiting for the cue to laugh. Every time I saw it, a hot prickly anger rose in me. It was like everyone was in on a joke and I was the only one in the room who didn't get it. I didn't tell my doctor that part. He already looked at me with that mix of pity and patience people use when they think you're the reason for your own trouble. I didn't tell Frank either. He would have told me a long story about a time he ate mushrooms at a county fair and thought he could hear the Ferris wheel breathe. And we would have laughed, and the laughter would have been a lie. And my chest would have felt tighter, not looser. So I rolled one that night anyway. I held it like a prayer and watched the ember grow. The smoke went in soft, and then thicker. The familiar weight came down on my shoulders and then wrapped up my head like a warm towel. I put the joint out with care, like I might want it again, and made it to the bed. I didn't bother with the lights. My shoes were still on when I slid sideways into sleep. Morning came like a friend I hadn't seen in months. I opened my eyes and didn't feel the ceiling fall on me. No headache. No sand in my joints. No crawling panic. I lay still, counting seconds. 8 hours had passed. 8 hours. I couldn't remember the last time a full night had stepped into my room and stayed. I sat up and felt heavy in a good way. I even smiled. I tried not to think about ruining it by thinking about it. I stood, stretched, and shuffled toward the kitchen, keeping the light low as if I might scare away the luck. Hunger hit so hard I laughed. I pulled out eggs and hash browns. I greased the pan. The smell filled the small space so fast it felt like the food was cooking the kitchen, not the other way around. I ate too quick, too messy, like somebody had paid me to finish by a certain time. I drank orange juice straight from the carton because there was nobody there to see and tell me that was rude. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand like a kid. It felt good to do something small and dumb and not care. I wandered to the living room to put something on. The TV hummed, then vomited static. I clicked through inputs and menus. Nothing. I got down and checked the cables. They were all pushed in hard. I turned the set off and on twice like a fool and then gave up. Fine. I grabbed my phone to see if the world was alive. A few of my night owl friends were usually still pecking at their screens by now. People who can't sleep collect each other. You need someone to talk to at 3 in the morning who won't ask why you're still up because they're still up, too. I scrolled through feeds. Every account had gone silent right after 7 the night before, when I'd smoked and fallen into the best sleep of my year. No new posts. No new texts. No new jokes or fights or photos of meals. I refreshed. Nothing. I could list 4 reasonable explanations, and I tried to. But the words didn't sit right in my head. The quiet pressed against my face. I grabbed my coat. Empty streets were better than the feeling crawling up my back. I told myself I'd take a slow lap around the block and come back sweaty and calm. The lock sounded too loud in the stairwell. The air outside hit my cheeks cold and hard, and then softened into that hour's special stillness. The wind came up in a swirl and rattled the lids on the trash cans, then died like someone had turned it off. All the little noises that make a neighborhood feel alive, the sizzle of a distant pan, a radio 2 floors up, an argument muttered on a stoop, a baby complaining, a dog letting everyone know a cat had looked at him funny, had rolled up like shopkeepers at closing time. Even the thin whine of sirens had gone. Left foot, right foot, left foot. The only sound was my own shoes. A shape up ahead pulled me forward. Someone stood on the corner with his hands shoved deep in his coat pockets, shoulders hunched against nothing. To see another person at that hour should have made me happy. It did not. Still, I kept walking because stopping felt worse. When I was just close enough to call out without shouting, I said, "Nice night, huh?" It was a dumb opener, but it was the kind of sentence you can say without thinking, and these days thinking had not been my friend. The figure didn't move. Didn't tilt. Didn't turn. Just stood and stared at the street like it was waiting for a bus that didn't run anymore. I tried again. "You got a light?" I patted my pockets like I was checking even though I knew I'd left my lighter by the ashtray at home. Nothing. Part of me wanted to take the hint and keep moving. The louder part of me reached out and tapped the person's shoulder. I meant it to be gentle. It was barely a touch. He fell forward in one piece and hit the sidewalk with a dull hollow sound, and then his body shattered. It wasn't blood and bone. It was something like clay baked too long and too thin, something made to look real from a distance, and pass at a glance. The coat crumpled like the top layer of a cake. A hand lay nearby intact, fingers curled as if it would finish the gesture if it could. I saw a jag of face in the mess, and the small blue iris looking up at nothing, catching the streetlight like glass. My stomach turned over once. Then I heard shoes behind me and a breath. A hand caught my shoulder and spun me around. The man in front of me wore a baby blue work uniform with a cap to match, the kind mechanics in old ads wear when they lean on fenders and grin. He had the hard corners of a guy who had worked with his hands his whole life, and the pinched mouth of a guy who had to explain things to people who never listened. His grip tightened and his finger wagged under my nose. His voice hit the quiet like a slap. "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" he barked. "You're supposed to be asleep." My brain tried to find a safe place and found none. My mouth tried to apologize and found no words. He didn't wait. He thrust a broom and a dented dustpan at me like the tools were handcuffs. He made me clean up the mess. Not just that one pile, either. We walked block after block, and every time we came to a corner where someone stood too still, he'd point with his chin, and I'd sweep, and the broken pieces would rattle in the pan like old dishes. He carried a thick bag that didn't look like any bag you could buy at the store. When I tipped the pan, the pieces fell in with a sound that made the back of my neck go cold. I kept wanting to ask questions and kept swallowing them. If I said the wrong thing, I felt sure something bad would happen. What bad meant, I didn't want to find out. At the 10th pile, he watched me scrape a mouth-shaped shard into the pan and said, almost to himself, "You've been glitching a lot lately. All of you." He lifted his cap and scratched at his hair with a dirty fingernail. "I told them your model was a mistake. Too many parts. Too many settings. Too much to go wrong. But no one listens to the guy with a wrench." I stared at the pan. In the moonlight, one sliver held the painted edge of an eyebrow, so lifelike it hurt. I pushed it in with the flat of the broom. The idea of dropping the broom and running made my legs itch. He met my eyes like he could see the movie in my head and shook his head once, slow, like you do when a kid is thinking about touching a hot stove. We filled the bag with 12 corners of people. My shoulders burned. He clapped his hands once, cheerful as a boss in a commercial. "Great," he said. "Cleanup's done. Restock time." I didn't want to know what that meant. He didn't ask if I wanted to help. He turned and set off with the long stride of a man who knows the route he could walk in his sleep. We came to an old box truck parked half on the curb and half in the street. The double doors were open. Inside, laid out in neat rows like tall mannequins in a tailor's storage, were bodies. They were warm, not stiff. They felt like people who had taken a breath and then paused and forgotten why. I helped him lift one. It wasn't heavy enough. When we set one up at a corner where we had cleaned, it swayed, then straightened. It blinked and put its hands in its pockets, and stared out at the street like it had been standing there all night, and had just been thinking about something else for a second. Nobody saw us. The few cars that slid by rolled past soft and indifferent like they were moving through water. If anyone looked out a window, they didn't show it. The city held its breath and let us do our work. He took a small clipboard from his pocket and made marks I couldn't read. He hummed under his breath. It wasn't a tune. It was the sound of habit. We were almost done when we came back to the first corner, the one where I had reached out without thinking. He handed me a body. I felt the weight and the warmth and tried not to think of anything beyond that. We put it where the other had stood. It lifted its chin the tiniest bit. It tensed like a person thinking about taking a step and deciding not to. He made another neat note. He looked pleased. He turned to me and, for the first time, smiled in a way that wasn't irritated or tired. "That's that," he said. "Everything's good as new." He put his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels, mocking the very stance we'd just set up in a dozen places. "Walk you home?" I nodded because I didn't want to speak and break the spell that had let me survive the last hour. We walked in silence for a block. The night was starting to pull its slow, gray light across the eastern edge of things. Birds who woke first hopped along the curb and decided whether to comment on us. I found my voice, small and cracked. "Who are you?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He adjusted his cap. He looked at me the way a plumber looks at a faucet he's fixed. "I'm nobody," he said. "Just maintenance. I fix what needs fixing. I clean what gets messy. I restock what runs low. I keep the show moving. Nothing fancy." We went another block. My throat worked around another question before it came out. "This is a dream, right?" The words sounded foolish even as they fell out of my mouth. "I'm going to wake up in my bed. I'll laugh at myself. I'll text someone and tell them the weird dream I had, and we'll laugh together, and they'll say, 'Man, you need to cut back,' and I'll say, 'I know.'" He stopped walking. He set his hand on my shoulder again, but this time the pressure was light. He looked at my face a long moment, like he was reading a small print label for the right dose. He nodded once. "Yeah, kid," he said. "It's a dream. Go home. Go to bed." I walked up my steps, one hand on the rail because my legs had turned to warm string. Before I opened the door, he called up in a voice that made it sound like he wanted this part to land more than anything else he'd said all night. "Hey," he said. "Do yourself a favor. Stop staring at the seams. You'll sleep better. And I won't have to fill out a stack of reports. We both win." I went inside. I locked the door. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood for a full minute. Then I crawled into bed and closed my eyes. I slept like a person who had done hard labor, even though the worst I'd done was sweep pieces into a pan. When I woke, the orange juice carton was empty and the pan with the grease was in the sink, and I couldn't remember whether I had cleaned them up the night before or if someone else had, and I told myself it didn't matter. Life tilted back toward normal by inches. I called my doctor and told him I didn't need a refill. He sounded surprised and pleased and reminded me about good sleep hygiene, and I made agreeable noises and hung up. I called Frank after I found the missed call and told him I was doing better and was taking a break. He made wounded noises like I had said I'd stopped coming to Thanksgiving, then laughed and told me to come over Saturday to help him with the case because beer tastes like a friend when you don't drink it alone. I told him I would. I started bringing a paperback on the bus and holding it close enough that the pages filled my sight. I worked hard not to see the thin edges around wrists and ears, the faint wrong shine around a hat brim, the way some people's shadows didn't match their feet the way they should. If I caught a glimpse anyway, my chest tightened and I had to press the book harder to my face until the world became words and my breath evened out again. I stopped looking up at the streetlight lenses when I passed under them. I stopped standing too close to anyone. I let the world be blurred at the edges so the center could hold. Once in a while, something snagged me anyway. A stranger losing their balance, and then righting themselves too fast. A driver tapping the steering wheel exactly 5 times every time the light went yellow. A scene catching the sun in the wrong way and flashing like a fish's side. Those days I would go home and lie down and fail at it for hours. When it was clear sleep wouldn't have me, I'd put on my coat and go sit on the stoop. I would watch the street for the pale blue uniform, for the man who could fix a thing I didn't dare name. He didn't come. Of course he didn't. Good repairmen finish their work before you know there was work to do. If you see them at all, it's because something has broken right in front of you. The city kept moving. Trash went out. Mail came in small stacks that felt too light. The sun rose and lowered itself like a careful stage light. People shook hands and pulled away. Babies screamed themselves purple and then slept like stone. Even the old people on my block who made it their job to notice every small change in other people's business stopped short of saying they had seen anything unusual. You could feel the quiet agreement. We don't stare. We don't poke. We don't tap a shoulder in the dark unless we have to. Sometimes I thought about the bag. Where did the pieces go? Were they ground down and mixed with something and turned into some other part of the show? Did somebody sweep somewhere else and fill another bag with parts of me when I wasn't looking? I would stop my mind there and back away. That way of thinking led to a door marked "Don't," and I had learned to respect doors with that mark. I tried to remember the repairman's advice like a simple rule: don't look too hard. When your eyes catch a line where the world's edge has lifted, let it go. When the TV hisses, turn it off and pick up a book. When the feeds all go quiet at the same time, assume there was an outage and go make eggs. When you want to ask someone on a corner if they have a light, keep your hand in your own pocket. This trick worked until it didn't. There were nights I gave up avoiding and stepped outside to wait for the man in blue. I watched the corners where people stand and pretend they're standing for a reason. I watched the windows in case a face leaned out and made a sign. I watched the dark for the soft grind of a truck backing into place. I did not see him. That was fine. That was how the world is supposed to work. The best hands leave no fingerprints. Frank didn't change. He still laughed at his own jokes until he nearly coughed himself into a stroke. He still called me "Kid." He still kept his stash under the floor and the dog nearby. He poured half his beer onto the carpet twice in the same story, and then said the spill was for his homies and nodded like he was serious. He told me I looked better and also like I'd seen something you don't tell most people about, and then he didn't push. For all of his loudness, Frank knew when to shut up. Every now and then, I catch myself trying to figure out what the repairman meant by "your model." He said disposables, like he meant the ones I swept up. He said we were the stubborn kind who break differently and make more work. I don't want to know the details. I just want to be the kind that sleeps at night and wakes up in the morning and goes about his small business in a city that pretends not to notice him. I tell myself that's what I've always been. I tell myself that's what I still am. People who sleep regular hours never understand what you'll do to get there. They say, "Have you tried locking your phone in a drawer?" They say, "Have you tried chamomile?" They say, "Exercise is the best medicine." They say, "Screens are killing your brain." I nod and smile and let them ask. I save my answers for other people who know what it feels like to be up at 3 with a head full of bees. They don't fix anything, those talks. They just make you feel less alone in the dark while you're waiting for whatever you used to come and carry you a little ways. If I'm lucky, most nights are dull. Dull is a blessing. The longer I go without seeing the seams, the more the world feels like a thing you can live in instead of a thing you have to tiptoe around. And when I do catch a line glinting at the corner of my eye, I set my jaw and stare at something else. I owe that man with the cap at least that much. He has enough to do without me knocking over his work. On the worst nights I still picture that first soft tap and the way the body tipped. I hear the hollow crack and the rattle that followed. I see the little painted eye looking past me. My skin goes hot, and then cold, and then hot again. I sit on my hands so I don't go downstairs and wait. I tell myself, out loud, like a fool giving himself a pep talk in a mirror, don't. Let it be. Go to bed. Close your eyes. Breathe in 4, hold 4, out 4. Stop listening for the truck. Think about the beach, the one from the video. This time, don't let it turn into the ocean with the ripped tide and the insurance forms. This time, just sand. Just sun. Just the sound of water you're not in. Most mornings I wake up and it is morning, not the long hours stretched thin. I make coffee because I like the taste, not because I need it to prop me up like a broken chair. I carry a book because I like to read, not because I need a shield. I don't drop my eyes from everyone, but I don't stare at them either. I mind my business. I hold on to the small things I can hold: eggs in a pan, orange juice cold in my throat, a laugh I didn't have to force, a bus driver using my name, and I leave the big things to whoever is out there with a clipboard and a truck and a bag. If you ask me what's real, I'll tell you what helps me get through the day. The rest can be a dream. Maybe it all is. Maybe that's the point. If it's a dream, then I know my job. Go to bed when you can, and when you wake up, walk soft. Don't tap anyone you don't have to. Don't pick at threads. And if you can help it, don't make more work for the man in the baby blue cap. He's got enough to do without me. The doctors say my mind is playing tricks on me. They stand outside my door and talk in low voices, thinking I cannot hear. They use words like dissociation, grief response, and hallucination caused by stress. They are kind, most of them, but their kindness only makes me more certain. The more they try to convince me to forget what I saw, the sharper the memory becomes. I am writing all of this down because I fear a day will come when their calm faces and careful words will blur the truth for me. I do not want to lose what happened. I want a record, something plain and simple, so that if my memories ever get pushed aside, there will still be a path back to them. 6 months ago I was doing my job like any other day. I worked as a photographer and sometimes an editor for a mid-sized paper. The pay wasn't special, but it covered the rent for a decent apartment near the top of an old brick building. My windows were big, the kind that make the city look like a picture. I liked to watch the streets at night after I got back from assignments. Tiny red taillights sliding past, bright signs blinking on and off, people crossing the road in little knots, heads bent against wind or rain. It was a quiet life. I was never famous, never broke, just steady. It felt like enough. Our paper mostly printed safe stories, new shops opening, local awards, a profile of an old coach, that kind of thing. But we also liked anything with history, anything that made people remember the city had a past. That was the mood when my editor asked me to shoot the newly restored chapel. The original church had burned in 1927. For decades the lot stood empty with only a stone marker and a black and white photo in the archives to say something holy used to live there. A committee finally raised the money to rebuild it, not as a museum but as a real chapel again, doors open, candles lit. I am not a religious person, but the assignment felt easy and important. People love a resurrection, even if it's made of new wood and brick. I took my camera and went on a bright afternoon, thinking I could be done in an hour. When I walked in, the place was crowded. A choir practiced near the front. Families wandered the aisle pointing up at the new rose window. A group of older women ran their hands over the polished pews like they were petting a long-gone cat they loved. I tried to frame a few shots, but every time a head or a hand wandered into the frame. One of the priests noticed me looking flustered. He was a slim man with tired eyes. "Evening is better," he said in a low voice. "Come back at twilight. The light is softer, and there are fewer people." His tone made the suggestion sound like a warning, but I smiled and thanked him anyway. I had other errands, so I left and came back as the sky went deep blue. The change in the building was immediate. The air felt cooler. The voices had gone. Only a few clergy walked in the halls, their steps echoing in the stillness. The big rose window faced west, and the last of the day poured through it. I set up and took a few frames. It should have felt like a gift, empty space, perfect light, but a strange discomfort crept under my skin. It was not a loud feeling. It was like sensing a draft even when the windows are closed. My stomach tightened for no clear reason, and the hairs on my arms rose. I told myself to ignore it and keep working. I moved down the nave to the front, and something in me said, "Before you go, take the altar." The altar stood like a small stage, draped in white. On either side sat clean vases of flowers. At the center, on the top of the golden podium, was a white metal cross. I raised the camera. The cross was left. A voice murmured behind me. "It survived the fire." I turned. It was the same priest from earlier. He spoke again, very soft, as if he did not want his words to travel far. "The chapel was not spiritual for a long time," he said. "There was power. There was control. The smoke came later, but grace died first." He glanced left and right, then leaned in. "If you know what is good, you will leave as soon as you can. Do not come back. There are things off with." He stopped. His eyes slid to a point behind me and widened. Then he smiled a strange, thin smile and walked away without finishing. I stood there with my camera in my hands, unsure if I had imagined his change in tone. The voice inside me that had been whispering leave grew louder. I pushed the feeling down, lifted the camera, and took the shot of the altar. I regret that as much as anything I have ever done. I did not check the pictures in the chapel. I wanted to be out of that building. As I hurried to my car, the quiet felt too heavy. I pulled out into the street a little too fast, focused on getting distance. I didn't see the other car until the sharp screech and dull thud shook me. My SUV had clipped the front of a black Mustang. My camera bag flew off the passenger seat, spilled open, and a handful of developing prints slid free. I cursed, shoved the car in park, and looked down. One of the photos lay face up in my lap, the altar I had just shot. On the right side of the frame, half lost in the fall of light, stood a dim figure in a robe. The face looked wrong, like it had been left too close to a heat lamp. The skin seemed to have melted and the eyes were just pits, dark, empty circles where light should live. The driver of the Mustang yanked my door open and dragged me out. He shouted something I couldn't hear over the rush of panic. I looked up at him to apologize, and my throat closed. For a second, only a second, his face matched the face in the print. The melted skin, the hollow eyes. His mouth seemed to tear open. I threw my arms up to protect my head. He hit me. My ears rang. People ran from the sidewalk and pulled him away. When I looked back again, his face was just a normal, angry middle-aged man with red cheeks and a slick haircut. His car's front end was a mess, but he was whole. He kept shouting. I could not focus on his words. I kept seeing the picture. I gathered the camera and the scattered prints and went home. I spread everything on my table and checked the other shots. Hall. Window. Pews. All clean. Then the altar again. There he was, faint as a stain, standing where no one had stood. My mind did what minds do when they cannot accept what they see. It searched for a neat label. Film error. Smudge. Double exposure. Something. I sat for a long time, telling myself that until my mouth went dry. At last I stood to pour a glass of wine to calm down. When I turned back, the prints were gone. A panic like ice crawled up my shoulders. I did not want to believe someone else was in my apartment. I walked the rooms, quiet, every step slow, telling myself I was just careless, that I had carried the prints with me without noticing. I took my camera and the half glass of wine into my bedroom and locked the door. In the bathroom I ran the shower to fill the space with steam and sound. I looked at my face in the mirror, pale, shaking, and bent to splash water on my skin. When I straightened, the mirror did not only hold me. Behind me stood a tall, thin presence, its face a soft, sliding ruin. The skin hung like wax warmed by a candle. The eye sockets were empty and dark. Its long hands reached, and one set of fingers seemed to be circling my wrists, where my hands gripped the sink. As its ruined mouth leaned toward my shoulder, a cold smell like wet ash moved over me. I don't remember crossing the room. I ran. I slammed the bedroom door behind me and turned the lock with stiff fingers. The prints lay spread in a neat fan on my bed as if someone had set them out on display. I scanned every corner of the room, heart thudding, eyes watering. No one was there. I told myself I was drunk. I told myself the wine was old, the brand odd, the label said 1979, which would not make it ancient, but in that moment I could not make sense of anything. I fled to the couch in the living room and lay there with the TV on, the volume low. I told myself I would stay awake and didn't. At some point, exhaustion tipped me into a thin sleep. I woke with a dry mouth and a small headache. The prints and camera sat on the coffee table, stacked. Early sunlight made a bright rectangle on the floor. I clung to simple thoughts. It was a dream. I had been hit. I had too much to drink. I dressed on autopilot, shower, shampoo, razor, comb. I put on a clean shirt, a sport coat without a tie, and my good trousers. I slipped on my black shoes and looked like a person who had slept well and was ready to work. I told myself that made it true. On my drive to the office, I had to stop for a light. A homeless man stood at the corner with a cardboard sign. He had a tangled gray beard and a jacket too big for him. His sign said, in uneven letters, "The Godhead spilled his guts to birth humanity. His Holy Ghost haunts us." A bus rolled by and blocked the last lines. When it passed, the man was gone. It's a city. People move. I moved on. In the newsroom I carried my shots to my editor, a hard man who hid a soft heart behind jokes. I showed him the series: window, aisle, pews, altar. He nodded like he always did when something met the quota. "We need more than a pretty picture," he said. "People want a story. History. Accident. Scandal. Something with teeth." "What about the—" I stopped. "What about the ghost?" The word fell out of my mouth without permission. He snorted. "No ghosts. Tragedy if it's true, yes. Folklore in a sidebar if it's cute, maybe. But we're not that kind of paper." He handed the altar shot back to me, casual, as if he had not just handed me a strange empty thing. The figure was gone. The photo was clean: flowers, white cloth, shining cross, nothing else. I must have stared too long because he clapped his hands to get me to move. "Go to the library," he said. "Get the dates. Get some names. Find something people can hold." I walked to the library because driving felt too close inside my head. The librarian on duty was a small older woman with thin hands. She listened to my request and nodded like she had been waiting for someone to ask. She led me to a shelf and pulled a binder of old articles and a book on local churches. Her voice was so soft I had to lean in. "Some strange things were done there," she whispered. "Evils. Men looking for control, not God. They thought they could do magic and make their souls walk around like ghosts. They made something that would not die with them." I lifted my eyes from the stack and looked at her. The careful expression on her face slid for a moment, and behind it I saw a tired fear. She leaned nearer and almost didn't move her lips when she said, "My mother's dreams were full of their faces. She forgot how to tell night from day." I looked down for 1 second, and when I looked up she was gone. No sound of a step. No rustle of a skirt. Just gone. I waited for a laugh and an "I'm back here." Nothing came. I pressed my hands to the cool wood of the table until the room steadied and read. The official record was simple. The church had been powerful in the 1910s and 1920s, holding big fundraisers and involved in district elections. The fire in 1927 was ruled an accident, a faulty candle, a broken gas line, something ordinary. Several clergy died. The city mourned. The ruins were cleared. The lot stayed empty. There was the formal story. It said nothing about spells or walking souls. I slid the binder back into place. As I turned to leave, a thin book dropped from the shelf by my shoulder and smacked the floor. Its title was plain: Necromancy and the Astral Body. I bent to pick it up, and the shelf itself shivered. One book fell. Then another. Then dozens. Heavy hardbacks thumped. Old pages tore. A black stream began to spread under the pile. Not ink really, but it looked like ink looks in a glass of water, branching and curling. The stream found a direction, as if the floor had a slope I could not see, and flowed toward the long hallway that led to the back exit. The exit sign glowed red in the dim end of the hall. I stood stupidly for a second, watching paper pulp leak like blood, and then a shape slid out of the dark. Feet came first, bare and gray, the skin shiny like old candle wax. The hem of a black robe dragged the floor. Sleeves that looked wet hung heavy. The hood hid the face until, as if pulled by invisible fingers, it lifted. The same melted face, the same hollow sockets, but clearer now. The skin looked like it had been poured and set wrong. Where the eyes should be, there was deep black, not like normal shadow but like a well, like a hole punched through to something else. When those hollows aimed at me, I felt something thought long buried rise in my throat. I say I saw things in those dark eye holes that I do not know how to name. Pain. Torture. Something like a scream stretched into a road. It is hard to write. It is harder to forget. I dropped the book. I ran. The only way out was down the same hall. I did not want to pass the thing, but there were no other doors. I turned once to see if it followed, and it was closer than it should have been, a few paces away, not walking so much as sliding. The robe did not sway. The feet did not lift. It just came on. The mouth split, wider and wider, a red line glistening where blood should not be. The robe's opening showed a white gown underneath, stained dark where a gut should be. I shut my eyes and opened them, and it filled more of the hall. I do not remember making the choice to move, but suddenly my body remembered the simplest trick. If a wall comes at you, go through the door. I put my head down and ran past it. It did not reach a hand to stop me. I felt cold air pass my shoulder like breath. I burst into the light of the lobby, out the front door, and into the noise of the street. The world looked the same and entirely new. I went straight to the chapel. I do not know why. Maybe I thought the priest's half-warning in the face in my photographs belonged to one story, and to fix one part you must go to the center of it. The same priest stood by the door. When he saw me, fear twisted his mouth. "I told you to leave," he said flatly. "You do not listen." "What happened here in 1927? I asked. "What really happened?" He stared at me. "Why do you ask?" "Because I took a picture of your altar, and ever since then I have seen a man with no eyes." He breathed in slowly and let it out. Something in his shoulders relaxed. "Come with me," he said. He led me past the public areas into a small room with soft chairs. He closed the door and did not sit. He stood behind the chair like he wanted something solid between us. "They practiced unholy things," he said. "My grandfather believed he could push his soul out of his body and walk around. The books you found were his." He nodded toward the bulge of my bag. "He used the altar for his work. He told men he trusted that he had found a way to live forever without food, without sleep, without pain, without everything that proved you were still a person. He tried to give that gift to others. My father was a child. He washed. He told me what he remembered." He swallowed and looked at the floor. "My grandfather died on the altar on purpose, because he wanted to be that soul all the time. He tried to force others to follow. He locked the doors. He set a fire. They were terrified. They attacked him there where he lay and cut him open. He whispered words as he bled. They threw him in the fire, and he cursed them as he went. Some of them killed themselves to escape what they saw. Some ran and burned. My father fought to rebuild all his life. He died and there was no one left to stop it. We opened the place again, and without meaning to, made a doorway. People who worked here have seen what you saw." He paused. "Most of them are dead." "What do we do?" I asked. "Burn the books," he said. "Burn your pictures, and burn this place. It is the only way." The voice inside me that wanted clean answers said yes at once. The quieter voice that had told me to leave the very first night said no. I chose the louder voice. Maybe I wanted to be done. Maybe I was tired. I said, "Tell me what to do." He walked me down a flight of stairs into the oldest part of the building. Stones that had survived the first fire were set into the walls, black flecks still visible in the mortar. A long hallway trailed away into dimness. At the far end was a metal door, the kind you see in basements and service tunnels. "That door opens into the old storm tunnels," the priest said. "Lock it from this side. Come back. At night I will lock the main doors. Then we burn. There is nothing else." He lit a small lantern and put it in my hand. The flame fluttered. "Go," he said. I stepped forward into the narrow space. The walls smelled like damp stone and old earth. My footsteps sounded like someone else's. As I walked, a half-whisper pushed at my ears, like a draft forcing air through a crack. It did not sound like one voice. It sounded like many voices taking turns saying the same thing. "He lies. They lie. You will die this way. Come this way. Step into the dark." I came to a place where the wall opened wider and someone had scrawled words in uneven paint. "In death I am reborn. In the purge I am free. I held the lantern higher. The words looked fresh though they could not be. The letters shook like the hand that made them shook. My mouth tasted like metal. I reached the metal door and put my palm against it. It was cold. Beyond it lay the spillway and escape. I could leave all of this behind. I could drop the lantern and walk out and never see this place again. I knew even as I thought this that it would not help. Whatever I had woken would follow. I turned the handle, slid the bolt, and locked the door. When I turned back, the lantern threw my shadow long, and behind my shadow a second shadow stood where no one should be. It was too far to see the face clearly, but I knew it was him. The shape began to limp my way, slow, one shoulder lower than the other, like bones were breaking and knitting even as he moved. When he fell, he did not land like a man. He sort of collapsed, and then pulled himself forward, the way a spider might if a spider had a human shape. It is hard to explain and awful to remember. My hands shook. I lifted the camera on reflex and pressed the shutter. The flash burst white and filled the hall for a heartbeat. In that single white second I saw him clear, empty sockets like black wells, hair hanging in a thin web, red running from the lines of a mouth that wasn't a mouth, gray skin pulling away from places that should be whole, a black robe open over a white garment soaked near the belly. When the dark fell back, I tried to run past him again. This time his hand wrapped my throat. The fingers were long and thin and very strong. The sockets found my eyes and held them. The black inside his head filled my view, and pictures crowded into that black like a loud slide show, one horror replacing another before I could breathe. I saw a man in a rough coat raising a rifle to his chin and firing, the back of his head painting a wall. I saw another man in a small city kitchen cutting himself open and hauling his own guts out as if they were something separate from him that had done him wrong. I saw men in suits being dragged into a basement and stabbed by men who used to be their friends. I saw faces melt like the face in the mirror. I saw people hang themselves rather than wait. Between these flashes I saw the altar. I saw a young man, my priest's grandfather, I think, lying on the white cloth, whispering even while the knives worked. I saw fire crawl up the rafters. I saw him choking on smoke and smiling because he thought he had tricked death by going out in a chant. I saw him curse everyone who watched with hollow fury. The pictures moved faster and faster until they were one smear. I do not remember breaking free. I do not remember reaching the stairs. I remember the priest's face when I came back up, pale, eyes too bright. He looked at his watch as if time was the only thing he could control. "It is almost dark," he said, angry. "Where were you? Let's just do this." I managed. He handed me a small lighter. "Start it," he said. I poured lamp oil along the base of the back pews. I made a thin line across the center aisle. The smell filled my head. The priest opened a case and pulled several candles free. He snapped them and spread the wax in clumps along the wood like kindling. He watched me with a flat face while I worked, and I did not think to fear him. I wanted the fire between me and the door. I wanted heat to make the air honest. When I flicked the lighter, the flame caught at once. It ran along the oil like a living thing, searching every groove in the floor. The wood began to crackle. Orange bent around the base of the first pew and climbed like a slow hand. The priest took my arm. "Outside," he said. He put his hand on my shoulder as if to guide me. Then he shoved hard. I tripped and fell. Pain shot up my leg. He pulled the knife so quickly I did not even feel fear before the pain in my belly burst like a flare. "What are you?" I started, but he was already running. He ran to the big front doors, slammed them, and turned the lock. "Ensuring the haunt doesn't follow you out," he shouted through the sudden bloom of smoke. I crawled. The pain was hot, then cold, then hot again. I tried to stand and could not. My hands slipped on the floor. The fire made a noise like an animal. I looked up the center aisle toward the altar. From behind it, as if the space behind it had been a door, the figure stepped. He walked the aisle in no rush. Orange light licked his robe and did not mark it. He did not look at me. He did not look at anything. He simply passed between burning pews and reached the front doors. He did not touch the handles. He stepped forward and his body slid into the wood and vanished. Smoke closed over the place he had been. The fire did not purify him. It let him go. The roof fell. I remember the scream of it, and the blast of heat, and then I was underweight, and the world pinched down to a small hole where light lived. I must have shouted because later people told me they heard me, but I only remember the sound inside my head, the shape in it, and the mix of shame and fury that the priest had used me and the building together like kindling. They found me there, pulled me out, and put me in an ambulance. A face leaned over me, very close. I tried to say, "Don't let him in," but my mouth filled with smoke and blood and the words didn't come out right. The next clear thing I remember is waking in a different building with white walls and a smell of antiseptic and hearing two nurses talk about a clergyman who had been found not far from the river the next morning. They said he had cut out his eyes with something sharp and then opened his own belly, like an old story come to life. They said it was the strangest thing. They said he must have been mad. Now I am here, writing what I can before the rest blurs. The doctors say trauma makes the brain see patterns where none exist. They say my accident at the chapel, the pain medicine afterward, the stress at work, all that can make pictures turn into shapes that walk. I would have liked to agree. I would have liked to think my mind folded up a hard day into a story to protect me. But when I close my eyes at night, I do not see a story. I see a face with no eyes. When I wake before dawn, there is a weight in the corner of the room. Not heavy like a person's weight, but a kind of thin heaviness, like a draft you can smell. Sometimes the ceiling light flickers even though they say the wiring is new. Sometimes the hallway gets cold for no reason and the nurse says she will call maintenance but does not. I try to keep my eyes on the page. It helps until it doesn't. I used to think ghosts stayed where they died. I used to think there were rules. I do not think that anymore. The thing I saw was bound to stones for a long time. When we rebuilt, we gave it a body and a door. When we burned the building, we gave it the sky. People say fire cleans. I know now fire sometimes only opens what is shut. If anyone reads this later, and if part of you wants to wave it off, I will not argue. You do not have to carry what I carry. But if you ever stand in a quiet place and feel a small cold draft slide over your skin like a wet sleeve, and if you look up and see two deep hollows where eyes should be, do not hold that stare. Even if every curious part of you begs to know what will happen, turn your face to the wall, to the floor, to your own palms, anywhere, but do not meet that gaze. It is not like other looks. It is a well, and you will fall a long time. I do not know how this ends for me. I thought the fire would end it. I thought my bleeding in front of those doors would end it. I was wrong both times. The staff here bring me meals and say kind things. Some of them cross themselves when they think I do not see. I sleep when I can, and when I cannot, I sit with a pencil and fill page after page so my mind has something to lean on. The act of writing keeps my eyes steady. Scratches on paper are simple. They do not look back. The lock on my room door clicks softly sometimes, like someone testing it with a fingernail. The first time, I called for the nurse. She opened it and frowned and said no one was there. The second time, I kept my eyes on the page. That is what I am doing now. The click came a minute ago. I am not going to turn. I am going to describe what I can without using my eyes. The room has gone cold the way a room goes cold in winter when you forget to close the window. There is no wind, only still cold. The light above me is steady but thinner, as if something tall is standing between me and it. The smell is the same as it was on the bathroom mirror, wet ash and iron. I can hear a soft sound on the floor like a robe dragging. There is weight at the corner of the bed, not a person's weight but a pressure, like something is leaning close. My hands are shaking, but I can still hold the pencil. I can still make lines. It is getting harder to breathe evenly, which is what they tell you to do when you panic. I am trying to count to 4 in and 4 out. I am trying to keep the numbers in my head as steady as a metronome. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. The pencil just slipped. I will not pick it up. I know if I take my eyes off the page and look down, the pencil will roll, and I will follow it with my gaze, and then I will lift my head and I will see what is waiting. I am going to stop here because this is the last moment I can control. The rest belongs to whatever stepped through the door the night we thought we were ending it. If you find these pages, do not search the city for the chapel. There is nothing there but a black scar and yellow tape. Do not ask the paper for my name. It does not matter. You do not need me to believe me. Just remember one simple thing: if you ever feel the cold climb your skin and the light dim without a cloud passing over the sun, remember this one small rule even if you forget the rest of the story. Do not look into the hollow eyes. Would you believe me if I told you genies are real? Not the kind in stories, not the laughing blue kind that bursts from a golden lamp with a cloud of glitter. The real ones don't care about lamps. They don't care about your clever questions or your wish lists. They don't care if you are good or bad. They are old. They are patient. And if you want to meet one, you do not need a treasure map or secret bloodline. You need shoes that can carry you to the edge of town, a carton of milk, and a candle that will not go out when you are scared. It does not have to be night, though most people choose night. Night makes your skin listen harder. Night makes your eyes tell the truth. If you go in daylight, your head will try to explain everything away. The sun will put friendly colors on rotten wood, and you will think you misheard the noises in the next room. Night does not give you that kind lie. But choose when you like. The place I am going to tell you about does not close. At the far edge of town there is a street where no one lives. The map still knows its name, but your mouth will forget it the moment you fold the paper back up. Each house on that street is empty. Roofs sag. Windows are blank. Long grass pushes through the cracks in the sidewalks. If you listen, you can hear the sound of small animals moving where people used to. Don't count the houses. It makes your legs heavy. Just walk until you see the one that looks like all the others and still makes your heart feel like it just missed a step. That is the house you want. Stand on the sidewalk a moment. Check your pockets. Milk. Candle. Matches or a lighter. The candle should be thick and the wick should be new. White is fine. Don't bring a scented one. The smell of fake flowers will make you sick in that upstairs room. Don't bring salt or crosses or iron nails because you read somewhere that those help. The thing you are going to meet is older than those tricks. The only rules that matter are the ones I am giving you. Go in through the front door. It will be unlocked. If it sticks, do not put your shoulder into it. Take a breath. Turn the knob again and lean with the softest part of your weight. The door will remember how to open. Step inside and shut it behind you. Don't slam. The sound will run through the bones of the house and wake things you do not need awake. The stairs will be to your left. They look weak. They dip in the middle like tired backs. They will hold you. Do not test the first step with your toe like you are thinking of turning around. Houses like this do not love a guest who doubts. Put your foot down. Then the next. The wood will talk to you in little groans and squeaks that are older than your parents. Hold the handrail. It is smooth and will be colder than you expect. Climb slowly. Count if you must, but do not stop in the middle. When you reach the top, turn right. The hall will be long and narrow. The air will feel thicker than it did downstairs, like the house is holding its breath. Keep going until you come to the door on your right that is shut. There will be a faded patch on the floor where feet have paused before. You can stand there for a second. Not too long. Lift your hand and knock. 5 soft knocks. No one will answer. That is good. It would be rude to just walk in. Open the door. The room is always dark. I have been there in noon sunlight with the windows wide open downstairs, and it is still dark in that room. Do not reach for a switch. The switch is a dead tooth in the wall. Light from anywhere else dies in the doorway like it ran too far and fell. That is why you brought the candle. Close the door behind you. Your eyes will try to pull light out of the dark and get nothing. Do not try to force them. Let them be. Your hands know what to do. A table stands in the center of the room. A chair sits on the far side of the table. facing you, 3 steps back. A man sits in that chair. He is dead. He has been dead longer than your grandparents have been alive, but his skin still clings to his face, and the hair on his arms still lies flat and pale like frost. Everything in your body will try to decide if he is looking at you. He is not. His head tips a little to the side like he is listening. His mouth is closed. He wears a plain suit, the kind that used to be black and turned brown with years. His shoes are on his feet. They shine a little. Someone polished them once and meant it. You will notice his stomach. It is too round for a dead man. It looks as if he swallowed a ball, and it did not go down. Do not touch it. Do not stand too close to it. You will feel the urge to call his name even though you do not know it. Don't. Names are threads. If you pull them in this room, something will follow the thread back to your mouth. Set the candle on the table near the edge closest to you. Light it. The small circle of light will sit on the wood like a coin. It will not reach the back of the room. When you look toward the corners, your eyes will keep seeing shapes that might be old furniture or might be nothing. You do not want to know. Focus on the table. Focus on the candle and the dead man's mouth. Set the carton of milk beside the candle and take a breath that goes all the way down. When you are ready, reach across the table. Use your left hand. Slip your fingers under his jaw and your thumb on his chin. His skin will be cool and a little soft. It will not feel like touching a stranger. It will feel like touching raw wood where bark used to be. Open his mouth. At first there will be a smell like damp cellar and old copper. If it makes your eyes water, let them water. Do not pull your hand back too fast. If the teeth scrape your skin, do not jerk away. Place the carton against his lips and tip it. Pour. Keep pouring. Do not stop to breathe in the middle. When your lungs begin to ask for air and then beg for air, pour faster. The milk will leave the carton in a thick line that shines in the candlelight. It will flow into the dead man's mouth like a string being swallowed. You will not see it pass his throat, but you will know. You will hear the hollow, wet sound of a vessel filling somewhere inside him. It will go on longer than you expect. Milk will slosh. Somewhere deep in that stiff body, something will move to make room. If you smell something sweet and sour like spoiled bread, do not panic. You are not going to be sick. You are going to be fine. Keep pouring until the carton is empty and light as a shell. When the last drop is gone, set the empty carton on the table next to the candle. Step back 1 step. Do not blow the candle out. Do not touch the dead man's face again. Hold your hands together so they will not shake, and listen. You will hear it first before you feel it. A soft glug from far away. Then another. Something in the dead man's swollen belly will shift. The table may thump a little. The chair may creak like a man changing the way he sits. He will not be changing the way he sits. He is dead. His mouth will stay open. You should not look down his throat. Your eyes will want to. Your eyes will think, what could it hurt? It will hurt. Keep your gaze on the space just above the candle flame. The flame will bend a little. It will not go out. A song will rise in your mind. People call it a lullaby, but it is too old to belong to babies. You will know the tune even if no one ever sang to you. Your throat will tighten with a kind of sadness that is not yours. Your tongue will try to form words in a language your mouth was not taught. Sing it. Sing it exactly the way it wants to come out. If you try to sing something pretty you already know, the candle will sputter and the room will tilt. Don't be proud. Don't be shy. Sing the strange song to the dead man's open mouth. The sound will come back to you changed like it passed through a tunnel and learned a new shape. When the song ends, the thing inside the dead man will decide. You will see the skin over his stomach move. It will press up like something pressing a hand against a thin curtain from the other side. Then that pressure will slide up toward his chest, bulge there under his shirt, and then rise into his throat. A wet, hard shape will push the dead man's tongue aside. His jaw will open wider than you thought a jaw could. Something will force its way between his lips and drop onto the table. Do not scream. your body will want to scream because it does not have another word for the thing you are seeing. It is small but not weak. It is red the way meat is red. Parts of it shine. Parts of it are slick. There are teeth in places where mouths do not belong. There is one eye or many eyes or something that makes your own eyes burn when you meet it. From the back of this thing a long wet cord reaches back into the dead man's mouth. It looks like an umbilical cord, but if you tell yourself that to feel better, you will feel worse. The thing is not a baby. It is not any animal that ever lived in a field. Call it a genie if that helps you stand there. Genie is not its name, but the word is small enough to fit in your head. The genie will move a little, like it is arranging itself. It will make a sound. Do not ask what language it is. It is not a language anyone living speaks. The sound will pass over your skin and through your shirt and settle behind your ribs. You will feel it more than you hear it. The empty air in front of you will change. A shape you could not see will be there, like a hand that belongs to nobody. It will place an object on the table between you and the candle. It will be slow and careful. The object will be cool to the eye and real enough for your fingers to touch and your mind to hold. Take it. Do not hesitate. Do not refuse. Refusal is not brave here, it is rude. You do not want to be rude in this room. There are only 3 things the genie will give. They look simple. They are not. A small copper coin. The head of a tin soldier. The eye of a cat. The order is not a ladder. Do not try to choose. You cannot choose. The thing on the table is the thing the genie's mind weighed and chose for you long before your feet touched the stairs. Pick it up. The genie will make another sound like breath through a hollow branch. Then it will pull itself back across the table by the cord, disappear into the dead man's mouth, and slide back down into his swollen belly to sleep. The room will be quiet again except for the small sound of the candle. You will be alone. Do what you must do next according to what lies on your palm. If a small copper coin sits in your hand, thank the dead man. You do not have to say it out loud if your voice will not work. The thought will do. Tuck the coin into your pocket. Pick up the empty milk carton. Do not blow the candle out. Leave it burning on the table. Walk out of the room and close the door gently. The stairs will be kinder this time. When you step outside, the air will feel cleaner than it did when you went in. Go home. Do not stop for takeout. Do not show anyone the coin. Go straight to bed. When you wake up, something good will happen. It will not be a miracle everyone can see. It will be a rightness that has its hands already in your life. You might get a call you have been waiting on for years. Your father might remember your birthday and call you by your full name instead of kiddo. A letter might arrive that forgives a debt, or an old ache might be gone from your knee like it was never there. You will think, this is coincidence. But when you take the coin out and hold it between your fingers, you will feel a soft hum go through your hand and into your arm. The coin will not make you rich. It will make one part of your life fall into place without asking you to pay later. Do not spend it. Do not give it away. Do not try to flip it into a fountain. Wrap it in cloth and keep it somewhere you do not touch it often. That is all. If the head of a tin soldier sits on the table, just the head, painted blue hat, tiny gold chin strap, you will blink, and you will not be in the room anymore. You will be standing on the sidewalk outside the dead man's house with the candle smell still in your nose and dust still on your shoes. The sky will look like it did when you walked in. Your hand will be empty. You will turn because your body knows what it was doing a moment ago, and you will see yourself walk up the broken steps and open the front door. Your mind will feel like someone is slowly twisting a cloth with both hands, wringing it out. Do not follow. You will want to. You will think, I can go in and pull myself back and say, don't do this. If you go through the door this time, you won't find the same hallway. The house will not be the house. You will be lost in a building that does not know you. It is not a good lost. It is not a loss you can fix with time. Do not follow yourself. Turn around. Walk home the long way. On the way, you may see the same old dog you pass sometimes lying on the same patch of sidewalk as if it never moved. You may see a bus go by and remember you have already watched it go by. Your phone will show the right time but not the right day. Do not worry. Give it a sleep. When you wake, your body will feel right in your place again, though a part of you will always know you stood outside a house and watched yourself go somewhere you did not go. If the eye of a cat sits on the table, round and green and small, do not touch it. Do not turn it to see if the pupil contracts in the candlelight. The candle will go out by itself. The dark will fill your mouth like cotton. The room will change shape around you, and the sound in your ears will no longer be only the sound of your own breathing. I do not know what happens after that. I have heard of people who never come back down the stairs. I have walked past the house long after midnight, and seen a shadow in the upstairs window where there is no lamp. Sometimes when someone brave goes to see the genie and never comes home, a different dead person sits in the chair when the next visitor knocks. Sometimes the different dead person is someone the town knows. You think I am trying to scare you away. I am not. I am trying to tell the truth the way I wish someone had told me. You can still go. You should go with the right kind of fear, the kind that makes you hold a match steady the first time. Don't go to prove you are not afraid. Don't go to drag a secret into the light and put it in a jar. Go because you can listen and do what you say you will do. You want stories. Everyone asks for stories when I tell them about the coin and the tin head and the eye. What kind of good thing happens? They ask. What happens if you follow yourself? Have you ever seen someone get the cat's eye? I will give you what I can without putting someone else's name into a room where it does not belong. A man I knew when I was 25 got the coin. He did not tell me until years later because he thought it would sound like bragging. He went to the house because he had a sick little girl who coughed so hard at night he would get up and sit in the hall because he could not stand to listen and could not stand to leave. He brought milk and a candle. He poured and sang and took the coin. He went home and slept because there was nothing else to do, because there had not been anything else to do for months. In the morning, he woke up because the house was too quiet. He ran to his daughter's room. She was asleep on her back without the rasp in her chest, one hand above her head like a tiny flag. He thought she was dead because the quiet was so perfect. He put his hand on her chest and felt it rise and fall. He cried so hard he scared her when she woke. She grew up. She is a teacher now. The coin is wrapped in a piece of an old baby blanket and sits in a tin on a high shelf in her father's kitchen. He takes it down on the anniversary and thanks a dead man whose name he never knew. A woman I worked with got the tin head. She was the practical one in the office. She wore comfortable shoes and had a laugh like a handful of marbles poured on a table. She liked riddles. She went to the house because she did not believe in anything that could not be printed in the paper. When she blinked and found herself on the sidewalk and saw herself climb the steps, she did not follow. Later she told me that not following herself was the hardest thing she had ever done. It was like watching my child walk into a river, she said. Everything in me was shaped to run after. She went home, slept 14 hours, and woke with a headache and a memory like a bruise. She cannot watch video of herself anymore. It makes her want to throw up. But if you ask her if she regrets not going through the door, she will say, I do not regret being here. As for the eye, there are more rumors than truths. There was a boy once who bragged that he would light a cigarette with the candle inside the room. He said he would cup his hand like this, lean in, and take the flame like a kiss. He said a lot of other things boys say when they want to look like you are not already looking at them. He went up the stairs with his milk and his candle and came down sometime later without either. He walked straight out, crossed the street, and kept walking until there were no streets left. He was found 3 days later sitting on a hill outside town with his shoes off and a circle of burned grass around him. He kept telling the empty air to give it back. The thing he wanted back was not something anyone could see. He left town the next month. If the story ended there, it would be a sad story. It does not end there. The same winter, people started to say that sometimes the dead man in the chair upstairs was not the man in the suit. Sometimes it was a kid in a t-shirt with dirty socks. I do not know if that is true. I do not go to look. But if you ask me in a quiet voice if the cat's eye is a punishment, I will say it is not about punishment. It is about belonging. I did not tell you about the rules that do not seem like rules but are. Knock before you enter. Do not speak the dead man's name even if it falls into your mouth like a coin. Pour all the milk. Do not stop. If you have to cough, cough through your nose. If you hiccup, swallow it. Sing when the song rises, and do not try to improve it. Take what is given. Do not refuse. Do not ask for something else. Do not blow out the candle. Leave it burning. It is not wasteful. You are not leaving a fire in an empty house. You are leaving an open eye in a sleeping room. Take your empty things back with you. The house likes neatness. It does not like a guest who leaves trash. Do not go with the crowd. There is a kind of bravery that loves a witness. It shouts. It slaps shoulders. It forgets how to listen and how to say thank you. If you bring a friend, bring one. Tell them the rules and make sure they say them back to you. If they laugh when they say them, go home. Do not try to trick the genie. Do not bring water instead of milk. Do not bring beer because you think it will be funny. Do not bring cream because you think it will please it more. The shape in the dead man's stomach knows the difference between feeding and flattery. If you bribe it, it will smile the way an animal smiles when it has too many teeth and cannot close its mouth. Do not bring a phone to film it. You will come home with a perfect video of a table and a candle and an empty chair, and your brain will pick at that video like a scab for years until you do not know what your eyes saw. Or you will come home with a blank file that leans sideways every time you try to open it, and your phone will stop turning on at 3:17 p.m. exactly, every day, until you throw it into a river and watch the little bubbles like pearls rise. More important than all of that, tapping a screen in that room draws attention. The kind of attention that looks back when you look in your front-facing camera and does not look like you. Do not tell the story with jokes afterward. Tell it plain. Do not add spice to make your listener's eyes widen. There is enough spice already in a mouth that opens because you lifted it. Do not go again to impress someone new. That upstairs room is not a party trick. It is a mouth in the world that leads somewhere your shoes cannot follow. You may be wondering why I am telling you any of this if I do not want you to treat it like something to pass around. I am telling you because the house will be there whether or not I speak. The house does not care if I am quiet. People will wander in because silence makes curiosity breed with loneliness. Better you go with a simple rule in your pocket than with a dare in your teeth. Now I will tell you what happened to me because that is what you have been waiting for since the first sentence. I will not say when. I will not say what shoes I wore. I will say I knocked. I will say the candle burned the way a good candle burns, with a small, steady heart. I will say my hands did not shake until I had to sing. The song was not a song I recognized. It was a string of sounds like pebbles across water. When I finished, the thing came up, and everything in me tried to run and had nowhere to go. The cord that connected it to the dead man made a wet sound when it slid. It looked at me without eyes and knew the shape of every lie I had ever told myself to keep living. A coin lay on the table when the air moved. It was small and copper, and so ordinary I almost laughed. But I did not laugh because laughter would have put a crack in the room. I picked it up, and it pulsed once like a small thing that was glad to be held. I tucked it away, nodded to the dead man because I did not trust my voice, took my empty carton, and left the candle burning. The stairs held me like a ladder out of a swimming pool. I went home. I slept. I woke to a knock I had missed for months. It was not at my door. It was inside my head. It was a single word I had not heard in my own tone of voice since I was a child. It said, "Enough." I did not understand it until later. Weeks turned into a season, and the coin stayed wrapped in a piece of old cloth in a drawer. Some days I forgot it. Most days I did not. Then, on a Wednesday afternoon when the world was doing what it does, rubber bands around mail, neighbors arguing about a fence, someone practicing scales on a piano 2 floors down, my phone rang with a number I had been calling and being ignored by for a year. A voice that had always been firm and polite told me the decision I needed had been made in my favor. Papers I could not afford would not be sent. Closed doors would open. I sat down because my legs decided sitting was all they knew for a while. After, I unwrapped the coin and held it between finger and thumb. It felt warm. It felt like it had done nothing and everything. I put it away and did not say thank you to a god or to fate. I said thank you to a dead man whose mouth had been a doorway. Sometimes at night I think of the other two gifts. I think of the small painted head that shifts a person sideways in time, and makes them their own ghost for a minute. I think of the cat's eye that makes a candle go out, and a shadow sit by the window that does not belong to anyone living. I try to be grateful I did not meet them on a table. It is hard to explain this without sounding like I am saying I deserve the coin while someone else deserves the eye. That is not what I am saying. The genie does not judge. It weighs. It balances. It fills a need. Sometimes a good thing is the right weight. Sometimes the right weight is a thing that breaks your life in half so you can see what was inside it. If you decide to go, go soon. That street at the edge of town has a way of vanishing if you postpone. Your mind will smooth it away the way a tongue smooths a sore spot on a tooth until you cannot remember which tooth it was. Do not tell too many people you are going. Do not make it a plan written in a calendar box with a neat square and a checked mark. Plans make the house nervous. Promises whispered in a kitchen make it curious. When you stand on the sidewalk with your milk and your candle and your heart trying to count its way out of your chest, remember this: you are a visitor. Be simple. Be kind. Do not stay longer than you need to. Leave the candle burning. Do not look for the back of the room. If you come home and something good happens, accept it without looking for a trap. If you come home and you are standing outside your own door watching yourself cross your own hall, do not follow. If you do not come home, I hope the chair is not too hard. I hope someone knocks when they enter. I hope the song that rises in their mouth is sweet to hear. One more thing, and then I will let you go. Not everyone who goes to the house gets something on the first try. Sometimes the candle won't catch, no matter how many matches you strike. Sometimes the milk curdles in the carton while you stand there with your hand on the dead man's chin. Do not take this as a no forever. Take it as not today. Go home. Sleep. Let a week pass. Come back with a new candle and the same milk, fresh this time, and try again. The room is old. It is careful. It does not want your fear of wasting your time. It wants your simple, stubborn patience. There is a story people tell in whispers about a woman who blew the candle out at the end because she was raised never to leave a flame unattended. She thought she was doing the right thing. She put her fingers up to pinch the wick, and the room thanked her by blowing her out too. I do not know what that means. I only know the way the wind sounds in that upstairs hall when the front door opens. It is a sound that belongs to neither inside nor outside. It belongs to the space between. The candle is a small, steady point in that space. Leave it. Let it watch the dead man sleep. It is not your job to save that house from fire. It is not your job to teach an old room new rules. You wanted proof. Proof is not a picture or a paper. Proof is the way your feet know the stairs as if you have used them all your life when you have not. Proof is the weight of a coin that hums a little in your hand. Proof is the feeling that someone sat up in bed because your voice sang a song you did not know an hour earlier. Proof is the hollow place you touch in your chest when you think of a candle going out, and a room remembering your face forever. If you go, come back quietly. Do not pound your heel on the pavement like you conquered something. Do not spit in the grass. Walk home with your hands in your pockets and your head level. Wash your hands. Eat something small. Sleep on clean sheets. When you wake, the world will be the same and not the same. A small part of it will look back at you with a new eye, and you will look back without flinching. That is all a genie owes you. That is all you owe it. And if you do not go at all, if you close this page and push the story away the way you push away a dream you would rather not carry to breakfast, that is fine too. The house will still be there. The dead man will still sit. The candle will still be waiting in the pocket of the person who chose to walk past fear and past pride and knock. The genie will sleep. It is good at sleeping. It has been doing it since before our street had a name. Whatever you decide, do not forget the simple rules. Knock. Pour. Sing. Take what is given. Leave the candle burning. Go home. The house sits in the middle of an old garden like a body that forgot it used to be alive. It has 4 floors, but from the street it looks taller, as if the empty windows keep stretching upward to see a sky that stopped paying attention years ago. Vines have claimed the stone. Thin stems loop in and out of cracks, and pale little flowers cling to the window frames like careful fingers. Some shoots push through broken panes and hang inside the rooms like strings on a puppet. From far away, the colors are all faded: brown wood, gray stone, green that isn't quite green anymore. The whole place looks like it is holding its breath. Nothing moves but the fog and the small falling thuds of acorns hitting the path and rolling into the weeds. Time here feels like a pond with ice on it, smooth on top, nothing clear underneath. People on their way to the market or the tram sometimes stop at the rusty front gate. They put their foreheads to the metal and try to peek through the mist. They whisper to each other. They count the windows. They make guesses about who lived there, and why nobody lives there now. Then they go on. Everyone has a reason not to climb over the gate. The spikes along the top look sharp. The fog makes the stone wet and slippery. There are easier stories and brighter streets. You have walked past the gate for years. You have pressed your face to the bars more than once. You always tell yourself you will come back another day with thicker gloves or a better flashlight, or the courage that seems to fit other people's bodies better than it fits yours. But this morning is different. Maybe it's the way the fog sits low, or the way the street is empty. Maybe it's the long week you've had and the way the quiet of the garden seems to offer a pocket of silence large enough to hide in. Maybe it's simple curiosity that finally grew too heavy for you to carry without setting it down somewhere. You look up, and in one second-floor window a tiny prick of light blinks once and then again, like the smallest lighthouse in the world, asking an audience of one to pay attention. It is foolish, you think, and maybe unsafe. The house has been empty for 30 years. You know this because everyone knows it. That kind of fact lives in a town the way certain songs live in certain radios. Still, the light blinks once more, then fades. You look up and down the street. No one is watching you. No one is here to say yes or no. You curl your fingers around the rusty gate, find the places where the metal still holds, and pull yourself up. Your coat catches on a point, and you pause, heart banging, then twist free and swing a leg over. For a breath you balance on the row of dark teeth, then you jump and land hard on the other side. 7 feet down is farther than it looked. Your knees complain. You stand still and let your legs remember how to be legs. The fog is thicker inside the garden than it was at the street. It smells of wet leaves and something old and cold, like a book that was closed for too long. The light in the upstairs window doesn't show again, not right away. Still, you feel as if you have been called and answered. You follow the path that splits in places and joins again, a map made by someone who liked to walk without hurrying. Juniper needles stick to your shoes. Fallen leaves, stiff and brittle or soft and slick, fill the cracks in the path. You pass a stone bench curved around an empty fountain bowl. Once it was probably a place where someone read in the sun. A small paperback with waterwork pages lies on one end, almost part of the stone now. A single leather glove sits on the rim, stuffed between pebbles, turned hard by years of rain and heat. It is the kind of glove a gardener wears to pull stubborn roots. You picture a person patting their pockets, saying, "Where did I put it?" You picture them turning away to do one more small job and never coming back. At the bottom step you stamp your shoes to knock off needles. The sound is too loud in the quiet garden. The house answers with a soft groan, a sound like a person shifting in sleep. You put your foot on the first stair. It lets you. You climb slowly, feeling the old stone's damp chill through the soles of your shoes. The second step makes a small complaining squeak. The third holds. With each step you feel as if you are climbing up the throat of something that isn't sure yet whether to swallow or to spit you out. At the landing, the door to the left hangs crooked in its frame. You press the wood with your palm. At first nothing moves. You push harder. Something gives, then sticks, then gives again, and the door opens a hand's width and then, with a small cough of dust, opens the rest of the way. Dust hangs in the air like snow that decided to dance instead of fall. You wave a hand and make a soft path through it. The light from the foggy garden doesn't get far in here. You pull a small box of matches from your pocket. You strike one. The flame is a warm coin you hold between you and the dark. You step into a long corridor that feels longer than the building could be. Shadows deepen near the floor like water in a ditch. To your left, only a few steps in, another door waits. The knob resists. Locked. Above it a coat rack tilts. One hook holds a small headscarf, once white, now the color of tea, tied in a neat knot by hands that expected to pick it up again. To your right a square of space opens into what might have been a kitchen. A sink leans in its frame. A tiny bathroom pod sits against the wall like a pod from a spaceship that landed wrong. Piles of broken things sit on top of one another, the way people pile things when they plan to sort them tomorrow. You don't step in. The floor looks unsure of itself. You keep going. The corridor ends at a pair of double doors that once were proud. Your match burns down and kisses your fingers. You hiss and shake it out, then strike another. The second match makes the brass on the door handles wink at you, as if to say they remember being polished. You place your palm on the right-hand door. It opens easily, like a person who knew you were coming after all. You step into a room that would be handsome with enough light. Your match throws back the dark just enough to show you pieces. A wall of books with their titles rubbed away. A piano with its lid up, strings exposed like ribs, keys missing here and there, the whole thing smiling in an empty way. A desk without drawers. Loose planks lean across it like someone laid a shield over a fallen soldier. A thin glass vase blackened from inside by a candle that burned black instead of gold. An armchair sits turned toward a corner where the wall looks less like a wall and more like a shadow pretending to be one. The little light cupped in your hand wobbles and then steadies. You see the curve of the arm, the top of a head, the sense of someone sitting there. You hold your breath. You say, "Who's there?" The word doesn't come out loud. It comes out like a piece of lint you try to blow off a sleeve. You move sideways, slow as someone in a hospital hallway in a dream. You keep a few feet of air between you and the chair, the way you do without thinking when you are not sure what you are approaching. Your heart knocks at your ribs. A line of sweat runs down your temple and into the corner of your eye. You blink and miss the place you were going to put your foot. Your second match bites your skin. You lick your fingers and strike the last match in the box. It doesn't catch at first. You rub it again. Again. The third time it flares, and for one short bright moment the room is a small theater, and on its stage you see the person in the chair. She sees you. She sits very still, watching you the way you would watch a bird that landed on your shoe. She is a girl, 6 or 7, with hair that would curl if someone washed it, with hands placed flat on the worn arms of the chair as if she is practicing being still. When she speaks, the voice you hear is a voice in your head, or maybe a voice the room makes for both of you. I am a little girl. This is my home. These are my books. The vase is mine too. I tried to learn the piano, but it kept teasing me. Every wrong note felt like a cough in a quiet church, and the piano seemed to laugh at me, so I stopped. Now it is quiet and listens. It watches me sit here and wait. My days are simple. I sit in this chair and watch the window. I watch the stripe of pale light that sometimes finds its way through the trees out back. I count dust as if it were snow. I wait for one thing. I wait for her. She is an old woman who lives in the next room. She calls for me when she needs me. Until she calls, I stay here. I do not go into her room without an invitation. I am small, but I know this rule. When afternoon turns to evening, strange shapes climb the ceiling and hang there like the bars of a gate. When it gets fully dark, the rooms talk. They remember voices. They hum with words I can't quite make out. Sometimes the voices feel close enough to touch. They say my name in the way old houses say names, which is to say not with mouths, but with air. The sound starts small, grows larger, and then is small again, like a swing that someone pushed and then forgot. In those times I sit even more still. I count the drips from the kitchen faucet if it feels like counting might hold the room together. I listen to the old woman pace in the room where she lives. She walks alone from one corner to the other, and back again, and again, in a slow rhythm that would make you sleepy if it didn't make you so alert. I do not knock. I do not turn the handle. I am a child who knows how to wait. When the first call comes, it hardly sounds like a word. It is more like someone saying, "Ah," the sound you make when you set down something heavy and let your breath loose. The second time, the sound reaches deeper, finds the shape of a word and sticks to it. Child. That is her voice. It is thin and made of years. It is her, and it is the room speaking for her, and it is the house being kind for once. I stand. I put one hand on the door frame, because even floating things like to feel wood under their palm before they leave one room for the next. Goodbye, piano. Goodbye, armchair. Goodbye, books. I will come back if I can. I move down the corridor without moving my feet. My hair brushes the ceiling because in this house children can float when called, and dust doesn't mind parting for small bodies. Her voice happens again. The word stretches and echoes, like a pebble you drop into a well and listen for. Chi. Chi. Child. The door to her room is always locked to everyone else. To me it opens the way a page opens when a child breathes on it. I pass through and stop, because I have never been here before. The light is thin. It comes from a lantern or maybe a jar with a little flame in it on a small nightstand. The glow is enough to make a circle of warmth around the old woman's chair and a part of the wall. It is not enough to fill the room. The shadows still belong to the shadows. The walls are covered with patterned cloth, heavy and proud even in their age. Chandeliers hang with their arms bent like dancers resting after a long song. Some of the glass is gone. The rest catches the lantern light and turns it into small quiet stars. Around the room, tucked into frames that sit in corners and on crooked nails, there are many black and white photographs. The lantern gives them an orange skin, so they look like memories someone dipped in tea. At the bottom corner of each photograph, in tiny faded script, there is a name and a date. I lean toward the nearest one to read, but before I can sound out the letters, a voice on the other side of the room says the name for me. Jacob F. Haynes. The old woman is a shape in a deep chair. Even in the dim I can tell she is thin in the way of people who have given themselves to time bit by bit. Her hands rest on the arms of the chair like small birds. When she speaks, the sound moves out from her and also from the room itself. The name she said is the name of the photographer, she tells me. He took most of the pictures that surround us. She points with the gentlest tilt of her chin. The first one on the right. She says, March, 1932. That's me and my brother Henry. He died the same year. I was 9. Her voice scratches a little. I imagine that each word has to walk uphill. She keeps going. We grew up in a big house near Delmar Gardens off Morgan Street. We had a patio with a railing that warmed up in the sun. In that photo, yes, that one, you can see the patio posts behind us. We were children who thought everything we had would stay. She takes a breath that sounds like it must have cost her something. When she releases it, the air in the room seems to lean toward her to catch it. Then the markets fell. Grown-ups called it the Great Depression, but for us, it was the day Father came home and put his hat on the table and didn't take it off again for a long time. His store closed. The other little shop we owned was already in trouble. At first, we thought it would pass like a winter storm. It did not pass. We sold the big house. There's Father in front of it in that picture. He's standing tall because he is trying to set a good example for the rest of us. My mother stood behind the window you can't see and pressed her hand to the glass. I cried in a way that made my chest hurt. Mother cried in a way that didn't make a sound. She pauses, and I can almost hear, in that pause, feet on stairs, furniture being carried out, a girl kneeling to pick up a fallen button. She points with her eyes toward the ceiling we share. We moved to this building. 2nd floor. This very apartment. This room was ours, mine and Henry's. He slept where those photographs hang now. The night after we moved in, I could hear through the walls that other families lived close, the way you can hear neighbors breathe in a crowded train. It felt strange, being held by other lives. Her hands shift on the arms of the chair, and for a second the lantern light shows me one knuckle like a white pebble. Henry was sick a lot. He was a kind boy, and tired boys and kind boys should be able to rest, but his rest didn't help him. Doctors gave us a long name for it, poliomyelitis. Polio for short. Other people called it something worse, the plague of the century. They told Father we should put him in the hospital. We did. I visited every day I could. Some children there lay inside machines we called iron lungs. They were long boxes big enough for a child's body, with a rubber collar to hold the neck and a hole for the head to look out. The machines breathed for them, sucking their chests open, pushing their chests closed. The sound filled the whole hall, like the sea coming in and going out, only made of wood and air and work. Nurses ran their hands along those boxes the way you run your hand down a horse to soothe it. The children's eyes looked at the ceiling or at the nurse, or at nothing. Some lived for years. Some did not. When Henry's body got too tired to fight, he left us on Christmas Day. The streets outside the hospital were full of songs. Inside there was only the soft click of a nurse turning off a switch. He was lucky. I still believe this. He slipped away before the box could close around him. The old woman quiets, and in that quiet I hear distant water tapping in the bathroom we passed, and the old tick in the walls the house keeps even without the clock. She starts again, gentler, as if speaking to herself. After that, the years go by in their own way, and then they make a pile you can look back at. In 1944 we got a telegram. The envelope was thin. The words were heavy. The adjutant general regretted to inform us that my father, who had been listed missing in action, had been killed in Holland. Regretted. Such a small word. The next morning I told Mother I was joining the service. She didn't try to change my mind. She looked at me with eyes that were like a well you accidentally drop your voice into. I bought a train ticket. We stood at the station and let a man with a camera take a picture of us for 30 cents. That picture there. Mother's mouth is a tight line. I'm trying to smile because I was young and stubborn and thought that by showing my teeth I could keep my heart from breaking in front of her. She coughs. The sound echoes and changes shape in the high ceiling. She swallows and goes on. The train took me to a naval base in Newfoundland. I learned to roll bandages and to boil instruments, and to talk to men who woke up calling for mothers who were not there. Then I crossed the Atlantic on a ship that smelled like oil and salt and too many people. I learned the names of places Father had known only from the ground and sky while running. I joined the Army Nurse Corps. The uniforms were blue and khaki and olive. They were not flattering. It didn't matter. The sleeves were always rolled up anyway. She points with a small tilt of her head at a photograph near the middle of the wall. That one is Paris. 1945. Late spring. I was not in uniform that day. I wore a dress that did not belong to me. I borrowed it from a girl named Solange who worked in a bakery near the canal. The air smelled like flowers from a street I could never remember the name of, and like water, and like yeast. Her voice finds a softness you recognize even if you are a child. He baked breads with peas inside. Poise pain, he called them. The first time I bit one, crust flaking down my shirt, steam fogging my borrowed glasses, I laughed. He laughed too. He had a bell on the bakery door shaped like a cow. It made a small gong sound when anyone came in. It made a different sound when I came in because he tied a ribbon to the clapper and only let it hang when he saw me through the window. We wrote letters when I had to go to the hospital 2 districts away. In his, he drew little hats on the vowels. I kept every envelope. I kept a napkin from our first lunch with a grease map in the shape of a country I never visited. We talked about the future the way you talk about a boat you haven't built yet, but are sure will be seaworthy because you have already named it. Her eyes find the clock that leans on the far wall. It has not ticked in years, but old habits stand even when wood sits. She looks back at me. In 1947 I came home. See that picture, the yellow one, the one that looks tired from being looked at too much? That was taken my first week back in this building after 3 years away. I told myself I was only coming to say goodbye to Mother. The doctor had found a growth in her head and said she had a month, maybe 2. Mother had always been a plain woman who wore sturdy shoes. The tumor made her sit in the armchair by the window with her mouth open a little and her eyes like ponds with no wind. I stayed for a month. Then I stayed longer. The months piled into 2 years. The 2 years spilled into the rest of my life. She turns her head toward the window I watched earlier. On good days we would go downstairs together and sit by the fountain. She wore a gray dress that smelled like clean soap and cinnamon because I put cinnamon in all our food to make it warm. The wind would blow and dead mosquitoes would land on her lap. I would brush them away and talk to her about the book I was reading as if she were reading it with me. Sometimes she would try to say a word. It would come out as a frog sound followed by a string of wet coughing. I would put a hand on her knee and say, "It's okay," even when I wished more than anything to hear her call me by my name in the voice she had when I was small. Her breath catches. She sits with that breath for a count of 3, then lets it out as if passing a small bird from one hand to another. We lived that way. Then she was gone. Afterward, for a few years, other people still lived in this building. Students who left notes on the door for each other with silly drawings. 2 parents with a baby who cried at 3 in the morning and then at 4, and I would hear the father sing to the dark. A man who collected spoons. Little by little they all moved away. The city was changing. New buildings went up 2 streets over with elevators that didn't refuse to work when the weather changed. In 1955 the building went up for sale. No one wanted it. The roof needed mending. The pipes sang. I bought it with money I had saved in a jar under my sink and money I never thought I would spend but did, and the rest with a promise to a bank that I would always pay on time. Owning the building felt like adopting a stray dog with bad knees. You love it because it came to you and because no one else would. She looks at another photo. That picture is 1959. The last time someone took a picture of me, I think. My hair was already gray at the front. The building is behind me, and in every window but mine the dark has settled like a stubborn tenant. Only one square shines. My square. The little light in the only mouth that still speaks. I thought then that I would be the last one here. I thought I would be the building's final heartbeat, slow and steady, until I stopped. The room is very quiet now. Even the dripping in the kitchen has chosen to stop and listen. The old woman's voice is a thread you can see because the light is behind it. "Child," she says, "come closer." I move until the circle of lantern light holds both of us. She lifts a thin veil that was covering her face, not for modesty, but to keep the cool air from making her nose run. Beneath the veil her skin is lined in the way of long-used paper. Her eyes are not the eyes of a person who has been beaten by time. They are the eyes of a person who has been its partner for a long walk. She looks past me and at me and through me in the way people do when they see 2 things at the same time, the room they live in and the room they remember. All at once, the air feels thick with things I can't name but can feel. You would call them memories. I call them pictures that float like dust. She does not list them now. She doesn't have to. They rise on their own. The cowbell on the bakery door, the smell of tinned peaches in wartime, the sound a telegram envelope makes when your fingernail slips under the flap, the way Henry's fingers twitched when he dreamed he was running even when he wasn't. They swirl around us. I open my mouth to catch them like soap bubbles, and they slide inside and become part of me without breaking. The tall clock that doesn't work hums once from old habit. The room seems to lean toward us. Her breath is soft and tight at the same time. She says in a whisper, as if telling me a secret she promised someone she would share only at the end. "I am Ariadne." The name fits the room the way a certain song fits a certain summer. She breathes again. "I am 9, she says, and she smiles because she knows and I know that this is not a mistake and not a trick and not a lie, but a circle closing and opening in the same movement. "Come closer," she says again, though I am so close now that my hair brushes her cheek when I bend. I do not lay hands on her. I do not need to. The space between our bodies shrinks until there is no space left. My curls drift and settle. Her breath lifts my hair. Her face relaxes. Lines smooth the way the surface of a pond smooths when the wind steps back. The feeling is not a crash. It is like walking into a warm room from the cold and letting your shoulders lower without having to be told. It is like stepping into a dress you wore in a play when you were a child and finding that somehow it still fits. The house exhales. If houses could speak in words, this one would say, "Thank you then. Goodbye." The old woman's head turns a little to the side and rests against the chair back. Her mouth opens the smallest bit, and then closes, and does not open again. Something small and bright floats up from her chest. It is the tiny light you saw from the street, the one that blinked and convinced you to climb and jump and risk your coat on the gate. It rises the way dust rises in sun, only it is not dust. It is brighter than any match. I hold out my hand and it sits in my palm like a warm seed. I close my fingers around it. It is mine now. It has always been mine. If you are still in the corridor, if you are moving toward this room with your last match in your fingers and your heart thudding against your ribs, you will find the chair empty. You will find the lantern still and the photographs looking at no one. You will turn in a small cut circle, listening for a breath that has already become part of the air, and you will imagine you hear footsteps, and maybe you will. Your footsteps, and mine, but not on the same floor anymore. I am already gone. I am already down the stairs, my feet making less sound than a leaf. I am already through the garden, past the fountain where dead mosquitoes still lie if no one has brushed them away, past the glove that waits for a hand that will not come back, past the book with pages that forgot what they wanted to say. I am already climbing the gate the way a child climbs a ladder that leads to the top bunk. The pointed teeth do not catch me. I drop to the sidewalk with the light in my fist, and when I open my hand it slides into me through my skin and sits behind my ribs, pulsing small and steady. One beat for me. One beat for the house that died with the woman and died without her all at once. I walk toward the market square. The world looks both new and old. I have two sets of memories, one made of little girl mornings and the other made of long days in nursing wards and trains and letters and bread and loss. They do not fight. They sit side by side. The air is cool and tastes like rain that hasn't fallen yet. I pass a woman sweeping her stoop. She looks up and nods at me the way adults nod at children they know are important to someone. I pass a man selling newspapers. He sings the headlines like a song he doesn't know the melody to. I smile at both of them. I look at my hands, small and sure. I am Ariadne. I am 6 or 7. I am ready to live again. Behind me, the house sits quiet and finished. The little light is not in its window anymore. It doesn't need a light now. It can rest. And you, the one who climbed, the one who struck a match and moved through dust, stand in the room and feel how a place can be both full and empty at once. You let your last match burn down to your fingers and then you blow it out gently and put the black stick in your pocket like a tiny souvenir. You leave the way you came. On the steps you pause and look back, the way people do when they leave a church after the last song. At the gate you lift your weight and ease yourself over slowly so your coat doesn't tear. On the street you stand for a time, watching the dull windows and the wet vines, waiting for the speck of light to flicker again. It doesn't. It won't. You do not know that this is not sad. You do not know, yet, that it means a small heart was brave enough to say yes when an old one asked. You turn, and your feet carry you toward the square where a little girl with a serious face is walking the other way. You do not know her. You wouldn't know how to say what happened if someone asked you. You will keep it to yourself. You will touch your pocket sometimes and feel the tiny burn match and not throw it away. And when you pass the gate on some future morning, you will stop out of habit and press your forehead to the bars and look through the fog and smile, not because you see anything, but because once you did, and it asked you to climb, and you climbed. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I jumped down from the back of the transport and hit the ground on my hands and knees. The rocks were sharp, and the dirt was dry enough to scrape skin. The sun had gone down a minute earlier, which meant the canyon turned from brown and yellow to black in a single breath. I slipped my night vision goggles over my eyes and pulled the straps tight until they bit into my temples. Green lit up the ridge above me. I scanned left, slow and steady, then right, slow and steady, the way they teach you. Nothing moved. Nothing looked like a man. Nothing looked like anything at all. My name is Corporal Nick Bison. When I signed my papers at the recruiting office, I pictured ruck marches, live fire ranges, boring guard posts, and maybe, if my luck was bad, a fight with men who shot back. I did not picture what I would see that night. I did not picture fighting things with wings. We were 9 men that evening. Sergeant Marinos ran our squad. He was big and calm and had a voice that could cut through a storm. Corporal Savage and I were his next in line. The rest were good soldiers who did their jobs: Kowalski, Watson, Nadolny the medic, and a few more faces that still come up in my sleep when it's quiet enough to hear my own breath. The orders were simple on paper. Intelligence said enemy fighters were using these hills as a backdoor, slipping through the range at night and crossing the border, then slipping back the same way. Our task was to verify. If we found a small group, we'd shadow and report. If we found a large group or a main hide site, we were to pull back to where the radio worked and then call in the fly boys to turn rock into gravel. It went wrong before our boots hit the trailhead. The radio went fuzzy. Our RTO kept tapping the set, then changing frequencies, then shaking his head. "No joy," he said. "All I've got is hiss. Local or can do that," Savage said, pointing at the layers of rock with his chin. "Iron. Magnetite. Old mines, maybe." The Sarge waited for 3 seconds, then gave the nod. "You follow because you trained to follow it. We're going anyway. We do the sweep. We don't take fights we don't need. We regroup at last light and reassess. We keep it quiet and smart. Move." So we moved. The trail we followed cut into the range like a vein, narrow and white in my goggles. Wind pushed dust along the ground like low fog. The canyon walls rose up on both sides, cracked and bare. Here and there were caves, but they were shallow, more like scars in the rock than places a man could set up in. You could curl up and sleep inside one if you were desperate and small, but you'd be half outside anyway. We hit a fork where the path split. The map was old but clear enough. One branch curled into a smaller bowl, the other opened into a bigger canyon with offshoots. The Sarge decided on the spot. 2 elements, he said. "Savage, you take 4 and sweep the big canyon. I'll take Bison and the rest through the smaller one. We send a runner back to this fork at dusk to exchange notes. No radios. Eyes and legs only. If you get in over your head, you don't be a hero. You break contact, and you come back here." "Yes, Sarge." We did the usual shakeout. We checked straps, slung rifles, and started down our path. The smaller canyon bent in the middle, so you couldn't see its end from the mouth. The walls climbed straight up, all tooth and shadow. The air felt colder there, like the sun had never quite found a way in. The Sarge sent 2 men ahead to scout and called for quiet hand signals only. We spread out, keeping each other in view. For the first half hour, we saw nothing worth a photograph. Loose rock. A smashed bottle. A pile of old ash from some camp long ago. Then one of our point men waved hard for us to come. We jogged up the last stretch and saw the thing that started us thinking in the wrong direction, an old transport truck parked where the canyon ended. It was the kind of truck the local fighters used, big and ugly, with a canvas cover over the back. All 4 tires were cut to ribbons, and the hood sat open like a mouth. It didn't look abandoned so much as killed. "What do you think?" I asked, bending to run a hand over the shredded rubber. The Sarge rubbed his jaw. "Broke down. Couldn't fix it. Didn't want anyone else to drive it away. So they did the next best thing and wrecked it. I've seen it before." We checked it top to bottom. Nothing inside the cab, nothing under the benches, nothing taped to the frame. If there had been ammunition or water in the back once, someone had taken it already. In the side pocket I found a sun-bleached wrapper from some local candy. That was it. We finished our sweep with care. We checked every pocket in the rock that could hide a man, a crate, or a radio. By the time the sky started to fade, everyone had reported clean. No footprints that weren't ours, no fresh trash, no cooking fires, no smell of men. The Sarge walked over to me and kept his voice low. Send one man to the fork. He waits on Savage's runner. If they found anything, we adjust. If they found nothing, we consolidate and step off together in the dark. Stow some weight here. We'll come back for it. I picked Private Ellis to go. You know the drill. Watch the shadows. If it's not one of ours, you don't say hello. He took off at a trot. The rest of us sat on the ground and tore into our MREs. It's funny what you remember. I got the jalapeno cheese spread. In our platoon, that little green packet might as well have been gold. I held it up like a trophy. Hey, look what I pulled! You lucky bastard! The Sarge said deadpan, and a couple of guys laughed through their noses. It was an easy minute. Then the world snapped. A blast rolled across the range like a giant slamming a door. It bounced off the canyon walls and hit us from all sides at once. We looked up. A tight gray column of smoke climbed into the dim sky over the big canyon. That's Savage's side, I said, and the Sarge was already on his feet. We didn't say the rest out loud. We stuffed packs, grabbed rifles, and ran. We moved as a line along the base of the wall, using every shadow we could find. The smoke led us to a dark mouth high up the face of the big canyon, a cave that looked deep enough to swallow a truck. Before we could plan a climb, we saw a shape on the ground near the wall, black with soot, the size of a man. I rushed the last steps and dropped to my knees. It was Kowalski, face down in the grit. His uniform was torn and wet at the belly. Blood soaked through both hands where he pressed them against himself. He's alive! I shouted without thinking. Doc! Private Nadolny slid in beside me with his pack already open. He hung in four-bag on a rock to get it above Kowalski's arm and started bandaging what he could. The Sarge leaned over Kowalski's face. Easy, son. You're okay. Save your breath and talk slow. What happened? Kowalski opened his eyes like it hurt to do it. Big cave, he said, and his voice sounded like sand. He lifted a shaking hand and pointed up. There's a drop inside 10 feet down. We went in. They were down there. His eyes didn't look at us. They looked back at something only he could still see. They cut me open, he said. It looked like an animal standing up. The corporal. He swallowed and coughed. Nadolny squeezed the bag to give him more fluid. The corporal shot it in the face. He grabbed me. We fell back. There were too many. We were losing men. At the mouth, he shoved me out. He said he wouldn't let them get out. He pulled 2 nades. He ran back in. Then the blast. The Sarge closed his eyes for half a second. I did too. We didn't have time to do more than that. Kowalski's gaze fluttered. He looked at something far away and then at nothing. His chest rose once more and didn't rise again. Time, Nadolny whispered, and we all knew what he meant. This mission is over, the Sarge said. He said it to me, but loud enough for everyone still on their feet to hear. We can't dig. We don't have the gear, and we don't have the hours. We go back to the truck, grab the heavy stuff we stowed, and we move for the desert. We use the dark. Night vision on. We don't fire unless we have to. We get past the dead zone and make the call. Move. We were throwing on our packs when the ground trembled in a way that didn't come from far-off bombs. It was a low, fast shiver, like a train passing under your feet. I looked up. A black smear poured out of a smaller opening down the wall from the big cave. At first it looked like a swarm of very big insects coming at us as one cloud. Then the swarm split, and 5 shapes broke out, each at least the height of a man, each one gliding like a leaf that decides where it wants to fall. They landed on two legs with a weight you could feel in your teeth. One of them touched down directly in front of the Sarge. He was 6'2", and this thing looked down on him. It had skin like old leather, gray with a shine that wasn't wet. It was thin through the waist and wide across the shoulders, long in the arms and legs, like a runner with no fat on him. A big pair of wings folded from its back like a coat it had worn too long. Its head was round and too smooth, with ears that stuck up like two knives. Worst of all were the eyes, two coins of red that seemed to glow from inside. When it opened its mouth, I saw teeth built for catching and for tearing. My body froze for a heartbeat. Then training kicked the door down. The Sarge opened up with his machine gun from the hip, firing a short, hard burst. I raised my M16 and fired on Semi as fast as my finger could pull. The others fired too. Muzzle flash lit green in my goggles. Our rounds hit. I know they hit, because I watched them smack in and I watched the thing rock back on its heels from the force. It went down on its side and lay there long enough to make me think it was done. Then it lifted its head, bared a mouth full of drills, and screamed. The sound made my guts contract. It was high and thin and hot. It leaped. It tore the Sarge's gun from his hands like it was tearing a branch from a tree. It tossed it behind itself without looking. Then it put one hand on the Sarge's chin and one on the back of his head, and it yanked. The crack sounded deeper than a bone should sound. The Sarge's body dropped like a bag of sand. I didn't think. I couldn't think. The creature turned and reached for me. It grabbed me around the ribs with one arm and squeezed hard enough to make my fingers open. My rifle fell. I felt a white stripe of pain go up my side. Then we were in the air. It jumped or flew, I couldn't tell which at that speed, and we went up and forward, fast enough to pull my stomach out behind me. I drew my sidearm with shaking hands, jammed the barrel into the thing's mouth, and fired until the slide locked back. Its head snapped back and its body jerked like a live wire. It lost control of the flight. We smashed into the stony ground high on the hill opposite the big cave. I rolled on instinct, felt rocks bite my shoulder, and came up on one knee with nothing left in the pistol but smoke. The creature staggered. It put both hands to its head as if it had never had anything hurt inside it before. It swayed like a drunk who hears music and can't find it. It stepped backward without looking and walked right off the edge of the hill. I crawled to the lip and looked down. It hit the canyon floor in a fold of wing and limb, and didn't get up. I scanned the canyon. Through the dark I saw flashes of movement, wings, claws, boots. One of the things was bent over Watson. I watched its head dip and saw the jerk of Watson's body in its hands. I pulled back before I could learn more than that. I had two thoughts left in my skull: get the radio, and get out. I slid down the far side of the hill, then cut back toward the smaller canyon where we'd stashed gear. I moved bent low and fast, checking over my shoulder every few seconds, hearing that thin scream echo around the stones so it sounded like it came from everywhere and nowhere. I reached the dead truck without seeing another one of them. In the back sat the things we hadn't wanted to carry. I dug out an extra M16, 3 mags, and the radio in its hard case. I hung the case by its strap and slipped one mag into the well. I told myself to breathe. I told myself to think about angles, cover, silence. I told myself dawn was always coming because it always had. Night filled the canyon like water. Twice, black shapes slid past high overhead, and I glued myself against stone until my cheeks felt like the rock was chewing them. When they screamed again, the sound bounced off the walls in a dozen directions at once. I could not tell if they were 100 yards away or 10. Time went strange. I can't tell you how long it took to reach the place where the canyon opened and the desert started. I can only tell you that the sand beyond the rocks looked like an ocean to me. It meant space. It meant sky. It meant options. I set the radio on the ground and turned the knobs with careful fingers. The speaker hissed. I changed the channel and tried again. Hiss. I stepped out more from the wall and tried again. More hiss. I kept walking. The sky behind the hills turned the color of milk. That meant I had made it through most of the night alive. I told myself I could make it a little more. I stopped and keyed the mic. This time a woman's voice cut through the static, flat and professional, and so clean it sounded like a song. "This is Falcon. Identify." I talked fast, because I didn't know how long I had. "Falcon, this is Corporal Bison, Echo Company, 2nd Battalion. 9-man patrol, contact in grid." I rattled off the unit details like a catechism. "All other members Kia." I say again, all other members Kia. "Enemy element estimated 50 at least, supported by unknown factor. Request immediate extraction. Request ordnance on coordinates to follow." I dug the folded map from my pocket, pinched it under my knee, and read off the grid square and the numbers slow and clear. "I say again, target is..." A rush of wind hit my back like a truck. The radio flew from my hand. The ground tipped. I saw sky, then stone, then sky again. Something hard grabbed me in the middle and squeezed until I couldn't get air. My fingers clawed at my belt for the pistol I didn't have anymore. Then everything went gray, and then the gray went black. I woke on my side on rock that felt damp. My head pounded. My neck burned like someone had pressed a hot pipe to it. I put a hand there and felt wet. When I pulled my hand away, it was dark in the cave, but I could still tell by the slick that it was blood. I tried to sit up. The world wobbled like I was on a boat. Then I heard the sound. It was all around me. A hiss like 1,000 snakes in dry grass. It rose and fell. It came from in front of me, above me, and behind me, and every time I turned my head, the sound seemed to come from a new place that wasn't that place at all. Shapes moved in the dark, first a shadow against deeper shadow, then a body. It walked into a strip of moonlight that came through a crack high up in the cave wall. This one was not like the others. It was smaller and narrower, and it moved with a thin kind of grace that made my skin crawl. It had the same gray skin, the same ears, the same long limbs and heavy wings. But its chest rose and fell in 2 mounds, and I knew what that meant without wanting to. 2 larger ones flanked her. They came close enough that I could see the red fire in their eyes. I had the crazy thought that they weren't just guarding her. They were showing me that they guarded her, the way an animal will show its teeth before it uses them. I wanted to be brave. My chest hurt. My legs felt like someone else's, and they were not strong ones. I pulled in breath and tasted dust and old water. A rumble rolled through the rock. The smaller one, the queen, if that's what she was, looked up toward the roof like a person looks up when thunder speaks. Then I heard it, far at first and then not far, the sharp clap of explosions falling in a chain. The sound came through the stone like the house was breathing in and out very fast. A grin crawled onto my face without my say-so. It hurt my neck to move my chin, but I did it anyway. I pointed up with a shaking finger and laughed a half-sick laugh. "That's my people," I said, and my voice came out rough and wrong, but it was still my voice. I thumped my fist on my chest. "Me," I said, like I was telling a dog where home was. "Let's see you get up from this, queen." I wasn't proud of what I did next, but it felt right then. I gave her the finger. For a second she didn't move, and then something like understanding crossed her flat face. Her lips peeled back from teeth that were too long to fit in any human mouth, and she hissed at me in a way that felt personal. The ceiling came down. Stone fell like rain that had waited too long. The first pieces were as big as my 2 hands. The next ones were as big as my chest. The next ones were not pieces anymore. They were the cave itself deciding it was finished being a cave. The guards leaped, but there was nowhere to go. The queen reached for me as if to drag me out by my collar or to pin me in place. The motion was the same, and I never found out which it was. Black filled my eyes and ears and mouth and nose. The last thing I heard through the rock was that scream, further away than before, and then nothing. Somewhere else, a radio crackled in clean air. "Colonel Austin, this is Major Trevor. Ordnance on target complete. Impact confirmed. Secondary detonations. Fire mission looks good. Roger, Major," came another man's voice, crisp in the way of men who don't talk loud to sound strong. "What's your next move?" We'll put a recovery team on the ground before nightfall, Major Trevor said. We'll dig through the debris for anything useful. Documents, equipment, bodies if we can find them. We'll stay as long as we need to. Any complications? Negative, sir. I don't foresee any problem. I don't know how long I lay where the Queen left me. I have pieces, like photos out of order. Dust settling in slow motion. The smell of something burned but not fire. A trickle of water that could have been in my head and not the world. Once, I felt air on my face that was colder than cave air, like a breeze coming down a well. Maybe that was a gap the rocks left when they fell. Maybe it was nothing. I thought about what the old men in the tea tents call stories and what young soldiers call nonsense. I had laughed at the talk of gin and night spirits. I had rolled my eyes at tales of blue fires walking the desert. That night, the laugh sat wrong in my mouth. I thought about old stories and how they start, and how a man who survives a bad thing becomes a different kind of storyteller without wanting the job. I thought about our bullets hitting that first one and knocking it down, and not making holes. I thought about my pistol in the mouth of the one that had me and the way it went to pieces when the rounds went into soft stuff instead of hard. It made a rough kind of sense. The hide was tough. The inside was like ours, flesh and nerves and tissue. You could read that as hope. You could read it as a rule you might use if you ever got a second try. I thought about the sergeant's last look. It wasn't fear. It was annoyance that he didn't get to finish the job. I thought about Savage pulling pins and running back toward a tunnel full of enemies so they wouldn't run out into the light and eat what little was left of the day. I thought about Kowalski smiling through blood long enough to get the words out. I thought about the moment the 5 of them landed, and how every piece of training I had kept me alive except the pieces that told me I knew what all enemies were. I promised the dark I would not make that mistake again. I promised men who were not breathing that I would carry what I could. The rock above me creaked like a ship. Fine dust fell on my face and stuck to drying blood. I closed my eyes because there was nothing to look at. I opened them because I was not dead. I tried to count to 100 and lost track after 30. I tried again and got to 80 before I found myself at 12. If I had the words to write what I felt when I heard another explosion, further off, and then a thud of something heavy landing near the mouth of the broken cave, I would write them. I don't. I can only say I felt both relief and fear at the same time. Relief meant other humans were near. Fear meant dusk would come again. Boots scraped rock somewhere above the roof that had fallen. Voices called through masks. Metal hit stone as shovels went to work. Someone shouted a number, and someone else answered with another number, the way teams do when they think the person under the rock can hear and needs to know they're not alone. I tried to shout back. What came out of me was a small sound in a big place. Then somebody shouted, "Hold! Listen!" and the digging stopped. For a long breath, and then another, the only sound was the tinkle of small stones falling from higher up to lower down. Then, as if a switch flipped, 3 shovels started again at once, closer to where I thought my feet were. If you want an ending that ties a bow on the story, you want more from me than I have left to give. I can tell you what I saw that night, and what I did, and what I learned. I can tell you who didn't come back and who did me proud with the way they left. I can tell you that the desert holds more than sand and sun, and that some nights, there are wings where you expect wind. I can tell you that our bullets do something and don't do enough. I can tell you that when the ground shakes and the sky turns the color of ash, sometimes the good guys made that happen on purpose. What I cannot tell you is whether every one of those things died in that cave. I cannot tell you whether a smaller shape with careful eyes slipped through a crack we left in a wall we broke and found a new place to hang and wait. I cannot tell you whether some colonel with clean boots read a report that said "cryptid" in a line he pretended not to see. I cannot tell you whether you need a cross or garlic, or a pistol and a plan. I can tell you to look up when you think you don't have to. I can tell you to fire for the soft places when you can't run. I can tell you to keep your promises to the dead. When people ask what happened in those hills, I say we found enemies and did our duty. When they press, I say we found something else. When they push again, I look them in the eye and say, You wouldn't believe me. Because most won't. The ones who do don't need to hear me say it. They've walked into a night that wasn't empty and walked back out again. Somewhere, a big truck rattled over hardpan, and the morning came up like it always does. Somewhere, papers were filed and bombs were restocked and new orders were typed. Somewhere, a young soldier folded a little green packet into the pocket of his blouse and said he'd trade it later for something better. Somewhere, a medic wrote down a name and a time and shook his head once, the way a man does when he wishes his hands were bigger and stronger. I think about those 5 landing like they owned the ground. I think about one falling off the hill because I gave it pain it didn't know how to hold. I think about Savage throwing himself at a dark he couldn't stop any other way. I think about smoke coming out of rock-like breath, and I think about the moment right before the cave fell when the Queen and I looked at each other and both knew what came next. If I sleep, I sometimes wake to a sound that isn't in the room. If I hike, I sometimes watch the sky more than the trail. If I hear a rush of wind at my back for no good reason, I do not turn slow. I turn fast. I do not assume it's nothing. And if I go back to a place with cliffs and caves, I carry more than one plan. I carry more than one light. I carry a map that shows the shortest way to flat ground. I carry a little packet of jalapeno cheese spread, because some things are worth saving even when everything else breaks. This is what I know. This is what I saw. This is the part one can say without someone taking my card and pulling me into a room with no windows. The rest you can decide for yourself when you find your own fork in a trail, and the sun goes down, and the radio hisses, and something in the dark breathes in a way that doesn't quite sound like wind. The house I grew up in never felt friendly. It stood low and long on a flat piece of land, its wood turned the color of old ashes by sun and rain. In winter it breathed cold into your bones. Even in July it kept shadows. A hallway could be bright at one end and dark as a well at the other, for no reason I could name. The cellar had a voice of its own. Something down there clicked and shifted and sighed when the rest of the rooms were quiet. I told myself it was pipes or mice or the wind sliding under the door. I was a kid who wanted very badly to be a man, and men didn't flinch at sounds in their own homes. My mother, Linda, did her best to make the place feel warm. She kept the kitchen clean and lined up jars of dry beans on the windowsill like small, neat soldiers. She hung a calendar over the phone even though we never had many appointments to write down. On good days she sang under her breath while she washed dishes. On bad days she smoked on the back steps and didn't say much. She was tiny and stubborn and tired. Most days I loved her so hard it made my chest hurt. Other days I avoided her eyes so I wouldn't have to see how much the world had asked of her. My father left when I was 7. I remember the sound of the truck more than his face. He backed down the gravel lane slow, a red tail light out, the hiccuping engine throwing out blue smoke. I watched from the living room window with my palms pressed to the glass. He didn't look back. After that, I tried to be the man of the house. I said I would carry the heavy things. I learned where we kept the flashlight and the spare batteries. I told my mother not to worry about the noises under the floorboards at night. It didn't matter that my voice shook when I said it. We lived outside a place called Steinen, Indiana. Some maps didn't even bother to print the name. It was a tired grid of 2-lane roads, fields that looked washed with the same wide brush, and a strip of stores that always seemed closed even when the lights were on. We hardly went to town anyway. My mother homeschooled me. That meant a lot of workbooks at the kitchen table and a lot of looking out the window. I didn't know any kids my age, not in person. Once in a while we would see a boy on a bike from the highway, or a girl leaning in a doorway downtown, but they were people in other lives. We did not live alone. My Uncle Kevin stayed with us. He was my mother's younger brother, a man with a beard he forgot to trim and a laugh that started in his chest and came out sideways. He worked odd jobs and came home with stories. When I was little he would sit on the edge of my bed and tell ghost tales in a soft voice so my mother wouldn't hear. "Stop it, Kev!" she would hiss from the doorway, pretending to be angry and failing. "You're going to give him nightmares." He would wink and keep going. He knew he was giving me nightmares, and I think he believed that made me stronger. His favorite story was about a thing with a body bent in ways a body should not bend, and eyes like deep holes, and no mouth at all. In the story, the thing came for children who stayed awake past their bedtime. It slid into their closets and folded itself into the dark behind their hung shirts and watched them through the night. "It only shows up on wet nights," he would say, tickling my foot through the blanket. "Rain makes it brave." He called it a legend, and even as a kid I knew he'd made it up to get me to turn off the light. Even so, the picture he painted stuck. That tall, wrong shape started showing up behind my eyelids when I closed them. If I woke up at 2 in the morning to pee, I would glance at the closet and stand very still in case something was inside watching me breathe. Years went by. The house stayed the same, and so did the land. Some days were good. Some were bad. The worst day began quietly. I had a headache from the moment I opened my eyes. It felt like a hot wire running from my right temple to the soft spot above my ear. By dinner my stomach had turned and the light over the table seemed too bright. I told my mother I was going to bed early. She touched my forehead with the back of her hand and told me to drink water. I said I would. My room was colder than the hallway. In winter the walls held the cold even after we turned the heat up. I pulled the covers over my shoulders, set my glasses on the nightstand, and clicked the lamp off. The dark came in all at once, thick and complete. For a minute I lay still and let my eyes try to make something out of nothing. When I was very little the dark felt like a thing that came to sit on the bed with me. As I got older it started feeling like a place I could fall into if I didn't hold on to myself. That night it seemed almost beautiful, flat and deep and smooth, as if the world had been wiped clean so I could lie there and rest. Then something scraped the window over my bed. My eyes opened so fast they hurt. The sound came again, a slow, careful scratch right where the glass met the wood. I told myself it was a branch, the way you do. I told myself I was being dramatic, the way you do. Then I remembered that there was no tree outside that window. 3 years earlier a storm had knocked the old maple into the fence. Kevin cut it into rounds and stacked the wood in the shed. The yard on that side of the house had been empty ever since. I lay there listening. The scrape did not come again. The longer I stared at the blank ceiling, the more my head pounded. I rolled over and pulled the blanket up to my nose. I forced myself not to look at the window. I tried to think about anything else. The list of chores for the morning, the feeling of cold well water in a metal cup, the smell of my mother's shampoo. Sleep came in pieces. It felt like being dragged across a rough floor 1 foot at a time. In the morning the sound was still in my head. It sat there the way a bad song sits there, a loop that comes back when your mind empties. I ate toast and stared at the kitchen table, and my mother asked if I was listening to her, and I said, yes, even though I wasn't. By mid-morning I could not stand not knowing. I told myself I was being sensible, not scared. I went to the cellar. The door stuck the way it always did when the weather changed. I put my shoulder into it, and it let go with a groan. The smell drifted up, the smell that cellar always had, damp wood, old paper, cold dirt. The light bulb on the string burned a dull orange. It didn't reach the far corners. Cobwebs filled the joists like pale cotton. The shelves along the wall held jars and dusty tools and things nobody had touched in years. Boxes leaned against boxes. The whole place felt like a throat with a cough. I told myself I was looking for a loose grate or a piece of metal that could have banged in the wind. Instead I found a box of my own old drawings. I had forgotten all about them. I pushed aside a stack of spelling sheets and a half-finished math book and a crayon drawing of a tractor. Under those sat a sheet of paper that did not look like it wanted to be found. The paper had been folded and unfolded until the creases were going to tear. On it I had drawn a figure so tall it reached almost to the top of the page. It wasn't human. Its legs and arms bent wrong, like someone had built a person out of sticks and then forced it to stand. Its head had no mouth. 2 dark holes sat where eyes should be. Around it I had drawn rain in slanted lines. At the bottom, in letters too big for the space, The child version of me had written, "Please stay awake." I stood there with the paper in my hands and listened to the furnace kick on and off. The drawing made the cellar colder. I could not remember drawing it, but I could imagine the night I might have made it. A storm outside, me on the floor with a crayon pressed so hard it almost tore the page, trying to put a fear on paper because paper was smaller than the inside of my own head. I folded the drawing and put it in my pocket. I told myself it was only a kid's scribble and it meant nothing. I did not believe myself. By afternoon, clouds had come together over the fields and the wind swung around from the northwest. Rain arrived like a sheet pulled over the house. The temperature fell in a handful of minutes. The weeds along the fence bent and held the water until they sagged. I stared at the weather through the glass and told myself that this was good, this would make sleep easy. I went to my room when the light began to go. I did not mean to fall asleep. My plan was to read until my eyes slid closed. I remember the feel of the pillow and the sound of the rain, and then nothing. My eyes opened suddenly and I knew what time it was before I looked. The small clock on my nightstand glowed 3 o'clock. The room felt colder than it had when I lay down. The rain had eased, but the yard must have been a lake. The moon pushed through a gap in the clouds. It looked too bright, like something painted, and for a second I did not trust it. I sat up to take a drink of water and turned my head and looked out the window. Something moved in the yard. It wasn't a person walking in the way normal people walk. It glided quick, a blur, and the long shape of it did not match the shapes my body knew. It moved with a broken grace as if its joints worked on a different set of rules. When it reached the bare trunk of the maple stump and the low stack of wood, it pressed itself behind the tree remains and hid. I could see it in the thin slice between stump and shadow because the moon was bright enough to make a thin outline of anything that stood outside it. The outline matched the drawing in my pocket. I did not think. I grabbed my glasses and ran down the hallway and banged into my uncle's bedroom door with my hip. "Kevin," I said. "Kevin." He groaned and rolled, and then his eyes opened wide and he sat up. His hair stuck up in all directions, his face lined where the pillow had pressed. "What's up, bud? It's late." "I saw someone," I said. I tried to slow down because he wouldn't understand me if I didn't. "There's someone in the yard." He squinted at me. "An animal," he said. "You know how raccoons get." He started to lie back down. I grabbed the doorframe. "No," I said. "Please. Not an animal. Please just look." Something in my voice made him change his mind. He swung his feet to the floor and reached under the bed and took out the old shotgun. He checked the chamber out of habit. "Okay," he said. "We'll go have a look. But we won't wake your mom. We'll scare the guy off and call it a night." We eased the back door open and the wet rushed in. The cold took a bite of my teeth. We stood on the steps listening. The rain had become a fine mist. The yard gleamed with damp. "There," I whispered, pointing. "Behind the stump." He walked forward steady. The shotgun looked too heavy. He kept it low and his finger off the trigger because Kevin wasn't a fool. He rounded the stump and looked behind it, and stood there and then crouched, and then stood again. Nothing was there. We searched the yard, the shed, the space behind the propane tank. We walked the fence line, our boots sinking into mud in some places and sliding on slick grass in others. The beam of Kevin's small flashlight hung in the mist like a stick of white wood. We circled the house twice. No tracks. No movement. No anything. The world felt not empty but waiting. "Come on," he said finally, his breath a white cloud. "There's nobody here. Lock the doors and get some sleep." I wanted to argue, but I also wanted my bed, even if I was afraid of it. I nodded. Back in my room I crawled under the covers and made a small cave and tucked my knees up and listened to my own breath because it was the only sound I could control. Wind from the west started to climb again. It had a whistle at the edge of it, a high keen that made the hair on my arms lift. Then a light sound tapped on the window. I froze. Tap. 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 The taps were gentle at first, like fingernails on a tabletop. Then they grew. Tap, tap, tap. The beat got faster and heavier until the gentle sound became knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks reached bone. They didn't ask to come in. They announced that they already had a right to. I pulled the blankets tight around my head until the fabric pressed my ears. The knocking turned into banging, each slam louder than the last, the glass shaking in the frame, the wood complaining. I thought the next hit would break the pane. I thought the wind would push the pieces into my face. I thought I might bleed before I ever made it out of the bed. It stopped. The wind stopped. The banging stopped. The house listened with me. For a long breath I believed we had imagined the whole thing together, me and the house. I let my shoulders loosen and began to slide my head out from the covers. A voice spoke an inch from my ear. "Please stay awake." The words were low and soft and wet. They weren't a whisper. They were a breath with a shape. I did not feel lips move on my skin because the voice did not need a mouth. It felt like a thought pushed into my head by a cold hand. I threw the covers back and ran. I didn't grab my glasses. The hallway was a smear of gray and black and white. I aimed for my mother's room because she was the person who could fix anything I brought her, even if what she gave me in return was only a hand on my cheek and a plan to deal with things in the morning. My foot hit the rug wrong. I skidded and caught myself, and then looked up. Something stood in the hall holding Kevin's body. It stood straight only in the sense that it was upright. Its back had too many angles. Its knees bent the wrong way. It held my uncle in both arms the way a man might carry a sleeping child. Only Kevin wasn't sleeping. His head hung to one side. His mouth was open. His eyes were closed. His shirt was gone and his chest was a mess. Deep cuts ran across him in thick, dark lines. The cuts made letters. The letters made words. The same words that sat folded in the pocket of my jeans down in the cellar. "Please stay awake." I tried to scream. Nothing came out. My throat moved but the sound stuck. My brain was a small box full of hornets. The thing saw me and tilted its head in a way that did not match any tilt I had seen before. The holes where its eyes should be found me. The wrong bend of its body leaned. I don't know how I turned, but I did, and I slammed through my mother's bedroom door with my shoulder. She lay in the middle of the floor. For a second my mind refused to put the picture together. My mother had fallen asleep 1,000 times on the couch and on the bed and even once at the kitchen table with a book. But she had never lain like this, at an angle, her body open and wrong. Blood covered her shirt and hair. Her left arm wasn't there. Blood made its own slow river toward the door. Beside her, in letters drawn with a shaking finger, someone had written the same message. The lines grew thinner by the end the way ink runs out in a pen. "Please stay awake." My body chose for me. It chose to make a sound. The sound came out of me like an alarm, loud and high and wild. I didn't remember that I had a phone on the nightstand until my hand held it. I dialed with hands that didn't feel attached to me. I told the voice that answered our address. I told them my mother was hurt. The voice asked if the attacker was still in the house and I said I didn't know. Then I lay down on the cold floor because it was the only thing that felt solid and waited. The waiting felt like days. I closed my eyes and opened them and closed them again, and time moved a little. Red and blue light came with the sirens. Boots on the porch. Voices in the hallway. People saying clear, and room by room, and we've got one, and he's alive. Hands touched me. A flashlight hit my eyes. Someone told me to stay still, and then told me to sit up, and then told me to breathe slow, and then told me to talk. I told them everything. I told them about the scratching the night before, and about the drawing, and about how I had put it in my pocket, and about the thing I saw in the yard and the way it moved and how it hid behind the stump. I told them about waking up at 3, about the tapping that turned into knocking, about the voice at my ear. I told them how I ran into the hall, and what I saw and how the letters looked in my uncle's flesh. I told them about my mother on the floor and the words by her hand. They listened the way tired people listen to a child explain a dream. They nodded. They wrote on pads. They asked me to repeat parts, and when my words did not change, they wrote more. Later they asked me to tell it again. A man in a gray jacket asked the same questions, slower. A woman with a badge asked what my relationship with my mother had been like in the last month. Another man asked if my uncle and I ever fought. Their faces were careful and blank in a way that made me feel like I was looking at masks. I understand now what they saw. A boy alone in a house with 2 bodies, covered in blood that wasn't his, talking about monsters at windows and letters carved in skin. They saw a kid who never went to school, who had no one to vouch for him, telling a story full of rain and shadows. They saw a drawing in his pocket he could have made the night before. They saw a shotgun in a closet and a lock on a door that showed no sign of being forced. They saw a family on a lonely road and a boy the right size to be the only one who came out on the other side of the night. They did their jobs. They bagged and tagged. They counted and photographed. They spoke in low voices to each other in the hallway outside the kitchen while I sat in a chair with a blanket over my shoulders, shaking so hard the spoon in the cup of water rattled against the side. Before the sun came up, they took me away. The cell is colder than my bedroom ever was. The mattress is thinner. The window is a square of thick glass the size of 2 hands. Fluorescent lights buzz in the hall at all hours. The only soft thing here is the silence between the sounds the building makes, the hiss of heat in the pipes, a far cough, a key turned. I have learned the daily noises the same way I learned the house. Once in a while I hear a voice down the corridor call out in a way that doesn't sound like words, just need. On those nights I press my palms together and breathe slow. They gave me paper. They said writing helps some people. I write to remember, and because a blank page looks like a window you can open without asking permission. I write the story the way it happened because memory moves when you don't look at it. If I put it down, maybe it will stop changing. I write my mother's name so it won't fade at the edges. I write my uncle's laugh so I can hear it. I write the drawing with the rain and the letters at the bottom so I can see it without seeing it. I write that I did not hurt them because it matters to me even if it matters to nobody else. People came to ask questions. Some were patient. Some were not. One said he believed me and his mouth did not match his eyes. One said nothing at all and just watched me like he was trying to measure something with his gaze. It did not take long for the story to become a different kind of story, one with dates and numbers and codes. I answered what I could and then started saying I was tired because I didn't know what else to say. I am tired. I have not really slept since that night. I doze and then snap awake. When I close my eyes I see black eyes with no lids, and when I open them I see the square of glass in the wall. Tonight it is raining. It started at dusk and has kept on. The sound is duller here, the drops having to cross the yard and push through the small glass and then bounce off the cinder block. The rain always makes me feel 2 ways at once. It makes the world small and also makes it bigger. It draws a curtain and also pulls one back. Kevin would have said something like that and made it sound like a joke. My mother would have rolled her eyes and smiled. I thought I would write longer, but the rain just changed. It got lighter and then heavier again, and the air in the cell feels different, like the temperature dropped a degree for no reason. And there it is, a small sound against the window, so soft I would have thought I imagined it if I didn't know better. A tap. I like to watch my dog sleep. If you've ever sat and looked at a sleeping dog, you know the little things I'm talking about. The way the paws twitch like they're running through grass, the soft whuffs and half barks that leak out of a loose mouth, the gentle rise and fall of a warm belly. You sit there and wonder, what do they see when their eyes roll under the lids? Are they chasing squirrels? Are they finding a ball you lost behind the couch 3 years ago? Are they dreaming of you, the person who fills their bowl and scratches the itchy spot behind their ears? It's easy to think dog dreams are simple. It's nicer to think that. I used to think the same way. Then I learned something I can't unlearn. I saw what my dog sees when he dreams. I wish I could say this is me guessing. I wish I could call this one of those weird late-night thoughts you shrug off in the morning. But I didn't guess. I didn't imagine. I watched it happen, with my eyes on a screen, translated from the electric whisper inside his head. Ever since, the world has felt different, like there's a shadow behind the lamp that doesn't move when the lamp does. Before I tell you about the dog, I have to tell you about my work. The idea sounds like science fiction when you put it in one sentence: reading the mind. It's not actually new. People have been sticking electrodes to scalps and measuring brainwaves for a long time. An EEG can tell you when someone is awake or asleep, and what stage of sleep they're in. It can show seizure activity. But an EEG doesn't tell you that you're dreaming of a red bicycle leaning against a blue fence on a street that doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't feed you pictures. It doesn't make a voice out of the wordless mess of feelings and images inside your skull. That gap is what my group spent a decade trying to close. We called our project Dreamweaver. The name started as a joke and stuck because it felt hopeful. Our device looked like a soft hairnet studded with hundreds of tiny dry electrodes. You stretch it over a head. The sensors pick up weak electrical fields from the surface of the skin. On its own, that isn't special. The part that mattered came after: signal cleaning, pattern matching, and a translation layer that learned how certain electrical patterns lined up with certain shapes, sounds, and textures in the person wearing the net. We didn't build Dreamweaver to spy on anyone. We didn't want it to become a tool for interrogations or quizzes about your bank password. The plan was kinder. We wanted a way to let silent people speak. We wanted a person with locked-in syndrome to show their family a picture of the window they stare at every day. We wanted a stroke patient to say, "I'm still here," without moving their lips. That hope is what kept us going when the money got tight and the results were a smear of static. For the first test, we needed a brain we could poke at freely. That brain was mine. I wore the net. We tuned the filters. Someone clapped next to my ear, and I thought, "Clap," and a blocky shape appeared on a monitor in the control room. I pictured a circle, and we got something close to a circle. It felt like learning to talk again, but with pictures. That night I fell asleep on a narrow lab cot with the net still on. The last thing I felt was a cold electrode pressing my temple. The first thing I heard when I came back up were my coworkers laughing. I had been dreaming. The machine had pulled out a scene. It was not a scene I would have picked for a first demo. I'll spare you the details and the color of my ears. The important part is this: we got something. It wasn't crisp, not like a movie, but it was clearly a picture made from the noise in my head. In our little lab, that felt like a door cracking open. We moved to other human volunteers and hit a wall. People are messy inside. Our thoughts sit under a pile of feelings, half-words, smells from old kitchens, flashes of faces we met once and never again. The signal from a human brain isn't a line drawing, it's a storm. A week into those trials, one of my colleagues said the thing that changed everything. "Maybe we're starting too hard. Maybe we need a simpler brain." He didn't mean we should wire up children or people we thought were dull. He meant we should try a creature that thinks, feels, and dreams, but that doesn't have the same noisy layers. We talked about primates, then sighed at the mountain of paperwork, and the long wait, and the cost. We looked at each other, and all had the same thought. Dogs. Dogs dream. Any dog owner knows that. They also love snacks and praise and naps. They're used to trusting us. I put my own dog forward as our first animal subject, because I knew him and he knew me, and I didn't want to strap a weird cap to a stranger dog's head. His name is Robbie. He's a Bernese mountain dog, all long hair and big paws and the kind of eyes that make you forgive him before he misbehaves. When he was a puppy, he once swallowed half a pizza in 5 seconds flat. I had to carry him away from the public bench before he made himself sick. He was heavy then. He's heavier now. He loves walks and hates baths and will sit for anyone who says, "Cookie." We brought him to the lab like we were packing him for a sleepover. Blanket. Favorite toy. A bag full of treats, enough to bribe him through any boredom. He waddled around sniffing the corners, then flopped on his blanket with a sigh. We slid the net over his head. He tried to paw at it. I said, "Stay." And he did, because stay has always been a magic word in his world. We dimmed the lights and waited for the soft twitch that told us he was slipping into the part of sleep where the eyes move and the paws run. When the picture came, it came fast. At first it was a smear, like all our human tests. We tuned the gain, swapped a filter, waited through a minute of static. Then the smear sharpened into something that made all of us lean forward at the same time. We weren't looking at a perfect movie. We were looking at a clear enough view from inside a dog's dreaming mind that my throat went dry. We saw the world from low down, close to the ground. The edges of the frame bounced with the rhythm of dog steps. Robbie was running. He was in an alley. The floor under his feet wasn't grass. It was a mess of grit and metal and broken glass. The walls on either side were brick, black in spots, smeared with something darker. Above, the sky was a ceiling of thick smoke. Once in a while a fiery glow leaked through the smoke from somewhere we couldn't see. Robbie sniffed at a pile of twisted metal. He lifted his head. He barked, not the bark he gives when the doorbell rings, not a warning. It was a calling out bark, the one he uses when he wants to find someone. He moved through the alley and turned onto a street. The street. I still think about that street. The asphalt was cracked and buckled like something had run under it and tried to push through. Trash wasn't blowing in little bits across the curb. It was piled everywhere, blocks of it, heaps, burned scraps fluttering like birds. Buildings stood on either side, but many were half down, the insides spilled into the road like guts. One was fully on fire. Flames shot high, licking smoke into the sky. Robbie ran to the fire. He doesn't like loud noises. He hides when I fry bacon. But in his dream he ran at the thing that scared him. He stood outside the burning doorway and growled like he was trying to scare the flames away. A woman crashed through the door. Her clothes were on fire. She didn't look at Robbie. She screamed the way only a person on fire screams. She staggered, fell, rolled. The rolling didn't help. The wind fed the flames. The hair went first. The skin followed. Within a minute her arms and face looked wrong. We could see what the heat does when it's not on a stove or in a movie, and even through translation, an artifact on the screen, it made my stomach turn. She stopped moving. The fire went on burning the building. Robbie stood there whining. He stepped forward, stepped back, circled, barked. He didn't understand fire as a thing. He only knew something was hurting a person. He wanted to help. He couldn't. Then his eyes opened. He jerked his head up, looked around at the lab, saw me, and his whole body wagged. He shoved his face against my chest like he wanted to climb inside my shirt. He had already lost the dream, the way dogs do. I held his big head and felt my heart hammer, and tried to smile like nothing was wrong. I thought maybe we'd hit some odd corner case. Maybe the machine had mixed a stray video memory of mine into Robbie's dream. Maybe the scene was something like a collage, bits of city pushed together by the translator's mistakes. I wanted that to be true. I also wanted to ask my dog 100 questions. What did you smell besides smoke? What did you hear? Did you know the woman? Dreamweaver could show me pictures. It couldn't put words in my dog's mouth. We kept Robbie at the lab for a week. He didn't mind. He got attention and snacks and a bed on the floor in the middle of everything. We put the net on him night after night and watched. Most nights he had dog dreams. He galloped over a hillside. He chewed something that was shaped like a shoe but didn't taste like one. He ran to the door, which tells me dog dreams borrow from dog memories the same way ours do. But every third dream was the ruined city again. We saw different streets and buildings, but the same feeling. We saw cars burned to cages. We saw storefronts with half a sign still hanging that said, Arme, or Muse. The worst part was recognition. In one dream he trotted past the old cinema downtown, the one with a black and white tile lobby and a sticky floor. He has never been inside that building. He's never even been on that street. I realized in that moment that I must have told him all about the city without meaning to. Dogs ride home with their heads out the window, and everything they need to know about the world blows into their nose. The city had a smell in his mind, and the Dreamweaver had found the smell's picture. There the cinema was, standing like a gravestone. In another dream he wandered by the history museum with the dinosaur bones that always make kids point. In another, he stood in the intersection near our apartment building, the place where the crosswalk light has been broken for years and everyone just guesses when to go. Only now the light was a melted stump. He looked for someone to find him and tell him what to do. He padded past body after body, human and animal. Some were bones and clothes. Some were shapes under ash. Smoke turned the sun into a faint coin you could barely see. He called out with that hopeful bark. Nothing answered. Sometimes he found a person. Once he found a man slumped on the street. The man breathed in shallow stutters. A brown stain spread across his belly from a cut that had tried to heal and failed. Robbie licked his face. The man's eyes fluttered and focused, and he smiled for 4 seconds and died. Robbie lay beside him as if proximity could make the ending different. The 5th time we watched The Nightmare City, I knew we needed to check whether this was just a strange fluke of one dog's mind or something bigger. We put together a simple plan. We would take the device to a group of pet owners. We would record a week of dreams from each animal. We would show the owners the nice dreams and keep back anything too disturbing. It wasn't trickery as much as it was kindness. Nobody wants to go home remembering their schnauzer staring at a road full of cement dust and ash. People signed up quickly. Pet people are like that, curious, eager to help, eager to learn something new about the creatures they love. We got a mix of dogs and cats from across the city. We gave each animal plenty of breaks, lots of treats, and gentle hands. We collected hours of dream footage and spent late nights going through it one by one. Most of the dreams were what you'd expect. Cats stalking a red dot. A calico batting at a long line of yarn and getting both paws tangled and then hating the yarn and loving it again. A beagle tunneling under a fence that wasn't real and popping back up with a triumphant grin. We saved those and put them on USB drives. We wrote nice emails to the owners and told them we'd found something sweet. It felt good to be able to send joy. But here and there, right when we let ourselves relax, we would see it again. A sky packed with smoke, a street laced with cracks, silence broken only by wind. One orange tabby dreamed of a circle of tired people huddled in an empty swimming pool. They wore ragged clothes and moved like their bones hurt. 20 of them, no more. The cat watched them from the edge and didn't go down. A black lab showed us a beach where the ocean had shrunken away, leaving wide plains of hard mud scarred with old waves. Here and there a puddle shimmered, and in one lay a fish that did not move. The dog picked it up, and carried it to a patch of shade and tried to eat. A corgi walked through a city that wasn't ours, a place with round white houses, and found a woman we recognized from our volunteer forms. Her face was half burned. The corgi whined and pressed his nose to her hand. The woman's hand didn't move. We stopped. We told ourselves that we were doing the right thing. We sent the good dreams to the owners and told the rest of them that our device had failed to record anything usable. Machine malfunction is a broad, comfortable phrase. Then we boxed the raw footage, wrote a report that used careful words, and passed the whole thing up to a group with deeper pockets and thicker walls. An organization called Artifacts came in and took the hardware and our drives and promised to take it from there. We kept one thing, because I had signed for it and forgotten to unsign, the first prototype hairnet I had tinkered with at home months earlier. It lived on a shelf in my closet. I kept telling myself I would return it. I kept not doing it. A week after we handed everything away, I sat on my couch with Robbie's head on my knee and felt the ghost of that burned street pushing into my nice living room. I told myself I would watch one more of his dreams, just one, at home, with no other eyes on it, and keep whatever we saw as a private memory. I wanted to see him run through tall grass. I wanted to watch him break into a slow trot when he heard my voice. I wanted something normal to glue over the strange. I got the net down. He let me slide it on because he'll let me slide on anything as long as it doesn't involve nail clippers. He curled up with his big sigh. I stroked the fur between his eyes until his breathing deepened and his paws started to twitch. The translation warmed, hiccuped, stabilized. The world wobbled into view. I could tell where we were before the shapes snapped into place. The air had that dull, dead weight. The light had that bad yellow color that sun takes when it tries to push through a sky that doesn't want it there. Robbie trotted down a street where a building had folded into a makeshift cave. He squeezed through a gap. Inside smelled like metal and dust. The room had once had a life. Now it had neat rows of empty cans and crushed water bottles, a blanket wadded in a corner, a broken lamp. By the door, a man lay under a slab of concrete. In the dream, the man was breathing. In the dream, the breathing hurt. The man's legs were gone under the slab. His shirt was torn and soaked dark. He was me. I knew it with the same certainty you know your own hand. My mouth moved. Robbie's ears perked at my voice. "Hey, boy," I said. My voice sounded wrong, like someone had shaken stones in a bucket before pushing the sound out between my teeth. I said something else. To Robbie it was mostly noise. He caught tone. He caught that I was happy to see him. He bit my sleeve and pulled like he does when he wants me to get off the couch and come to the kitchen. Concrete does not listen to dogs. He tugged until I groaned. He froze, then licked my face, then lay down with his body pressed against my arm, as if heat and weight could slow time. The city outside the door was still burning in the distance, but the fire felt far away. In that room there was the dog, and the man who was me, and the knowledge that no one else was coming. I petted him. He watched my eyes. He didn't understand death the way we say the word, with all the years of reading and talking behind it. Dogs understand absence. They understand gone. He stayed. He would have stayed for a day, for two, for as long as his body allowed. He stayed until the breath left my body in a quiet, final way. He stayed after that, because loyalty doesn't have a clock. Then he woke up, his head snapping up, the dream shaken off like water after a bath. He looked around, saw my living room, saw me, and wriggled hard with joy. He pushed his face to my chest like he always does, and I buried my hands in his fur and tried not to cry with the relief of being there. There are two ways to file what we saw. The first way is to call all of those dreams accidents, machine errors, bad translation, an unlucky cluster of scary images and nothing more. The second way is to believe that dogs dream beyond now. I don't mean magic or fortune-telling in the old sense. I mean this. Animals live in time differently than we do. They hold smells longer than we hold facts. They measure days with the sound of a car engine pulling into a driveway, not the numbers on a clock. It is not impossible to think that a brain tuned to different signals could pick up echoes we miss, and that those echoes could congeal into scenes that look like what will be, not what has been. Maybe that's too much for you. Maybe it's too much for me, on days when the sun is bright and the air is clear and the sidewalks are normal. But when the sky turns the wrong color after a wildfire 2 states away, I think about a dog's dream of a sun you can't see. When a museum I love puts its dinosaur skeletons in storage because the roof leaks and then never opens again, I think of a room with empty shelves and a blanket piled in a corner. When I see Robbie lift his head in the middle of the night and look at the door as if someone is standing on the other side, I want to ask him, "Is it later? Is it now?" We turn our device over to people who can file it in secure cabinets and call meetings with long agendas. Maybe they will find a way to use Dreamweaver for the thing we wanted in the first place. Maybe they will help a woman tell her daughter, "I am still in here." Maybe they will build a thicker filter between furry dreams and human panic. I hope they do. I want that more than I want answers to my own questions. If what we saw is a true future, I hope something shifts in the simple mornings between now and then and knocks the event off course. Maybe someone important will put their coffee down and decide not to press a button. Maybe a chain of small choices will add up to a different story. Maybe we will get lucky and the bad dream will stay a bad dream. And if we don't, if the world frays and burns and the roads split and the ocean pulls away, then I have learned one more thing from these dreams that I can live with. When the worst comes, a dog will still look for you. He will nose your hand and try to pull you up. He will lie down beside you when he realizes he can't. He will keep vigil, not because he understands the point of a vigil, but because you are his person and that's what he does. People say dogs don't know the future. I think they know enough. They know where you'll be in 5 minutes, in the kitchen, running water for coffee. They know where you'll be in an hour, at the door with a leash. They know when the mail comes and when the light falls on the rug just right for a nap. Maybe also, in the quiet hours, nose full of smoke and heart full of you, they see a little further. Maybe they see the last room, and the last touch, and they decide in their simple, faithful way, I'll be there. Robbie is snoring on the floor as I write this. His paws twitch. He makes a small noise. If I put my hand down, he'll thump his tail without waking up, because even in dreams he wants to answer when I call. I used to watch him sleep and make up warm answers to the old question. What do dogs dream? Now I have to hold two truths at once. Sometimes they chase butterflies through bright grass, and sometimes they walk through the places we hope we never see, looking for us. I don't know which truth will matter more in the end. I do know this: if the bad road is the one we take, I won't meet it alone. A set of big soft ears will be there. A wet nose will nudge my hand. A shape will lie down next to me and say in the only way he knows how, I've got you. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Brandon's eyes went wide the second he saw what was crouched on the carpet beside his younger brother's bed. He had stormed into the room angry and ready to fight, but anger fell off his face when the strange, spidery thing lifted its thin body, turned, and scuttled into the closet shadows. For a heartbeat he looked like a kid again, shocked, thrilled, a little scared. Michael couldn't help smiling. No matter what had happened earlier, he'd been waiting to share this moment. He had hoped the sight might pull them a little closer, the way they used to be, even if only for a few minutes. Is it real? That was the question on Brandon's face. His mouth moved around words that didn't quite form, then finally he asked if it was some kind of animatronic. Michael shook his head, still smiling, and patted the mattress beside him, inviting his older brother to sit. Brandon made a show of sighing and rolled his eyes, but curiosity dragged him to the bed all the same. He kept glancing at the closet. He didn't like not being in control. Things hadn't always been like this. When Michael was small and Brandon just a few years older, they were almost always together. They loved the same ball team, played with the same die-cast cars, wore out the same sci-fi box sets. If one of them found a new creature feature on TV, the other was there within minutes. Their parents used to call them their little Siamese twins. Then something shifted. Brandon hit 13, and life tugged him away. It started with little things: phone calls with friends instead of another round of wiffle ball, choosing his room and a sports magazine over a movie night. After that came the zits, the voice cracks, the new friends, and the short temper. By the time he got a beat-up blue Hyundai for his 16th birthday, he had changed into someone sharp around the edges, loud, cruel at times, and very sure of himself. A sign appeared on his door telling everyone to keep out, especially his little brother. Michael had learned to live with it. He tried to avoid Brandon's moods and the names he threw around. He told himself it was a phase. The one thing he couldn't avoid was riding to and from school in his brother's car. Their mom had made that rule, and nothing broke Mom's rules. Every afternoon, Michael walked to the parking lot with a small knot in his stomach and tried to guess which version of Brandon would be waiting, grumpy and silent, or grinning and mean. That day had been bad. In the afternoon crush of students, with a friend egging him on, Brandon sneaked up behind his brother and yanked his clothes down in one mean rip. Laughter exploded around them. Phones rose like little black flags. Michael fumbled, fell, and scrambled to pull his clothes up. Someone shouted something ugly. He didn't look for help because there wasn't any. Even if there had been, he wouldn't have seen it. He turned and ran as fast as he could and didn't stop until the school was far behind him and a wall of trees hid him from the streets. There was a rough path behind an old housing tract, a thin line pressed into dirt between brush and saplings. It led to a cleared space where the ground was bare and a fire pit lay quiet under a ring of dented chairs. Teenagers had probably sat there at night. Now it was empty. Michael dropped into a chair and let the tears come. He shook with the force of them. It felt like the worst kind of pain, not just the sting of shame, but the way it burned long after the moment was over. For a while he could do nothing but cry. When the tears slowed, anger replaced them. Quiet, heavy anger that didn't shout. He thought about what Brandon had done, about the endless little cuts that had led to this, and he knew something had changed in him too. He didn't want to be seen. He didn't want to be anywhere near the roads where his brother's car might pass by, horn honking, windows down, someone laughing in the passenger seat. So he kept to the back way, following the dirt path until it met a thin creek that moved along behind the housing tract. At the far end, a storm drain jutted out from a slope. A heavy metal grate covered its mouth, bent outward at one corner, as if someone had tried to rip it free and given up. That was where he heard a frantic sound like dragging and squealing, a stuck animal kind of noise, even though it didn't sound like any animal he'd ever heard. At first he only saw motion, a pale shape twitching and jerking, a long tail caught in the twisted bars of the grate. He crept closer and the shape resolved into a thing he knew only from the screen, a nightmare spider with 8 jointed legs and a thin, eel-like tail. He froze. Every story he had ever loved flashed through his head. He knew what this monster did in the movies. But the sound it made wasn't a threat. It was closer to a plea. When he shifted his foot on the wet stones, the creature stopped thrashing. It turned in a slow sway as if trying to sense him. The noise changed softer, like a scared dog asking for help. He didn't have a plan. He didn't know why he trusted a creature he'd only ever seen murder people in stories. He just moved on instinct. He set his hands on the twisted bars and carefully worked the trap tail free. The creature stayed still, not striking. The moment the tail slid loose, it recoiled and pressed itself low, then rose and, unbelievably, brushed its side against his arm. It didn't weigh much. He stayed very still. When he stepped away from the drain, the creature followed. When he moved toward the path, it came too, gliding over stones. At the street, he opened his jacket like a tent and asked it, in a shaky whisper, if it wanted to hide. The thing sprang lightly to his chest, wrapped its tail around his waist like a belt, and tucked its legs under his jacket. He held it closed and walked the rest of the way home, heart pounding, mind racing. He knew what it looked like. He knew what people would say if they saw it. But the only thing he felt, stronger than fear, was a feeling that he mattered to this thing, and it mattered to him. Now, in the bedroom, he patted the bed and called softly to the closet. A thin leg inched into view. Then another. Then all 8, and that long tail. It moved with calm little sways and climbed onto Michael's lap. It circled once, tucked its legs under, and rested. Brandon stared at the breathing sacs along its sides, which rose and fell in a steady rhythm. He frowned and said it still had to be a machine. Michael stroked the smoother part of its back and said he didn't think so. He told the story of the drain, the bent grate, the way the sound had changed when he arrived, how it had followed him home and hidden under his coat. Brandon listened, jaw tight, eyes hard. He said this was awesome for selling online, and they could make a pile of money. Michael shook his head and said no. He called the creature Huggy now. He didn't really know why. Maybe because it had wrapped itself around him like a hug when he carried it home. He said Huggy wasn't a toy and he wasn't for sale. Brandon didn't like that answer. He pulled a small knife from his pocket and flicked it open. He said there was only one way to settle it: cut it a little and see what's inside. If it was gears and wires, then fine, it was a machine. If it did what it did in the movies, then the floor would be ruined, and they'd still be famous for the video. Michael put both hands on Huggy's sides and told Brandon no, please don't. He said it would hurt. He said this creature had trusted him when it was stuck and in pain. He said Brandon didn't need to do this. Brandon didn't back down. He took the creature's tail in one hand and lowered the knife with the other. The instant cold metal touched that living skin, Huggy exploded into motion. It was like watching a coiled spring release. The thing jumped straight up and latched onto Brandon's face. The tail snapped around the back of his neck and pulled tight. Brandon staggered back in blind panic, clawing at the legs. He hit the bookcase with a sick thud and slid down, kicking. Michael shouted, voice cracking, and his heart hammered in his throat, but the words that came out were steady. Leave him. Stop. Let go. The creature obeyed. It dropped back to the bed with a soft scrape and tucked its legs in tight again, as if nothing had happened. Brandon slumped to the floor, breathing. His face was a bad color, but air moved in his chest. Michael stared at him a long time, everything inside him loud and quiet at once. He thought about the parking lot, about phones held high, about running, about crying in the hidden circle in the trees. He thought about the years leading up to it, the name-calling, the shoves, the quick punches in the hall. He thought about how fast Huggy had moved to protect itself when threatened, how quickly it had obeyed when told to stop. He knew what this creature did in stories. He knew that if it wanted to do that here, he didn't have to let it. He could call it off again. He also knew he didn't have to. He didn't move right away. He sat with Huggy crouched warm on the bedspread and watched his brother breathe. A wave of guilt rose and met a wave of relief, and somewhere in the middle the water went still. When Brandon stirred, Michael gently stroked the creature's back and whispered that everything was going to be okay. He wasn't sure who needed to hear it more. The house was quiet that night. Their mother made soup, knocked on Brandon's door, and got no answer. She tried Michael's too, and he said his brother had a headache and wanted to sleep. That wasn't exactly a lie. When the house finally settled, Huggy slipped under the bed and stayed there in the dark, a faint shift of air the only sign it moved at all. Michael lay awake for a long time, staring at the thin line of light under the door and listening to the old heat vents creak. At some point he slept. When he woke, sunlight washed the bed and worry rushed back in. He put his hand to the floor and felt a brush of smooth skin. The creature rose, stretched its legs one by one, and peered at him without eyes. He told it good morning. He didn't know if it understood the words, but he felt sure it understood the tone. That morning, Brandon surprised everyone by climbing out of bed hungry. He walked into the kitchen like a sleepwalker and asked for pancakes. Their mother laughed and made a tall stack. He ate them like someone who hadn't seen food in days, fast and without talking. Syrup smeared across the plate in shining swirls. He asked for more. He asked for more again. Their mother said something about growing boys and ruffled his hair. Michael sat at the table and watched, hands in his lap, eyes on his brother's face. There was a new tension at the edge of every movement. All day Brandon drifted in and out of the living room, lay on the couch, scrolled his phone, stood for a long time staring at nothing. He wanted to see friends later, he said. He said he thought that would make him feel normal again. Their mother said he could go tomorrow if he slept well. The rest of the house kept its rhythm. Michael took a glass of iced tea outside and sat on the back patio near his mother while she chatted with her sister on the phone. The sky was a soft blue, and the fence threw straight shadows on the grass. He could hear the slow hum of a neighbor's mower a few houses away. He held the glass between both hands and let the cold soak into his skin. From inside the house came a sound that didn't make sense at first, like someone had dropped a heavy pan. Then a second sound folded into the first, raw, ripped through, as if it were dragged out against someone's will. Their mother sat up straight, the phone pressed to her ear. The call ended without a goodbye. She ran inside. Michael stayed in his chair, the glass cold between his palms, heart pounding in a way that didn't feel like fear. He could picture the shape of what was happening without seeing it, the way you can picture a storm when you hear it roll across town. Then his mother screamed, and the sound tore straight through the walls, through the yard, through him. He didn't run. He set his glass down on the table. He pressed his fingers together until they hurt, and then relaxed them. Breath moved in and out, slow and even. He looked toward the kitchen door and then away, and then toward it again. On the other side of the glass, the world went on. A leaf turned and settled, a small bird hopped along the fence, a cloud slid behind the sun and brought the shadows a little nearer. Under the table, something brushed his shoe and was still. He leaned down and touched smooth skin, and the simple contact steadied him. The weeks that followed blurred at the edges. Paramedics came and went. The house filled and emptied. Neighbors arrived with covered dishes and tight faces. Adult voices murmured in corners and down halls. People wanted explanations and autopsies and answers that didn't sound like nightmares. The police shared nothing, at least not with the boy's parents. Doctors said strange words that didn't say much at all. Something had torn Brandon apart from the inside, they said, and then they said too many other things to hold on to any one of them. Michael kept quiet and said he didn't know, which was almost true. He didn't know why something from a story had walked into his life. He didn't know why it had chosen him to help in that creek. He didn't know what it would become next. He didn't know the house was softer without constant jabs and ugly jokes. He didn't know he didn't flinch when the end of day bell rang at school, even though it still rang in the same hallways where everything had gone so wrong before. People stopped pointing their phones at him. Some of them looked at him differently now, as if he had changed shape. Maybe he had. Huggy stayed close those days, as if it could sense how loud the house had become. At night, it rested under the bed or moved like a thin whisper along the baseboards. If the door opened and footsteps approached, it flattened itself and went still. If Michael crouched and brushed the smooth, warm skin, the creature lifted its front legs one by one and pressed them lightly to his palm, a strange little greeting that felt like a promise. He fed it what it wanted. He learned quickly what that was, and he watched, fascinated, as the sacks on its sides rose and fell faster when it ate and then slowed. Sometimes it laid its thin body along his forearm and stayed that way until he fell asleep. He cleaned his room and pushed his desk to a new spot by the window. He took down a few posters. He put up others. He kept a blanket folded at the bed's end so he could drop it over the creature if someone opened the door without knocking. He began to speak to Huggy in a low voice when they were alone, not because he expected an answer but because the words made him feel less thin inside. When he asked it to stop, it stopped. When he asked it to come, it came. It obeyed not because he forced it to, but because they trusted each other. One afternoon he walked the back way again, all the way to the bent grate at the mouth of the storm drain. He crouched and ran a finger over the twisted metal. He tried to picture the tail wedged there, and the way the creature had thrashed in panic. He tried to picture what his life would look like if he had kept walking that day. He couldn't. The path behind him felt like a map that had changed shape while he wasn't looking. He stood and watched the shallow water slide over stones and imagined the line where someone's story meets yours and won't let go. At home, his mother moved through rooms softer than before, like someone walking in a church when it isn't Sunday. Sometimes she forgot and said both their names when she called him to dinner, and sometimes she paused halfway through a sentence, as if she had dropped something fragile, and was waiting to hear it break. Their father grew quiet too. He fixed things that didn't need fixing. He stood in the garage and stared at shelves for long minutes, and then moved one small item to another place, then back again. Grief sat in the house like a heavy coat nobody wanted to wear but nobody could take off, either. One night, long after the last visitor left, Michael stood in his doorway and looked at the shadowed hall. He didn't expect to see anything. He just stood there and listened to the house breathe. From the floor beside the bed came a soft rasp of movement. He crouched, and the creature raised its front legs again, one after another, tapping his palm as if counting softly. He held its narrow body and felt the steady rise and fall. He didn't know what it would be tomorrow or a week from now. He only knew that it had needed him once and he had answered. And now they were bound by that answer the way a knot holds. Days lengthened. The patch of sunlight on his floor moved to a new spot as the seasons slipped forward. The air smelled different when he opened the window. Somewhere behind the fence a dog barked 3 times every evening and then fell silent. He completed his homework and stretched out on the bed and watched shadows change shape on the ceiling. When he dreamed, the dreams were not all good, but they were not all bad either. Sometimes he woke from them with his heart racing, and sometimes he woke with a strange, quiet hope he couldn't name. He kept thinking about the moment on the patio, the glass of tea cold in his hands, the way the world had continued on the other side of the door. The scream had cut clean through it all and changed everything, but the bird had still hopped along the fence. The cloud had still crossed the sun. Life had not stopped for one house's broken heart. Somehow, that made room for him to breathe. He didn't speak about any of it with his mother or father. What could he say that would make sense? He didn't say the words that walked the halls of his head, that he had saved a monster that wasn't a monster to him, and that the worst person in his life had paid a price for the worst thing he had done. He didn't say that he had chosen not to stop what happened next. He didn't say that part out loud because he didn't know how to hold it in his mouth. He only knew that something inside him had snapped and then set in a new shape. He would not be hurt like that again. Some nights he drifted to sleep to the soft movement under the bed and a breath that was not his own. He imagined a future where he didn't flinch in hallways or shrink in doorways. He imagined walking to the parking lot and not feeling his stomach twist into hard knots. He imagined being seen as someone harder to push, less easy to break. He did not know what Huggy would become, but he believed, maybe foolishly, maybe not, that whatever grew out of this strange bond would recognize him when it looked his way. He believed, as much as anyone can believe something they cannot prove, that what had wrapped itself around him in that creek and had followed him home was not simply a danger but also a promise. In the quiet that settles after a storm, the house found a new rhythm. It was not the old rhythm, and it would never be again. People don't go back to what they were, they move forward into something else. Michael learned the map of this new place one slow step at a time. He learned which words calmed his mother, and which ones did not. He learned when to leave his father alone in the garage, and when to ask if he wanted help. He learned that the ache in his chest could live alongside the strange gratitude he felt for the shape of his days now. He learned that two opposite truths can sit side by side and not fight. When he thought about Brandon, he saw the brother who had taught him to throw a curve with a foam ball in the backyard and the boy who had yanked his clothes in front of a crowd, laughing while phones went up. He didn't try to decide which version was real. He accepted that both were true and that sometimes one wins. He accepted that hurts don't disappear when the person who gave them is gone. They grow quieter if you let them, and sometimes they don't. He accepted that he could live with that. On a late afternoon when the sky was the color of a clean plate, and the yard smelled like cut grass, he sat again on the patio with a glass of tea in his hands. From inside the house came the clink of dishes and his mother's voice humming a tune without words. Under the table, something moved and curled around his ankle, a gentle band of living warmth. He didn't look down. He didn't need to. He just let the weight rest there and watched the light change, and for the first time in a long while, he felt the ground under him hold. Our grandmother loved to tell us stories, and we loved to listen. During school breaks, Mom and Dad would drive my brother, my sister, and me to her little house in Plimerton, a small coastal village about an hour north of Wellington. Everything there felt small and simple. There were only 3 cafes, a flower shop, and a tiny dairy that sold fish and chips on warm Saturdays. The sea was close enough that you could smell salt from the road, and the wind sounded different along that coast, softer, even when it was cold. On the way up from the city we always pressed our faces to the car windows. We watched the tall, dark shapes of sawmills slide past, then the flatlands open out, and then the first flashes of blue water between low hills. The smell of salt would push out the sawdust smell that seemed to follow us everywhere in Wellington. One thing never changed, though. The sky had a strange, heavy green cast in both places. It felt like a lid over the whole country. When I was little I thought it was only a trick of the light over the sea. Later I came to believe what people whispered. The green sky was a warning. It was there to remind us that every one of us would turn to wood when we died. The stories our grandmother told were about a time before that curse arrived, before the wooden death took hold of Wellington. She painted pictures with her slow, rough voice. She loved to talk about the wind. She said the city used to be famous for it. It blew so hard that people had to lean into it to cross the street. It tore hats away and pushed rain sideways. When she spoke, We looked up at the old paintings on her walls and the photographs that showed the city bright and alive. In one picture she was a young girl, striding along on two strong legs. By the time she was telling those stories to us, she could not rise from her chair at all. Watching her change was hard. Each visit she was more still than the last. Her legs were already gone to wood. From the waist down she looked like a thick, rooted trunk that had fused with the ream of floorboards. Her arms hung heavy and stiff at her sides. Her hands looked more like carved hands than living ones. Even her voice had changed. It had a dry, rasping sound, like two rough boards rubbing together. The first time I noticed that new tone in her throat, I wanted to cry. The second time, I told myself to sit closer so I wouldn't miss any words. Each time we said goodbye and Mom and Dad told us it was time to drive back to the city, I wished for one more visit. I hoped she would still be there next time. I prayed for more stories, more old pictures, more of her slow, patient smile. She had a story for each of us. For my sister, Emily, she talked about ordinary life, clothes on washing lines, markets, and loud cafes where the wind rattled the windows. For my brother Stan, she talked about the land and the water and the way the weather moved. For me, she saved her strongest descriptions for Te Papa, the National Museum by the harbor. She called Te Papa Wonderland. She said in those days the place was full almost every day. People were happy to be there. Tourists and families and school kids filled the halls. You could hardly walk without touching elbows with strangers. She would laugh and say sometimes it was easier to stand still and let the crowd carry you like a river. There was too much to see. You could not walk through those floors without stopping, looking up, reading a note, or pointing at some detail you had missed the last time. The natural history section had whales that hung like grey moons. The New Zealand history rooms had cases you could look into for hours. The Maori galleries were full of carvings that felt alive. She said her eyes never rested. Her pupils rushed back and forth, hungry to take everything in. I used to close my eyes and imagine the sound of it: footsteps, light voices, the rush of wind through open doors, and someone laughing in the distance. I never saw that version of Te Papa. The Te Papa that existed in my time felt like a grand grave. The corners were too sharp. The color outside was wrong. Instead of warm stone and glass, the entrance was dressed in wood, not carved beams, but bodies. The museum's big doors were framed by decapitated, varnished heads of former curators. Above them, wooden torsos were strung like dolls. The creamy paint that used to make the building look light and open had long since been covered by a weave of timber. When the green sky pressed low, the whole place looked like a tall, careful coffin. Before she died, our grandmother told us she had stopped going into the city. It made her too sad. She said it wasn't the place she loved anymore. In her stories, Wellington was always moving under wind. In reality, it was still and heavy and made of wood. She told us she hoped we would live long enough to see the city the way she had known it, with wind on the harbor and clouds racing low. She said it softly, and I knew she did not believe her own words. By then my brother already had bark on his back, and I had a hard patch on the side of my neck. We were all on the same road. It is still hard to write the words. My sister Emily died first. She was the youngest of us, quick with a joke, easy to love. I remember the last time I saw her. It was a cold night in May. We met for drinks at the harbor and sea bar on Lambton Quay. We were celebrating. She had just been hired as a receptionist for one of the biggest sawmills in Wellington, the 200-meter tower in the center of the city that cast a long shadow across the financial district. The pay was high for office work. The hours were not bad. They even offered 3 weeks of paid leave each year. For anyone living under the green sky, that kind of job was a blessing. It could even be a way forward. I asked how she got it. She only had a bachelor's in accounting and a handful of temp jobs at call centers. Had she impressed someone in an interview? Did a friend put in a good word? Did she just get lucky? She shrugged. She let her half-full glass spin between her fingers and stared at the rings the liquid left on the table. I don't like the thought of what I'm going to be doing, she said. arranging people's wooden remains to be sent to those sawmills. It feels wrong. I was 2 drinks in and unhappy with my boss, Counselor Jonathan Wales, so my answer came out shameless. Give the job to me, then. I'll go push papers in that tower if it means I never have to sit in the same room as that man again. Emily laughed and slapped my shoulder. I'm not giving you my pay, Nat. I hate the idea of the work but not the money. And I heard my new desk was crafted from an all black. She tried to pull a joke across her face, then dropped it. Her eyes went to the bottom of her glass again. I'll do it for a while. I'll save. Then I'll leave. To do what? I asked. To buy a property out near Plimerton, she said, brightening for the first time. To grow something that isn't timber for burning. To start a business making human trees instead of chopping people up. She looked at me to see how I would take that. It was a wild idea, and we both knew it. A grove, Nat? A quiet one. People could choose it. Families could visit. It would smell like sap and not smoke. You want to live like Grandma, I said. Her house is still there, Emily. You could start there. She smiled and shook her head. Not that exact house, Nat. But something like it, yes. 3 men at the far end of the bar had started to stare at her legs. Emily flicked her hair back and raised her glass. Maybe I'll be a model to get the money faster. She stood and threw one hand in the air with a grin. Excuse me, everyone. I'm so sorry for being so incredibly attractive. She made a silly bow. I groaned and dragged her back down to her stool. We talked about work and sleep and the small ways you try to push the curse out of your mind. I told her to sleep early and stay off the energy drinks. She nodded and swore she would. I hear that from you and Stan all the time, she said, rolling her eyes. But fine. 11 is my cutoff from now on. Promise. She kept it for a few nights. Then the phone rang. Stan called me crying and excited, breathing like he had run upstairs. He said the word overdose. My stomach dropped. Then he said there was a bottle of sleeping pills on her nightstand, and I felt the bitter taste rise into my throat. I thought of her laugh at the bar and wanted to be sick. Back then, if a person died, wood came fast. The change could begin in 3 hours. Morgues kept a 24-hour watch to see if bark would spread across the skin. With Emily there was nothing. The staff waited and waited. No bark appeared. The skin stayed skin, soft and pale. She was 26. In the city's eyes she had done the impossible. I didn't feel like celebrating. My brother did. He was at someone's flat with a crowd when he called and told me. I could hear cheering behind his voice. He said I should be happy. Emily would not go to the sawmills. She would not be planed and stacked like all the rest. She would be preserved. She would go to Te Papa and lie among those who had defeated the curse. There would be no chopping, no smoke. She would stay as she was. The city council moved fast. They came with soft faces and warm words and a check for $100,000. As a gesture from Wellington to the family. They also announced there would be a new exhibition at Te Papa. Emily would be the center. An entire floor, if they could arrange it. Her photograph was on billboards within a week, with a lion in Te Rio beside her name, our Putwiaki, our treasure. Ever since we were children our grandmother had tied our present to old stories. She told us how the Maori god of wind, Tuwiramadia, once fought his brothers. He attacked Tane, the god of the forest. He drove at Tangaroa, the god of the sea. The gods of food fled from his storms. Only Timurawinga, the god of war, stood steady and pushed him back. After that, she said, Tawiri loved Wellington best. The winds there were his children. They howled and laughed, and wrapped themselves around the city. She said all her life the wind had been part of the noise of living. It made people talk louder. It pushed doors open. It left grit on windowsills. On days when the clouds raced low, she said it felt like the sky itself was moving. In our time the winds were gone. The sky was green and heavy. The sawmills threw sawdust across the city, and it hung in the air like a second pale fog. A gust still came now and then, a small reminder that something else had once lived there, but it did not stay to lift your hair or press your coat against your legs. The harbor lay flat most days. The clouds looked painted on. If the gods were fighting still, they did it out of sight. On the morning of Emily's exhibition, I walked to Te Papa with my hands inside my sleeves and my eyes on the ground. The air had a burnt smell that winter mornings always had. Trucks were already moving along the waterfront. From far away I could see a shine on the harbor that might have been fire. At the door my brother opened his arms and said, "Kia ora, Nat!" as if we were at a birthday party. He had cut his hair short. A crooked crack of wood showed at his hairline. When he hugged me I felt how stiff his back had become under his jacket. The bark had taken the whole of it. He spoke too fast. He told me the kids were with a sitter, and his wife was upstairs with our parents. He said the children still did not understand death, not really, only that their auntie had become famous. He frowned and rubbed the crack on his forehead with a thumb. He looked too pleased with himself for a man with bark crawling across his skin. Maybe I am unfair. Maybe he only wanted to pull me along before I lost my nerve and walked back into the street. Inside the entrance hall a headless wooden body stood at the center, pointing one arm toward the stairs. Blue lights washed over the stump of its neck. The air conditioning hummed. The sound of trucks and saws outside came through as a low, dull growl. Through a far window, I saw big shapes moving at the docks. The lantern parade would start again tonight, like it always did at the height of winter. Men and women with axes and machetes would walk the streets, shouting and singing. Those considered unworthy, by the sawmills, drifters, the poor, the sick with no family, would be piled like logs near the harbor. In the morning smoke would lie across the city like a blanket. The hall felt like the inside of a quiet church. The walls were crowded with paintings and photographs from the time before the curse. People smiled out of them as if they were breathing sea air. It was hard to look, and hard to look away. I tried to imagine what those faces would say if they could see the city now. Grandma always said there had been no warning, no omen, no storyteller on a corner crying out that the wind would die and the trees would win. I believed her. Big things change without permission. You only see it when it is done. As we climbed the long wooden stairs to the 4th floor, Stan talked and talked to fill the space. He had a way of plucking at the bark along his hairline like he was nervous and didn't know where to put his hands. He told me Mom and Dad had sent him down to fetch me because they knew I would walk slowly and find reasons to stop. He said there were crowds upstairs, more than he had expected, and he didn't recognize half the faces. He said our grandmother would have been proud if she could have moved from her chair, and then changed his mind and said she would never have come because she had sworn not to set foot in the city again. I told him I liked to think she would make an exception for Emily. She had always loved her best. She was small enough to sit across Grandma's knees when the rest of us were too big. She was the last to get shooed off to bed, the last to be given the shortbread in the kitchen, the one Grandma saved the softest story for at the end. Stan made a joke then and called himself extravagant, and said I was the family worrier, the mother, and I surprised myself by snapping back. I asked if he had been drinking the day he called me. I told him I had heard cheering behind him when he said Emily was dead. He said he had been with colleagues after work, and the noise was about how rare it was to beat the curse. He didn't see why that bothered me. I didn't answer. I pressed a finger against the hard patch at my neck and tried to breathe slowly. When I was a child we made a game of counting wooden faces at Te Papa. We called it headhunting. There were so many heads and half-heads framed in timber that it was easy to play. You got a point for each blank face. You got 2 for a face that looked sad or afraid. If you found a smile, a real one, showing teeth, you got 3. We would tear along the balconies and call out numbers. Teachers always pretended to be shocked and then joined in. My highest score was 206. Most of those faces were gone now, replaced by new ones over the years. I almost lifted my chin to look for a grin as we moved upward. Habit is strong. The 4th floor was the heart of the museum and the city's holy place. It was not truly closed, but the ticket price kept most people out. Families saved for months for those 3 hours under the white and yellow light. The last time I had been up there was for work with the council, and I had only been allowed half an hour. That time I had gone back down with my nose full of incense, and the feeling that my steps were too loud on the stairs. I did not want to be there again, but the lift doors slid open, and there we were. Counselor Jonathan Wales stood on a low stage with a microphone in his hand, his belly pressed against the edge of a large glass case covered in a heavy curtain. Behind him stood a tall, carved image of Tuaramedia with broad eyes and curved lines that looked like wind. The counselor liked to pretend he was a man of the people. He wore a cheap tie and spoke Te Rio in a rough, cheerful way that made my teeth clench because I worked with him and knew what his jokes sounded like when there wasn't a crowd. He threw his arms wide and called greetings. He called Emily our treasure and told everyone they were lucky to be there. He put both hands flat on the covered case and patted the cloth like a man petting a dog. The floor below him was crowded with bodies, some more wood than flesh. Branches grew from shoulders where arms should have been. A pair of knees were glued to algae green carpet by a slick of resin. The crowd cheered when he said Emily's name. They cheered again when he thanked the family who had given her to the city. I dug my nails into the hard patch on my neck and tried not to hear the wood creak as people shifted their weight. I whispered to Stan that I wanted to leave. He squeezed my hand tight and said, "Just a little longer." He was already leaning forward like a man in a line for bread. When the counselor asked our parents to come up, I felt my chest tight. Mom and Dad walked onto the stage stiff and careful. Their bodies were mostly wood now, ribs like narrow ribs of a canoe under cloth. Their faces were still flesh, and those faces were wet with tears. I wanted to run to them and pull them back, but I did nothing. I stood and watched them smile at the counselor who had made me cry in a back office more than once. The counselor talked about beauty then. He used the word again and again. He told the crowd that they would want to touch Emily's hair and press their mouths to her lips and whisper to her that she was beautiful. The whole crowd shouted then, and I wanted to be sick. He laughed and reached under the curtain and lifted one corner, then let it fall. You could hear the cloth whisper when it slid against the glass. He told our mother and father to stand on either side of him. He held their hands and squeezed them and looked into the crowd to make sure everyone could see the little scene. "Let's go," Stan said, and pulled me forward. He moved like he had to be at the front, or he would not be able to breathe. We pushed through the bodies and the wooden arms. I stumbled and said sorry to a woman whose left arm was a long, polished limb with a carved spiral where her elbow used to be. She smiled without teeth. People saw our faces and lifted us along with gentle hands and hard palms against our backs. I tasted incense and old dust. I fell to my knees at the edge of the stage because someone shoved me a little too hard at the last step. When I raised my head, I saw my sister under the glass. Emily was beautiful. I hate that word in the mouth of a man like the counselor, but it was true. It rose up in me like breath after you have been underwater too long. Her face looked calm, not frozen in fear, not blank. Her hair was brushed and lay like pale rope on the white cloth under her shoulders. Her skin looked like skin. Her hands were at her sides. They had not painted her nails or put color on her cheeks. That small mercy made my throat ache. Somewhere in the huge room our mother made a sound I had never heard before. Somewhere behind us our relatives gasped like a single body drawing breath. I heard my own voice say a line I had sworn I would not say. "She is beautiful," I whispered. The crowd said it louder, and I felt the words pass through me like a tide. "Tena ra atu ko." Thank you so much. Thank you very much. The phrase rose to the ceiling and came back down. I heard my voice again inside that, small and true, saying thank you to no one I could name. It was not thanks for the counselor, or for the city, or for the money. It was thanks for one red-streaked sunset afternoon at our grandmother's house when Emily sat on the floor and leaned back against Grandma's wooden legs and Grandma ran her fingers through Emily's hair and told her the city would not always be like this. It was thanks for the way Emily had stuck out her tongue at me the night we had last shared a drink. It was thanks for the three of us racing down the beach as children, daring each other into the cold water, the wind in our ears so loud we had to shout to hear ourselves. When I walked back down the stairs afterward, the museum felt too bright and too clean. The smell of incense sat on my clothes like smoke. Stan talked the whole way down, tripping over words. He wanted to know if I had seen the little pearl earring still in Emily's left ear. He wanted to tell me who else had been in the room, and who had cried, and who had only sniffed. He told me a reporter had asked him for a quote, and he had said something about hope, and the man had written it down with a big smile. I stopped him with a hand on his arm at the bottom of the last flight. He turned, and I could see how thin the skin still was around his eyes. He was not the solid man he pretended to be. He was a set of pieces, like the rest of us, held together with stubbornness and habit. "I can't do any more tonight," I said. "I can't sit in front of cameras and answer questions. I can't listen to the counselors say pretty words. I can't look at that floor again. Please tell them I'm going home." He nodded and looked almost relieved. We stepped into the cold evening. The harbor had a steady orange glow along one side where someone was already burning a stack of bodies. The smoke moved low over the water, then bent along the quay and slid into the streets like fog. The smell was sharp and sweet. Someone behind me said, "Ember. The city smells like a fire that won't go out." It did. You could taste it on your tongue. On the bus home I sat by the window. My reflection looked like a person I half recognized. The hard patch on my neck had grown since morning. It was almost the shape of a leaf now, long and smooth. I pressed my fingers against it, and imagined it softening under my skin, imagined the bark giving up and the flesh coming back. It did not change, of course. It never does. But for a few seconds the thought was a small light. Our grandmother used to say that you cannot live with a curse and think only about the curse. You have to notice other things or you will be nothing but wood long before your body is. She would tell us to count the gulls on the roof across the road. She would ask which neighbor had baked scones that afternoon. She would ask what color the sea was and not let us say only blue. She would make us say green blue, or steel blue, or the color of a mussel shell. She would laugh when the wind blew her hair across her face. On a day like that I believed the wind would come back because she said it would, and I wanted to believe anything she told me. At home I made tea and stood at the sink with the cup in both hands while the steam rose into my face. I pictured Papa's fourth floor again, the hard light, the white floor, the soft shape of my sister under glass, and I let myself feel proud and angry at the same time. Proud because she had escaped the sawmills. Angry because we would carry her to a room and leave her there for strangers. That tangle of feeling is something I have learned to live with. It does not pull you apart if you let the pieces sit next to each other, and stop trying to name them. Winter settled in the way it always does in Wellington now. The air had a bite every morning. Smoke lay in long lines at the edges of the streets. Men with axes marched and sang, then fell quiet. Somewhere far away, someone hammered planks together. Work went on. The sawmills hummed no matter the season. The city council met, and argued and handed out money as if it could soften what the green sky meant. The museum added a new sign to the fourth floor and adjusted the lights, and volunteers stood a little straighter when they were on shift there. Friends sent messages I did not answer. Old classmates wrote to say they had heard the news and used the same word the counselor had used, because some words pull people along whether they like it or not. I went back to Plimerton once that winter. I took the train because I wanted the coast and the long curve of track that runs almost on the water. The sea was the color of a dark bottle, and little waves curled toward the stones. Grandma's house still stood. The paint was peeling from the door, and the wooden steps had sunk a little at one end where the earth was damp, but the place was there. A plant with thick, waxy leaves had grown along the front fence, and caught the light in a way that made me stop and look at each leaf. In the wind the leaves moved a little, enough to make a small whispering sound together, and I stood there and listened and pretended it was the sound of 1,000 small breaths. Inside, the chair where Grandma had sat was still in the corner. The floor around it showed a darker mark where her wooden legs had fused with the boards. I put my hand on the back of the chair and felt the grain. I closed my eyes and saw Emily under that museum light, and then as a little girl with a biscuit in each hand, laughing because she knew she could get away with anything if she smiled up at Grandma. I told the empty room that I would take care of what I could. I said it out loud so I could hear the words. Then I made tea and drank it out on the back step where you could see a small square of sea between two houses. I do not know if the wind will come back to Wellington. I do not know if the gods in the stories are listening. I do not know if anyone can unwind a curse once it has settled on a place. I know only small things that are true. I know the smell of winter here is like embers. I know people learn to live with that smell and hang washing on lines and call their children in at dark. I know my brother still picks at the bark on his forehead when he is thinking hard. I know my mother sometimes says Emily's name and then looks down at her hands as if the name had weight. I know that when I walked into Te Papa on that cold day and saw my sister under glass, I wanted to break the case and carry her out, and at the same time I wanted to lie down beside her and sleep. I also know that I wake up each day and press my fingers against the hard patch on my neck and feel it, and do not let it take the whole day from me. I tie my hair up and put on a scarf and go down the steps and turn toward the bus stop. I stand with other people and look at my hands, then lift my head and look at the sky. Sometimes the green looks a little lighter. Sometimes there is a low, quick wind down the street that ruffles coats and disappears around a corner. On those mornings I stand a moment longer than I need to and let that wind find my face. Then I get on the bus, and when I pass the museum and see the big doors and the wooden heads above them, I keep my eyes level and do not look up unless I choose to. At night, when I cannot sleep, I sit at the table and write down pieces of Grandma's stories. I list the things she said she loved about the old city, the way light lay on the water under a south wind, the sound of a car door slamming in a gale, the slap of small flags against their poles along the quay. I write down the names of the gods she spoke about so their shapes do not drift away from me. Then I write down the plain details of my day, the messages I answered, the lunches I bought, the joke Stan made that almost made me laugh, the person at work who touched my shoulder when I started to shake. I do not want to disappear under a single story about wood. I want to leave a paper trail of small, ordinary truths. I want someone to see it and know that we tried to live. Sometimes I go back to Te Papa and stand in the back row of the 4th floor so the light does not land on my face. I wait there until my eyes adjust. I don't go every week. Some months I do not set foot in that building at all. When I do go, I make myself look at other cases first. There is a woman with white hair who has the lightest smile. There is an old man with a scar across his lip and the clearest eyes. I stand in front of them until the tightness in my chest loosens a little. Then I walk over to the big case at the center and stand where I stood the first day. If the room is busy, I wait. If the room is empty, I step a little closer. I look at my sister. I say her name. I tell her the small things she would want to hear. I tell her the sea was green-blue today and that the leaves along Grandma's fence caught the light like little mirrors. I tell her I saw 3 gulls on the roof across the road and the middle one had 1 foot tucked up into its feathers. I tell her that one day, when the air is right, I am going to open my mouth in a quiet room and let the wind out again. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The next time you are sick and weak, when your bed feels like the only place you can be and your mind is cloudy, remember this and please be careful. There is something that moves in those hours when you are too tired to argue with your own body. It comes for people who are depleted, confused, or fading. It lives in the quiet. It waits in the dark. I have seen it. I know what it wants. It will not stop coming for me, not after what I did. If you ever become aware of it, do not look at it. If you see it, it will decide you belong to it. I can feel it now as I write. Its claws rest against my ribs like long cold hooks. Its breath is damp on the side of my neck, and it smells like mold and pennies. It is summer outside, but this room is cold. The ceiling light is dead. Maintenance said someone would check the wiring tomorrow, But the sun is already down and tomorrow will not help me. I am writing quickly and simply because I do not have much strength left. I hope someone finds this and believes me. Do not look. It began 2 days ago with the flu. It hit me hard and fast. I tried to pretend it was just a rough bug and that sleep and water would fix it, but by evening my head pounded and my body ached so badly I could barely stand. My mother was worried and called a doctor to come to the house. I told her I did not want that, and I told her I did not want to go to the hospital because I hate the smell of hospital air. But my voice was thin and my protest sounded like a child's. The doctor came anyway. She asked me to open my mouth and say, "Ah." She pressed a cold circle to my chest and listened to my lungs. She took my temperature. She asked me to follow her finger with my eyes and then to squeeze her hand. She said my fever was high. She said the cough was deep and ugly. She said we should keep a close eye on me through the night, and that if anything strange happened I should be seen in the emergency department. I nodded and told myself I would make it to morning. That night I could not get comfortable. I kept kicking the blanket off and then shivering and dragging it back up again. My nose was blocked and raw. Every cough scraped my throat like a dull blade. I kept swallowing medicine and trying to breathe steam from a bowl my mother held in her hands. When she went to bed I lay on my side and looked at the door. I think I half slept and half drifted for an hour. I do not know how long I was like that. What I remember clearly is the first time I noticed the eyes. They were 2 small orange dots in the darkest corner of my room near the door. At first I thought they were the way a streetlight sometimes finds a silver screw in the wall and turns it into a little spark. Or maybe they were a reflection from my alarm clock face. My eyes were wet and tired, and I did not trust them. I told myself not to be dramatic. Then the dots blinked. That tiny movement woke up the part of me that still had energy to be afraid. I pushed myself up and squinted into the dark. I tried to make sense of the shape that held those 2 small fires. My eyes were slow to adjust, so the shape helped them. It took a step forward. When it moved, the eyes grew larger. The glow widened into irises. The black behind the glow thickened into an outline. It is strange how your mind tries to protect you. I told myself it was a trick. I told myself I was dreaming with my eyes open. I told myself Mother would come if I called. The shape kept moving. It was tall, too tall to be anything human. Its head brushed the ceiling. The head was swollen and smooth like a pale gourd. The limbs that hung from its narrow shoulders were long and spindly, and the hands were huge. The fingers were thin and too many, and nails grew from them like long black knives. It carried a bag in one hand. The bag dragged across the floor with a soft sound like heavy fabric sliding slowly over boards. The bottom of the bag was scuffed and stained. I could only see the outline and the eyes. I needed more light and I did a stupid thing. I reached for the lamp and flicked it on. The bulb flashed once and popped. That instant of light was enough. In that white flash I saw more than I ever wanted to see. The mouth had no lips. It was a split in the face filled with sharp gray teeth. There was no nose, only a smooth spot where one might have been. The skin, or whatever covered it, was pale and tight over the bones. The bag it carried was not leather like I first thought. It was skin. There were places where the seams did not line up and you could see the rough stitches and a patchy bit of hair. It held the bag like people in old pictures hold a sack of grain. It did not rush. It did not stumble. It stood and looked at me as if it had all the time it needed. I tried to scream but I could not. My throat closed as if it did not belong to me. After a second of panic I knocked the lamp from the table, hoping the crash would be loud enough. The base hit the floor and broke and the sound felt like a rescue. Mother ran down the hall fast enough to make the floorboards creak. She threw the door open and stood with her hand on the switch, breathing hard. The tall shape did not move. I pointed at it. My hand shook. I could hear my breath. My mother flicked the main light on and the shape was gone. She looked into the corner where I was pointing and back to me and said there was nothing there. I told her what I had seen. She put her cool palm on my forehead and said my fever was high, and fever dreams can be strong. She spoke gently, and said she believed that I was frightened, but she did not believe there was anything in the room. I watched her face as she talked. She told me she would call the doctor again in the morning. She told me to try to sleep. She did not look into the corner a second time. The next morning a different doctor came. She said I likely had avian flu and that my body would not handle this on its own. She said the way I was shaking and the way my heart was racing worried her. She said I should be in a hospital where they could watch me. I told her I did not want that. She looked at my mother, not at me, and said if I saw things in the night again or if I fainted, they should bring me in. She told my mother to leave the lights on and keep the door open if that helped me rest. That night I did sleep for a few hours. The light over my head hummed and glowed like a halo. I did not see the eyes. In the morning I could not stand. By then the sickness had moved through me like a storm. It left my muscles weak. My skin hurt under the sheet. My head throbbed. I kept calling out without words because there were too many pains to name one at a time. Mother wrapped me in blankets and dared me to argue with her. She drove me to the hospital herself. I do not remember the walk through the sliding doors. I remember the bright floor. I remember the smell that is the same in every hospital hallway, the smell of bleach and copper and plastic. I remember someone lifting me from a chair to a bed and fitting a clip to my finger. I remember a nurse telling me to breathe in and out hard while she held a stethoscope against my back. After that the day passed in patches. I would wake to a new tube taped to my arm. I would close my eyes and then find a new bracelet around my wrist. I would wake again and see the red numbers on a monitor next to my bed and hear the soft beep of my heart. I could not stop thinking about the thing in my room. I told myself it had been a fever dream. It is easy to tell yourself something in daylight. I lay there and watched the ceiling and then turned my head to look at the window where the light bled in a square above the foot of my bed. I asked for my tablet because I wanted to look names up. I told myself I would find an answer that sounded like a scientist wrote it, and then I would stop shaking. The nurse laughed and said there was good Wi-Fi in that wing and told me not to read anything that would make my heart rate go wild. I promised her I would be sensible and then did the opposite. I typed simple words at first. I tried. Tall man, no nose, orange eyes. That brought me nothing but old stories about swamp lights and someone's list of night terrors. I tried. Sickness, hallucination, tall figure, bag. That brought me stories about phantoms and fevers and a long article about sleep paralysis that made sense but did not match what I saw because I had been able to move. I tried. Flu, fever, orange eyes, ceiling, bag, dragging. And I kept trying for an hour or more. The beeping beside me sped up. The nurse poked her head in and looked at the monitor, and then at me and told me to be kind to myself and read something funny. I smiled and said yes, and then I kept reading. What finally made my chest feel tight was a plain page on a site that looked like someone never finished it. It had no fancy banner at the top and no ads in the middle of the text. It was not even short. It was a stack of short notes. Someone had collected descriptions from the last 100 years of people's final notes, the things they wrote on paper by their bed or typed on old machines when they knew the end was near. In a lot of those notes there was the same figure. The description touched all the same places mine touched. Inhumanly tall. Unreasonably thin. Arms too long. Fingernails like the ends of skewers. A head that looked swollen, like it had been stretched. It was sometimes described with a smooth face and sometimes with sharp teeth and a split where a mouth should be. The eyes are not always described as glowing, but enough people wrote about two small lights in a dark room that I believed it mattered. The bag came up again and again. Some said it was made of human skin, stitched side to side, with seams and hair in odd places. Some said it looked like old leather. Some said it was smooth and clean because it had been used for a very long time and had been held by the same hand over and over. The page called the thing the collector. It said the name had stuck because people thought it was collecting something from those who were dying or close to it. The page went on, and my heart kept beating too fast while I read. Whoever wrote those notes said family members sometimes found their dead with some item missing. Sometimes it was a finger, sometimes an ear, sometimes a lock of hair. Sometimes it was not external. Sometimes a small bone inside the hand or foot was gone. Sometimes a tooth. Sometimes a little bit of something from the chest. Sometimes the thing missing was not a piece of the body at all but a treasured object. A ring. A small watch. A coin. A photograph. And in almost every case the face was drawn in the same shape. The mouth open or pulled as if by horror at the last thing the person saw. It is possible to read such things and say they are all coincidences or lies or the way frightened minds make patterns in chaos. I could have done that. I did not. I clicked deeper. I found an old forum where people posted blurry photos of shadows and wrote stories about why they were awake at 3 in the morning. The forum was long dead. Most of the threads had not been updated for years. In one thread a person asked a question and did not even put a question mark at the end. The title said, "Orange Eyes Large Bag." I tapped that. The posts inside were short and broken and written by people who typed the way sick people talk. There were 3 answers that made my skin prickle. The first said, "Do not look at it." The second said the same words exactly, as if they were echoing on purpose. The third went longer. It said, "If you see it once, it will not stop. Only the sick can see it, and if you see it when you are sick you will not get better. Your time is set. Do not meet its eyes or it will collect." I touched each profile and felt afraid in a new way. None of those 3 users had logged on since the day they posted. Their pictures were gray circles. Their last activity date matched the dates of the posts. I told myself to put the tablet away. I did not. I kept reading. I looked for anything that said there was a way out. There was not. Some people tried to fight it. Some tried to pray. Some tried to blink or to keep their eyes fixed on a wall and refused to look left or right. The line that kept circling in my head was the first one. Do not look. Do not feed it with your eyes. It is not a law for life, I told myself. It is only a rule for this thing. That should make it easy. It did not. I closed my eyes for a moment. I told myself I would try to sleep. The light at the door was a thin half-moon because the door was pulled almost shut. I let my lungs fill and empty slowly and I let my mind slip a little toward sleep. It cannot have been more than a minute. When I opened my eyes the 2 orange circles were in the room with me again. The temperature in the room dropped as if someone had opened a freezer door. My skin prickled. The air tasted like rust and damp cloth. The 2 small eyes floated at first. Then the shape behind them stepped forward and the eyes grew larger and the outline thickened. I tried to hit the panic button but my hands were stupid. I could not find the cord. I cursed myself out loud. I looked for the cord and then looked away in the same movement because I knew that looking is how it decides you are ready to be taken. I saw the button on the floor under the bed where I could not reach it easily. I leaned over the rail and stretched down with my left hand. The tall shape reached for me with its right hand. Its nails slid around my wrist like fishhooks. I felt the length of the points and the strength of the grip. The sensation was wrong. It was like heat and cold at the same time. It was like ice touching a filling in a tooth. I grabbed the button with my fingertips and pressed it. It fell from my hand when the thing pulled me back. The beeping to my side began to scream because my heart beat like a trapped bird. The door swung open and a nurse stepped in. She flicked the light switch up out of reflex, and in the same breath, all the power in the room died. The monitor went silent and black. The overhead light stayed dark. The nurse startled but did not leave. She had a small torch in her pocket, and she clicked it on, and its cone of light found my face, and then the bed, and then my outstretched arm. She touched my wrist near the point where the thing held me, and I made a sound I did not know I could make. She did not see the shape. It had slid itself back into the corner, and then into the wall like ink seeping into paper. When the nurse helped lift me back into the bed I shook and could not stop and kept looking at the corner, and the place where the paint met the plaster. I told her it was there. She kept her voice even and told me she saw no one. She asked me how I fell from the bed with the rails up. I told her I did not fall. She looked at my wrist. The skin had been split by the points of the nails and I was bleeding, and the wrist itself looked wrong under the skin. She put me in a sling and called for someone to take me for an X-ray. The images looked like a black and white rainstorm. One of the doctors bit his lip, and then acted like everything was going to be fine. He told me I had fractured my wrist in a strange way. He told me it would take time to heal. He told me that, oddly, one of the small bones in the wrist did not show up in the picture. He said it was likely I had been born without it, or that it was too faint to see in that image. I do not remember which bone he named. The names are like stones on a beach: scaphoid, lunate, triquetrum, pisiform. It does not matter which. One was gone. I did not argue with him. I did not have the strength. I knew. The next morning the maintenance man came and said he could not fix the power in my room until Monday because on Sundays they only handled emergencies and the emergency list was long. He told me not to worry because the wing had battery backups for the main systems. He did not know that the monitor at my bed would not restart right away and that the call button would not work when the lights died. He did not know I would be alone with nothing but the sound of my own breath. He told me to hold on. He told me a joke. He told me he would be back tomorrow. He left. I wanted to ask him to stay. I did not. I felt like a frightened child. I watched the window and tried to take comfort from the light, but the hour when the sky changes color always comes. It came again. The square on the wall went from silver to gray to a slow greenish black. I am writing this in that slow black time. The ceiling light is still dead. The heart monitor was taken for testing. The glow from the hall stops at my door because the door is pulled almost shut. I can hear the wheels of a cart roll by and a soft laugh from two people at the end of the corridor. I can hear the lift open and close. I can hear night settle the way dust settles. This room is colder than the hall. I think that is not about the power. I think it is about who is here with me. I tried to make a plan. Plans are good. They keep your mind from folding in on itself. I wrote a note for my mother and folded it, and slid it under my pillow because I do not want the nurses to throw it away if they tidy the table. The note says that I love her, and that I am sorry for making her worry, and that I should have let her take me in the first night, and that I should not have looked. It says that what she should do if she ever gets so sick that she sees two orange eyes is not look. She will want to look. The eyes do that to you. They ask your gaze to come and meet them. They ask like a song. The only thing you have to do is refuse to meet them. Your mind will try to trick you. It will tell you you can look quickly, and then look away. Do not listen. If you open your eyes and the shape is in the corner, close them again and keep them closed. Keep your face turned to something harmless. Look at the crease where the pillowcase is sewn. Look at your own hand. Look at the hairs on the back of your arm. Look at the shape of the mark left by tape on your skin. If you look at it, it will collect. I have had time to think about it, and I think this is how it works. It does not come for every sick person. It does not come for strong people who will be back on their feet in a day. It is drawn when you are stuck between waking and sleep, too weak to fight, and when you are curious enough to feed it the one thing it seems to want more than anything else, your attention. I think the first visit is a test and a warning. It stands where you can see the eyes and it waits. If you look long enough, it steps forward so you can see its outline. If you keep looking, it lets you see the face, the teeth, the lack of nose. If you keep looking after that, it keeps coming. It will take a small thing then. It will flick a switch so the light dies or so the monitor goes black. It will press its new hand into your room through the wall. It will prod you with a nail. It will make sure you know it is real. Then it will take something. A small bone. A piece of you that will not be missed by doctors who do not believe, or a piece that will be explained away, or a small thing you love. I think I did not just lose a bone. I think I lost the time I had left to get better. A part of me keeps trying to argue with myself. It says this is how fear feels when you have a fever and you are alone. It says this is a story my sick brain found online and made bigger. It says I could close my eyes and sleep and wake in the morning and feel stupid and laugh at the way a person can scare themselves with 2 words and a shadow, bag and eyes. I would like to believe that voice. I cannot. I can feel the thing standing at the foot of the bed. When I close my eyes I can still feel where its breath lays against my skin. It is slow and damp and too close. I can hear the soft drag of the bag across the floor as it shifts its weight. I can hear the faint click of nails against the metal frame of the bed. It is waiting because it can afford to. It has gathered people for longer than anyone can remember. It is patient the way frost is patient. It will not spend itself to rush. It will stand there until I turn my head to be sure. That is what it eats. There is a little bit of me that wants to look and end the waiting. That part is stupid. That part wants a terrible thing to happen quickly because the space between here beats has become a cliff. I do not listen to that part. I will not give it the satisfaction. I will make it work for me. I will keep my eyes on the page and I will keep writing until that is not possible. If this ends in the way I expect, someone will find this on the tray or under the pillow or folded under the blanket where my hands slipped. They will read words like orange eyes and shake their head and say I was frightened. They will tell themselves it is better to think that. Maybe they are right. But someone else will read and be sick one day and remember this, and keep their eyes closed and turn their face to the wall and wait, and maybe that will be enough. I keep thinking about the bag. On the first night I thought it was leather because in the dark things pretend to be common things. In the flash of the lamp I saw the truth. It is made from pieces. The seams stand up a little and the stitches are rough and dark like bark. Some patches are smoother than others. Some have little hairs. Some have freckles. It must have taken a long time to make. Someone once said that when a thing takes time to make, it becomes itself. I do not know if that matters. I know that it does not clink when it moves. It sighs against the floor. It is heavy but does not thump. There is weight inside that shifts. I think of the notes that said a small bone or a tooth or a ring would be missing. I imagine the bag full of small clacks. I imagine it filling slowly over a very long time. I imagine it is full enough that the weights settle in layers. I think that is why the sound is more sigh than clink. If this is in your head now, I am sorry. It is in mine too, and I cannot leave it there alone. I did not always believe in things like this. As a child I had fever dreams, but they were always bright and quick. A dog that looked like a horse would run up the wall and vanish into the corner. A white face on the ceiling would open like a door and moss would come out in a stream. They were dreams you can later call dreams. I do not want to give this the title of dream. It is too careful, and it changes things around it. After last night my wrist changed in a way a simple fall does not explain. After last night a light and a monitor went out at the same time, and would not come back when the rest of the lights returned. After last night a nurse touched cold blood on my skin and could not say how I cut myself on air. Earlier today I had one more thought I wanted to share, and I hope it does not come out too strange. If you keep your eyes closed and your face turned to a safe place, you still have a problem. You will want to know where it is in the room. You will want to open your eyes just a little to check if it has moved closer or farther. That urge is strong and sneaky. It will say, just a glance to be sure. This is where the rule helps most. Make your safe place into a job. Count the stitches on the seam of the sheet. Count the tiny lines on your thumb. Notice the way the light from the hall makes a thin shape across the floor at the base of the door. Name 5 things you can feel. Name 4 things you can hear. Name 3 things you can smell, even if you have to name the alcohol on the swab and the plastic tube and the pillow. Make your mind grab those things instead of the corner of the room. The thing at the foot of the bed is hungry for the moment you break your attention. It is a collector of those moments as much as it is a collector of bones. It moved again just now. The bag made a soft sound like someone dragging a heavy sweater across a wooden box. The air got colder on the side of my face that is turned away. My skin knows where it stands. It is close enough that if I were to lift my hand from the page and set it down without looking, my fingers would touch something wrong. I keep writing because writing is a way of not looking and a way of making a line through the moment. The pen scratches. The paper pushes back. These are ordinary things and I hold them like ropes. A different nurse came in an hour ago to tell me she was sorry about the light and the monitor, and that she would check on me again soon. She asked if I wanted the door left open a little more. I said yes. When she tried, the door stopped on something I could not see. She looked puzzled and pressed a little harder, and then laughed, and said the door tended to stick in the heat. It is not hot. She asked me if I needed anything and I shook my head. She looked at my face and I think she saw that I was looking hard at a point in the blanket, and not at her. She lowered her voice and told me that when she had pneumonia as a teenager she sometimes felt like someone was in the room with her. She said sometimes that is just what fever does. She said that it passes. I nodded and smiled for her and thought, I hope that is true for other people. It will not be true for me. I am trying to end this in a way that is kind. I do not want my last words to be only fear. So I will say this. Not everything in the world wants to take. People give. They bring you water and smile at you even when your hair is stuck to your head and you smell like a sick room. A maintenance man will tell a joke he has told 20 times because he saw a face that needed a joke. A mother will sit in the corner of a room for a whole night and hold your hand and pretend she is not as scared as you. A nurse will keep a torch in her pocket because she never wants to be the one who stands in a doorway without a light. There is a thing in the dark that collects, but there are also hands in the light that hold. If this is the only balance I can offer, then let me leave it here for you. The room is very quiet now. The sound from the hall is dull and far away. The square of the window is black. I am tired. I do not want to write the next part because it means I am admitting what I know, but I promised myself I would not lie on this page. There will not be a maintenance man tomorrow for me. There will not be a morning where I tell the story and laugh. If you find me and I look like I was frightened, please do not tell yourself it was only the fever. It will be kinder to me if you say out loud that I was trying not to look, and that I tried to hold my eyes on something safe and that I lost. Take the note under my pillow and read the line I wrote for you at the top and read it again, and do not forget it. Do not look. He is standing closer now. I can feel the heat and the cold of his grip before it lands. I can smell the old fabric smell of the bag and the iron of the nails. The air on my neck moves and stops and moves again with each slow breath. I am going to set the pen down now without lifting my eyes. My fingers will be steady. I will not turn my head. If the paper ends here, you will know why. If there are 2 more words at the end, it is because I wanted to say the last truth in here as simply as I could, the way I began. It is just me, and the collector,